Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. In our last look at part 1 of Apocalypse Descends, my warship holds infinite supplies and shelters a group of stranded beauties. Things were already getting intense. Mo Ye's eyes gradually turned red. The nails on his right hand stretched like shark teeth, and the drooping shark tail swayed strangely. He took a deep breath, which was filled with the smell of blood. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a mouthful of jagged shark teeth. Bai Qing's pupils in the car suddenly shrank, and he had no idea what to do. At this time, the anglerfish lobster monster swung its huge claws and smashed the ground, but found that Mo Ye had disappeared. The next second, it felt something strange above its head. Mo Ye was staring at its blind eyes excitedly, revealing danger. The lobster monster was terrified, but Mo Ye punched it in the blind eye and pulled it hard, causing a large amount of blue-green liquid to spurt out. Bai Qing and others watched in shock as Mo Ye grabbed the flesh and blood, chewed it, and swallowed it. He licked the blood with a wild laugh, then reached out to dig at the lobster monster's blind eye. Not satisfied enough, he broke his left hand with his backhand, then strangely repaired it as before and pounced on the lobster monster with a big laugh. The lobster monster fled in terror, but Mo Ye tore open its wound with his bare hands and burrowed into its body. Next up, this video is part 2 of Apocalypse Descends. My warship holds infinite supplies and shelters a group of stranded beauties. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Instant Kill. The anglerfish lobster monster twitched violently, trying to throw out Mo Ye, who had drilled into its body. The ground shook and dust flew. Bai Qing and others on the shore were stunned by the scene. The situation before them was completely beyond their expectations. It was clear that Mo Ye was no match for him before. So why did he seem to be able to kill the enemy in seconds now? Some people speculated that it was because Li Cai broke the opponent's defense with a Barrett sniper rifle that Mo Ye was able to successfully drill into his eye. However, they were still confused. The strength of this monster lies not only in its defense, but also in its terrifying reaction speed. How could Mo Ye get close to it twice? At this time, a mutant lobster with fish scales appeared on the shore again. It exuded an obvious dangerous aura and had obviously swallowed the mutant core. Bai Qing exclaimed, "Be careful, there's another level 5 monster coming." Before he finished his words, a blue phantom shot out at such a speed that only a trace of its afterimage could be seen. The mutant lobster that had just revealed its head had its eyeballs pulled out before it could even react. Then, Mo Ye's hands penetrated into the monster's body like blades, and he threw it over his shoulder, smashing it against the door of the shelter, splashing blue-green blood all over the ground. Kill instantly. Bai Qing stared at all this in a daze, her heart pounding. She subconsciously looked down at her wrist, and her eyes lit up. She had upgraded to level 6. This leap in power made her so excited that she could hardly speak. Level 6. I'm actually level 6. Oh my god. She looked up at Mo Ye excitedly and discovered that he had already reached level 7. His powerful aura was oppressing the surroundings like a mountain. She suddenly remembered that she had been wondering before she set out. Why would the steady and low-key Mo Ye confront a powerful enemy for 2 newly recruited team members? This was totally unlike his style. Which of the women on the ship had not been strictly screened by him, and even undergone some special tests before being allowed on board? But this time, Mo Ye said to the 2 newcomers, "I came here for you. I don't want to come. I'm afraid of death." At this moment, looking at Mo Ye, who was eating the lobster corpse like a devil, Bai Qing's eyes flashed with enlightenment. He was not doing this for others, but for himself. She took out her phone and opened the marine biology encyclopedia that Mo Ye had urged them to memorize, and quickly found information about the bull shark. The system displays bull shark as the most aggressive shark in the world. It is good at adapting to various extreme environments and can thrive in seawater, freshwater, shallow water, or deep sea. Bull sharks are extremely dangerous because of their aggressive instincts. When attacked, they become even more excited and even enter a state of extreme arousal. Bai Qing took a deep breath and looked at Mo Ye, who was covered in lobster blood, with a look of admiration and awe in his eyes. She finally understood. Mo Ye, who had been away from the ocean for a long time, triggered the bull shark's instinct after being attacked by the lobster monster. His brutality and excitement are an absolute counterattack against his prey. Husband, are you okay?" Bai Qing trotted forward happily, trying to get closer. However, Li Sei shouted from the side, "Don't go over there! There's something wrong with him." Bai Qing was stunned. Just as she was about to stop, she was pushed to the ground by Mo Yi. The force was so strong that she couldn't help but scream out in pain. "Husband, what are you doing?" There was a hint of madness in Mo Yi's expression. He growled and suddenly bit Bai Qing's shoulder, and blood gushed out instantly. "Husband, wake up!" Bai Qing screamed and struggled, but Mo Yi was unmoved and bit her arm again. "Is he crazy?" Li Cai rushed forward to save people, but was stopped by Zhang Fana, who whispered, "It may be the shark's instinct. Sharks will bite their mates during mating. This is a habit." "But he won't bite her to death, will he?" Li Cai looked at Mo Yi in panic, then raised her hands to cover her eyes. "No, this scene is too bloody." Zhang Fana sighed helplessly. "Stop them first, otherwise in broad daylight." The two of them worked together to drag the two lobster monster corpses in front of Mo Yi and Bai Qing, but the screams continued. Mo Yi's shark teeth are serrated, and the bite wounds are extremely hideous. Bai Qing cried out in pain, and his body even instinctively turned into a mermaid. His scales fell off one by one, and blood spilled all over the ground. Zhang Fana glanced at Bai Qing's miserable condition and couldn't help swallowing her saliva, secretly thanking God that she was an electric eel. At least she didn't have to worry about her scales being torn off. I don't know how long it was before Mo Yi finally stopped and regained consciousness while breathing heavily. He stared blankly at Bai Qing, who was covered in bruises. He stood up suddenly, his voice full of anger and concern. "Wife, how did you get hurt like this? Who did this to you? Tell me." Bai Qing's face was pale. She glared at him with a weak breath and uttered a word with difficulty. "Dog." She fainted. Chapter 92: The Real Battle has just begun. A life-or-death situation. Mo Yi subconsciously raised his head, his nostrils flaring slightly, trying to find any trace of the enemy. He thought that some mutant creature had hurt Bai Qing. His muscles tensed, and he was filled with murderous intent. But when he saw the two dead mutant lobster monsters, his movements paused and he was stunned. Dimly, he remembered what had just happened. His body was somewhat out of control, and he even went into a rampage. He glanced at Bai Qing, who was covered in wounds and had fish scales scattered all over the ground. He looked embarrassed and shrank his neck. Get lost!" Bai Qing shouted angrily. Mo Yi saw this and immediately tried to slip away. "Okay." Just after taking 2 steps, Bai Qing snorted coldly and shouted through gritted teeth. "Stop! You're running away with your pants pulled up? What do you think I am?" "Ah." Mo Yi scratched his head, turned around and supported her, smiling slyly. "We are psychics, so this little injury should heal quickly." Bai Qing was so angry that she slapped his hand away. "Can you be any more cruel? It hurts so much. You bit off a layer of skin on my thigh." Mo Yi smiled awkwardly and was about to continue trying to please when a scream suddenly came from the shelter. "Everyone, come and help. I don't know what to do." It was Wu Lian's voice. Bai Qing gritted his teeth and wanted to enter the space to heal his wounds, but he was a little worried about Mo Yi, so he had to endure the injury and follow in. As he entered the shelter, Mo Yi immediately smelled a familiar scent, human scent. As he went deeper, the smell became stronger. He frowned slightly and glanced at the first and second underground floors of the shelter, where at least 2,000 people were hiding. The anglerfish lobster monster just now did not go into the deep part, but just killed people in the hall, leaving countless corpses. As Mo Yi's sense of smell explored further, his pupils contracted slightly. There are too many special scents hidden here. A familiar fragrance, exactly the same as when Bai Qing first appeared in front of him. "Beauty," Mo Yi murmured, raised his head and looked around. His eyes gradually became hot. Sure enough, his sense of smell was right. Rich ladies, rich daughters, celebrities, girl group members, noble ladies, internet celebrities, nurses, sisters, twins. Wherever you look, there are dazzling women. Among these more than 2,000 people, there were at least 500 stunning beauties. Some of them were terrified, some were hiding, and some were trembling. Mo Yi tremblingly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. However, as he exhaled a puff of smoke, the smile on his face gradually cracked. "This is a life-and-death game," he whispered to himself. "The real battle has just begun." Bai Qing noticed his subtle expression and immediately became alert. "Mo Yi, you wouldn't." Mo Yi immediately straightened his face and said with a righteous look, "There are a lot of people here. I suggest we stay here to recuperate for a while. First of all, We need to recover our strength. Secondly, Dr. Diana needs time to research the fishman vaccine. Thirdly, there are so many civilians here. We, the superpowers, have the responsibility to protect them. The greater the responsibility, the heavier the mission. Moyi said righteously, with a somewhat passionate expression, as if he was really doing it to save the world. Li Cai and Wu Lian were stunned. Is this really what Moyi said? Bai Qing snorted coldly and glared at him. Stop pretending. Okay, I don't care about you, but I have to say this in advance. You are not allowed to accept those dirty people into the team. Also, get rid of Huang Curson for me. Mo Ye's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Go and solve it yourself. She is in the space, but she is hard to kill. Remember to dig out the superpower core from her body. It was dropped by her father. At this time, Ningyi slowly came out of the back room, pushing a wheelchair. Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of pain. Obviously, she had learned about her brother's death. Help me find the person who killed my brother. Ningyi's voice trembled, tears rolling down her cheeks. I must take revenge. From now on, I will follow you forever. Moyi frowned and asked, Massacre? Ningyi nodded, her voice filled with hatred. He should have been dead for 2 days and was killed before you came. Someone stole his food and tortured him to death. I only know that the murderer must be a woman. I saw the high-heeled prince left at the scene. Mo Ye's eyes darkened. He looked up at the open door of the shelter and sneered. It seems that before I can be happy, I have to do business first. He simply pulled 2 buses out of the space and pushed them to the entrance of the shelter, blocking the only way out. The people in the shelter were suddenly in a panic. Some huddled in the corner, some screamed in low voices, and some tried to resist. Moyi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and his voice was as cold as a whisper from hell. I'll give you 5 minutes. Men stand on the left, and women stand on the right. If you don't follow my instructions, you will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a man who claimed to be the administrative director of the shelter stood up and said, Who are you? How dare you? Bah! Before he could finish his words, Moyi shot him in the head, blood splattered, and his body fell to the ground. Screams were heard from the crowd. Several men with guns shouted and opened fire. Who do you think you are? How dare you act wild here? Bullets flew towards Moyi, but Mo Ye's right hand turned into a sharp shark fin, easily shooting down all the bullets. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes full of murderous intent. Superpower? Yes, it's me. Before the gunman could react, they were killed instantly by Moyi, and blood was spilled all over the floor. There are still 3 minutes. Moyi sneered. If you don't stand in line, I'll kill you all. I'd rather kill 10,000 people by mistake than let one go. This sentence froze everyone's courage like a cold wind. The men quickly stood on the left, and the women stood on the right tremblingly. No one dared to resist anymore. Mo Ye's eyes swept through the crowd, his voice cold and low. Who killed Ningyi's brother? Who is it? Come forward yourself. He looked at a wealthy woman in the crowd, who said timidly, How can you be so unreasonable? We don't even know each other. Bah! Moyi pulled the trigger, blood splattered everywhere, and the woman fell to the ground. A cruel smile hung on his face. It seems that my words were not clear enough. All of you owe me a life, and I don't want to waste time. From now on, every minute that passes, I will kill 2 people until the murderer appears. Chapter 93, Moyi. Are you tired, honey? Inside the hall of the shelter, everyone fell into deathly silence because of Mo Ye's tough tactics. Even though these people were once powerful and famous, under the oppression of death, they no longer dare to act rashly. When Mo Ye once again raised his gun and shot 2 men, he lit a cigarette, took a leisurely puff, and then waved his hand casually. I'm going to pee. Listen carefully. If you dare to move, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he strode out of the hall. Mo Ye knew that this shelter was not simple. In order to prevent accidents, he needed to get the super energy core in the mayor's office first. He came to the mayor's room and kicked open the bookshelf. His eyes fell on a box. There was indeed a crystal-clear superpower core inside. Moyi put it into his pocket with satisfaction. Together with the one on Huang Curson and his own reserves, he now had 3 level supernatural cores in his hands. Well, with these, my team should be expanded. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he quickly turned and left. The next stop was when Moyi came to Ningyi's brother's room. He leaned over and sniffed the body, and immediately caught a distinct smell of pollen. Obviously, This smell came from the murderer and might be a key clue left in the fight. He kept the smell firmly in mind and returned to the hall. In the hall, 5 minutes had passed. Moyi said in a cold voice, 5 minutes are up. 2 people per minute, so let 2 more die. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, 2 more men fell in a pool of blood. Moyi killed people without mercy, because in his eyes, these people were not worthy of being called human beings. Hundreds of thousands of refugees in Jiangchuan City were trapped outside the shelter and suffered torture, but these wealthy tycoons monopolized the resources, enjoyed a luxurious life in the shelter, and even refused to give moldy food to the refugees outside. Moyi killed these people like killing chickens. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. It's Tang Tian. Last time I saw her sneaking around the door of Ningyi's room, and I heard a fight. When she came out, there was blood on her body. 1 stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Tang Tian. Tang Tian was a petite woman with a beautiful face like a fairy. At this moment, she was pale and shook her head desperately. No, it's not me. I haven't been there at all. However, several wealthy ladies around immediately agreed in unison. Yes, it's her. She and Ningyi's brother have had a grudge for a long time, and we saw her covered in blood that day. Moyi narrowed his eyes, glanced coldly at the group of women, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm a fool? He sniffed the air and quickly locked onto his target, an obese woman in the crowd. This person was short and stout, dressed in jewels and luxury goods, but the unique smell of pollen came from her. Although the real murderer has been found, Moyi is not in a hurry to expose him. He turned around and released Dr. Diana from the space and handed her a few energy cores. Doctor, these energy cores are for you to study the fishman vaccine. Xiaoyu, you stay to protect the doctor and cooperate with her to complete the research. Zhang Xinyu nodded repeatedly, while Dr. Diana's eyes lit up with excitement. There was actually a higher level in the Superpower core. Then, Moyi ordered Wu Lian to take Ning. He defined the fat woman to resolve the hatred. He clapped his hands in a relaxed manner. Okay, now that the business is done, it's time to do whatever we want. Moyi returned to the hall, glanced around and said, all men, go out and repair the sunset ship. Don't try to be lazy. I give you 2 choices. Repair the ship or die here. Several men were obviously dissatisfied, and some tried to resist. It's so dangerous outside. You let us. Moyi sneered and slowly pushed open the door. The world outside was silent. He said coldly, there are no more fish tides and mutant creatures outside. If you don't believe me, you can go out and see for yourself. Some men looked unwillingly at their wives and daughters in the women's team, but finally gritted their teeth and walked out. When all the men left, Moyi blocked the door again and turned to look at the rich ladies in the hall with a playful look in his eyes. Now, it's your turn. He pointed at the women who had just slandered Tang Tian and said in a grim tone, clean up the entire shelter for me, remove all the corpses, and wipe them bit by bit with a rag. Don't try to be perfunctory. These women were obviously not happy. The leading woman stepped forward and said with a sneer, do you know who I am? So, what if you saved us? This is us. Bang! Before she could finish her words, Moyi raised his hand and shot her in the head. He said nonchalantly, you usually torture and kill laborers at will, but now you can't stand the identity swap? You don't have to do it. Then go and die. The remaining women were so frightened that they trembled all over and quickly picked up rags to start cleaning. Some of the pampered women only worked for 10 minutes before they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Moyi glanced over and waved his hand playfully. You've worked hard. Come and relax. A delicate woman waved her hands in fear. Don't kill me. I'm obedient. I really am obedient. Moyi gently touched his chin and then pointed at a few women who exuded a fresh fragrance. You, the one wearing tight shark pants, the one wearing white silk stockings, and the one wearing suspender stockings. Well, and Tang Tian, stop crying, come and sign the contract. He picked more than 20 women in total and gathered them together. Listen carefully, everyone present. After they sign, the rest of you line up to sign as well. No need to ask what this contract is. There was an uproar in the hall, and some powerful women began to secretly try to contact the outside world. They obviously didn't believe that a low-level trash could completely control the situation. As long as there was a chance, they would never let Moyi go. But Moyi knew that those who could not sign the contract would all have only one outcome, death. At this time, a girl with twin ponytails who was mopping the floor stopped. She was one of the rich ladies who had just slandered Tang Tian. She stared at Mo Yi defiantly at this moment and said arrogantly, "My father is the director of the Jiangchuan City Land Administration Bureau. You dare to touch me?" Mo Yi walked over slowly, a tender smile on his face, and picked her up, saying softly, "Are you tired, dear?" Chapter 94. You're so sexy that I can't even open my eyes. In the lobby of the shelter, these wealthy women who usually acted high and mighty and thought themselves superior to others felt for the first time the powerlessness of having their fate manipulated by others. Some women were still unwilling to give in, and relying on their past superior status, they even began to discuss privately how to contact the outside world, or how to get rid of Mo Yi, the shameless pariah. They were not convinced a lowly commoner, just because he saved them, actually wanted to be above them. It was ridiculous. However, as hysterical screams came from the room of the daughter of the director of the Jiangchuan City Land Administration Bureau, the faces of those rich ladies gradually turned pale. Some women reluctantly began to look for weapons, while others were frightened and signed a contract directly under Mo Yi's pressure. Tang Tian, the first woman to sign the contract, was the daughter of the director of Weichuan Shelter. Ever since her father was killed by Huang Yuren and others, she has become a handyman in the eyes of these rich people. These so-called superiors not only occupied the shelters, but also used servants to continue their extravagant life before the disaster. Tang Tian's days in the shelter were a complete nightmare. Washing clothes, cooking, mopping the floor, wiping the table, cleaning the toilet, and even dealing with the vomit of the rich ladies. When Tang Tian picked up the contract and saw the words, "Follow Captain Mo Yi for the rest of your life and never regret it" written on it, she signed it immediately without any hesitation. The moment the contract came into effect, she clearly felt Mo Yi's deterrent power penetrating into her mind, but she was not afraid, but extremely excited. She looked back at the rich ladies who had just slandered her for murder, and every cell in her body was shouting two words: revenge. This shelter was originally managed by her father. In order to take in the people from outside, her father did not hesitate to confront these wealthy businessmen and was eventually killed. Jang Dong, Huang Yuren, Huang Kersen, and those beasts who usually treat her like a dog are all on her revenge list. Twin sisters Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian were the second group of people to sign the contract. They were once talented female internet celebrities with 30 million fans. After the disaster, they paid to enter a shelter, but were treated as lower-class people by these wealthy ladies and ordered around at will. For the sisters, the shelter was hell. Not only were they forced to wash and iron clothes, but they were also beaten for the slightest wrinkle and even not given food for a day. At this moment, they signed the contract with tears streaming down their faces. They are no longer cowardly little internet celebrities, but the embodiment of anger and hatred. To them, none of these rich people are good. Even if they let the mutant lobster monsters come in and slaughter these people, they won't have the slightest mercy. But even so, not every woman can sign the contract. At this moment, a woman with a grim expression tried to sign the contract, but she couldn't write it anyway. She thought there was something wrong with the pen, so she changed a piece of paper and a pen, but still couldn't write. "What's going on? Why can't I sign?" she shouted angrily. At this moment, as the screams in the room stopped abruptly, Mo Yi pushed the door open, lit a cigarette, and looked relaxed and contented. He glanced at the system prompt on his hand. The three women successfully signed the contract. In the hall, the rich ladies who were still cleaning were trembling, while the woman who couldn't sign the contract just now walked over with a charming look on her face. She sat directly in Mo Yi's arms and said coquettishly, "Brother, is this contract broken? I can't sign it, or don't sign it. I will just follow you." Mo Yi smiled, his tone teasing. "Oh, what's wrong, dear? Let me see why I can't sign it." A hint of pride flashed in the woman's eyes, and she sneered in her heart. All men are really the same. She is the most beautiful girl in Jiangchuan who has been in the rich family for many years. She can take down a trash man from the lower class in minutes. She picked up the contract and pretended to write a few times in front of Mo Yi, but she still couldn't sign it. Zhang Xinyu, who was passing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but frown and mutter, "This is too outrageous." Mo Yi covered his head in a pretentious manner. "Huh, that's weird. Why can't I write it down? Let me think. Is it because you are too good that the contract can't be recognized?" The woman burst into laughter and said in a shy voice, "What a shame. I'm not that good. Big brother, just let me follow you. I won't let you down." Mo Yi nodded seriously. "Okay, dear. How old are you? The woman lifted her hair and said in a delicate voice, I'm 26 years old this year, but I'm studying yoga, and my body flexibility is very good. When she said this, her cheeks turned red and she hummed shyly in front of Moyi. Moyi was immediately happy. Oh, you're learning yoga? I really want to see it. Let's go. When the woman heard this, she was immediately overjoyed, thinking that she had successfully impressed Moyi, and followed him into the room with anticipation on her face. As soon as she closed the door, she said in a coquettish voice, My name is AI, and I will follow my brother from now on. However, the next second, Moyi's expression suddenly turned cold. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Are you treating me like a living donkey? You're so coquettish that I can't even open my eyes. The woman was stunned, and the expression on her face gradually changed from charming to horrified. Brother, what do you mean by this? Moyi approached slowly, his smile full of amusement. What do you mean? Don't you know it in your heart? Who do you think you are? Chapter 95, You should be thankful that you met me. If you had met my wife? Moyi stared down at the frightened woman in front of him, with a teasing smile. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to kill you. Come, dear, come and have a drink with me. You know what? He took out a glowing superpower core from the space and slowly waved it in front of the woman's eyes. As long as you finish drinking this wine, I will give you this superpower core. The woman's eyes suddenly widened. SSS level superpower core. At this moment, desire defeated her fear. She stared at the superpower core in Moyi's hand, her whole body trembling, her breathing rapid, her hair standing on end, as if she could awaken in the next second. Really? If I finish drinking, will you definitely give it to me? She asked in a trembling voice, her face full of crazy desire. Moyi nodded, his expression very sincere. Of course, I'll give it to you. If you don't give it to me, you're my grandson. This sentence seemed to give the other party great courage. The woman gritted her teeth and rushed to the table, picked up the bottle of wine with both hands and started drinking it. Fuck, take it easy. Moyi leaned aside and just lit a cigarette. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw her desperately drinking. He originally planned to watch a joke, but after smoking 2 cigarettes, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Half of the wine in the big basin in front of him was gone. Oh my God, is this woman a cow? Moyi looked down and his eyes widened in shock. A few minutes later, the woman actually drank all 10 kilograms of liquor. When she raised her head, her face was completely red and her facial features began to bleed, but her body was still trembling, and she pointed to the supernatural core. This? Moyi shrank his neck, recalling what he had just said, and scratched his head awkwardly. Forget it, I can't go back on my promise. He took out the energy core and handed it to her. Watching her use the last of her strength to cover the energy core against her chest, sit cross-legged, and begin to awaken. A few minutes later, a faint glow appeared on the surface of her body. She awakened. Real alligator snapping turtle superpowers? Not bad. Moyi smiled with satisfaction. Then his expression suddenly turned cold. He drew his knife and dispatched the opponent cleanly and neatly. I said I would give you the superpower core, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Moyi wiped the blood off his hands, took the superpower core back, walked out of the room, lit a cigarette, and said to himself, You should be thankful that you met me. If you met my wife, you would know what cruelty is. At the same time, Bai Qing in the space had recovered some of her injuries. At this moment, her face was gloomy and she was obviously still angry. She had wanted to meet the woman named Huang Kursen since early morning. This woman brought a level 1 fish dragon energy core, but her arrogant attitude made Bai Qing very unhappy. Sun Huijun, who had recovered half of her body, was also unhappy. Sun Huijun recalled Huang Kursen's sarcastic remarks just now, and her face turned blue with anger. A sea spider ability regenerates so slowly. Not as good as my starfish ability. Why are you so useless? Now that you're old, stop being an eyesore and just lie over there and regenerate slowly. Huang Kursen said proudly while sitting on the sofa and applying a facial mask. Sun Huijun gritted her teeth and said nothing. She thought Huang Kursen was Moyi's new recruit and didn't dare to refute casually. But when she saw the displeasure on Bai Qing's face, she suddenly realized that Moyi seemed to care about Bai Qing's opinion. At this moment, Bai Qing slowly stood up and said to Zhang Fana, Sister Na, thank you for taking care of me. I'm fine now. After saying that, she looked around and called softly, Miss Huang Kursen, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Huang Kursen was sitting in the cabin applying a facial mask. She replied impatiently, I'm busy. If you have something to say, come over and tell me yourself. Zhang Fana frowned and thought to herself, is this woman looking for death? Bai Qing had originally thought that if Huang Kersen was sociable, he might consider letting her join the team. After all, she had killed her father Huang Yuan, so her loyalty was trustworthy. But now it seems that this woman is completely ignorant of the current situation. Bai Qing didn't say much and went straight to the cabin. Huang Kersen was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and humming a little tune. When she saw Bai Qing come in, she still looked nonchalant. This facial mask belongs to Sister Huijun, right? Bai Qing asked calmly. Shouldn't you let me know before you used her things? Huang Kersen curled her lips and said directly, isn't this given to them by the master? It's okay to use it for a while. Besides, she is so old, it doesn't matter whether she uses it or not, right? Bai Qing frowned slightly when he heard this, but still tried to speak calmly. She is your senior, so you'd better be careful. Unexpectedly, Huang Kersen stood up suddenly, pointed at Bai Qing, and shouted, don't come over here. I have mysophobia. Why are there so much blood on your body? It's so dirty and disgusting. Bai Qing smiled, with a hint of chill in her voice. Oh, this is the wound from my husband's bite. Do you have any objection? Huang Kersen wiped the back of her hand with a piece of paper in disgust after hearing this. Untouchable. Please don't come near me, okay? It's so disgusting. This sentence completely angered Bai Qing. Untouchable? Bai Qing repeated in a low voice, then raised his hand to exert his supernatural power. A stream of water instantly entangled Huang Kersen and pulled her directly onto the deck of the creation boat. She looked up and shouted to Mo Yi outside, find me a pot. The next second, a half-meter-high iron pot appeared in front of her. Outside, Mo Yi was smoking a cigarette, standing at the hatch, his expression full of helplessness. In terms of the degree of perversion, I still have to admit that these women in my team are the best. On the deck, Bai Qing looked at Huang Kersen coldly, then turned around, and his eyes fell on Yi Yinran in the corner. Yi Yinran is a new woman, and her beauty makes Bai Qing feel an indescribable sense of threat. She is the kind of woman who makes people feel ashamed at first sight. Seeing Bai Qing coming towards her, Yi Yinran was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. Sister, spare my life. Chapter 96. Conversation with Diana. Bai Qing looked quietly at Yi Yinran, who was kneeling in front of him, with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Yi Yinran, the national goddess. Her name is well known. She has starred in hit TV series, worked as an international supermodel, and is also a philanthropist and female CEO. Her family was a top-tier wealthy family, and her grandfather was even a high-ranking military official. With these halos, Yi Yinran was almost an impeccable symbol of perfection. Bai Qing looked at the woman and couldn't help feeling uneasy. She had always been the kind of person who was praised for her beauty, but when she really faced Yi Yinran, she actually felt ashamed of herself. The other person's face, those legs like white jade pillars, that tall and well-proportioned figure, especially the height of 175 centimeters, suddenly made Bai Qing feel shorter. Bai Qing stood in front of her, even though Yi Yinran was kneeling down to beg for mercy, her voice trembling. Sisters, spare my life. I will listen to you in everything. Please don't kill me. But Bai Qing still felt a potential threat, a threat that directly targeted her position as the master of the harem. She clenched her fists, slowly sat aside, and thought, if you want to consolidate your position, it is not enough to be cruel. You also have to be smart enough. Although Mo Ye's crew contract allows all women to obey Mo Ye's orders, it will not make these people truly obey themselves. For example, Huang Kersen was treated as a pariah until her death. Bai Qing exhaled, sorted out his thoughts, and said softly, it's okay, Miss Yi. Don't be so scared. I killed Huang Kersen because she was making trouble out of nothing, looking down on others, and didn't respect Sister Huijun. We are actually very harmonious here. Sister Huijun risked her life to save our husbands, and we all respect her. Killing Huang Kersen was everyone's idea, not just my decision. As she spoke, she observed Yi Yinran's reaction, trying to eliminate the other party's hostility with a gentle attitude. Yi Yinran bit her lip, not daring to raise her head, tears falling to the ground. At this time, Wu Lian arrived and looked at the scene in bewilderment. Oh my God! Big sister, what are you going to do to my idol? She is a good person. She's the one who overshadows the school in our hometown. Don't scare her. Bai Qing rolled his eyes when he heard this. Am I that scary? Wu Lian nodded seriously. Aren't you scary? Bai Qing was helpless. Okay, you can do it. Wu Lian put his arm around Bai Qing's arm with a flattering look on his face and said flatteringly, "Sister, you are so beautiful today." Bai Qing laughed and shrugged. "Okay, stop being so smooth-talking. I'm not a murderer. If I don't kill Huang Kersin and she gets favored later, won't she bully you guys to death? It seems like I'm the bad guy and you guys are the good guys. I don't care, okay." Wu Lian immediately came over with a smile and continued to flatter Bai Qing, which calmed Bai Qing down a little. At the same time, in Dr. Diana's laboratory, with the assistance of Zhang Xinyu, she was fully devoted to the research of the merman vaccine. Moyi had been playing all day and finally remembered his business. He walked into the research room excitedly with his laptop, followed by 3 women who had just signed contracts. "Dr. Diana," he pushed open the door and said with a smile, "I've sent you 3 more people. You should know these girls. They have signed contracts now and are now our teammates." Diana raised her eyes and glanced at the bloodstains on Tang Tian's body. She couldn't help but frown. Moyi waved his hands and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, I just asked them to kill those guys who bullied them. It's considered cleaning up the garbage. By the way, doctor, I have some questions I want to ask you." As he spoke, he took out his laptop, obviously coming prepared. Diana looked back at the petri dish, thought for a moment and said, "Give me 30 minutes, how about that?" Moyi nodded and agreed readily. "No problem." Diana turned around and continued her research, while Moyi looked around the laboratory with a curious look on his face, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. "What is this?" He stared at the fish tank on the shelf. There were 3 little goldfish in the tank, with no signs of mutation. He was stunned for 20 minutes, then looked at the other creatures in the ecological chamber. Cockroaches, spiders, rhinoceros beetles, frogs, cacti. When his eyes fell on a water plant, he was suddenly stunned. "Water plants," Moyi murmured in a low voice, his expression slightly nervous. He turned around and asked, "Doctor, the animals in the sea have all mutated. Will the plants also mutate?" Diana took off her rubber gloves, walked over to him, and followed his gaze towards the water plants. Diana said softly, "At present, the water plants have not mutated, so there is no need to worry about this. However, everyone is focusing on the wrong thing. The core issue at the moment is not the mutant creatures, but the fishmen." "Mosaman." Moyi frowned as if thinking about something. He recalled his previous experience, opened his laptop, looked at the various questions recorded and asked, "Doctor, why do some creatures attack me?" Moyi said, "I've been attacked by a mutant octopus before, as well as an arapaima and a mutant lobster. You know my powers. Can't they see that I'm also a shark?" Diana adjusted her glasses, and after listening to his question, she explained, "That octopus is most likely a giant octopus. This creature specializes in preying on sharks." She flipped open a document and pointed it out to Moyi. "Take a look. Is it like this?" Moyi glanced at it and nodded repeatedly. "That's it." Diana took a deep breath and analyzed carefully. In fact, the reason why supernormal people are attacked is nothing more than the following. There is no S-level ability that is absolutely invincible. Even if you're a level 7 now, but you encounter a giant octopus that feeds on sharks, even if it is only level 2, it will dare to fight you because it thinks you are food. Moyi fell into deep thought. He recalled the arapaima he encountered, probably because it was protecting its young. Maybe it was spawning nearby and thought he was a threat. "By the way, doctor," Moyi suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of expectation. "Can you develop superpowers? Can you help us improve our abilities?" Chapter 97, Diana's Request. Dr. Diana seemed to have expected that Moyi would come to consult her about the development of superpowers, but there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. She raised her head slowly, her eyes becoming serious. "Captain, I know very well what your contract means. If you join the team, you must abide by the rules, even become your woman. Since I have chosen to sign it, I will naturally comply." She paused, lowered her head, and took a deep breath, with a hint of pleading in her tone. "But I hope you can do me a favor. Although I can't leave the team now, this matter is very important to me. Please." As she spoke, she raised her head and nervously pulled Moyi's sleeve. Moyi narrowed his eyes and looked at her with a little confusion. Is this woman negotiating with him? What does she want? Does she mean that if he wants to get technical information about the development of superpowers from her, he must agree to her request first? Moyi frowned slightly, lit a cigarette, and said in a bad tone, "You'd better make your words clear first. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now?" Diana sensed Moyi's dissatisfaction and hurriedly came forward, hugged his arm tightly, and whispered in a panic, Please listen to me. I just think that those people outside are so pitiful. If you send those men out to repair the sunset ship, they will definitely die. And those women, you don't have to be so heartless. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Isn't this an old saying in your country? Mo sneered, hugged her waist, and said in a cold tone, "Pity them? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. What position do you have to make such a request to me now?" Diana felt a chill on her back, and her palms were sweaty. She knew very well that Mo hated people challenging his authority the most, and she actually dared to say these things now, which was obviously touching his reverse scale. While smoking a cigarette, Mo said coldly, "If you insist on talking about mercy, then no one in this world deserves to die. If you look at things from the perspective of cause and effect, then there are no pitiful people in this world. I just can't figure out why you feel pity for them." He leaned back in his chair, knocked on the table, and his tone became more severe. "I can tell you what the consequences of not killing those chables are. First, those people are all prominent and powerful people. If I save them, they will not be grateful, but will think I am a pariah. They even think it is natural for me to save them. Once these people leave the island, with their background and strength, it will be easy for them to find other forces to deal with me. Second, even if I don't kill them, they won't let me go. They'll try every way to deal with me. Even you. You know these people's personalities better than I do, right? If they weren't behind this, why hasn't your fishman vaccine been developed yet? Do you think they will kill me and then control my women and make them their weapons?" When Diana heard this, her expression became complicated. She was silent for a moment, as if she finally understood what Mo meant. Mo continued, Asterisk, asterisk, third, asterisk, asterisk, I am not a saint, nor am I a running dog of the rich. I was desperately killing monsters at the entrance of the shelter. But where were the men? They had guns, but didn't dare to come out to help. They hid underground like cowards. I saved them. But has anyone ever said thank you to me? Since I saved their lives, and they're still not grateful, why should I curry favor with them? Besides, it's not like I didn't give them a chance. I asked them to sign the contract, but they couldn't sign it. Do you blame me? He paused, slowly exhaled a puff of cigarette, and his tone became even colder. Diana, I can tell you that if you tell these words to Bai Qing or Li Xi, they will directly regard you as an alien, and even doubt your position. Diana was speechless for a moment. She was worried that the men would unite and return to the shelter, but now she understood that except for the women in the shelter, the rest of the people on the island were probably wiped out. There are still fish tides on the island? Those men? Diana asked tentatively. Mo smiled, stretched out his hand and patted her hair gently, his tone full of disdain. Of course, there are fish tides and mutant lobsters. Those men have been hiding in the shelter for so long. Wouldn't it be nice for them to go out and experience life? Besides, I didn't kill them. It was those weird fish that did it. What does it have to do with me? Diana was a little overwhelmed. She sighed and raised her hand to squeeze Mo's shoulder. She knew very well that it was useless to talk to Mo about morality and kindness. The man in front of her didn't care about these things at all. He saved people just for himself. And killing people was just a matter of convenience. At this moment, she suddenly leaned close to Mo's ear and whispered, "Hubby, I know I was wrong, but I still have a small request. Just this one, really." Mo glanced at her and said calmly, "Speak, I'm listening." Diana lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "I want to stay here for a while." She continued, "Give me a week, and I will be able to develop a vaccine for the merfolk. By then, I will upload the formula to the internet, which will be considered as doing my part for the country. After that, I will follow you wholeheartedly and won't go anywhere. What do you think, okay?" Her voice became increasingly quiet until it was almost inaudible. Mo thought she was going to make some big request, but it was just this little thing. He couldn't help but laugh. "That's fine, I plan to stay a few more days anyway." Just when Mo was about to agree, Diana suddenly added, "Hubby, I have a suggestion. You can let them go out and kill monsters, and you can just stay in the shelter and enjoy yourself. You can also gain experience from the monsters they kill, right?" And she took a step closer, her tone even lower. "I've seen your space. Husband, you can definitely develop an independent isolation area and put all those women in the space, hiding it from Bai Qing and the others. Think about it. This is the end of the world. Let alone beautiful women. It's considered luck to even meet a woman. You have so many beauties at your disposal now. If you miss them, you won't have a second chance in your life." After hearing this, Mo was stunned. Chapter 98, Behind the Scenes. If you lock them up in a space and never let them out, can they still fight their way out of the space? If she doesn't want to sign the contract, just point a gun at her head. She will sign it sooner or later. If you don't treat them as teammates, it's over. Emoyi immediately narrowed his eyes. Hiss. He seems to be a little narrow-minded. When I heard this, I suddenly felt like I had suddenly realized something. Yes. Why is he so rigid? Can those women who were put into the space escape? And in his space, he is the one and only God. He can do everything. If I had known earlier, I would not have killed C. Kiki and the others. I would have locked them up directly and kept them there until they died. Hiss. Diana continued to speak. Husband, didn't you just say that those women are from wealthy and prestigious families? I don't believe that after being locked up in your space for a year or two, they will still be the same as before. By then, they will have to bow and scrape when they see you, and they will die for you. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years is not enough, then 3 years. You control their food and everything about them. How can they escape? Sooner or later, they will follow you wholeheartedly. Women can't stand torture. Then you can let those wealthy women contact their outside forces and take control of the situation, and then control the whole world. It was obvious that Mo.Yi listened to it. It was obvious that Diana's courage and vision were much greater than his. Take control of the situation. These wealthy women. Excluding the enemies killed by the twins Tang Tian and Lu Xianxian, there are at least 400 women left in the shelter. And it seems that there are some people with connections in Bai Qing and the daughter of a military official among them. Originally, marriages among wealthy families were all powerful alliances. It was impossible for those wealthy businessmen and big families outside to marry a young girl with a salary of 3,000 yuan. Naturally, their wives were all from big families. Thinking of this, Mo.Yi lit another cigarette. It seemed as if he had never thought about planning for the future before. He was just thinking about recruiting teammates and becoming stronger, planning the overall situation. But he was not the kind of man who would hide things from his wife. It would definitely not work to hide it. After thinking about it, he released Bai Qing and the other women in the space, including Yi Yinran. When Mo.Yi saw Yi Yinran again, he was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten this woman. Fuck. I was so busy with other things that I forgot about this most handsome one. Bai Qing looked around, and when she saw Diana massaging Mo.Yi's shoulders, she thought Mo.Yi was going to take them to study and research superpowers. Have you figured out your bull shark ability? Listening to Bai Qing's words, Mo.Yi chuckled. Wife, let's talk about future plans first before we listen to Diana talking about superpowers. What do you think we should do next? This sentence stunned Bai Qingwen. Of course I should go somewhere else to find teammates and then kill monsters to level up. How about going west? Isn't there a submerged city on the western plateau? Mo.Yi shook his finger hurriedly. I thought so before, but I tell you, the truly terrifying thing is in the western plateau. If we go there, we won't be able to escape, because the glaciers are melting, the sea level is rising, and the seawater is eroding the western plateau along the underground river. Add to that the heavy rain that can induce mutations in aquatic organisms. Once the things in the underground river of the western plateau mutate, you will know what a real monster is. Take the monsters in the underground river of Kunlun Mountain, for example. They are not something humans can defeat. The murlocs in the western plateau have also mutated due to the plateau climate. The murloc virus will spread faster. Those murlocs are not like the stupid murlocs here. They don't dare to attack when there are too many people on the other side. They bite anyone they see. The danger level in the west is the highest. Bai Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. Future plans? Just upgrade in the future, and then find a safe place, or a place with fewer monsters. Any normal person would think so, and Mo.Yi thought so before. Looking at the silent crowd, Mo.Yi repeated what Diana had just said to him. Bai Qing was shocked. Planning the overall situation? Are you trying to build up power? Mo.Yi shook his head. You are building up power, influencing and manipulating the situation from behind the scenes. If we don't show up, let those women show up. I won't let them out until they are convinced and completely submit to me. Diana is right. We must think more deeply. I've decided that for the next 7 days, all of us will be on this island killing monsters. Aren't there still a few mutant lobsters that have eaten the energy core? And there's also the Arapaima couple that we haven't killed yet. Let's reach level 10 here first. Dr. Diana also said, please give me a few days. I will develop a murloc vaccine as soon as possible and give it to you first. I will also teach you how to develop your own abilities. Bai Qing held his chin up in deep thought, planning the overall situation. This seems a bit too far away. Others might say these things a bit far-fetched, but with the blessing of the ship of creation, MOE can definitely do it. The employee contract would force those who signed it to not betray him or do anything that might harm MOE. And MOE's space is indeed very large. After the last upgrade of the creation ship, MOE's space is also larger than before. There would definitely be no problem locking up a few hundred people. If I upgrade it later, can I directly create a small world? Okay, husband, do whatever you want, but I still say that our teammate standards cannot be changed. No matter how those women treat you, the selection of teammates must be approved by us women. Because only women understand women better. MOE smiled slightly. No problem. Then let's stop talking nonsense and get started. Diana, I will first take out my supernatural power plan and talk about it. By the way, let everyone listen and see if you can learn something. Diana was immediately delighted and hurried to the back to push a projector over. Zhang Xinyu also brought a laptop over. The entire laboratory was filled with people. Even the disabled person Ning, he came over in a wheelchair. Diana cleared her throat, raised her hand, and turned off the light, and the whole room suddenly became dark. The next second, the screen in front of everyone lit up. A diagram of the structure of a bull shark and the human body appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, I'll start talking now. You can use your cell phones to record the video. There's a lot of stuff. Chapter 99, The Origin of the Superpower Core. Diana held a ruler in one hand, and her momentum suddenly changed. It was completely different from the way she was curled up in MOE's arms just now. At this moment, her aura and tone seemed like a completely different person, and MOE was stunned. Everyone, before we understand superpowers, let's first understand the causes of superpower cores and disasters. Diana said as she took out a level 50 supernatural power core and placed it on the table next to the projector. The picture on the screen also turned into a superpower core. If you want to understand the superpower core, you should first learn about its origin. According to a research team of a friend of mine from abroad, the superpower core has existed for at least 4.5 billion years. This means that the superpower core is as old as the history of the Earth. The lifespan of the Earth is now 4.6 billion years. And this kind of thing was actually being studied before the disaster. They found a superpowered core on the cliffs of the Mariana Trench. People were already studying power cores 10 years ago. But before the disaster began, there were only 3 of these on the entire Earth. One is with my friend, and the other 2 are in the United States. The superpower core is as old as the Earth, and has always been deep in the center of the Earth. All superpower cores come from underground. MOE seemed to have thought of something, and quickly raised his hand and asked, "Does that mean that all this water that suddenly emerged actually came from underground? And then it washed out the energy core in the center of the Earth?" Zhang Xinyu, who had been to university, immediately shook his head. "There is only magma at the center of the Earth, whereas there's so much water. This can't be right." Diana raised her lips slightly. "Xiaoyu, don't believe everything in the books. I want to ask you, have you ever been to the center of the Earth?" Zhang Xinyu shook his head repeatedly. "Diana, since you haven't seen it with your own eyes, don't jump to conclusions. It is well known that the thickness of the Earth's crust is about 17,000 meters. I was fortunate enough to follow my friend's research team to the deepest trench on Earth, the Mariana Trench, and the deepest Challenger Deep. It is a full 11,034 meters deep. We originally thought that was the deepest depth of the Earth's ocean, but we found a hidden crack at the bottom of the abyss. Due to equipment problems, we could not dive any deeper. But according to our sonar detection data, the crack below is at least 10,000 meters deep. If we add the 11,034 meters of the Mariana Trench, this has broken the thickness limit of the Earth's crust. And the first level supernatural core was mined from the cliff next to the Challenger's abyss. So I don't really believe that the Earth's underground is all magma. Most of the scientific theories and numbers that humans have come up with are just speculations. The disaster comes from deep inside the Earth. All the energy cores and water come from underground. MOE was thinking thoughtfully. He had doubted before that even if all the Antarctic glaciers melted, such a big flood would not happen, right? At first he thought that there was a change in the Earth's atmosphere or the sun, which caused a sudden change in the Earth's precipitation and triggered the flood. Even if it rains, there will be a process. It is impossible for the Jinshan Mountain to be flooded in an instant. The flood came too fast. MOE was a little puzzled. "Diana, but why did the water from the ground suddenly come out? Isn't this too much?" Diana smiled slightly and took out a beaker from the side. And he carefully asked Zhang Xinyu to bring a box. MOE was the closest to it, and he swallowed as he looked at the box that was emitting cold air. Diana simply picked up a piece of something that looked like ice with the pliers. But that ice looked a little different from ordinary ice. Then she put the ice into the beaker. As we all know, if a piece of ice melts and becomes water, the volume of water will be smaller than that of ice. But in some extreme cases, ice can be compressed, just like the ice I compress with my device. We can imagine this beaker as the Earth's crust, and this ice is what's underneath the crust. People often say that global warming will lead to human extinction. They are referring to the melting of the Antarctic glaciers, but no one knows that there is ice underground. The small amount of ice in Antarctica, compared to the huge ice curtain underground, is like the volume ratio of the moon to the Earth. As Diana spoke, the temperature in the beaker began to rise. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that water appeared in the beaker. Then it slowly spread upwards. No matter how you look at it, the volume of that compressed ice is not as big as the beaker, but after just a small piece of it is dissolved, the beaker is almost full. Suddenly, the whole beaker exploded violently. Mou was startled. Looking at the broken glass on the ground, his eyes twitched. I don't know how many times the pressure underground is stronger than the surface. How much will the ice be compressed? Once cracks appear in the Earth's crust, the pressure will be released, and the ice cap will begin to melt. If we are not careful, the Earth's crust will explode. Then the ice will mix with the sea water and melt again. Instantly, water will flood the world. That's how the superpower core came out from underground. Diana adjusted her glasses, looked at the people who had already figured out the cause of the disaster, and slowly turned the button, and the picture on the screen changed again. The reason why all of these supernatural cores are the abilities of aquatic creatures is because of their instability and extremely aggressive evolutionary genes. When they came into contact with seawater, they came into contact with some kind of biological signal, so they responded. Thus, they possess some kind of supernatural power. You can think of the superpower core as the source of evolution. The first bacterial organism on Earth is the first superpower core. The Earth itself will evolve, and bacteria will evolve as well. The entire Earth can be said to be a huge superpower core, a huge source of evolution. The great biological explosions and mass extinctions in history are all closely related to evolution, which in turn is closely related to the supernatural core. Moreover, there are various signs that creatures such as mermaids, the Loch Ness Monster, and Mosasaurus do exist. Miss Bai Qing's ability core came into contact with the biological information of mermaids during the process of being washed out. Mou narrowed his eyes in thought. At this moment, he began to imagine that a monkey in ancient times on Earth accidentally touched the supernatural core of an octopus. Then the hair was shed, and at the same time, it had the superintelligence of an octopus. Darwin's theory of evolution is also a guess, as Darwin had never seen the monkeys of that time. Mou looked at the shark fin on his arm thoughtfully and said, "Can I understand that? We have now joined the ranks of evolution? Will I completely turn into a shark?" Chapter 100: Developing Superpowers. Diana shook her head with a determined look. That's not the case. I said before that the energy core is unstable. You can use the energy core as a catalyst. Human catalyst, shark gene, what? Actually, it all depends on the ratio of these three ingredients. Take your bull shark ability, for example. If you choose to stay underwater after awakening your ability, you will have more bull shark appearance. In order to adapt to the water environment, the superpower core will allow you to slowly grow stronger gills. And if you choose to train and fight as much as possible in a human way on land, your human characteristics will become more obvious. The power core will comprehensively select the strongest biological genes for the next stage of evolution. I call it the second stage of evolution, and it works in theory. You are all still in the early stages of the first stage of evolution, so your fingernails have turned into shark teeth, and your teeth have now become jagged shark teeth. Because of the battle at that time, the superpower core believed that your human body signs would not allow you to survive, so it prompted your body to gain some bull shark signs. Apparently, the bull shark's teeth allowed you to defeat the lobster easily. Mou swallowed subconsciously after hearing this. Looking at the fingernails that had already receded, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He doesn't want to become a shark head. He must be a human. No matter how strong Sharkman is, he doesn't want him. He's too damn ugly, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Diana, how should we train? How should we develop our superpowers? Can you help us sort it out? Just keep getting stronger with human physical signs. When Mou finished saying this, what appeared on the screen instantly made all the psychics present widen their eyes. Moe looked at the screen in disbelief, his lips slightly parted. Diana, you are such a genius. Power bull shark. Qualification level. Profession melee predator. Active skills. Burst sprint, smell perception. Passive skills. Bloodline suppression, aggressiveness, bloodthirstiness, flesh and blood regeneration. Need to enter the bloodthirsty state. Superpower development. 1. Shark skin. Through multiple blows and seawater scouring, the human skin is made to have the characteristics of shark skin, which can reduce the resistance of air and water flow to the psychic, thereby increasing the speed, and then directional training of the ability to resist blows and skin regeneration ability. 2. Lung training. When developing superpowers underwater or on land, one must breathe with the lungs in order to maintain the main vital signs of a human being. This can be done by holding one's breath or using an oxygen tank. 3. Odor tracking. Train the extension of the original odor perception ability so as to have the ability to lock the target odor at an ultra-long distance. 4. Transformation function. The ability to control muscles, bones, and physical signs, etc., allows the psychic to spontaneously change his or her physical signs. 5. Explosive power training. The explosive power of the bull shark is subdivided into multiple levels such as boxing, kicking, impact, jumping, etc., and new active skills are extended, such as firing 20 extremely explosive jabs at the same time in 1 second, similar to that of a master of ancient martial arts. 6. Bloodthirstiness. The bloodthirstiness state is activated by actively drinking one's own blood. It requires training of self-awareness control to avoid going berserk. This was only the first page. When Moe saw this, he felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. He had indeed thought about how to develop his superpowers before, but he just couldn't figure out where to start. I don't know how to break it down. After seeing Diana's arrangement, he immediately understood. The direction of evolution can be controlled. Diana looked at Moe with an excited expression, her eyes flashing with anticipation. What makes the superpower core stronger than other power cores is its evolutionary strength. This trait can make your evolution speed stronger and faster than others. This is the most terrifying thing about the superpower core. If you train according to my plan, you will become an invincible fighter, just like a berserker in a certain game. In the later stages, it will be no problem for you to deal with 100 psychics alone, because you evolve faster than them. When the time comes, you will be the highest form of life. Next, Diana told everyone else about their plans for developing their superpowers. Everyone's expression looked like they had won the lottery. Made the right decision to come to Weichuan shelter this time. If a genius like Diana were to be acquired by another force, it would be hard to imagine how powerful the other party's psychic would become. Now Moe thinks that Jang Dong and his people are idiots. Isn't this a king bomb start? Shelter, army, food, researchers, marine biologists, hot weapons. He has everything but still plays like this. What a loser. In the following period of time, all members of Moe's team entered training mode, and it also awakened several newcomers. Tang Tian, super poisonous sea urchin. Lu Xianxian, level 1 alligator snapping turtle. Lu Qianqian, super anglerfish. Yi Yanran, level ichthyosaur. They were all set up as fighters of the Ark of Creation. During the day, all the women followed Bai Qing outside to kill those mutant lobsters and arapaima. Moe took the lead in studying superpowers in the training room. The first things to practice are breath holding and scent tracking. With Diana's help, Moe learned scent tracking in just 3 days. When he came to the beach again with a large scale of the mutant arapaima, he took a deep breath and began to track the smell in the sea. Moe, who used to be able to only smell the scents within a circle around himself, can now chase scents in the distance like a dog. There are many different smells in the seawater, most of which come from mutant fish and mutant lobsters. There were also some he hadn't smelled before. When he followed the smell and detected the flooded city, the smell became even more obvious. Feeling the messy smells around him, Moe suddenly widened his eyes. Found it, about 2 kilometers south, underwater, in a flooded subway station. It's already level 8. After Bai Qing got the coordinates, he created a round, hollow water ball on the sea surface with his backhand. Several newly joined women and Bai Qing, who was already level 7, stood in the hollow water ball and went into the sea to kill monsters. At the same time, Zhang Fana, who had already arrived in the underwater city, also showed her far superior talent. Just a level 1 American electric eel, but after only 3 days of training under Diana, she can then release a giant lightning bolt. Although her qualifications are only level, but even Bai Qing was amazed by her destructive power. With one volt attack, hundreds of strange fish in the water instantly turned into grilled fish. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 101: The Women Imprisoned. MOE returned to the training ground again and looked at the two capsules Diana brought him with an expectant expression. One capsule is made of bloodthirsty granules diluted with his own blood, which can make him actively turn into a bloodthirsty state within 5 minutes. Unlike the rampage state, after taking the bloodthirsty granules, his mind is clear. This thing is also a stepping stone for MOE to try to master his bloodthirsty instincts. The other capsule contains regenerative particles made from the regenerative genes extracted from Sun Huijun and Dr. Diana. Sun Huijun sea spiders can regenerate all their internal organs and bones. After Dr. Diana learned that Huang Kursen's starfish power core was vacant, she took the initiative to choose that power core and activated the starfish power. The fusion of the two regeneration genes of sea spiders and starfish can allow the user to recover from all injuries in a short period of time. Then the life potion that adds blood. This kind of regenerative particles can even regenerate the severed limbs of other people. Diana called it the regeneration granules, but MOE thought it was too abnormal, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the regeneration elixir. After the previously disabled Ning, he took a regeneration pellet. His hands and feet grew back within 5 minutes. MOE looked at the two capsules and slowly exhaled. After taking a bloodthirsty granule, my whole body instantly felt electrified and my vision turned red. He could clearly feel the wild power raging in his body. With a charge dash, MOE launched out like a missile. The obstacles he encountered on the road were quickly crushed by his punches. Scent tracking. Lock on the target. The next second he suddenly increased his speed, and a brief sonic boom appeared in the air. As soon as they met, they rushed to the pit in front, and a strange lobster with fish scales on its body was killed instantly by MOE. Blue-green blood splattered all over the ground. The nuclear mutant lobster with superpowers that posed a threat to MOE and others a few days ago was killed instantly by MOE with one move today. It's just a level 7 supernatural power core. Why does level 7 only add so much experience? When can I reach level 10? MOE lit a cigarette with some dissatisfaction. He had hardly slept these days. During the day, he developed his supernatural powers outside and hunted monsters that could bring him experience. At night, he was busy planning the overall situation in the shelter. After all, those women have very high moral standards, and it is a bit difficult to get them to sign personnel contracts wholeheartedly. It has been 3 days, and only more than 100 women have signed the contract, and they were all forced to sign by MOE with a gun pointed at their heads while he locked them in the room. There are also a few who are not afraid of death and would rather die than follow an inferior person like MOE. MOE smoked a cigarette with a serious look on his face. He raised his hand to pick up the body of the mutant lobster and brought it back to the laboratory for Diana to study. Then he planned to go fishing with those rich ladies who were not afraid of death. Before he left the laboratory, Dr. Diana brought him another bottle of nematode granules. At first, MOE thought that Diana had developed some magic medicine to recover from injuries. But when he saw the instructions Diana wrote on the bottle with a pen, he shrank his neck. Wireworm granules. Make the user think that there are countless wireworms in his body drilling into his flesh at all times, causing unbearable pain. This thing might be okay if it was used on a person with special abilities. But if it was used on an ordinary woman, I don't know if it would kill her. It should be some kind of mental poison, specifically targeting women with extremely high moral character. I don't know what kind of creature's genes Diana was extracted from. After putting away the things Diana gave him, MOE went to the second underground floor again. As soon as I got downstairs, several women staggered over. 2 of them couldn't even walk steadily. I'm signing a contract. Can you give me a bite to eat? I'm so hungry, I can't stand it anymore. I'll sign it too. Big brother. No, master. From now on, you are my master. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I beg you, give me a bite of food. I'll do anything. I'm so hungry, I can't stand it anymore. There was also a woman in the crowd who stretched out her arms with a weak face and shouted, Please give me a drink of water. I'm so thirsty. I really can't hold on any longer. I want to drink water. Give me water. MOE was unmoved and took out some contracts and placed them in front of the girls. I said, if you have ulterior motives or don't really want to be with me, you won't be able to sign it even if you pretend. Soon the women began signing contracts, scrambling to get ahead, fearing that all the contracts would be signed. But among so many women, only 2 succeeded in signing the contract. The ones who just said they hadn't eaten for 3 days started shouting in anger. I really want to be with you. I swear. I swear that I really want to be with you. I'm willing to do anything. Why can't I sign the contract? I don't want to care about anything anymore. Why can't I sign it? No, 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 no. I don't want to die. I beg you to give me something to eat. I beg you. Before he finished speaking, Mo Yi squatted down with a kind face, pinched the other person's chin with one hand and said, "Don't be impatient, dear. It's okay if you can't sign. At most, I'll wait for 2 days. Maybe deep down in your heart you think that a lowly person like me is not worthy of being your master. So if you can't sign, I think you might not be starving to death yet, so wait a little longer." The woman saw Mo Yi was about to leave. She immediately panicked and quickly crawled to Mo Yi's legs and shouted loudly, "Master, I'm so hungry. I'm really starving to death. I beg you, just give me a piece of bread. Anything is fine. Instant noodles, steamed buns. Anything is fine. Anything is fine." My name is Zhao Qinglian. My father is a division commander. He leads troops on the southern border. I am useful. I will listen to you in everything. Please, give me something to eat. Mo Yi took out the bottle of poisonous iron worm particles with disdain and looked at the woman meaningfully. "Okay, take one of these. If you can bear it, you should be able to sign the contract." Zhao Qinglian was startled at once, and she instinctively thought that the thing was a poison. Even if it's not poison, it's not a good thing. When Mo Yi saw that she didn't dare, he didn't bother to waste time anymore and turned around to leave. "Don't. I'll eat it. I'll eat it." Zhao Qinglian swallowed it in one gulp without blinking. Mo Yi swallowed with a twitching expression. The next second, Zhao Qinglian suddenly fell to the ground and rolled over, as if countless wire worms were wriggling under her skin. Hotness pain? Slowly the pain turned into a severe pain. Mo Yi swallowed subconsciously. This thing seemed a little too poisonous. The woman started tearing her scalp. Chapter 102 Hunter Association. Looking at the woman falling to the ground and screaming, Mo Yi was so scared that he stood up. Zhao Qinglian had already begun tearing her skin, her expression extremely crazy. At this moment, she could only feel countless wire worms drilling under her skin. She even wanted to kill herself by hitting her head against the wall. Mo Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed, and directly stopped Zhao Qinglian, who was seeking death. Zhao Qinglian screamed hysterically. Maybe death really is a relief. But Mo Yi tied him up and said, "It's not that easy to die. You are not a good person, so don't feel sorry for yourself. You only have 2 choices. Either sign the contract and follow me sincerely, or endure this pain every day." The next second the woman surrendered and shouted that she wanted to sign the contract. Mo Yi sneered. "This is what you asked for. If you dare to lie to me again this time, I will leave you here alone and come back in 3 days. Zhao Qinglian, who had been tortured beyond recognition by the iron wire worms, finally signed the contract. This time it was successful. She had refused to obey before, but now she didn't want to care about anything else. Mo Yi smiled slightly, raised his hand, and took out the regeneration particles. "Let's go. Your choice is absolutely correct." For days later, all the women in the shelter have been received into Mo Yi's space. Mo Yi and his friends returned to the yacht. During these 4 days, Bai Qing and others killed all the completely mutated creatures around them. Arapaima couple, or the other lobster monsters that have eaten the mutant cores. It has become their experience. Mo Yi, who had just reached level 10, stood in Zhonglu Star with a happy face and shouted, "My wives, you have worked so hard this week." "Huh, have you reached level 10? Bai Qing looked at Mo Yi with some displeasure. "Have you been comfortable this week? We were all outside leveling up and killing monsters, and you stayed in the shelter. You must be comfortable." Mo Yi chuckled, put one hand on his waist, and held his head high. Looking at the wives present, he felt that he was good enough again, including the newly recruited Diana, Yi Yinran, and others. His team now has 15 people. There are also 4 level psychics. Except for Diana and the few who awaken their special powers later. Most people are already level 10. Mo Yi reached level 10. The creation ship was upgraded again. When it reached level 5, its length was already 20 meters. At this moment, the creation ship has grown to 50 meters, and it is also newly equipped with a torpedo launcher. There are also more positions in the employee list. This week, their team has made a great leap forward and has soared directly into the sky. Bai Qing naturally knew what Mo Yi had been doing these days, and felt somewhat resentful. "Where are those women? Where did you take them?" Mo Yi looked fearless, as those women had already been collected in his space. Fortunately, he reached level 10 here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money to sign contracts. We have to play the long game to catch the big fish. If we encounter a force that we can't defeat in the future, we can still call for external help. Those women's families are not ordinary. One of them is from a naval family. That's the Navy wife. Fuck. When we see them, we'll just take off. Bai Qing rolled his eyes at him and said, all right, you're such a smooth talker. The Hunter Association will be here soon. Have you figured out how to deal with them? Mo Ye's expression suddenly became serious. Think it over. Let the women in the space deal with it. We will pretend to be ordinary people. Li Sai looked at everyone with some confusion, then hugged her idol Yi Yinran again. Sister Yinran, what is the Hunter Association? Why haven't I heard of it? Yi Yinran subconsciously looked at Mo Yi, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. Subconsciously pulling up her collar to hide the bloody scars on her neck from the shark bite, she slowly spoke. These days, the flood has submerged the Dragon King Temple. At this moment, all continents in the world are submerged except for places with an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. The Hunter Association is the highest administrative department in our country. Didn't we kill the bounty monster Arapaima and King Lobster before? They are here to deliver bounties and rewards. They are also here to collect information on people with special abilities. In the past 7 days, the outside world has undergone tremendous changes. Some people with special abilities have built large water bases by salvaging floating objects underwater. Some people got a lot of ships and soil from somewhere and built up their power directly on the ships. But these people are controlled by the Hunter Association. No matter who they are, they must obey the Hunter Association. If they discover a powerful psychic, they may be recruited. Just then, Mo Yi smelled an extremely unfamiliar smell. He immediately released Zhao Qinglian from the space, and at the same time put the head of the Arapaima and the head of the King Lobster on the deck. Everyone hurry up, change your clothes. The woman who was released had her superpowers awakened by Mo Yi. Her superpowers were at level 5, Zhao Qinglian. She was wearing combat clothes and had an underwater assault rifle on her back. It really looked like the real thing. At this time, Bai Qing, Mo Yi and others had changed their clothes into those of refugees, and also took the odor-hiding particles developed by Dr. Diana. Zhao Qinglian looked at those people in panic. Mo Yi, who had already picked up the mop to work, snorted coldly. What are you doing there? Stop pretending to be dead. Show some attitude. Aren't you a superior person? Do you need me to teach you? Zhao Qinglian lowered her head and shouted. Yes, master. The next second, they saw a large black shadow appear under the water. Slowly, a huge black military nuclear submarine emerged. Mo Yi, who was working with a mop, frowned immediately. Such a strong breath. There are at least 50 people with special abilities in that submarine. The highest level submarine is probably level 15? How come I leveled up faster than him? When the landing hatch on the top of the submarine was opened, a group of men in military uniforms came out with weapons in hand, and then a man in a suit and glasses came out. The man in the suit glanced coldly at the deck of Jiang Lu Star, his expression thoughtful. Is there only one psychic on this ship? A level 1 psychic killed the bounty monster? I guess those two monsters aren't that great. After thinking about it, the man in the suit walked over with the materials. He had to count all the forces that could kill the bounty monsters, no matter how small. Hello, I'm Li Dongwei, the administrator of the Hunter Association. Zhao Qinglian walked up slowly, looking at the other person like a rich lady. Thank you for your hard work. I am Zhao Qinglian from the Zhao family in Jiangchuan City. Li Dongwei smiled slightly. According to the previous wanted order, the Arapaima is worth 1,000 gold and a medium-sized yacht. The King Lobster is worth 500 gold and a small yacht. And they are being distributed now. As soon as he finished speaking, the man on the submarine jumped up carrying a yacht. He was so strong that the yacht looked like a toy on his back. And Mo Yi could tell the man's strength at a glance. Fuck, level 15? Could it be that the official has some upgrade secrets? Chapter 103 Hunter Communicator. Li Dongwei was convinced of Zhao Qinglian's identity. His originally arrogant look now became a little respectful. I didn't expect you to be the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Jiangchuan City. I was really short-sighted before. Please don't be offended, Miss Zhao. Zhao Qinglian's pair of dark eyebrows were as charming as distant mountains. Even in her combat uniform, her every move and gesture revealed her nobility and elegance. She held up the freshly brewed tea on the table with both hands and walked forward with utmost courtesy. Just this tea-passing action is enough for Bai Qing and other women to learn from March. Li Dongwei panicked and quickly reached out to take it. Miss Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. I'm really embarrassed. Everyone knows that the Zhao family in Jiangchuan City is a well-known domestic cargo ship manufacturer. I also came to the Jiangchuan City wharf once when I was a child. Now I think about it, time flies. Zhao Qinglian smiled slightly, twisted her body very flexibly, and sat on a chair beside her. Wu Lian, who was acting as a maid behind her, quickly brought her a cigarette. Big sister, please. Zhao Qinglian tilted her head slightly, took out a cigarette and gave it to Li Dongwei, then clamped the cigarette holder between her lips, inhaled slowly, and the cigarette but lit up slightly. Li Dongwei looked at Zhao Qinglian, who was still smoking in the apocalypse, and swallowed subconsciously. Even in the various offices of their hunter association, only the top management can get cigarettes. Although this woman only has a level 1 ability, her family background on the ship is too rich. Li Dongwei had already seen the cannons and torpedoes on the ship. He instinctively thought that the other party was a bounty monster killed with these hot weapons. Thinking of this, Li Dongwei hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Miss Zhao, I remember that your father, Master Zhao, seems to be running a cargo ship transportation company in Qianlong City, the southernmost part of our Donghua country. Why are you alone in Jiangchuan City? Isn't this very dangerous? These words were immediately heard by Mo Yi, who was mopping the floor. Not only Mo Yi listened to it, Bai Qing also listened to it. The energy of these rich women is really suffocating. Freighter shipping company? Zhao Qinglian smiled slightly and said, It's not convenient to explain to Chief Li that every family has its own problems. By the way, Chief, do you have the latest wanted order? I don't know which route is safe in this vast ocean. I want to find a place to recruit more men. Li Dongwei clapped his hands immediately. Get Miss Zhao a new model of hunter communicator. A man behind him quickly brought a small box and put it over. Zhao Qinglian raised her eyebrows and said, This. Li Dongwei looked at the time and thought, This is the latest communicator developed by the Hunter Association. It can receive signals from communication satellites in the sky. It uses the fragments of the supernatural core. Not only can you view the remaining land, you can also view the information of all the marked bounty monsters around you. And of course, you can also view the information of certain water bases. This is used for communication, monster encyclopedias, online fund management, recruiting teammates, accepting commissions, and exchanging items between factions. Zhao Qinglian was immediately delighted. Oh, this should be a lot of money, right? No, this communicator is just from my personal collection. It's only 100 gold coins. I'll give it to Miss Zhao. After Li Dongwei finished speaking, he looked at the time again and finally couldn't help but stand up. Well, let's stop here for today. The hunter communicator has my contact number. If Miss Zhao needs any service, I will do my best. This area of Jiang province is under my responsibility. Zhao Qinglian also stood up. Then I'll see you off, sir. See you again if we're lucky. Li Dongwei clasped his fists, turned around, and jumped onto the submarine. See you later. Zhao Qinglian waved her hand and watched the submarine sink into the water again. The two small yachts sent by the other party were tossed by the waves created by the submarine. Mo Yi in the cabin looked at the hunter communicator with curiosity. He had never seen such a thing in his previous life. It looks a bit like a triangular tablet, about 5 centimeters thick, and is quite thick. The screen is still an inverted equilateral triangle. When I turned on the computer, a harpoon gun and a fish head emblem suddenly appeared on the screen. There is also a paragraph of text below. Welcome to Hunter Communicator. Mo Yi looked at it with some curiosity. There were a total of 6 options. Map, Monster Encyclopedia, Bounty, Hunter Ranking, Communication, and Transaction. Mo Yi instinctively opened the first map option, and changes appeared on the screen instantly. The land map of Xinjiang province disappeared, and the picture on the screen turned into a vast ocean. Some small square blocks flashing red light became the existing land areas. To be precise, they are some man-made water bases. There is no land in Jiang province now. There are only 9 man-made water bases left. So miserable? There is not even a mountain. Mo Yi murmured in confusion. He remembered that the highest mountain in Jiang province seemed to be more than 1,000 meters high. There should be a peak left, right? Bai Qing, who was standing by, gave him a teasing look. Husband, what is your education level? What degree? I only have a second-tier university. What's wrong with that? Bai Qing immediately laughed. You must not have studied hard in school. The highest fairy peak in our Jiang province is less than 700 meters above sea level. We are in a plain area here. Mo Yi was suddenly speechless and quickly enlarged the map to see if there was any continent that had not been submerged. But no matter how he zoomed in, the map could only show Jiang province, and he lost the authority to zoom in further. Shit, That Li Dongwei won't give us a communicator that can monitor the entire country. Zhao Qinglian thought Mo Yi was angry, and she knelt on the ground in fear. I, I will ask him for it next time. Mo Yi waved his hand. It's okay. You performed well. I reward you. A bowl of Longjiang pork trotter rice suddenly appeared, and Zhao Qinglian burst into tears of joy. Thank you. Thank you, master. Mo Yi continued to look at the communicator. It seemed like he had seen most of the monsters in the monster manual. Next comes the bounty. The lowest bounty is for the mutant lobster monster, which is 500 gold. Some of the bounty monsters on the wanted list have been killed. The giant koi with a bounty of 500 and the king catfish with a bounty of 800. Mo Yi scrolled down with a curious look on his face, and when he saw the bounty leader closest to them, his eyes suddenly widened. Bounty boss, bull shark queen, level 15. Bounty, 5,000 gold. Known skills, breath tracking, bloodthirsty rampage, biting, dive, and impact. Activity area, near the sea areas of the former Zhanghai City and Tianyuan City. Note, this bounty hunter is a leader and can command all the mutant fish around. Please be careful. Mo Yi immediately got excited. Fuck this. Oh my god, a bull shark queen? And a female? Bai Qing chuckled. I'll put you in the team. You two are a family. Chapter 104, Golden Three Piers. Wu Lian said without thinking. That's right. Honey, you and that bull shark are a perfect match. Don't we have a swimming pool on the boat? Can you see if you can coax it up? Mo Yi held the cigarette in his backhand and took a deep puff. What the hell? Did you see how long that thing is? Didn't it say it's a leader-level monster? I think we should be safe and kill the ones with low bounties around us to level up first. I think this deformed scavenger in the south of Zhanghai City with a bounty of 2,000 is good. And that 1,500 bounty for the Murloc leader? Damn, the Murloc has become a spirit. Only then did Mo Yi see that a fishman had become a bounty monster. A human body with a fish head, holding a machete and wearing scales. Mo Yi looked at the picture, the more disgusted he felt. Why did that fish head look like it could talk? Are you sure it's a fishman? Moreover, the merman leader is not far from them, and they can reach him in half a day by boat. It is near the man-made water base in the south of Zhanghai City. Bai Qing looked at the sign of the water base and scratched his cheek subconsciously. Zhanghai City, together with Zhangchuan City and Zhonglu City, it is known as the last city of the Golden Three Piers. I heard that there's a navy station here before. I wonder if it is true. Mo Yi narrowed his eyes. He must have known that Zhanghai City had a navy before. It is estimated that the water base was established by the navy of Zhanghai City. Who among ordinary people has such great ability? Dinah had been listening for a long time. After thinking for a moment, she looked up at Mo Yi and said, Husband, should we go to Zhanghai City to find out? We earned 1,500 gold, so we can buy some new equipment developed by the Hunter Association. See if I can buy a hunter communicator that supports a national map. After all, this thing can display the land on the map in real time based on the water level. I think I should get one. And we have to buy batteries for this thing, right? Diana said as she pointed to the back cover of the hunter communicator. Mo Yi said instinctively, the batteries in my body are enough to last for more than 300 years. The next second, Diana opened the back cover of the communicator, and a fragment of a superpower core stuck in a small glass jar made everyone squint their eyes. Mo Yi's eyes also narrowed. Using the supernatural core as a battery? Isn't this a sin? Diana guessed something. They probably crushed the level 1 and level 2 energy cores into many small pieces and made them into a new type of energy battery. This thing itself is an energy substance. We should have at least a few. Mo Yi stroked his chin and looked thoughtful. Wife, can't you do a few? Diana, please. I don't know everything. At this moment, Zhao Qinglian, who had been eating pig's trotter rice nearby, suddenly said, Master, among the women you locked up, there is one named Zhou Mimi, and her cousin is a lieutenant in the Navy of Zhanghai City. Was moved this time? Okay, let's go to that man-made water base next. To be honest, I'm also quite curious about how ordinary people live in the water world after the disaster. Kill bounty monsters to level up, replenish superpower batteries, purchase communicators, and place people to take care of you. Zhanghai City. A port city as famous as Zhonglu City and Zhangchuan City. The only city in the Golden Three Wharf area with a naval barracks. Zhonglu City in the southwest. The number of survivors is the largest among the 3 port cities. From a distance, 6 large cargo ships were connected side by side, with iron chains and piers connecting the decks. Some survivors occasionally shuttled between the cargo ships along the iron chains. And under the hulls of those cargo ships, there are areas where densely packed small boats and floating objects are piled up. Each boat is also connected to ropes and other fixed objects. It looks like the iron chains connecting ships in ancient times. And outside this water base, there are 3 extremely domineering cruisers. Some soldiers in naval uniforms stood motionless at their posts under the scorching sun. Although the rain has stopped, the disaster has just begun. As a shrill scream came from a cargo ship, Yanji and Gangu and a few others rushed forward with guns raised. Hurry! There's a guy hiding his injuries. He's going to mutate into a fishman. Hurry up and hold him down. Find something to cover his mouth. Catch him alive, and don't let him run away. Yanji shouted excitedly. Brother Gang raised the butt of his rifle and struck back, knocking the man who was about to mutate unconscious on the spot. The group of people tied up the man and escorted him away. Brother Gang wiped the sweat off his face with an exhausted look on his face. Boss, we got it done. That thing is really hard to deal with. And why do I feel that the fishmen here are even harder to deal with than those on Jianglu Mountain? Yanji lowered his head and thought, then slowly stretched out his right thumb and bit the nail. Brother Gang, let's not worry about this for now. How much did we catch this time? Do we have enough points to get 1,000? Can we exchange them for a superpower core? Brother Gang was a little embarrassed and scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't get much when I went into the water this morning, in Shanghai City. You know we don't have any psychics on the boat, so we can't go down to such deep water. Even if I was wearing a diving suit, I couldn't swim down more than 100 meters. The only supplies were obtained by Lao Huang and his friends in a single-person observation submarine. They almost didn't make it back, and some were salvaged from the water with fishing nets, but they were all useless. After casting the net 3 times, they only caught a pack of rotten instant noodles and some garbage. Yanji bit his nails with a melancholy look on his face. Ever since they encountered these Navy ships while driving a cargo ship from Jianglu Mountain, Yanji made up his mind to recuperate here. Because there are people with special abilities and thermal weapons in the Navy, they can protect their safety. In addition, 5 cargo ships had already arrived here before, and the water base had already reached a certain scale, so Yanji felt relieved. However, the various restrictions and tasks here caused the supplies of their ship to be slowly divided up by other ships. If you want to stay here, you need to hand in supplies every day. Food, household items, clothes, anything that can be used will do. Of course, food and energy naturally account for the majority. Seeing that only half of the stock of supplies had been eaten up after just a few days, Yanji made a bold decision. Go, take out 30 kilograms of rice and 500 kilograms of soil and give them to the higher-ups in exchange for supplies. No matter what, we must get a level 1 superpower core today. Brother Gang said in a panic. Boss? You can't give us the soil. We still need to farm. We have to give it to them even if we have to. It will take several months for the food to mature. We can't wait that long. Go now. Chapter 105 Water Base. Brother Gang reluctantly called a few people over. They looked at the piles of soil that had already sprouted, and their expressions were full of reluctance. There were only 2,000 kilograms of soil on their boat. Back then on Jianglu Mountain, many of them risked their lives fighting with those fishmen to get so much. How many days have you only been at the Shanghai City water base? I have to give away 500 kilograms. Seeing his brothers unwilling to do anything, Gangu quickly shouted, transplant those young sprouts of grain to other farmland. Hurry! Yanji also said, don't worry, brothers. Without the superpowers, we will be exhausted to death here sooner or later. Once the people on the other 5 ships master the ability to dig soil from deeper seabeds, our soil will be even less valuable. The reason why soil is valuable now is that those people can only go to the top floors of some buildings to collect supplies, and they dare not dive into the deepest seabed. That place is a paradise for murlocs. Going there is almost like seeking death. When Gang heard this, he shouted again. The boss has spoken. Hurry up. Transplant the young shoots quickly and move the soil onto the cart to send to Jang Dong. Yanji looked at his brothers who had already started digging with a helpless expression, recalling the stumbles along the way. On the way, they also encountered a huge eel, which almost jumped onto the freighter. Some people caught a cold on the way and died in their own homes. The person was already dead, but he came back to life the next day and started biting the rest of the people he grabbed. Yanji didn't understand biology, so no matter how smart he was, he couldn't understand what the fishmen were. A murloc and crawl after you die? Isn't this just like zombies? To be precise, it should be more difficult to deal with than zombies. The murloc is quite intelligent. If it knows it cannot defeat the opponent, it will hide. However, once it determines that it can defeat the opponent, it will take action immediately. They are social creatures that know how to fight together and communicate. It can penetrate any hole and can swim, climb trees, and get on boats. Yanji has a feeling that in this flood apocalypse, the threat from fishmen will definitely become greater and greater. Looking at the brothers who had already started delivering soil to the new manager Jang Dong, Yanji came to the deck of the freighter somewhat helplessly. Looking at the fishing net that had just been collected, he asked someone to throw it down again. I hope today's water flow can bring some useful things. As soon as the net was cast, water splashed everywhere. The person who cast the net was obviously an expert, as the net was cast neatly and roundly. Looking at the fishing net slowly sinking into the water, Yanji let out a breath with some impatience. He felt a little regretful now. He should have found a way to get a superpower core from Moe and the others. Even a level 1-1 would be fine. For example, telling that guy named Moe that Yu Qian had secretly taken a dead body to feed the strange fish in the sea. The other party will probably give it to him. After all, it is a life-threatening thing. It's too late to say anything now. They can only go into the water and cast their nets to survive. Soon the fishing net was pulled up again. It's so heavy. Come and help me. After the man pulling the net finished speaking, Yanji also walked over, rolled up his sleeves, and helped pull it. Yanji soon realized something was wrong. The fishing net was shaking. The person who cast the net was also stunned for a moment. Looking at the fishing net slowly emerging from the water, his hands became limp with fear. Fishmen. 2 fishmen were caught. Yanji quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Brother Gang, come quickly." It was obviously not the first time that the group had caught a murloc. The moment Yanji and the others pulled the 2 murlocs up, Gang Gus smashed one of the murlocs' heads with a baseball bat. Then 2 more sticks hit the other fishman's head flat. Yanji exhaled. "Okay, take everything off them." Everyone began to explore with great anticipation. Stripped off the fishman's shirt, pants, and belt. Keys, watches, mobile phones, and other items were also found. Brother Gang also broke off a gold ring from the fishman's finger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck. This wave is not a loss. This ring should be exchanged for 20 points. At this moment, a man behind him suddenly howled, "Fuck! King Furong! Brothers, look what I found!" As the man spoke, he took out a box of Furong Wang cigarettes that had been soaked until they bloomed. Gangu was immediately delighted. He looked up and saw that there was no one around. Then he kicked him. "What are you yelling for? Are you afraid that the people on other boats can't hear you? Keep your voice down." The man's face was as big as a shoehorn, and he handed over the cigarette box with excitement. Everyone's heart was hanging in the air, and everyone looked at the contents of the cigarette box with great anticipation. As soon as the lid was opened, some scraps of tobacco leaked out. Gang Ji's face was filled with ecstasy. "Fuck! We have the goods! We have the goods!" There are at least 13 of them. Even though they have been soaked in sea water and rotted, the tobacco has dried, and we can roll them with paper and smoke them ourselves. Ha! Damn! I'm blessed tonight! Yanji pursed his lips, thought about it, and then pulled Gangu over. Gangu immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Yanji opened his mouth and said, "Brother Gang, dry the tobacco from this pack of cigarettes and roll it into a new pack, and then give it to the new manager, Jang Dong. Gang's face turned green. They've been drifting for almost a month, right? Many people have long forgotten what cigarettes smell like. They finally managed to get a pack of cigarettes and gave it to Jang Dong. "No, I won't give it to you this time, no matter what you say." Brother Gang also got excited. A pack of cigarettes could probably be exchanged for 100 points. For a smoker, cigarettes at this time are more valuable than gold. Yanji scratched his head helplessly. That new guy Jang Dong is not a good guy. We need to build a good relationship. How about this? I'll let you keep 2. Without the superpower core, we will all die. With the superpower core, we can go into the water to look for supplies. I'll find cigarettes for you then. Is that okay? Brother Gang looked at the cigarette in his hand reluctantly, thought for a while, and said, "Then we'll keep 3. Okay, dry it quickly and re-roll it. Send someone to watch the tobacco the whole time. Send 2 women to watch it. I don't trust the men." After Yin Ji finished speaking, he went to the deck alone to plan what to do next. But when he came to the fence and looked towards the sea in the distance, he seemed to see something. He didn't notice it at first, but when it got closer, he was stunned for 3 seconds. Yacht? Why does the person on the boat look so familiar? Moe, who was sitting on the small yacht opposite, was looking at this water outpost with a melancholy look on his face. Be a lot of superpowers here. He seemed to smell something from the Weichuan shelter. Could it be that Jang Dong came here? Looking at the guys across from him, waving at him. Mo hurriedly held up a flag with words written on it and murmured at the top of his voice. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Chapter 106 Salvage Area. Those people at the water base were obviously used to it. Almost every day, some people come here to seek survival on various things that are neither boats nor ships. There is no land left, and the nearest land is across several provinces, so how can ordinary people go there? The water base is the only place to survive. If you keep drifting on the sea, you will die sooner or later even if there are no strange fish. Any one of the sea breeze, scorching sun, lack of water, and hunger can be fatal. Moyi had obviously done his homework before coming here. At this moment, with the help of many women's makeup, he looked like a starving ghost. When the men on the opposite side who were responsible for the support saw Moyi approaching, they slowly raised flags to signal the other party to stop aside. Before Moyi got off the boat, those people got on board and tied Moyi's small boat to the other small boats with ropes. Some people even took saws and started sawing something. Moyi looked at the scene with confusion. A man behind him coughed and said to him, "Welcome to the Jianghai water base. As a qualification to stay here, you must hand in your ship. In order to expand the scope of our human activities, all ships belong to everyone, and we will confiscate all the gasoline, parts, and frames on your ship that can be dismantled. Don't worry, the ship will not sink. We have experience in dismantling things. Tell me who you are. What's your name? Where are you from?" Moyi opened his mouth and said, "My name is Lu He. I ran away from the Weichuan shelter in Jiangchuan City." The man took one look at Moyi's appearance and asked the person behind him to bring him half a moldy and hard steamed bun. "You are very lucky. Your boat is worth half of this steamed bun." When that person said this, he emphasized the small boat and the half piece of steamed bun. Mo was stunned for a moment. After taking the steamed bun that was harder than the shell of the mutant lobster monster, he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, leader." The man waved his hand and said, "My name is Wang Su. I'm in charge of receiving the survivors. No need to thank me. You'd better eat this half bun now, so that you can survive. Otherwise, when you get on the freighter, someone will try to snatch it away." Moyi swallowed subconsciously. This steamed bun has green hair. Let him eat now? When he turned around, he saw a few shifty-looking guys secretly staring at him from the fence of the freighter above. Wang Su was still talking. "I advise you to eat it. Don't think of saving it as food. After eating it, you have to find a cargo ship to survive within 3 days. If you save it for later, some of them will be so hungry that they will beat you up and make you vomit out the food in your stomach. People are extremely hungry, but they don't care about hygiene. Many people here can't find a way to make a living and have to starve. Even if you have food in your stomach, they can get it out for you without any complaints about the dirt." Moyi swallowed with a melancholy look on his face. "This Nima, what the hell is this place? Do you want to be so arrogant?" After thinking about it, he pretended to pull out the green hair on the steamed bun. And he really did pull it out. Then he tore off the moldy steamed bun skin and started biting it. After taking a bite, he thought he had bitten a stone egg, and his diaphragm was in great pain. When the younger brother next to Wang Su saw the steamed bun skin he had thrown on the ground, he quickly started to work on it. "If you soak this in water for 2 hours, it can become a bowl of porridge. Just boil it." Wang Su was also smiling, as if he was used to it. "New little brother, if you want to survive here, you must first learn to eat moldy food. There are rules for it, and wasting food is a serious crime in our country. If you dare to waste 10 grains of rice, the superiors will confiscate all your supplies." Moyi nodded awkwardly and continued to eat the steamed bun. This steamed bun is so hard that he almost vomited, like rotten porridge. After eating it, there was still half of it left, so he stuffed it directly into his mouth and sent it into the space. Then he pretended to swallow it. Wang Su also brought him a glass of water. "Drink it. Here, water is everywhere. We can just distill the seawater and drink it. Thank you very much, Brother Wang." Moyi just took the cup from the other party with gritted teeth. It was not a cup at all. It was just a jar of detergent. Wang Su used it as a container for drinking water, and no one knew where he got it from. Moyi just pressed the valve, and a stream of water came out with a smell of detergent. After taking 2 sips, Moyi returned the thing to the other person. "Thank you." Wang Su nodded. "Okay, let me tell you about this place. There are 4 areas in total: the salvage area, the residential area, the hunter area, and the management area. The place where we are standing now, which is made up of many small boats and wooden boards, is the salvage area. This is where we go into the water to collect supplies, salvage supplies, and receive survivors. The residential area is the 6 freighters above. Each freighter has a person in charge. To put it bluntly, they are 6 survival teams. If you want to find a place to live, you'd better choose one to join. The destroyer on the other side is the hunter area. That's not a place for us ordinary people to go. Those 2 cruisers are the management area, where the top executives stay. We can't go there. Okay, you've almost digested it. Those people can't eat what's in your stomach anymore. Go ahead, and I wish you good luck. Moe smiled awkwardly, looked back at the rope ladder hanging on the side of the freighter, thought about it, and climbed up. As a gust of sea breeze blew, Moe was blown left and right on the rope ladder. Looking down from here, the scenery below is very special. People in the salvage area have already started going into the water to collect supplies. Moe saw a psychic at a glance, stretched out his nose and sniffed, and found that he was already level 3. He smells like a toad. Could it be that he is a toad? Really? As the man slowly stood up holding a net, 2 big bulging bags appeared on his face. His face surprisingly looked like a toad, and his eyes also looked like toad eyes. The skin is sticky, like breathing? Moe instinctively thought of what Dr. Diana said. If the person with special abilities continues to behave like aquatic creatures for a long time, he or she may very likely become that kind of animal. There are several people with special abilities below, and the one with the highest qualification is at level individual. Moe took a look and continued to climb up. Business is important. As soon as I climbed up there, I was dazzled by the scene before me. So many people, all kinds of people. There are at least 2,000 people on this cargo ship. Just then, 2 men came over with excited faces and their eyes wide open. Moe was speechless for a moment. Damn, an acquaintance? He put on makeup. Chapter 107, Life on the Water Base. Gang Go on the opposite side looked at Moe as if a bachelor who hadn't seen a woman for 30 years had seen a fairy. Both of them were very excited. Brother Gang still remembers that the salamander killed many of his brothers on Jianglu Mountain. If Moe on the opposite side hadn't kicked him unconscious for fear that he would steal his experience, Brother Gang might have died. After hearing what Yen Ji said, Brother Gang regarded Moe as his savior. Indeed, he really wanted to fight to the death with that salamander man at that time. Moe looked at the 2 guys speechlessly. Before they could speak, he quickly said, "My name is Lu He. What can I do for you?" Yenji almost called out Moe's name, but when he heard what the other party said, he immediately realized, "Lu, Brother Lu, let's talk somewhere else." Moe touched his chin, pretending that he was coerced by the other party, and just followed him. Along the way, he saw many strange things. The soil was placed in various containers and used to grow various crops, and some people were trading the soil in the distance. Sure enough, the new trading system has begun to evolve. Ordinary people who couldn't get gold could only exchange soil for supplies. Some containers have been converted into shops. Forks, artificial flippers. Anyone who wants to go into the water to collect supplies? 1 pound of soil in exchange for a pair of flippers. They're made from the tails of mutant carp. There's also a clothes seller across the street. Barter, fruit knives, kitchen knives for clothes. There are new ones salvaged. There are even some that sell green plants. Moe looked at the eggplant seedlings in the iron cans and swallowed subconsciously. The man looked at Moe coldly. Exchange for eggplant seedlings? 1 gold coin. Moe smiled crookedly and continued to follow Yen Ji and the others. When they left the market, they soon arrived at the real residential area. All the containers originally on the cargo ship were piled up, and from a distance they looked like a 3-story building. In order to make more space for sleeping, almost all the containers here are divided into 4 rooms. Each person only has a sleeping space of 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. You can hang your own things on the wall of the container, or find things to pack them up yourself. Only a few containers were not separated, and they were all prepared for the big brothers of the salvage team. Moe looked left and right in curiosity. He actually saw 2 dogs and a dozen children taking classes under a sunshade. Dogs? Damn, where did the dogs come from? Moe instinctively stretched out his hand to tease the 2 dogs. But when the 2 dogs saw Moe, they were so scared that their tails tucked under their hind legs, as if they had seen a monster. Moe scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Yenji clenched his fists with excitement. He knew that the time had come for them to rise up. As long as they can make the giant in front of them happy, their freighter number 6 will definitely become the strongest among the 6 ships. Before we even got there, Brother Gang started talking expectantly. Brother, do you want a dog? You can pick whatever you like. Yanji hurriedly stood next to Brother Gang and signaled him not to talk too much outside. Brother Gang smiled. He was really excited along the way. Moe looked at the 2 dogs in the distance. It seemed that one of them had a big belly and was probably about to give birth. If I bring one to Diana, she will probably be so excited that she dies. After walking for a while with Yanji and the others, Moe and the others arrived at the cockpit of the freighter. Yanji quickly signaled Brother Gang to close the door and then took out a package of tea from the drawer. Brother, are you here at the water base to kill the bounty monsters around you and level up? Yanji spoke while making tea and got straight to the point. Moe's mouth curled up slightly. Did you save all those children? Yanji nodded. Well, I happened to see them when I was looking for the freighter that day, and I rescued their teacher as well. Brother, if you have any questions, we brothers will answer them all, Yanji said as he handed over the brewed tea. Moe nodded slowly, looking at Brother Gang, who was holding a walkie-talkie and talking to someone. He immediately took out a level 1 supernatural core and a level 2 supernatural core. Yanji's hands were shaking. Level 1 ability core requires 1,000 points from them. Level 1 ability core requires 5,000 points. Even though they have been here for almost a week, they still haven't earned 1,000 points. With the water level at this level, it would be a death wish for ordinary people to go into the water. All supplies are obtained by casting nets or by exchanging with other ships. Moe looked at Yanji, who was silent, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He threw one to Gango behind him and then took another one for Yanji. You are smart. I know what you need, so you also know what to do. Yanji swallowed hard. No matter if it was the last time on Jianglu Mountain or this time, whenever he spoke to Moe, he felt like he was being watched by a hunter. He couldn't describe the feeling. Brother Gang said excitedly from behind. Brother, don't worry. We will never reveal your true identity. Whatever you want to do here, we will do our best. Brother, take whatever you like. If you like any woman, just tell me and I will definitely help you get her. Moe smoked a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face, and Yanji swallowed subconsciously. He knew that Moe would definitely not look down on the things here, and he definitely didn't come here just to kill monsters, right? Brother, are you here for the Hunter Association stuff? There is an administrator from the Hunter Association here, but he has a very good relationship with Commander Ma Wenlong of our water base and the new manager Jang Dong. I heard earlier that the other psychics killed the bounty monster. They killed the man in private and then collected the bounty for themselves. Brother is a superpower user. Be careful here. If those people knew that your superpowers are strong, they would kill you and take your superpower core. Moe's mouth corners slightly raised. Yanji is quite smart and knows what the key points are. Just at this moment, several women suddenly came to the door. Brother Gang's expression lit up with joy. He quickly opened the door and called all the women at the door in. Brother, these are the most beautiful girls on our ship. They're all good girls. Take a look and see if there is any that you like. Those women never thought that the second leader called them here to be selected, and they immediately panicked. Brother Gang was still saying, What are you yelling about? This is the big brother on our ship. No matter if it's me or our boss Yin, we have to call him Big Brother. You will be blessed if he chooses you. Moe's face suddenly turned green. This idiot, isn't he clearly telling everyone else how awesome he is? Yanji was also a little speechless. Brother Gang, you. At this moment, one of the women suddenly ran out. Moe, is that you? Moe shrank his neck in confusion. When he heard the familiar voice, he looked up and was startled. Why are you here? Chapter 108, they're all acquaintances. Can you believe it? When the woman saw that it was Moe, she was immediately overjoyed. Oh my God, it's really you. I almost didn't recognize you. It's me, Su Xiao. Don't you recognize my college classmate? Could Moe not know her? When he was in college in Jianglu City, this woman was a well-known big sister in their class. I seem to have borrowed 20 yuan from Moe, but I never paid it back. Moe smiled playfully. Of course I know her. Everyone knows that Su Xiao in our class is not young at all. Su Xiao smiled awkwardly. Looking at Boss Yin and Brother Gang in front of her, Su Xiao's eyes lit up. Do you know our leader? Brother Gang wanted to say something, but Yanji looked him back. Yanji looked at the group of women calmly and said, We were just discussing whether to hold a blind date meeting on our ship or something, and let the brothers of the salvage team go on blind dates with you, so that your life will be guaranteed. The second leader misunderstood, so he called you here. I saw this new brother who has joined the team. He is strong and healthy, so I wanted to recruit him into the salvage team. I didn't expect you guys know him. That's great. It saves me from investigating his background. Su Xiao lowered her head nervously. She had just come to the water base with her classmates 3 days ago and had no say here. Looking at the leader of Yin University in front of her, Su Xiao swallowed nervously. Leader, I'll go down first if there's nothing else. Yin Ji waved his hand. Go. When those women left, Mo Yi smiled crookedly and said, Okay, you are very good at observing people's expressions, brother. Yin Ji filled Mo Ye's cup of tea again and continued. There should be quite a few people you know on the boat. This Su Xiao came here 3 days ago on a sightseeing boat with a dozen students and teachers. They were supposed to be having a class reunion or something. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to live next to those women's containers. Mo Yi smiled slightly. Okay, sure. Tell me about the armaments here. Yin Ji looked up, and Ganga quickly understood and went out to keep watch. Yin Ji exhaled and took out a list of administrators that he had previously researched. I call them the 3 generals of the Zhanghai floating base. Navy Commander Ma Wenlong is a level 9 superpower user. He has about 1,000 naval forces and 20 superpower users under his command. The lowest level is also level 9. The steward is Jang Dong, a super psychic of level 8, who joined not long ago. He has 100 soldiers and 7 super psychics, all of whom are super psychics. One is level 8. Zhao Tianba, the administrator of the Hunter Association, is a level 17 psychic. He worked with Ma Wenlong to build a water base. He only has 2 psychics and 10 guards around him. Mo Yi looked at the contents of Yin Ji's notes and took out his phone to take a picture without hesitation. Seeing that Mo Yi didn't say anything, Yin Ji continued, Brother, it's unrealistic to kill them head-on, and their cruisers have missiles. Mo Yi changed the subject. When did I say I wanted to kill them? Yin Ji swallowed subconsciously, and after thinking for a while, he quickly changed his words. I'm just guessing. If Big Brother is only here to kill the bounty monster, then we have to be careful. In fact, these people are already able to kill the bounty monster. They just leave it alone to fish. Attract other psychics who want to take the bounty and kill them. Then strengthen your team after obtaining the psychic cores. Mo Yi smiled crookedly and lit another cigarette. This time he didn't give it to Yin Ji. Yin Ji also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly lowered his head to fill the other person's glass of tea. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. If he guessed all of Mo Ye's plans, the other party would probably kill him. Looking up at Mo Yi, Yin Ji said again nervously, Brother, you can join our salvage team first and go with us to salvage supplies underwater. I will arrange for Gongzi to help you conceal your identity. No need to hide it, my old classmates are all here. Let's stop here for today. I'll give you these 2 power cores. You know what to do. Yin Ji hurriedly bowed his head to thank him. Mo Yi walked to the door. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Yin Ji, and said, Sometimes when there are more boats, there will be more people talking. Everyone has their own needs. Whether they are enemies or friends is up to you to choose. After saying that, Mo Yi left. Yin Ji kept his head down the whole time and dared not say anything. After Mo Yi and Ganga disappeared completely, looking at the 2 superpower cores on the table, Yin Ji instinctively grabbed the superpower core and looked at it. There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Then he took another look at the level 1 supernatural core, and after thinking about it, he took the level 1 supernatural core in his hand. He's the leader now. If he is not as strong as the second in command, he may find it difficult to win the support of the people. Now it's not like the past. Brothers have to clearly divide what they should divide. Looking at the superpower core in his hand, Yin Ji reached out and started cutting it without hesitation. The moment the blood dripped, a strange energy enveloped him. Suddenly, the shadow of a creature appeared in his mind. River clams. They are algae eaters that like to sink into the mud and sand at the bottom of the water. They move slowly, and some river clams can swim by flapping their shells. Superpower, river clam. Yin Ji was obviously a little disappointed. He thought it might be some kind of fish so that it could swim faster. If it's just river clams, I don't think my swimming speed will improve much. Forget it. Let's research and develop it later. At least the defense is there. Mo Yi, who came to the residential area, was also arranged by Brother Gang to be among a group of women. There were 3 women living in the container, and there were 7 or 8 women in the container next to it. Brother Gang chose a middle seat for Mo Yi and left after making the arrangements. Mo Yi recognized several women at a glance. They were all his classmates from college. Even their head teacher and the most beautiful girl in class were there. You have to know that their class teacher was a well-known school beauty killer in the school. Her appearance was absolutely top-notch. And that figure, I wonder how many boys and girls have been charmed by her. At that time, Mo Yi swallowed his saliva. When Su Xiao saw that Mo Yi was assigned here, she shouted with a sly look on her face. Everyone, look who's here. Yi Luzi. When the women around heard this, they all looked over at the same time. Even the men opposite looked over. Mo Yi actually saw his roommate from college. The one who has been using his shampoo and toothpaste is a jerk. I've been using it for 3 years, and I never buy one myself. I always use his. When the men and women opposite saw that it was really Mo Yi, they immediately started talking. I'm going? Isn't this a wild way? You actually survived. Oh my God, what a wild guy. Teacher, the wildest guy in our class is here. Come and see. Chapter 109, Old Classmates. When Mo Yi heard the nickname given to him by others in college, he couldn't help but think of his college life. At that time, he was called a wild boy because he was the wildest in the class. He is rarely seen every other day. While other students are in class, he is either in an internet cafe or on the way to an internet cafe. Unlike those students who didn't study hard from the beginning, Mo Yi was an outlier when he was young and frivolous. He got the first place in the grade in the first exam after the school started and also won the first place in the competition. Then he felt that the books he read were useless and skipped classes. Suddenly, he stopped going to class and became very wild. The head teacher couldn't do anything about him because Mo Yi's mother had just passed away and his father had just remarried his stepmother. The teacher thought he was suffering from psychological trauma and kept the fact that he did not come to school a secret. Normally, students like him would be punished. His class teacher Gao Jime often counseled him and would send him messages before every exam to encourage him to take it. Even when it was time for his junior year graduation exam, fearing that Mo Yi would fail, he specially found notes and materials from other good students for him. Thinking of this, Mo Yi exhaled somewhat impatiently. Looking at the classmates and class teacher in front of him, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Hello. Why didn't you invite me to your party? Su Xiao put her hands on her hips in silence. Yuluzi, you still have the nerve to say that you can't even get through on the phone. Are we no longer classmates after graduation? I remember you still owed me 20 yuan. Mo Yi was stunned. Don't you owe me 20 yuan? Su Xiao's eyes widened immediately. Are you doing this again? 20 yuan? Oh my God. You're so wild. Mo Yi really forgot. Was it he who owed the other party money or the other party who owed him money? During the argument, a woman in the crowd who had lost her left arm suddenly flashed a glimmer of light in her lifeless eyes the moment she saw Mo Yi. Just then, the head teacher Gao Jime came over with a basin of sawdust mixture. Mo Yi swallowed subconsciously. He remembered that the head teacher seemed to teach agriculture, and the major was called Modern Agriculture and Ecological Agricultural Technology. Looking at the young plant seedlings growing out of the pot of sawdust and debris, Mo Yi raised his hand awkwardly and shouted, Old classmate, long time no see. Gao Jime exhaled slowly and looked at the strong and healthy Mo Yi. The attentive girl concluded at a glance that Mo Yi should not have been hungry after the disaster. People who have been hungry will feel listless, as if they have lost their energy and spirit. Moreover, Mo Yi's palms are rosy and his chi and blood are abundant. Mr. Mo, it's great that you can come here. If you want to get food, join the salvage team. This is the only way for men to survive. Farming, washing clothes, and other dirty work are all women's. I suggest you join the salvage team today. Otherwise, you will be hungry and have no energy. You will die if you go into the water. Mo Yi nodded awkwardly, and Gao Jime left with her homemade farmland. Su Xiao also said, Yes, our class monitor and other male classmates have joined the salvage team and followed Brother Gang into the water. I'll talk to them then and ask them to take good care of you. Su Xiao was talking. Her eyes suddenly widened. She looked at the number 6 salvage team that had already started to gather on the opposite side and immediately waved her hands. Hey, hurry up, Yi Luzi. They are going into the water. Mo Yi looked back and saw a group of strange people gathered at the rope ladder. Everyone was holding strange weapons, forks, machetes, iron hooks, etc. Some people wore strange flippers on their feet, which looked like they were made from the fins of mutant creatures. Brother Gang has already started lecturing. Look of extreme excitement. Just now, he awakened a level 1 supernatural power, Carp. Brothers, our target today is the office area on the 18th floor of the Shanghai department store. If there is no oxygen in the breathing valve, please refill it in the oxygen tank later. Don't fall behind. Just then, Moe slowly walked over and looked at the salvage teams. He also wanted to try. By the way, he went to the bottom of the water to discuss countermeasures with his wives. There are so many psychics here, and the levels of the guys in the Hunter Association are a bit ridiculously high, so he's a little undecided. When Gangus saw Moe coming, his eyes lit up. Big, big. Just when he was about to call him Big Brother, he immediately changed his words. Big Brother, are you coming too? Moe nodded, and several of Moe's classmates in the team also saw Moe and immediately started talking. Fuck, Wild Way. Moe, why are you here? Moe exchanged a few simple polite words and followed the team. Everyone looked at Moe in bewilderment as he was about to go into the water without bringing anything with him. Where was the breathing valve? Where was the weapon? How can he swim to deep water without flippers? Upon seeing this, Brother Gang quickly understood what was happening and stepped forward to take out a breathing valve and a fruit knife and handed them over. All right, stop being dazed. I'll say it again. Be careful of the fishmen. Get in the water. Moe instinctively moved back and protected everyone in front of him. Looking at the salvage team members jumping into the water one by one, he was even a little excited. It feels like a second-generation rich man worth over 100 million yuan coming to the city to experience life. Salvage supplies. As he bit the breathing valve and dived into the water, the cold sea water instantly soaked his clothes. The one-armed woman who was in the container ran to the fence with a panicked look on her face and a diving goggles in her hand. Looking at Moe, who had fallen into the water, he sighed helplessly. What's wrong, Qining? Who are you planning to give the diving goggles to? Su Zhao's sudden appearance scared the one-armed woman. Qining put the diving goggles back into her clothes in a panic, fearing that others would see her. No. Su Zhao rolled her eyes with a sly look on her face. Looking at Xian Ying's panicked expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Back then, I knew exactly how many male flies and female mosquitoes there were in our class. I even counted how many spiders there were on the ceiling. There's nothing I don't know about what happened in the class back then. Sakura, you don't still like him now, do you? If you like him, then chase him. It's the end of the world now. Who knows, he might not be able to come back next time he goes to salvage it. Why are you still hesitating? Qianing clenched her fists immediately. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Su Zhao was unmoved. I'm not wrong. Every time we go into the water to salvage, people will die. This is the iron rule of salvaging. How can we stop those fishmen without sacrificing one person? Xiaoying, I don't mean anything else. I've heard from Boss Yin that he's going to assign women to all the salvage team members. If you like wild ways, do it as soon as possible. It's the end of the world. Do you still not dare to express the love you didn't dare to express in college? If you don't tell me, I'll tell you later. Qian Ying's face turned red with anxiety. Oh my, you don't understand what's going on between him and me. Can you stop making things more complicated? Chapter 110, The Iron Law of the Salvage Team. Qianing shouted excitedly, glanced at the place where the salvage team entered the water, and then looked at her left arm, which was broken at the shoulder. Twitching of right eye. Su Zhao, this is my business. Don't make it more complicated, or we will break up. Qianing said this and left. Menacing. Su Zhao exhaled helplessly. Thinking back to the last time Qianing was bitten on the arm by a merman, everyone thought she would be infected and turned into a merman. Who knew that Qianing would just cut off her own arm with a knife? Miraculously, there was no change afterwards. But since that incident, Qianing no longer likes to talk or deal with people. Looking at the salvage team falling into the water, Su Zhao swallowed with some impatience. Forget it. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. What do I want? Moe, who had already fallen into the water, looked at the underwater world with shining eyes. Why are there so few mutant fish here? Although there are some, they're very small. Were they all killed by the superpowers here? What does it taste like? Moe hurriedly released his breath to track it, exploring along the water flow. Soon he saw a large field of mines, all pulled by chains. It covers the entire area of water below the water base. Each vertical chain was tied with at least 20 mines. The vertical distance between each mine is about 2 meters. And he also smelled the scent of a mutant. Ma Wenlong's team of psychics are killing monsters and leveling up in the periphery? Wait, level up? Where does the experience come from? Moe was stunned. Murloc. So many Murlocs. Murlocs in this water area. As the largest of the three golden ports, Shanghai City also has the largest population among the three cities, with a total of 20 million people. Moyi narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Could it be that he has turned into a fishman? Something seems wrong with this place. Just as he was stunned, Brother Gang suddenly pulled his sleeve, signaling him not to fall behind. A face full of flattery, Moyi waved his hand and continued to dive with Brother Gang. During the dive, some small mutant fish tried to attack them, but were stabbed to death by Gang Go with a fork. It is obvious that these people already have some experience in dealing with mutant fish. They kept swimming downstream, and some of them who couldn't hold on any longer ran to Gang G's back and plugged in their breathing devices to replenish some oxygen. Bubbles filled the air and slowly floated upwards. Even though it was not their first time in the water, these people were still extremely frightened. Even though they knew that there were official psychics around killing those mutant creatures, they still trembled all over. The sea. For ordinary people, it is almost like a bottomless abyss. Dark, depressing, cold, unknown. Some of the timid ones have already begun to tremble. Moyi could smell the fear in those people, because there was a guy next to him who was so scared that he peed himself. Moyi was so frightened that he hurried downstream to avoid being accidentally injured by friendly forces. The Shanghai City below, submerged by the sea, is already in sight. They didn't know how many meters they had swum, but they always felt that it was right in front of them. Some people wanted to swim further, but when they reached the limit of the human body, they could not go down anymore. They began to feel physical pain in their bodies, and the water pressure made them very uncomfortable. At this moment, only a few veterans can still swim downstream. Brother Gang turned around and made some gestures. Those people immediately understood and began to look for small mutant fish in this water level. Although their meat is not edible, it can be used as fertilizer after processing. Their fins, bones, and scales can all be put to use after being processed at high temperatures. The newbies stopped at a water depth of about 120 meters, and some of them looked at the people who continued to go downstream with reluctance. The iron rule of the salvage team is that whoever salvages the most things is the boss. Food, supplies, and women can all be given priority. And those women are also very keen to follow men who salvage more things. No matter what time, men who earn a lot are always popular. The salvage work officially began at this moment. When Gangu and others successfully touched the ceiling of the tallest building in Shanghai City, everyone's expression became nervous. They first came to a room on the top floor, surrounded by oxygen tanks, and leaned against the wall without moving. Moyi couldn't understand what they were doing. Why doesn't it move when it gets there? Brother Gang made a few simple gestures, pointing to his lungs and then to his limbs. Moyi probably understood. These ordinary people without special powers are adapting to the water pressure. Moyi looked over with some curiosity. He had not noticed the details of these people just now, but now he could see them clearly. Almost all of them wore waterproof hoods, and some of them had their ears. Moyi tried to smell it, and found that some people's ears actually had a faint smell of blood and pus. Did their eardrums rupture? Perhaps in order to adapt to this kind of water pressure, these ordinary people punctured their eardrums in advance. Looking at those ordinary people leaning against the wall to adapt to the water pressure, Moyi was extremely shocked. He had seen so many survivors before, and many of them begged others to give them food and to save them. The people here have tried to adapt to the flood. For the sake of supplies, ears can be given up directly. Humans are truly a strong race. Brother Gang started making gestures again, and Moyi could already tell that this was sign language. Perhaps the veterans of the salvage team had already chosen to give up hearing, as hearing was of no use underwater anyway. Moyi looked up and saw that the salvage team members who were unable to dive to deep depths found some corpses of mutant fish and went up. At this moment, there are only 6 people left in the salvage team. They continued to swim downstream. It was obvious that they had searched the top floors several times. Moyi just swam behind. I can't help but ponder the more profound question of what human beings will become. If humans give up hearing in order to adapt to life in water, they will learn to adapt to water pressure. Even if they don't have the superpower core in the future, their physiological functions will change, especially the next generation of these salvage team men. If a human baby appears and inherits his father's ability to withstand water pressure, and then continues to be born, Moyi didn't dare to think about it. Just then, a staircase appeared in front. The leading salvage team member raised his hand and waved it. Brother Gang immediately understood and signaled everyone to swim down. As soon as they swam to the next level, Suddenly, a grinning fisherman rushed over instantly. Brother Gang was the first to be hit. Now that he had acquired the supernatural power of a carp, his speed was no slower than that of a fishman. With one move, he kicked the fishman away. The fishman failed in his sneak attack and turned around and ran away. Brother Gang didn't dare to chase after Shun and returned to the team with a look of disdain on his face. Moyi squinted his eyes with a gloomy expression. There is something wrong with the fishman here. He is still here. How dare you launch a sneak attack? And there were 6 of them in total, and there was only one fishman. How dare it go up? Murloc's able to analyze combat power? Could it be that the fishman was giving birth? So it attacked them. Moyi once again released the scent tracking technique and followed the fishman by sniffing his way towards it. When he smelled the densely packed fishman eggs at the deepest point, the whole person is not well. Many, at least more than 1 million. And there are more Murlocs. At least 3 million, maybe even more, of the water has become a paradise for fishmen. Chapter 111, Raising Fishmen. Moyi narrowed his eyes with a gloomy look on his face. The fishmen here ignored his bloodline suppression in order to protect their cubs. All of them would die. It's better not to go to the deepest part. Brother Gang continued to search with his group. They originally wanted to go to the next floor, but unexpectedly found a locked room. And there were traces of someone hitting the iron lock. It was obvious that other salvage teams had been here before them. Gang's eyes were full of excitement. There was a sign with green algae growing on it above the room, which read Dongmei Pet Hospital. Everyone quickly picked up heavy objects to break the iron lock. Because of the water pressure, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't do anything. Brother Gang waved his hand, as if asking me to come. He picked up the iron fork in his hand and poked it. It opened in just a few clicks. Everyone looked at this pet hospital located on the upper floors of a department store with ecstasy on their faces. Dog food, cat food, medicine, pet medical supplies, pet toys, and more. The category is very complete. Brother Gang's eyes began to light up. Those pet foods can be eaten by humans. And there are also canned cat food. They are all big-name canned cat foods. There are crab roe, tuna, hairtail, and chicken. They load it up like this, with everyone holding a net to carry the things. They might not be able to carry everything in this trip. Brother Gang quickly raised his hand and gestured. Canned food, grain, cat food. This time it's finally successful. Everyone was packing their things in a hurry. Moyi also found a large sack for cat litter and filled it up. Unlike the others, he prioritized packing medical supplies. Pet supplies, cefuroxime tablets, stomach medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. Then I found 2 packs of small Target cigarettes in the office drawer. 2 whole strips of unopened stuff. Never mind, just install it. He will go get food later. He has raised pets before, so he naturally knows what type of pet food is best. In a blink of an eye, he looked towards the innermost shelf selling puppy food. I saw goat milk powder and puppy food at a glance. The nutritional value of these things is much higher than that of adult dog food made from whole grain scraps. When others are full, he is also full. Brother Gang quickly waved his hands, took the pockets of the other 4 people onto himself, and asked the others to continue filling them here while he went up first. Before leaving, he glanced at Moyi twice, and Moyi immediately understood and waved his hand. Brother Gang swam up with excitement on his face, flying fast. As soon as he reached the sea, he called Yenji over. Yenji's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly called all the adults on the boat over. Hold on here. Goods are coming. Leoma, lower the cable. Hurry up. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the pet food that Brother Gang brought up. The men picked up their weapons and stood outside their salvage platform. The woman started moving things. Brother Gang grabbed the end of the cable and swam down again. Soon the movement of freighter number 6 attracted the attention of freighter number 5. When the salvage team members of freighter number 5, who had not caught any cargo for 2 days, saw the massive momentum of freighter number 6, they quickly asked people to go into the water. Yenji looked unhappy. What a bunch of bastards. Hurry up. If anyone dares to rob us, we'll let them know what blood tastes like. The captain of the salvage team of the cargo ship was also there shouting, Hurry up. All the supplies that have not been brought to the surface are public property. Whoever grabs them will own them. Go into the water. Go into the water. Brother Gang had dived down as quickly as possible, and Moyi and the others had already placed most of the cat and dog food in the center of the room. When Brother Gang came back pulling the cable, he quickly waved his hand. The other few people were furious and hurried to move their things. Tie those things side by side to the cable. Moe had already smelled the rest of the salvage team. 2-level psychics have reached the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the door of the pet hospital. Looking at Brother Gang and his men, the 2 men went in without any hesitation. Moe just floated at the door, not moving at all. When the 2 men saw Moe blocking their way, they started to pull him away. The next second, the man lost consciousness. Moe was still holding the door, not moving at all. The other man looked angry and was about to attack with his fist raised. The next second, he rolled his eyes as well. Brother Gang didn't even see how Moe made his move, and the other party just fainted like that. Looking at the 2 unconscious people with special abilities, Brother Gang still didn't dare to violate the rules of the water base. Anyone who dares to kill a person with superpowers will be sentenced to death. It is normal to fight for things. Here, the capable ones get the job, and the more they get, the better. After thinking about it, Brother Gang tied the belts of the 2 guys to the cable. Then Brother Gang swam up again. The rest of the group grabbed the end of the cable and followed the tide supplies. Moe once again looked down at Shanghai City below. After thinking it over, he swam down carrying his spoils. He felt very uncomfortable here. There are just too many fishmen. This is all experience. Don't the psychics here come here to upgrade? As he slowly fell into the water along the underwater building, he saw so many merman eggs. On the iron frame of traffic lights, on the balconies of residential areas, on the roofs of cars, and on sewer manhole covers. Densely packed murloc eggs. The embryos in some murloc eggs can still move. Moe swallowed, subconsciously, put the breathing valve and the spoils behind him into the space for temporary storage, and then he began to patrol here. The fishmen around him had already hidden themselves after sensing his arrival. In a building far away, a couple of fishmen were looking at the fish eggs next to Moe with horror on their faces. It's like 2 wronged souls standing on the balcony. The expression is horrifying. Moe touched his chin and walked slowly under the water. As Dr. Diana said, even underwater, we have to behave like humans. Slowly exerting force with his legs, his whole body fell down, as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound weight. In order to make his behavior more human, Moe simply released Bai Qing. Bai Qing raised his hand and released a bubble. The surrounding sea water was slowly pushed away. A transparent underwater bubble with a diameter of 2 meters instantly enveloped the 2 of them. Moe took a breath with a look of relief. Your ability is really convenient. Even the water pressure is gone. The murlocs around him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. So many murlocs? If we kill them all, we can reach level 14, right? Maybe level 15? Moe nodded. Well, but it might take a long time to kill them. Don't do it yet. I suspect these fishmen are kept here by someone. Don't alert them. Moe said this and pointed at the corpse of a strange fish in the distance. It was a large mutant carp that was 10 meters long, and only half of its body was left. Normally speaking, no matter how strong a murloc is, he would never dare to fight a creature that is much larger than himself. Moreover, the scars on the mutant carp's body showed that it was caused by an explosion. Bai Qing was immediately shocked. A fish-breeding person? Who is that? Moe laughed coldly. It's probably those guys up there. I was wondering why they upgraded so quickly. Chapter 1, 12 Qianing. Bai Qing looked around at the dark seabed, and from time to time, he could see some frightened fishmen shuttling between buildings. Moe told the other party about the Shanghai floating base. Bai Qing made a decision. First, there is no need for us to go against the Hunter Association. There is no need to take the risk for the power cores and experience. Secondly, Jang Dong is not acceptable. Since he could be the manager here, it means he and Ma Wenlong knew each other before. Third, we know too little about the Hunter Association. So, hubby, I think we should get an advanced hunter communicator and leave here. Bai Qing took out his cell phone and looked at the route he had drawn on the map earlier. After thinking for a while, he gave it to Moe. We can stay away from the city. In a disaster, people are often the most dangerous. We can upgrade to the Pacific Ocean in the Far East. Let them beat me if they want. Husband, have you arranged for those women like Zhou Mimi and Zhao Qinglian to be sent out? Moe nodded. Just now when we were at the container, I sent out a few people. Zhou Mimi has already found her cousin, who is a high-ranking official, Ma Wenlong's second in command. Bai Qing lowered his head and thought. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was necessary to make an advanced hunter communicator. That thing can detect any monsters around, and it can also detect land and water bases. Even if they had radar in the Pacific Ocean, it wouldn't be as useful as that thing. Thinking of this, Bai Qing made a decision. Then let's get the advanced hunter communicator within a day and leave here. Moe also agreed with the other party's decision. What his team was least afraid of was the late stage. Now the creation ship was only 50 meters long, and there was no independent superweapon. There's no need to take risks. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. No matter what conspiracy this place has, the best thing to do is to run away. At this moment, Su Xiao and others in the salvage area were asking the members of the salvage team one by one. Have you seen Moe? Why didn't he come back? I don't know, I didn't notice. Qianing was also there, asking anxiously. What? He went to the deep water area for the first time? Why is he so reckless? Several students nearby suddenly had an idea. Moe is dead. There was once a newcomer to the salvage team who ventured into deep water and died there. Most people will develop decompression sickness if they dive to deep depths without professional training. Air pressure and body pressure will cause symptoms in the human body's physiological functions, ranging from tinnitus, perforated eardrums, and headaches. In severe cases, the blood becomes aerated and bubbles appear in the blood vessels. Once the alveoli rupture, air will enter the space between the lungs and the pleura, directly leading to large-scale collapse of the lungs, causing severe breathing difficulties and chest pain. And this decompression sickness is immortal. This is why many veterans will puncture their eardrums before going into the water, because they have seen some people die there before. Thinking of this, Qianing suddenly panicked. She looked at the last man who climbed up and shouted excitedly. Did you really not see him? Why did you let a newcomer go to such a deep place with you? The man looked at her speechlessly and said, What does it have to do with me? It was the second in command who called him down. How do I know he can't come up? Gango heard this. He was immediately happy. Don't worry, he probably swims slowly and will come up soon. Oh no, he may have found some treasure again, so he's a little slow. Don't worry, that big brother is very fierce, so don't worry about it. When Qianing saw that these people were still making sarcastic remarks, she snatched Gang Ji's breathing valve and was about to leave. Su Xiao was stunned. Oh my god! Are you in heat? You are looking for death like this. Before Su Xiao could catch up, Qianing jumped down. The people around looked at the woman as if she had brain damage. Brother Gang seemed to have thought of something, and he asked in confusion, Su Xiao, does she know that Moe? Su Xiao shrugged helplessly. More than just knowing each other, who in our class didn't know that Moe wrote her a love letter? Brother Gang rolled his eyes and said, What? Su Xiao exhaled helplessly. Qianing was a little chubby back then, not as pretty as she is now. I guess Moe didn't recognize her just now. Back then, Moe saw Qianing working part-time in the cafeteria. He saw that we girls looked down on her and thought Xiao Ying's family had no money. So he stood up and said he wanted to talk to Xiao Ying. He was very wild. We were young at the time and didn't know much. Qianing initially thought that Moe wrote her a love letter just to show off and save face, so she didn't agree. Then she didn't know what happened. Moe suddenly stopped coming to class. He is free, but Sakura is out of luck. Everyone in the class knows how to beat people up, so no boy wants to date Sakura. But I think, it seems that Sakura liked him from the beginning. When Su Xiao said this, Brother Gang took a breathing valve and jumped down. This Nima, that woman only has one arm. Try not to get hurt if she goes down. Before Brother Gang could go down, two people emerged from the water. Started talking when they saw Moe carrying a large bag of things on his back. A few sharp-eyed people noticed two unopened packs of small target cigarettes at a glance, and their eyes were fixed on them. Su Xiao hurriedly pulled Qianing up. Seeing Moe bringing up a bunch of stuff the first time he went into the water, Su Xiao whispered in Qianing's ear with a sly look on her face, Sister, you've caught a big fish. Look how good he is. This bag of stuff is incredible. Qianing stood on the salvage deck with a nervous look on her face, keeping her head down the whole time and not daring to look at the person behind her. She had just gone down when she saw the other person coming up. Moe scratched his neck to wipe off the water stains. Looking at the woman with the broken arm, he felt that she looked familiar. Who are you? Have we met before? The other party raised his head nervously. Moe's eyes widened suddenly, and his heart skipped a beat. If you ask him whether he has ever done anything to hurt other people's feelings in his life, then yes. He was young back then, and who hasn't made some stupid mistakes when they were young? Aren't there a lot of men who don't cherish good girls? When Moe was a freshman in college, he didn't want to go to class because his mother died. Qianing was a little chubby at that time, not as thin as she is now. Whenever she finished her part-time job in the cafeteria, she would go to the internet cafe to find him. Many times when I see that he doesn't eat, I will bring him food. Although she did not agree to let Moe date, she still brought him food. Just because Qianing wanted to call him to go to class one time, the two had a big fight. Mo scolded her, and she ran away. At this moment, when Qianing saw Mo looking at her broken arm, she panicked and turned around and ran away. Chapter 113, Do You Have Cat Biscuits? Looking at Qianing, who suddenly ran away, Mo's heart was instantly stirred up. He had never regretted it before. He laughed at himself countless times every day after being betrayed by that woman Zhao Si. Sometimes people are really mean. When you meet a good person, you want to get him her, but when you get him her, you don't cherish him her. And when you lose him her, you miss him her. If his woman in the previous life was the woman with the broken arm, would his life be different? Of course. Thinking back to the other party's attempt to dive into the water to look for him, Mo quickly chased after him. Hey! Mo wanted to make amends, as he had left too many regrets in the past. He wants to make amends now. The relationships between people are like duckweed and fallen leaves. The comings and goings of fate can only be determined by the mood of wind and water. When he grabbed the other person's only remaining hand, Qianing shuddered violently. Looking back at her first boyfriend during her school days, Qianing instinctively held her breath. It felt like the setting sun suddenly rose into the sky. It was like the last bus that was missed suddenly turned back to the bus stop. It was as if the buds of the blue roses that had been scattered by the wild wind were blooming again. Looking at the other person's appearance, Qianing wanted to retract her hand in panic. Mo was stunned for a moment when he saw Qianing, who had changed a lot since she grew up. The fat girl before has become pretty. Looking at Qianing, who was dodging, Mo increased the strength in his palm. He thought about the past, that night. The other person stayed with him in the internet cafe all night just to call him to go to class the next day. But he loudly rebuked the other person. What's the use of reading this book? Huh? Whoever wants to go can go. Don't bother me. They had a quarrel. Or to be more precise, Mo scolded Qianing away. Mo regretted entering society. If he is given another chance, he will go to accompany the other person to class. He will go. Even if it was just for show, he would not scold her away. Looking at the silent Qianing, Mo hugged her with his backhand. I know what you are thinking. Qianing subconsciously protected her severed hand. Sometimes silence is the answer. Dodging is also the answer. The answer also includes the face of someone diving into the water to grab someone else's breathing valve. Qianing also regretted it. She only realized later that Mo just wanted to relax at that time. In front of love, study and work can all be thrown aside. After entering the society, Qianing regretted it even more because what she learned in school was really useless. They are just ordinary second-tier universities, not top prestigious ones. If she were given another chance, she would choose to open a machine next to Mo. Always with him. Always accompany him to get out of that sadness. They probably didn't have enough fate at that time, and they never met again. Qianing wanted to dodge. She looked a little. Mo twisted his mouth and said, You are so excited. Are you going to fight with me? And you specifically let me have a hand? Qianing tilted her head and looked aside with a look of grievance. What do you care? Mo was shameless and carried the other person on his shoulders. From today on, the resurgence will begin. Qianing's eyes widened immediately, and she stretched out her arms and struggled. You let me go. You think Mo will let go. He just left like that. The people behind were all shocked and talked a lot. Brother Gang said with a funny look on his face, I haven't been given my breathing valve yet. Those girls were really envious of Su Xiao. A group of people were talking and arguing nonstop. Oh my God. He's really wild, just like when we were in school. Xiaoying, your hard times are over. Look at what Mo salvaged. This bag alone can be exchanged for a super-powered core. How is it possible a level 1 ability can get 1,000 points, right? Oh my God. 2 unopened packs of cigarettes? Oh my God. Sakura is about to take off. Mo just walked with Qianing on his shoulders. Don't care about other people's eyes at all. It was really a good decision to come to the water base this time. Qianing didn't dare to speak, for fear of being recognized. He quickly covered his face with his hands. Then she was thrown into the container by Mo. Mo closed the door immediately. Qianing swallowed instinctively. What are you going to do? We have no relationship anymore. Mo sat down in front of her with a sly look on his face. He felt itchy when he saw her expression. He could smell it, the smell of the other person. It's the same smell as Bai Qing had back then. You want to jump into the water to save me with just one arm? You are still so brave. Qianing opened her mouth and said, I'm going down to see if there are any supplies dropped into the water. Mo held her down with his backhand, scaring Qianing so much that her heartbeat accelerated and her eyelids twitched wildly. You, what are you going to do? Mo Yi chuckled. If I had known, I would have taken you away when I was in school. Anyway, you were obedient at that time, weren't you? If I had known, I would have rented a house outside the school, called you out, and we would have lived out there. I think you would have agreed. Qian Ying's eyelids twitched wildly. How could she break free with only one hand? You're dreaming. I definitely won't live with you at that time. Let me go. Mo Ye's mouth was stretched all the way to his eyebrows. Is there anything better than running into a loved one you once regretted after a disaster? That is, the former lover is still a young girl. Mo Yi said with an unbelievable look on his face. Have you never had a relationship since you broke up with me? Qianing was indignant. Who said that? I've dated 7 or 8 guys. Every one of them is more handsome than you, and they are also ambitious. Mo Yi laughed. Those people are pretty miserable, meeting someone as insincere as you. You smell so good, Sakura. Mo Yi said as he leaned his face closer. Qianing seized the opportunity and kicked. In the middle of a certain part, Mo Yi, who has developed shark skin, feels any pain? He just smiled there as if nothing had happened. Qianing shook her foot in pain. Ouch, my foot. The next second, Mo Yi took out a shiny scroll. Qianing was stunned for a moment. She almost jumped up when she saw Mo Yi making something out of thin air. Psychic. Are you a psychic? Mo Yi grabbed her hand with his backhand, and holding her hand, he picked up the pencil. Will you come with me? Fatty, sign this. Qianing looked at him speechlessly. What the hell? Do you have cat biscuits? I'll go with you, don't stand there. At this moment, Mo Yi grabbed her hand and started writing the contract. When he saw Qian Ying's name appear on the contract, his eyes were emitting lasers. Ha! I knew it. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Chapter 114 Super Sea Monster Tide. Qianing was confused. What was going on? Why did she feel that Mo Yi was even more irresistible to her now? It's like a relationship between superiors and subordinates. The ship of creation. What's going on? Just when Qianing was confused, Mo Yi suddenly produced a bunch of delicious food. These are the dishes they ate together when they were in college. Braised chicken, rice with toppings, coconut milk tea, and even ice cream. Qianing thought she was seeing things and rubbed her right eye with shock on her face. Eat quickly, and I'll take you away tonight. Wait until I'm done with my work. Don't go anywhere here, Mo Yi said as he slowly walked to the door of the container. Qianing stood up nervously, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. You don't want to eat? Mo Yi didn't know how to respond to this question. It seemed that the woman in front of him was still the same as before, although his life has changed and his old personality is still the same. You eat. I'll stand at the door for a while. As Mo Yi spoke, he took out a cigarette and sat behind the container door to smoke. Qianing shouted worriedly. It's okay. Come over here and smoke it. Don't let the people outside smell it. They will cause trouble for you. Mo Yi thought about it and walked over, then sat in front of the other person and started smoking. Looking at the starving Qianing, Mo Yi looked at her broken arm in a low voice. What happened to your hand? Qianing said helplessly. It's okay. I was bitten by a strange fish a few days ago. I was afraid of infection, so I removed my arm. He said he was fine, but the other party was dodging all the way. Mo Yi exhaled slowly, thinking that he would take her into the space after she finished eating. When he thought of this, he widened his eyes nervously. At this moment, his space was divided into 3 areas under Diana's planning. His space is divided into Creation Ship Area, Supplies Area, and Creation Town Area. Bai Qing and her teammates naturally lived on the ship of creation, and their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were all provided on the ship. As for the wealthy women he had collected before, they were now in the Genesis Town area. He used some soil, green plants, and buildings to create a small town. There is definitely no sun, and the sky is black. He set up a lot of large searchlights for lighting. Those wealthy women just live in the creation town every day, working and tilling the land. Except that animals cannot be raised there, it is not much different from the normal world. Looking at the women in the creation town, Mo Yi thought about it and decided to arrange Qian Ying on the creation boat. I guess she will be so angry that she will die when she sees that he has so many women. Thinking of this, Mo Yi looked at Qian Ying, who was still eating, with a sly look on his face. Before he could say anything, his hunter communicator started beeping. He was stunned for a moment, and when he opened it, he found that it was a message from a stranger. Master, I'm Zhou Mimi. I've got the advanced hunter communicator, but there's one more thing I want to report to you. Mo Yi. Well done. Didn't your cousin have any doubts? Zhou Mimi. No. And my father and uncle are here too. Master, I discovered 2 secrets. I'll send them to you. Then the other party sent 2 files. MOU was not surprised when he looked at the first outline of fishman breeding. When I opened it, I found that it was mostly about how to raise fishmen, and even some introductions to radio waves and bacteria for driving and manipulating the behavior of fishmen. The reason why the levels of people in the Hunter Association are so high is that many of them have their own murloc breeding parks. The fishmen he saw underwater just now. No wonder those murlocs are only at the bottom of the sea. Did they use the energy core to create something called murloc shockwaves? Who on earth is so talented that he can use the energy core to make high-tech products? MOE pursed his lips with an unbearable look. He also wants this kind of talent. Reading the first file, MOE planned to read the second file. When I opened it, it turned out not to be a document, but a 3-minute video. And the name is still garbled. MOE clicked on it without thinking. The next second, he sat up abruptly. Qianing, who was still eating nearby, instinctively protected the food behind her. When she saw that it was MOE, she continued eating. MOE looked at the scenes in the video, and the hairs on his body stood up. It was as if I had seen something extremely terrifying. What is this place? Pacific Ocean? Looking at the huge group of creatures filling the sea in the video, MOE swallowed subconsciously. Are those creatures migrating? What a big fish. MOE had never seen such a shocking scene. Just from the appearance, MOE dared to conclude that the level of those monsters could not be low. There are simply too many, covering the sky and the sun, so densely packed. It was clearly daytime, but the sunlight was completely blocked. Those monsters, any one of them can be taken out as a bounty. A group of giant mutant killer whales, nearly 100 meters long. There are large mutant octopuses that are 70 or 80 meters long, and densely packed swarms of poisonous jellyfish that look like mirages, each of which is several meters tall. That's something. A whale. A mutant whale? Looking at the huge monster, MOE instinctively shrank his pupils. Looking at the giant monster whose length was either 300 meters or 400 meters, MOE tensed up. As a roar resounded through the heavens and earth, something seemed to appear in the sky. Devilfish, countless flying manta rays, covering the sky and the sun. It moved westward. There are so many of them that from a distance they look like a tsunami, a super tsunami made up of sea monsters. They are coming westward from the Pacific Ocean. MOE was unable to react for a moment, because he had not lived to this day in his previous life. Looking at the sea monster tide in the video, he no longer wanted to stay here. Looking at Qianing, who had finished her meal, MOE raised his hand and put her into the boat of creation. Summon the smartest ones, including Diana, Sun Huijun, Bai Qing, Yi Yanran, and Zhang Fana. Take a look at this video. We can't stay here any longer. We can't stay in the entire Donghua kingdom any longer. This will definitely be a massacre. MOE lit a cigarette with an uneasy look on his face. All the girls looked at the video at the same time. Diana looked at the video with an uneasy look on her face and murmured, "Is this multi-species migration? How could it be?" Bai Qing looked at her in confusion. Diana looked panicked. This behavior is similar to the great migration of animals on the grassland. Whenever the habitat of an organism changes or it cannot survive, they will migrate on a large scale. But the creatures in the sea have only experienced multi-ethnic migrations in ancient times. Why is it that now? Could it be? Diana felt a strong sense of uneasiness and hurriedly sped up the playback. When she saw a huge figure in the distance, her face turned pale. These sea monsters may not be migrating, but running for their lives. Chapter 115, Where Should Humanity Go? The word escape is no stranger to MOE and others, because each of them has escaped countless times. Whenever the flood submerged the mountaintops, shelters, and other places, MOE always thought of escaping. I don't know why. I always feel like I'm a land creature, and I get inexplicably panicked when there's nothing under my feet. This feeling is more terrifying than walking in an endless desert. Even if a ship is big, what does it matter if it is 1,000 meters? You would still want to find land. This is human instinct. There is no monkey that falls into the water and doesn't want to climb ashore. But today, when MOE heard Diana use the word escape to describe those sea monsters, something seemed to be broken in his heart. Certain thoughts came to my mind. When the land is completely submerged, where will humanity go? How much water is left at the center of the earth? What kind of giant beast is in the sea that even the sea monsters that he fears are unable to resist? Where should they flee to? Diana and others were still watching the video. The scene was too shocking. The number of those sea monsters can no longer be described by any quantifier. Just like one black wave after another, thousands of fish moved westward to level the sea, flattening the waves that were originally stirred up. 10,000 beasts fled westwards against the waves, and the blue sky also flew westwards. Disaster. A true catastrophe. Heavy rain, mutant carp, lobsters, mermen, and the like seem like child's play in front of this magnificent sight. Bai Qing and others' thoughts have been scattered. What does it mean to place people everywhere and plan the overall situation? Go to the East Pacific Ocean to upgrade? A disaster that could wipe out the entire world now leaves them with nowhere to escape. Where to escape to? Western Plateau? Or in the sky? Bai Qing bit her thumbnail with a gloomy face. She couldn't make up her mind for a moment about this decision that would determine the life or death of the team. Diana was still watching the video and analyzing something. She wanted to know why those creatures migrated in groups. If we could find out the reason, maybe we could find a ray of hope. Moe leaned against the iron door of the container, smoking a cigarette with a melancholy look on his face. Listening to the sound of children reading aloud outside, he felt a little complicated. Perhaps because he had no parents, listening to the voices of those children, a trace of sadness seemed to arise in his heart. Are humans going extinct? Will the Hunter Association be able to protect these people by then? Yi Yanran looked left and right, looked at the silent people, and subconsciously pulled her collar. Family members, I have an idea. Do you think we should just find a higher mountain, a submerged one? Let's use the empty cup principle to make an underwater cave. I don't know if you ever played that game when you were a kid, where you push a cup into the water and it doesn't sink because there's a lot of air inside. Many underwater caves also work on the same principle. When air and water pressure form a certain balance, underwater caves can exist. Sister Bai Qing can also manipulate seawater. As soon as Yi Yanran finished speaking, Mo Yi at the door looked at her inadvertently. Yi Yanran lowered her head instinctively, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Mo Yi lowered his head, holding a cigarette, and looked outside through the crack in the door. Go underwater and be a water rat? Then go out and kill monsters from time to time. But there is also a fatal drawback. That is, once a sea monster breaks their underwater cave, they will face a sea monster tide. It won't be easy to run away when the time comes, because the sky will be full of flying manta rays and flying fish. There is no place to run. Moreover, many animals in the sea can dig holes, such as bobbit worms, flounders, etc. It couldn't be easier to break into an underwater cave. Or they would just hide in the space and not come out, hiding until they die, hiding until their energy runs out. This is not his character. By that time, the surviving psychics will be at level 50 or 60. If he goes out, he will be seeking death. He must not stop upgrading. Even if he kept hiding in the space and came out every day to kill monsters and level up, this behavior was too risky. He had no idea what was outside in the space. What if I get surrounded by a bunch of freaks when I come out? He didn't want to do anything risky. The safest way is to find a path where they can predict the monsters and dangers along the way in advance, and then kill monsters and level up while escaping. After thinking for a while, Moe turned and looked at Diana. Which of the three directions, west, south, and north, should we run to? Let's discuss it together. Fana, you are the navigator of the team. The ship of creation should have given you the ability to predict the weather and draw various water and underwater route maps. Please also express your opinions. Let's vote by show of hands in 5 minutes, and we'll set off tonight. As Moe said this, he put out his cigarette, opened the iron door of the container, and leaned against the door. Looking at the people outside who had begun to adapt to life on the water, Moe looked towards the eastern sky with a blank expression. I hope the authorities can do something. 1 in 10 humans have already died due to floods. If the authorities had known about the sea monster tide in advance this time, they would probably have come up with a countermeasure, right? Should be, right? Moe thought with a melancholy look on his face. He planned to escape to the north where there were mountains. There is also Changbai Mountain, which is the highest mountain in the northeast region, with an altitude of 2,691 meters. At this moment, the global water level is about 1,000 meters and there is still land there. It has a transit station, and then consider whether to continue heading north depending on the situation. If the sea monster tide and sea water posed a threat to that place, he would continue north to the Arctic Ocean. If the sea water does not reach 2,691 meters, the level of the sea monsters is also something he can deal with. He will use that place as a base, killing monsters and leveling up. At the same time, he dug the mountain and built a cave. Given the height of Bai, he didn't believe that it could be flooded in a short period of time. The rain would have stopped long ago. If all else fails, continue north to the Arctic. He just didn't believe that there were so many monsters coming from the Arctic Ocean in the north. Always gave him a sense of inexplicable danger. As for the South Pole, it was too far from here to the South Pole, so it would be faster to go to the north. I guess before we even get there, the sea monster wave will arrive. It should be safe to seek refuge in the north, right? Moe was thinking thoughtfully, and 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When he returned to the container again, Bai Qing and others had already thought of their own plans. Bai Qing thought about it and looked at Moe. After getting his consent, she told him her decision. Let's go to the Western Plateau. I just made a simple flood simulation. The altitude of our Western Plateau is so high that unless the water level on the Earth reaches 5,000 meters, it will never be flooded. If necessary, we can join the Hunter Association. With our strength, we will definitely have no problem in the Western Plateau. Besides, joining an organization will give you a better chance of winning. Chapter 116, Opinions. And I think that at this moment, official organizations around the world have begun to ask for help from our country. Although there are also majestic peaks with an altitude of more than 5,000 meters in the United States and Europe, their highlands are just a mountain and cannot accommodate so many people. And our Western Plateau is known as the roof of the world. A water level of 5,000 meters can only flood about 56 meters of the Western Plateau, and we also have the world's highest peak here. When Bai Qing said this, Zhang Fana raised her hand with a serious face. I think we should go to the north. Sister, you also said that this is the highest place in the world. Other countries will definitely come to fight for it. This is a matter of life and death. No one knows how much water is still beneath the earth. If the height exceeds 5,000 meters, the earth will completely turn into a water ball, and all countries will come to scramble for it. When the time comes, many heroes will compete for supremacy. People with special abilities will be everywhere, and we will be implicated. And didn't my husband say before, there are monsters on the Western Plateau. Let's go to Bai Mountain in the north. I just counted, and the bounty monsters from here to the north are all around level 10. We can level up along the way. If we go west, there won't be so many bounty monsters for us to kill. If we set out tonight, we can reach Bai Mountain in 3 days. We can level up to around level 20 on the way. Then we'll consider whether to stay and level up depending on the strength of the sea monster tide. Bai Qing bit her nails subconsciously. She didn't think about upgrading. She just wanted to avoid danger as much as possible so that everyone could survive. Yi Yanran smiled kindly. She also wanted to express her opinion, but Mo Yi waved his hand. Yi Yanran's eyes suddenly lit up. I think we should dig a hole in the seabed. Sister can control the seawater, so my husband will keep digging a hole. He will dig 5,000 meters. We can hide down there and won't be able to come out. No matter what happens outside, my husband has so many women, we can just give birth down there. We can have at least a few hundred babies a year, and the human race will definitely not perish with us around. It is our husband's duty to have many children and pass on the torch of humanity. Hubby, think about it. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Moe immediately revealed a curious expression. His eyes narrowed into slits. Why not just hide away for more than 50 years and stay with those beauties until he dies of old age? No matter what's going on outside, I just won't go out. Why? Drink today and be drunk today, worry about tomorrow. In case the underwater cave was demolished, he would hide in the space. Then cool. It wouldn't be a loss if I died then, right? That's enough. Moe stared at the ceiling. The more he looked, the more he pondered. Well, that's right. I have to shoulder the responsibility of human reproduction. Bai Qing immediately rolled his eyes at him. Didn't you say you wanted to upgrade? What are you hiding down there to upgrade for? Kakeka? Are you just going to be a father and not care about the baby after giving birth? Are you satisfied? What will they do then? Besides, can your supplies feed so many people? The current consumption of these hundreds of people is not small. If there are so many children, the supplies will be eaten up in less than 100 years. How can we live off our savings? Sun Huijun also raised her hand and said, I think we should flee to the northwest. There seems to be a mountain in the northwest called Helan Mountain, which is more than 3,500 meters above sea level. It's 1,000 meters higher than Bai Mountain. We can compromise. If the Western Plateau is safe, we can go there. If the north is safer, we can go there. At this moment, Diana seemed to have figured out something. Looking at the people who had already expressed their views, Diana blurted out, I think we should go to the east and fight our way out. This sentence scared Mo Yi so much that the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Bai Qing also shrank his neck. East? Are you serious, Diana? Diana held her eyes. Look at this video. I just watched it. The behavior of these creatures is very strange. They almost all swim on the sea surface, whether they are shallow sea creatures or deep sea creatures. And some deep sea creatures cannot adapt to the water pressure after reaching the surface and die directly. You see, Mo Yi looked up quickly and saw that some deep sea fish had turned upside down and were soon eaten by other sea monsters. And there are still quite a few. However, there are also some deep sea monsters that have evolved to adapt to the shallow water pressure. Diana exhaled slowly. I guess the main reason for their migration is probably a change in the seawater environment. I don't know which one it is, the temperature, the oxygen content in the water, or the fungal outbreak. Mo Yi said with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't it because of natural enemies? Did some Cthulhu monster from the deep sea appear? Did they run to the west to escape for their lives? Diana shook her head slightly. Even if there are such creatures, they won't cause such a large-scale migration. The environment is more likely to be the reason. What I mean is we can just charge in. Although it's a bit risky, there should be a calm sea behind the sea monster tide, and we can solve the problem once and for all. Even after we kill them, we can turn around and kill those sea monsters. Don't you want to upgrade? Have you ever tried killing those monsters that dare not fight back? Of course, I'm just stating my opinion. I'm not 100% sure whether those monsters will fight back while they're running away. Bai Qing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the people present. Husband, why don't we set a trap? Aren't those sea monsters coming? We can bury thousands of mines on the road. They must pass. Run after the explosion. Bang! Very loud. Bai Qing even raised his hands and gestured while shouting. Mo Yi immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at this group of cunning wives with his eyes rolling around. Run after the explosion. Well, this is a good idea. I think it will give you a lot of experience. Let me think about it. Mo Yi lit a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. Diana's method is too risky. Although the benefits are huge, there is a high possibility of failure. Who knows if there are any Cthulhu monsters, mythical creatures, or something behind the sea monster tide. Bai Qing's method is the safest, but it has no benefits, and he still has to join the army. He hates being constrained the most. There are so many people with special abilities there. How could he not be exposed? Yi Yanran's method is to wait until they are strong enough before playing that way. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the north. Well, let's go to the north and try to get there within 3 days. We don't care if we encounter any water bases along the way. When we get there, set up a row of mines on the eastern coastline of Changbai Mountain. Take a big bite of experience. If you can't defeat them, run away. If you can defeat them, use Changbai Mountain as a base and kill them. What do you think? Chapter 117. My first girlfriend is fighting with my current girlfriend. Mo Yi had already told them the plan, and the other women had nothing to say. Mo Yi, who made all the decisions along the way, and Zhang Fana, the navigator, had already planned the route. You can also kill monsters and level up along the way, and the upgrade routes are all arranged. No one said anything else? Mo Yi smiled slightly. Well, in that case, let's make it this way. My wives, you guys go to the space and take a rest first. I'll go find Zhou Mimi and the others to ask for the advanced hunter communicator. Then he put those wives into the space. And then he went out. Bai Qing and others who had just been received on the creation ship were still thinking about the next plan with heavy hearts. I didn't notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere on the ship of creation. Yi Yanran had sharp eyes. When she looked up, she saw Wu Lian and Li Cai doing something sneaky. There are also the twin sisters Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian. The two sisters seemed to be whispering something. Yi Yanran subconsciously looked at the 3 women on the opposite deck. At that moment, she shrank her neck and saw the woman with the broken arm pulling Ning, He, and Zhang Yi there with excitement, asking, "What? You are all his women? You? How dare you? He's my husband." Zhang, he was a soldier before, and he had a very stubborn temper. Seeing Qianning chattering nonstop, he grabbed her with his backhand. "Speak with more respect. What do you mean we are embarrassed to do this? Our husband saved our lives. Why should we be embarrassed with him? And where did you come from, little girl? I'm not very capable, but I have a bad temper." Qianning was so angry that her lips were puffed up and tears were welling up in the corners of her eyes. Mo Yi said he would take her away, but he didn't say he had so many wives. There are so many of them. Where are they nesting? Although she couldn't say anything to Mo Yi because she signed the contract, the jealousy in her heart made her cause trouble for these women. Why? She was so nice to Mo Yi in college that even though he scolded her and drove her away, she did not look for other boys. She thought Mo Yi was so mean to her because she was not pretty enough. It is true. Men all hope that their lovers are beautiful, and women dress up to please themselves. Qianing vowed to become beautiful. After graduation, I was determined to lose weight and reduce my weight from 130 caddies to 105 caddies. She is 170 centimeters tall, and her measurements are very clear. I don't know how many men this figure attracted after graduation. As soon as she lost weight, she went to the neighboring Jianglu city to find Mo Yi. But when she found Mo Yi, there was already a woman beside him. She saw the boy she once had a crush on, holding ice cream and carrying a bag for the woman with a well-behaved look on his face. She returned to Jianghai City, crying that day. The man she once couldn't bear to be mean to was treated like a dog by other women. She hated that bastard Mo Yi. Why did you treat her like that in the first place? Why do you love that woman named Zhao Si so much? She is obviously much more beautiful than the other person now. After that, she stayed alone, and her life seemed to have lost its color. Until the day before the flood. She came out with Su Xiao to attend a class reunion, and she thought Mo Yi would come. Sometimes love can make people stupider. She knew that Mo Yi was with someone else, but she was still fantasizing whether he would come to the party. What if they broke up? The woman treated Mo Yi badly from the first sight. She asked him to carry so many things and got angry with him. Why? Why should the boy she loves be bullied by that woman? But on the day of the party, Mo Yi did not show up. But then disaster struck. After many hardships, they finally escaped from danger, but a strange fish suddenly appeared and bit her arm. She didn't think much about it at the time. He took a machete and started doing it himself. Because he hasn't seen himself losing weight yet. She hasn't seen him yet. She wanted to go to Jianglu City to save him. After many twists and turns, we finally arrived at the water base. Who knew I would meet my sweetheart here? I thought there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Who knew that each other's wives would gather together? Each of them looks like a goblin. The more Qianing thought about it, the angrier she became. The angrier she became, the more she thought. You love him? You're all lying to him. You must have a purpose. Tell me what your intention is. You must have followed him because you saw that he was a superpower and could salvage a lot of stuff and supplies. I must explain it to him. Zhang Yi sneered. They are afraid of you, but I am not. I don't care who you are. Here you have to coil up even if you were a dragon. Even if you were a phoenix. You have to lie down for me. The next second Qianing shouted. Mo Yi. Mo Yi is a bully. She hurt my arm. Originally, Zhang Yi was not afraid, but when she looked at Qianing who was captured by her, she frowned. The other person only has one arm. Isn't she clearly bullying him? What if the other person is really Mo Yi's first love? Ningyi also advised, Sister, calm down. Impulse is the devil. I think this woman is probably your husband's first love. Calm down, calm down. Zhang Yi thought about it and still felt a little scared. So he let go of Qianing and turned around and ran away. The question means I don't know and I haven't seen it. Qianying's eyes were bloodshot with anger after being released. Because of the contract, she couldn't blame Mo Yi, but she could blame these women. She thinks these women are all liars. He definitely had bad intentions. Just as she was getting angry, she looked up and saw Bai Qing in front of her. Bai Qing raised his head unmoved, not fearful at all, with murderous intent on his face. Zhang Xinyu, who came over, whispered in Bai Qing's ear with a serious face. Sister, calm down, calm down. She is really our husband's white moonlight. I have asked everything clearly. Calm down. This powerful enemy can only be defeated with wits. Bai Qing immediately put her hands on her hips and said, I don't care if she's by Yue Guang or Black Yue Guang. She has no respect for her elders. Qianing had just learned from those women who the big sister here was. Looking at Bai Qing, who was arrogant in front of her, Qianing clenched her fists with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Bai Qing was also standing there, looking at the woman opposite him, without saying a word. Wu Lian, Li Cai, and the others were all hiding aside and looking out. Wu Lian was still whispering, fight, fight, fight. Li Cai was also there trying to hold back her laughter. She also wanted to see who Mo Yi would side with if a fight broke out. At this moment, Bai Qing took the lead and spoke with a bang. I saved I's life. But what have you done for him? Love is expressed with the mouth. Huh. Qianing immediately shrank her neck and was unable to respond for a long time. After thinking for a while, she finally said, I have liked him for 7 years. How long have you known him? What do you know about him? Bai Qing smiled coldly. Oh, Bai Yue Guang? Do you know what Bai Yueguang means? Even if Bai Yueguang himself comes, he can't compare to his former self. Besides, there are so many people who like my husband. Funny, you are funny. Why are you so arrogant? I don't care what you were like in the past. I'm his eldest wife now. You are the youngest one in terms of seniority. You have to call me sister. I don't have much ability, but I do have a bad temper. I thought you gave him 2 cubs. Is that all you feel? That's all? Qianing felt so aggrieved that her lips were about to pout. Looking at the aggressive Bai Qing in front of him, tears began to well up again. Moe, come out. Explain it to me clearly. When Bai Qing saw that the other party dared to call Moe, she also stood up. Mo, come in. I'll count to 3. 1. Chapter 118, Bai Qing scolds Qianing. Moe in the outside world has already obtained the high-level hunter communicator. Quarreling with each other in the space, he said, I am dealing with something urgent now. Stop making trouble. Then he put away the high-level hunter communicator and went to the stern to watch the group of old men go fishing. Caught by the old men, Moe narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Then he saw several fish butchers who had been prepared in advance, raising their hammers and smashing them on the head of the mutant crucian carp. It took only a few hits to kill the thing. Then the man started to sell a 40 centimeters mutant crucian carp with hands and feet. Do you want a cup of soil in exchange? Grind it up and use it as fertilizer. Someone actually changed it, and Moe looked at it for a long time with curiosity. These people specially made some price lists with clear price marks. The following variant fish cup soil: 100 mutated fish cup soil, 200 mutated fish cup soil. If you catch some lobster, crab, turtle, or other mutant creature whose shell can be used to make weapons and protective gear, the price will be even higher. There was a stall selling mutant lobster claws next to it. A 50-meter-long lobster claw was tied to a wooden stick, and it would ask for a basin of soil when it opened its mouth. Even though the price is so high, there are still some members of the salvage team who want it. This thing is much more convenient than a machete underwater, and its lethality is greater than that of ordinary weapons. One stab of the pincers, the fishman's head can be pierced off. Moe looked around like he was going to a market and saw someone selling fish scale armor, which was made of scales from mutant fish and was not only waterproof but also bite-proof. Just like the equipment in the game. Market in Moy. The space started again. Qianing heard that Moe was busy outside and saw that Bai Qing was so mean to Moe. She stretched out her one arm and pointed at Bai Qing and shouted, Why are you so stubborn? There are so many people here. Don't you give him face? You are the first wife? Haha, which smart woman doesn't know that she can't be mean to her man in front of others? Only those foolish women who think they are smart, have no confidence in themselves, and are afraid that men will ignore them will point fingers at their men. If you have the guts, keep being so mean to him. I wonder how long you could be mean to him. Does he need a woman like you? Bai Qing's right eyelid twitched. She had just realized what was happening. Although the woman opposite her was crying and looked weak and easy to bully, he was very straightforward in his criticism, and he took advantage of Bai Qing's weaknesses to attack him. Directly caused 100 points of true damage. Bai Qing looked at the women around her who were talking. She knew that the other women had heard it, as if she was the one who was bullying Moe. She was the only one among all the women who dared to talk to Moe like that. Bai Qing was a little panicked. Then she changed her tone and immediately retorted. You are here to sow discord? When I was not a superpower, I risked my life to save my husband. Where are you now? Not only did I save him, I also found him a ton of women. Why? Will you find him a woman? What are you showing off? Qianing narrowed her eyes immediately. Bai Qing's words seemed ordinary, but they contained a killer trick. Bai Qing's intention was clearly to intimidate her, meaning that all the women here were hers, and it also indirectly reflected that she, Bai Qing, treated Moe better than Qianing. This was a two-hit move. Qianing could only clench her fist and yell, Why am I showing off? You're the only one who can find it. I'll find it for him in the future too. Why are you being so rude to me? My husband's first kiss and first love were both me, and you didn't even know where to put your crotchless pants on at that time. Wait until my husband comes in. Who do you think he'll side with? Bai Qing was amused when he heard it and put one hand on his waist with a look of disdain. Oh my, you scared me. Look at what you can do. You're going to find him one? What kind of people can you find for him? I found him beautiful sisters and mother and daughter. What can you compare with me? When Bai Qing said this, Li Cai and Sun Huijun narrowed their eyes at the same time. This guy can be shot while watching the show. Qianing looked back at Li Cai and her daughter with an angry look on her face, then turned to look at Bai Qing. I'm going to go out and call all the girls in our class. I don't believe any man can resist all the girls in his former class. That's the ultimate dream of men. The corner of Bai Qing's eyes twitched. From the tone of this woman's voice, it seemed that she was serious about it. A first love is so difficult to deal with. If all the female classmates of Moyi before are involved, Chinning will have wings. By then, the world will be divided into two. Then it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Bai Qing sneered. Yinran, come here. Yi Yinran pointed at her own face in confusion and quickly ran over. Bai Qing pulled Yi Yinran over and showed off. Ha ha! Female classmates? You dare to compete with me with those who are not up to the standard? Have you seen this? This is the national goddess of our Donghua country. Look at this figure. Look at this face. Look, her whole body is covered in shark bites. Do I need to explain to you again how much my husband loves her? Is there a second pair of legs like this that are as beautiful as the ceiling in the world? Find one and let me see it. Bai Qing gestured to Yi Yinran as he spoke. Yi Yinran smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say a word. Bai Qing's move could be called a finishing move. It caused 999 points of damage to Qianing with one move, leaving only 1 point of blood. Qianing looked at the two people opposite her with anger on her face. Looking at Yi Yinran, the harmless person who was half a head taller than her, Qian Ying's anger level was almost full. The more I looked at Yi Yinran, the more uncomfortable I felt. And it wasn't just ordinary discomfort. She has lost weight, but compared to the woman opposite, there is still a gap. Qianing was speechless. The women on the opposite side were so unsportsmanlike. Bai Qing sneered. Are you still showing off to me? I even found a pair of twins for my husband. Didn't you say that love is not just about words? It takes actions. Why don't you take action? Show off your power here. What's the matter? I found hundreds of beautiful, rich women for my husband. What can you compare with me? You are still being stubborn. Don't even consider yourself. Bai Qing became more and more proud as he spoke, and Qian Ying's face became rounder as she listened. Before Bai Qing could finish his next sentence, Qianing yelled, I'll call the class teacher. I don't believe it. Bai Qing didn't react for a moment, but Yi Yinran next to him sensed the murderous intent. Sister, something is not good. There are not many men in this world who can resist this kind of temptation. Chapter 119. Dog-headed military advisor Yi Yinran. Qianing was still shouting. You are all women. Don't you understand men's thoughts better than me? I don't believe that if I call our class beauty and teacher here, he won't be tempted. What's the point of finding so many things that you can't catch men's tastes? All of these appeared in Mo Ye's memory 7 or 8 years ago. Don't you want to compete? Just wait. I'm going to take the position of the first wife. I'm telling you, it's useless no matter what anyone says. You still want me to call you sister? It's not certain who is calling whom. If he doesn't let me be the boss, I'll die. Oh, what am I afraid of? I've already died once. Bai Qing frowned with a twitching expression. The other party actually wanted to commit suicide. Is this woman clearly trying to go against her? Calm down. Calm down, think about it. Just then Diana came over with a document and wanted to discuss the sea monster tide with Bai Qing. Bai Qing snorted coldly, and Yi Yinran quickly winked at Diana to hint at the other party. Diana turned around and left. Bai Qing's eyes revealed a hint of unknown anger. This Qianing was a little difficult to deal with. If she really brought Mo Ye's head teacher and all the girls in the class in, there is no way to avoid the situation where the world is divided into two. And what did that woman say just now? She, Bai Qing, didn't give Mo Ye any face and was just being mean to him. It was obvious that she was being arrogant because of her favor. Bai Qing now doesn't dare to speak the same way as before. My eyelids were twitching. Yi Yinran looked at the two of them awkwardly, and after thinking for a while, she whispered to Bai Qing, Sister, calm down, you can't be defeated. What if you make your husband unhappy? That woman is obviously looking for trouble with you. Don't be impulsive. You must not be angry with your husband later. Men all have tempers. Bai Qing knew that this was not the time to act on impulse. She had to find a way to deal with this woman. Then tell me, what should I do later? Yi Yinran was able to become the national goddess. So naturally, she has more means than ordinary women. She first glanced at Qianing and then looked at the women around her. She quickly came up with a plan in her mind and walked sideways to Bai Qing and whispered, Sister, if you want to keep your position as the first wife, it depends on how brave you are. Once that woman really calls in all the beauties in class and then asks our husband for all the supernatural cores, you will have no chance if she becomes powerful. There are only a few men in this world who can resist this move. When you are in school, all the girls in the class are the ultimate dream of men. Not to mention all the girls in the class. Even if you pick out the class beauty and the class teacher alone, they are extremely lethal. For men, these are all childhood dreams. Our husband is definitely that kind of person. He's so bad. How could he not want to? Bai Qing swallowed and said, let's get to the point. Yi Yinran's eyebrows slightly raised, with a hint of decisiveness and ruthlessness between her eyebrows, and her momentum suddenly changed. Sister, you can cut your wrists later and commit suicide before her. Bai Qing was shocked. I committed suicide by cutting my wrists? Yi Yinran nodded. That's right. The other party has a broken hand at the moment, and my husband will definitely support her when he comes back. Besides, she is new here, and she will definitely accuse you of bullying her. You know what you're like normally? Sister, don't worry. I just want to help you maintain your position. If you want our husband to be on your side, you better have some courage now and cut your wrists. The more blood you bleed, the better. You have to be good at acting. Then just cry and say that you have an ex and have forgotten your current one. Lie on the ground and cry. The more miserable you cry, the better. Spill all your blood. Don't be afraid. We have regeneration pellets. You won't die. Sister, you only have one chance. If your husband sides with her this time, there is a high probability that he will side with her next time as well. Qianing on the opposite side was still there, clenching her fists in indignation. She has already decided that she must treat Mo Yi better than Bai Qing. Isn't it just looking for a woman? What is she afraid of? Anyway, she has died once. What is she afraid of? Now she just can't accept it. Why should Bai Qing be the first wife? It was obviously she who met Mo Yi first, and they were each other's first love. She also remained a virgin for Mo Yi for so many years. In terms of seniority and affection, how could she not compare to the other party? She is determined to take the position of the mistress of the harem. How dare you say she is showing off? Who is showing off? It was clearly Bai Qing, who had been talking non-stop. Just when Qianing was thinking about how to call the class beauties over, a hysterical scream suddenly came from the other side. Oh, sister, why are you so stupid? Oh my God, husband. Broken voice. Hubby, come quickly. My sister is trying to commit suicide. Oh my God, so much blood, so much blood. Qianing was completely frightened, looking at Bai Qing lying in a pool of blood opposite him. His mouth turned pale with fear. Why? Why did it suddenly? I, who was still watching people fishing outside, was suddenly startled and quickly found a deserted place and ran into the space. Mo Yi came in. He saw Bai Qing's wrist bleeding. Yi Yin ran. Wu Lin and others were all shouting. Li Sai also brought over a regeneration pellet and wanted to feed it to Bai Qing. Bai Qing's eyes were filled with tears, and she twisted her face with a look of grievance. I won't live anymore. Don't bother me. Let him go with his first love. I'm tired. Yi Yinran saw Mo Yi coming. She immediately cried out, kneeled on the ground and shouted, Sister, please don't do anything stupid. Hurry up and eat the regeneration granules. Without you, what will happen to us sisters? No one will care about us anymore. Sister, please make sure nothing happens to you. If you die, I won't live. Mo Yi looked at Yi Yinran in confusion. When did they become so close? Just when Mo Yi was about to hug Bai Qing, Yi Yinran picked up the dagger on the ground and yelled at Qianing opposite. You dare to bully my sister? My sister is always so nice to us. She has never been treated so unfairly as today. We are living well with my husband. Why do you have the right to interfere? I'll fight you. As she said that, Yi Yinran rushed forward with a dagger in her hand, but before she got close to him, she was pulled into Mo Ye's arms. Mo Ye's mind went blank instantly, and he quickly put away the dagger. Fuck. What are you doing? I haven't seen you for a long time. What are you doing? Hurry. Eat the regeneration granules. What are you doing? Are you sick? Bai Qing looked at the regeneration particles that Mo Yi brought and tilted his head with a wronged look on his face. Give it to your first love. Ghosts want to eat your food. When I die, you take out my superpower core and give it to her. That's it. Mo Yi. Chapter 1, 23 Women, 1 Drama. Qianing was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Looking at Bai Qing covered in blood, she didn't know what to say. Why did he commit suicide? Why did this woman commit suicide like that? Qianing didn't know about regeneration particles, and when she saw the other person cutting his wrists, she didn't think that he would regenerate. Could it be? Is it really me who bullies others? Qianing stood up in panic and looked at Bai Qing, whose face was covered in tears and whose wrist was bleeding. Suddenly I felt as if it was really my fault. It seems that what they said is correct. It is true. It's over. She and Mo Yi have already broken up. Now Bai Qing is his first wife. Moreover, that woman was sincere, and she even risked her life to save Mo Yi. Her love for Mo Yi must be no less than mine. As soon as I arrived, I wanted to steal your love and said I wanted to be your first wife. Would she be willing to face all this on her own? Seeing Bai Qing's face turning pale, Channing hurried over and squatted down in panic. Why did you suddenly don't do anything stupid? I was just angry at the time. I thought he was single at first, but who knew he had so many wives? Woo-woo. Please don't die. I didn't mean it. I just got angry and wanted to vent my anger. Please don't die. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Channing said as she tore off a piece of clothes to bandage Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. This woman, Bai Qing originally wanted to move his hand away, but when he saw Channing with tears in the corners of her eyes, his hand stopped there. Mo Yi also took the opportunity to feed the regeneration particles to Bai Qing. What are you doing? I'll be away for a while. Who said I want to replace Bai Qing? As human beings, we should follow the principle of first come, first served, right? We should be reasonable. Sakura is a good girl. This is my fault. I was afraid that she would not want to sign the contract if she knew I had so many wives. I let her sign first. What are you guys arguing about here? Are you going to make a scene? Mo Yi spoke. He hugged each of them, Bai Qing on the left and Channing on the right. When Channing saw Bai Qing's aggrieved face, she immediately lowered her head again. Can't I apologize to you? I'm just a little angry. I'm not aggrieved. He said he would take me away, and I thought he meant to take me away, and it would be just the two of us. Who knew there would be so many? Where can I go to cry? Channing started crying as she spoke. Bai Qing was also crying, tears streaming down her face. I quit. You guys just run away. You guys have known each other for a long time. I'm just a mistress, that's all. Mo Yi was speechless. All right. Stop talking. Blame me for this, okay? Then he took out a regeneration particle and gave it to Bai Qing. Give it to Xiaoying. Bai Qing reluctantly moved her head away. Mo Yi looked at her coldly and said, I asked you to take charge of the situation, and this is how you do it? Where is your tolerance? Bai Qing pouted angrily, took the regeneration pellets from Mo Yi's hand and handed them to Channing. Here, eat it and your arm will grow back. Channing was a little stunned. What does that mean? Yi Yanran hurried forward and said, Xiaoying, sister has recognized you. From now on, we are a family. We can be said to have known each other for a long time. Sister has already prepared these regeneration pellets for you. She came to you earlier just to give you some regeneration particles, but who knew you would? Yi Yanran smiled somewhat awkwardly. Bai Qing was also confused. When did she prepare regeneration pellets for Channing? This Yi Yanran's mouth is really amazing. When Channing heard that the other party wanted to treat her hand, she immediately felt ashamed. I'm sorry, sisters. I was wrong. As she spoke, she picked up the regeneration particle. Can you regrow your arms? Is this true or not? She ate it with some doubt. She felt nothing at first, but after 10 seconds her broken bones began to stretch. Qian Ying's eyes widened immediately. My hand. Looking at the slowly growing hand bones and muscle tissue, Qian burst into tears of joy. I look. My hand is actually growing. It actually grew out. Mo Yi smiled slightly. Yeah, after seeing this, let's get along well, and don't be awkward. We can discuss anything, right? Yi Yanran was still talking behind her. My husband is right. We can discuss anything we encounter. Sister Bai Qing has always been very concerned about us. Xiaoying, don't be so willful in the future. After Qian Ying grew new hands, she no longer cared about the first wife or the second wife, and she was spinning around in excitement. My hands are growing. Wow, my hands have grown back. That's great. When Mo Yi saw that they finally stopped arguing, he walked to the front with a teasing look on his face. Now that we have made up, let's go and leave this damn place. Then I'll go out first. Channing changed the subject as soon as she heard it. Wait a minute, can you take the teachers with you as well? Qian Ying's words made Bai Qing, who had originally been relaxed, tense up again. Mo Yi narrowed his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Channing glanced at Bai Qing and swallowed nervously. It's like this. You also know that Teacher Gao was a famous beauty in our school back then. In recent years, she has become more attractive than before, more mature and sexy. Commander Ma Wenlong sent someone to look for her yesterday, and he also looked for Su Xiao and the other girls. I guess they must have said something to Teacher Gao and the others. I'm a little worried. If it wasn't for Teacher Gao saving me that time, I would have suffered more than just a broken arm. If I really want to leave, can you take them with you? I can also guess what these young girls will encounter if they stay here. We are all classmates. Moe nodded. He didn't care as long as she was a woman. The Chuangsha town can now accommodate thousands of people. Bai Qing's eyes were downcast, and her right fist was clenched tightly. But when she recalled how Qianing apologized to her and bandaged her wound just now, she softened her heart inexplicably. Hubby, bring them all with you. After all, we know each other. Moe looked at Bai Qing with some surprise. He thought the other party would be unhappy. Bai Qing walked over with a kind face, put one hand around Qian Ying's arm and said, "We are sisters from now on. What I said just now was a bit too much. I'm sorry, Xiaoying." Sakura's arm has grown back, and she feels better. It's okay. After all, I was wrong first. When Moe saw that everything was fine, he turned around and left the space. As soon as he returned to the container, he heard a series of alarm bells. A few of them accelerated and ran to the deck. What's wrong? What happened? The man in the distance looked at Moe in panic with his lobster claws in his hand. Ma Wenlong and Jang Dong, those two bastards, ran away with the army. Without the warships and the psychics, the fishmen under the sea are coming to kill us. A dense army of murlocs. Even the bounty murloc leader is here. Freighter number 1 has been occupied by murlocs. Run! This place is going to be ruined too. Chapter 121 Moe. Can you believe it? They all ran away without me? How dare you? Moe instinctively looked up at freighter number 6 in the north. And sure enough, there was chaos over there. Because they were far away from him, the other mermen followed the merman leader to the northernmost part. On the contrary, freighter number 6 was relatively safe. With the smell of the shark Moe around, few fishmen dared to come up. The few who dared to come up only stood on both sides of the stern and bowed to injure people, and they definitely did not dare to stand in the middle. Moe looked at the suddenly ruined water base with an unusually melancholy expression. Damn, it seems that wherever I go, it's ruined? What kind of thing is this? The legend of erecting a monument in the end times. Moe looked at the people who were fleeing in panic and lit a cigarette with a dazed look on his face. Jang Dong ran away again. It seems this guy can run faster than Moe. Just as Moe was thinking about how to bring the class teacher and Su Xiao along, the advanced hunter communicator he had just obtained rang. It was Zhou Mimi who sent a message. Master, I've already left with my cousin. They said that the Hunter Association is forcibly recruiting all the troops to build a defense line in the Eastern Sea area. And the latest national evacuation notice has been issued. People in the eastern region are going to the nearby mountains to make a living, and people in the central region are going to the western plateau by boat. And 3 lines of defense have been set up. The easternmost coastline is the first line of defense, followed by the central line of defense, and finally the western plateau. I just asked my cousin, and he said that the super sea monster tide will arrive within 3 days. Master, please move as soon as possible. Moe scratched his hair thoughtfully. What should he do within 3 days? Looking at the cargo ships number 5 and number 4 that had cut their ropes and left in the north, Moe took another puff of his cigarette. There are millions of fishmen in this place. These are all experiences. What are you running for? Thinking of this, Moe hurriedly started to inspect. Since they were going to be promoted, he included the head teacher Gao Jiame and those classmates in the team. The homeroom teacher had done him a favor in college. If it wasn't for the homeroom teacher, he would have been persuaded to drop out of college after skipping classes for 2 years. He let her awaken her superpowers and level up together. As for the other female classmates, forget it for now. After all, I am not familiar with. Just as Moe was thinking about it, a woman suddenly ran in front of him. When Su Xiao saw that Moe was still smoking leisurely, her eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, you are still in the mood to smoke? All the classmates in the class have escaped with the cargo ship number 5. What are you doing here? I surrendered to you. Where's Sakura? Where did she go? Moe raised his head with a playful look at the cargo ship number 5, which had already broken the chain, and saw his classmates at a glance. The class beauty was among them, looking like she had survived a disaster. Moe secretly thought it was a pity he let this woman run away. Why didn't he see Gao Jime? Su Xiao saw that Moe was still confused and thought he was scared. Where's Xiaoying? I came to find her. Moe shrugged. I didn't see him. Why didn't you leave? Where's the class teacher? The head teacher was worried about the kids and didn't walk with them. How could you be so careless? Xiaoying broke her arm. Why don't you look after her? Su Xiao said as she started looking around. He kept shouting while searching. Mo Yi lit up his second cigarette leisurely, watching the cargo ship number 5 slowly sailing away, as if he had thought of something. Why didn't the cargo ship number 6 they were on leave? Is it because there is no oil? When Mo Yi saw the floating objects in the large salvage area left by the freighters, he realized it. The salvage area below. If even freighter number 6 is gone, those people in the salvage area will have no chance of survival. Just then Mo Yi seemed to hear some sound. Whoosh! Swoosh! It kept going on, looking at Yin Ji and others who were leading the team to support the salvage area. Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. What kind of supernatural power was that? Mo Yi smelled the smell, and it seemed to be river clams. They are either river clams or scallops, and their qualifications are at most level 1. Looking at Yin Ji, who raised his hands and continuously fired pearl bullets, Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. Fishmen who rushed up were killed by the pearl bullets before they reached them. It must be a pearl, but why is it launched so fast? In addition, 2 huge shells grew on both sides of Yin Ji, like a pair of wings. The younger brothers behind him were holding their own weapons and attacking Yin Ji. This guy? He actually relied on a level 1 supernatural power to block the siege of so many fishmen and create a way out for the survivors in the salvage area. This guy is a master of playing with superpowers. At this moment, Su Xiao in the back suddenly shouted, "Ah, Teacher Gao! Boss Yin, come and help us. A fishman has climbed up." Mo Yi looked at Gao Jiame and Su Xiao, who were about to be surrounded by the fishmen, and his expression became a little irritated. The next second, a blood-red ripple appeared under his feet, and with every step he took, another circle of ripples would extend outward. It seems to have a certain smell. Slowly, countless red ripples burst out with the soles of his feet as the center. The fishmen who climbed onto the boat showed extremely horrified expressions. Even Yin Ji and Gang Gu in the salvage area were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. What is that? Gang's legs were already shaking. He looked back at the fishmen running for their lives on the freighter. He also wanted to escape. There was a hint of solemnity in Yin Ji's eyes. This feeling of oppression. There is no doubt that it is a superpower. Just the aura he released was enough to scare the fishmen to death. But how did he do it? Release his aura. Superpower development? How is it developed? Yin Ji came to his senses and shouted, "Brothers, if you want to survive, get on the number 6 freighter. I will take you away." Those living in the salvage area seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and climbed up the rope ladder to board the boat. Mo Yi looked at the fallen and burning cargo ships number 1 and 2 in the north, and he knew that this place was doomed. Su Xiao and the class teacher Gao Jiame were still there protecting the group of children. We have to find a way to take them both in. After finding a deserted place, Mo Yi released Qianing. Go tell them both to sign the contract. I will help you 3 awaken your powers later. Qianing was immediately delighted and ran back quickly. When Su Xiao saw that Qianing was fine, she was so excited that tears almost came out. "Xiao Ying, I was scared to death. I thought you... Oh my God, your hand..." Qianing started talking excitedly. The head teacher Gao Jiame was also stunned. Mo Yi was smoking in the distance, not paying any attention to what they were saying. Qianing only talked for 2 minutes, and then the 2 of them came over. The contract was signed on the spot. Next, it's time for us to enjoy the experience. There are many opportunities like this. Chapter 122: Fairies descend to Earth and show their magical powers. The next second, Mo Yi raised his hand and released Bai Qing and others. The women looked at the large number of mermen on the surrounding sea, and everyone's expression was extremely excited. Experience? Awesome experience? Although the levels of those murlocs are not high, only 1 or 2 levels. But the number is really terrifying. Mo Yi took out a few energy cores and came to Qianing and the others. "Su Xiao, you are still thinking about our Xiaoying at this time. You're going to have a lot of opportunities. For those students who don't want to join us, I can't help them. From today on, we are teammates." Su Xiao looked at the supernatural core in Mo Yi's hand, as if she was dreaming. Qianing has begun to awaken, and as an extremely domineering energy wave begins to gather, her body changes instantly. Mo Yi was stunned. The energy core he took out was of level 3. How could he see Qian Ying's energy fluctuations? Why did it seem like... The next second his pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at Qianing, who only had a small gem on her forehead, Mo Yi was surprised that he couldn't smell the other person's scent. Qianing was also a little confused and said, "Qualified? See which..." "What?" Gao Jiame, who was standing by, had already awakened the level 2 dustbird, and Su Xiao had also awakened the level 2 anomalocaris. Li Cai and Wu Lian looked at Gao Jime, who had awakened the dusk bird in confusion. What the hell was this? Dusk bird? Moreover, Gao Jime's appearance seemed to have become a little strange. Others had fish scales on their bodies, but she had a long row of feathers growing on the outside of her 2 elbows. Even her legs seemed to have grown longer. Gao Magia, who was originally 165 centimeters tall, had now grown to an astonishing 178 centimeters. She stood out from the crowd. Her pants were also much shorter, from long pants to 7-point pants. Even the sides of her eyes grew extremely gorgeous feathers, dazzling and colorful, as if she was a birdman from a mythical story. Isn't it that you can only awaken underwater creatures? Why are there birds too? Can you fly? Li Cai asked with a puzzled look on her face. Dr. Diana quickly explained. Hesperornis is also an underwater creature. This creature is a predator from the Cretaceous period. It lives underwater all its life and only comes ashore during the breeding season. They have completely lost the ability to walk quickly on land, but are extremely fast and deadly underwater. Their legs are very explosive and can perform a variety of difficult movements in the water. Whether they're escaping or hunting, the speed of the dusk bird is extremely fast. Moe looked thoughtfully at the other's legs that had suddenly grown longer. They were too long, truly heaven-defying long legs, full of explosive power. The other two are fine, except Qianing. What's going on? Why is it just a level 1 qualification? What's a sea witch? Moe was obviously a little dissatisfied. He had clearly felt a level 1 energy fluctuation just now. Diana on the side was also confused. She studied marine life, not mythical creatures. Qianing smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. Maybe my condition is too poor. I'm already very happy to be able to awaken my superpowers. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing this, Bai Qing quickly took out a bottle of regeneration granules and gave it to Qianing. Sister, you should hide behind your husband for a while and be careful. Leave the killing of monsters to us? Qianing nodded. Well, thank you, Sister Bai Qing. As Moe waved his hand, the dozen or so women present all rushed down. Moe slowly led the women who had just awakened their powers to the fence. I won't let you go down the first time. There are too many fishmen for you to handle. Let's see how they kill them. Qianing looked down in the direction of Moe's voice, only to see Bai Qing, who had previously quarreled with her, raising his hand and controlling the flow of water. Her hands were slightly crossed in front of her chest, and her legs beneath her body turned into an extremely gorgeous giant mermaid tail. As Bai Qing suddenly opened his eyes, for water tornadoes appeared instantly. Countless fishmen were swept into the sky. When Qianing saw this, she screamed, "How amazing!" Gang Gu and others who had already returned to the ship also came behind Moe and looked at the group of women who surrounded the number 6 freighter. Everyone cheered. Fairies descending to Earth. This is fairies descending to Earth. Haha, we are saved. Bai Qing on the sea raised his hand to gather the waterspout again, and Zhang Fana followed closely behind, all with charged lightning pulses. After a roar, lightning chains several meters wide instantly enveloped the water tornadoes. The air was filled with the scent of fishman's flesh. Qianing and others who had just awakened their special powers directly reached level 2. At this moment, a girl with a sick expression flew over from the horizon. Before the beating began, she started shouting in the sky. "Ha ha, my hands have been itching for a long time. Come on, babies, I'm going to give you a big one." After Li Cai finished shouting, she started throwing depth charges from the sky at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, she flew around freighter number 6 and through it. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions caused splashes of water all over the sky. Yanji and Brother Gang were both dumbfounded. Brother Gang simply sat on the ground, shaking his head with a wry smile on his face. At first they thought that this group of people were so powerful because they had hot weapons and ships, but they didn't expect that any one of them was a top-level psychic. At this moment, people seemed to see that there were suddenly more fishman corpses on the sea. Gradually, there were more and more of them, until their boat was surrounded by the corpses of mermen, and then those people noticed the other 2 women. One is the blue-ringed sea snake Zhang Xinyu, and the other is the venomous sea urchin Tang Tian. These 2 people who knew how to release poison were just releasing poison on the sea surface, and the sea surface turned purple, had poisoned all the fishmen around him. Wu Lian in the water panicked immediately. "Take it easy. Don't send us away." It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I'm a top-level sea scorpion. How come I don't have a large-scale skill? Battle Captain Sun Huijun raised her hand slightly and pointed to the northernmost freighter number 1. Wu Lian's eyes widened immediately. Sister, are you saying that we should go and kill them? Sun Huijun smiled slightly. Everyone has their own strengths. In this fight, it depends on us close combatants. Zhang, Ninghe, Lu Xianxian, Lu Qianqian, Yi Yanran, Wu Lian. Follow me to freighter number 1 and kill the fisherman leader. Keep in formation. Wu Lian leads the way. Ninghe, pay attention to detecting the scent and follow the formation we practiced. Do it for me in 10 minutes. Do it. Chapter 123 Sea Witch. The 7 women rode the wind and waves and headed towards the 2 cargo ships occupied by the fishmen in the north. The fastest one is Yi Yanran, who has the Super Dragon ability. She has shown amazing fighting ability in her first battle. The team's marching speed was obviously not enough to keep up with her. Sun Huijun also noticed this and quickly made adjustments. Change formation. Yanran will lead the team. After Yi Yanran replaced the tough and strong Wu Lian, the 7 people's marching speed on the water instantly increased by several levels. The air waves surged and the waves overflowed. The fishmen they encountered along the way had no time to react and were smashed to pieces by their joint formation on the spot. To be precise, it was smashed to pieces by Yi Yanran's incredible speed. Ichthyosaurs, as the fastest hunters in the sea in ancient times, were much faster than all the creatures on land at that time, reached an astonishing 40 kilometers per hour. Although the top speed of the ichthyosaur is not as explosive as the speed of the black bull shark. However, ichthyosaurs are good at running long distances, while sharks, although fast, are only for a short time and cannot be maintained for long. Diana once developed Yi Yanran's superpowers in the swimming pool of the Ark of Creation. If Yi Yanran were allowed to swim continuously, she could swim for a full 36 hours without slowing down at all. And with the help of Diana, Yi Yanran's explosive power has also been improved. Before anyone else could react, she stabbed 2 fishmen to death with one hand. Her punching speed and nerve reaction could be said to be the fastest in the team. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived on freighter number 2. Those fishmen were afraid to move forward. They had already realized that these people were obviously stronger than them. They all retreated. Just then, the Murloc leader with a bounty of 1,500 gold jumped in front of them with a harpoon. When the fisherman leader saw the woman in front of him, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Ningyi had already smelled it. She looked at the miserable scene on the opposite side of the number 1 freighter with an angry expression and a hint of shame. This bastard. It's a bit filthy. Sisters, be careful. Wu Lian looked up at the scene on the number 1 freighter and immediately revealed a disgusted expression. The woman on the ship, Sun Huijun, raised her hand and waved, and everyone instantly focused their fire. Zhang Yi's 8 tentacles stretched out at the same time, like a tangled web of blue and silver. The fisherman leader held the harpoon and roared continuously, and in a few strokes he cut off Zhang Yi's attack. At this moment, the fisherman leader seemed to sense something behind him, and before he could see clearly, he squatted down in an instant. Yi Yanran was immediately shocked. What a quick reaction. After failing in her surprise attack, Yi Yanran retreated hastily, and Wu Lian took the opportunity to attack with a pair of pincers. The fisherman leader instinctively raised the iron fork in his hand to resist. Looking at the woman in front of it, it clenched its fists in annoyance. Sun Huijun was still observing the other party's actions from the side. Before they knew it, they had reached level 12. Bai Qing and his men were still killing mermen all around, and had already dived into the water to hunt down those mermen who had escaped. Sun Huijun swallowed her saliva. They must show results this time. In the previous few times, it was Mo Yi who killed the bounty leaders, and they were unable to intervene. If so many people can't even kill a Murloc leader, Zhang Yi, block its retreat and don't let it go into the water. Lu Xianxian, cooperate with Wu Lian and attack it from both sides. The fisherman leader has realized that something is wrong. This group of women seems to be more powerful than the previous group of women. Fin on the back of her hand and launched another successful attack. The fisherman leader was obviously panicked. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, he saw 8 tentacles blocking him from behind. Suddenly, it screamed at the top of its lungs. Broken voice. Highly broken voice. The noise is overwhelming. The momentum is rising. All the girls were startled, and Wu Lian, who was at the front, immediately covered her ears. The sound made her head ache, and she couldn't stand it. At this moment, the fishmen who had originally escaped looked up at the location of freighter number 2 at the same time. Hearing the leader's call, all the murlocs swam back again. Very fast, the fishmen in the deepest part of the sea heard the howling of their leader. Fishman leader was like a sonic boom, constantly shocking the crowd around him. The deck beneath its feet seemed to be cracked. Wu Lian's ears had already started to bleed. Yi Yin ran quickly, pulled the people in front to the back, and looked at the fishman leader, who was still howling, not knowing what to do for a moment. The fishmen in the sea climbed up again, in dense crowds. He fearlessly rushed towards Sun Huijun and others. Lu Xianxian raised her hand and released a huge turtle shell. Everyone coming quickly. The fish people are all crazy. Lu Xianxian, a super true alligator turtle, is the most aggressive of all turtles, with amazing bite force and a very domineering shell defense. Surrounding murlocs had no way to deal with this kind of shell and could only crawl towards the location of their leader. Mo Yi in the distance was watching this scene thoughtfully. I had no intention of taking action. At this moment, they're already level 13, and Bai Qing and the others are still trying their best to kill those fishmen in seconds. Experience will continue to increase. As long as the murloc leader is alive, there will be an endless stream of murlocs. I want that murloc leader alive. Chop off its hands and feet. This thing can summon murlocs, and our upgrade depends on it. Mo Ye's voice was so loud that Sun Huijun and others heard it. But looking at the densely packed army of fishmen, they also had a headache. There is no way to kill them all. Behind Mo Yi have all reached level 7, which is like taking an experience express train. Gao Jime and Su Xiao have already begun trying to release their special powers. Qianing looked at the people on the number 2 freighter with a worried look on her face. She didn't know why, but when the fishman leader howled just now, she seemed to want to howl along with him. It was as if he had been provoked in some way. Sound? Qianing didn't know what was wrong, but she always felt her throat was itchy. And the gem on the forehead seems to be a little hot. My qualifications. How come? Qianing looked at her supernatural qualifications in disbelief. How come it had become level 3 at this moment? It was clearly level just now. Could it be that her ability could be changed? What exactly caused it to change? Qianing scratched her forehead in confusion, and the next second she seemed to touch something, and just pulled it. A very strange-looking flute was pulled out from the gem between her eyebrows. This is... Bai Qing and others who were originally fighting were having a great time killing. But suddenly, those fishmen seemed to have received a summons and swam towards freighter number 6 desperately. The mermen around the merman leader of freighter number 2 went crazy and swam towards the direction of the flute sound with their teeth bared. At that moment, Qianing seemed to have a feeling. It seems like she could try to manipulate them. As she softly blew a melody that she didn't even know, a terrifying energy rushed straight to her forehead, and she vomited blood and fainted on the spot. The moment she fainted, the eyes of all the murlocs around her instantly turned red, and they turned around and killed the murloc leader behind them. Chapter 124. Even though we are insignificant little people, we want to live a decent life. Everyone was shocked. Seeing the fishman leader being torn to pieces by the crazy fishmen, Sun Huijun was the first to react. Focus your fire. Those fishmen can't kill it. The women behind him used their special skills one after another, constantly wasting the opponent's life. Although the fishman leader wanted to jump into the water to escape, his hands and feet were tied up by Zhang Yi's octopus tentacles. He was then besieged by the women and died, and his pupils slowly lost their color. The women worked together to kill a bounty hunter, with ecstasy on their faces. Her sisters, who were killing monsters in the sea with an arrogant look on her face, and pouted as if she saw nothing. Bai Qing and others were still killing there until the evening. It was not until Mo Yi and his companions reached level 15, and until they could no longer gain experience points from the murlocs, that Mo Yi asked them to stop. The original 50-meter Genesis ship has now reached 100 meters. In addition, new features have been added, such as submarine transformation mode and optical camouflage. Mo Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Who knows what kind of awesome super weapon the Genesis ship will be able to upgrade to later. Let's stop here for now. Our level is too high. Level 1 murlocs can no longer generate experience. There aren't many murlocs left anyway. It's time to leave. Mo Yi just gathered all his teammates together. He had noticed the problem of the difference between level and experience before. The higher his own level, the less experience he would gain from low-level monsters. He guessed that the Hunter Association had a huge murloc breeding base, and all officials must have been upgraded before. Most of the day has been wasted, And from now on, they have to head towards Changbaishan without stopping. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Just when MOE was about to leave, Yanji and others who had been watching the fight on the sidelines all fell to their knees with a thud. Men, women, and even the children all knelt down. Yanji clasped his fists and shouted in panic, "My benefactors, I will always remember your life-saving grace." The people around were also shouting. If it weren't for MOE and the others, they would probably have been wiped out. MOE stood up slightly, holding a cigarette in one hand. Saving people was not his original intention. He was just upgrading. Yanji saw MOE was about to leave. He quickly clasped his fists and shouted, "Benefactor, can you give us a few superpower cores? Any level will do. Benefactor, it is like investing in us, and we will definitely repay this great favor in the future. The army has left, and you should leave too. We have seen the announcement from the Hunter Association. We still have so many people here, even though they are just ordinary people, but none of us have abandoned our compatriots in the salvage area and left alone. Even if we are insignificant little people, we want to live a decent life. My benefactor, please consider my kindness in taking Miss Su Xiao in and give me a few supernatural cores," Yanji said as he kowtowed. "Please, big brother." Brother Gang also kowtowed. "Please, big brother, just consider it as an investment in us. We still have so many children here. Boss Yin is a good man. If it weren't for him, all of us would have died long ago. Please, big brother." Out of the salvage area also followed suit and begged with their fists clasped. There were two people with special abilities who had robbed MOE's things underwater before on freighter number 5. The two of them also joined Yanji. If Yanji had not risked his life to save them, they would have been eaten by the fish. MOE took a puff of cigarette slowly. He and Bai Qing once shared a common idea. They will consider saving people as long as it does not threaten their own safety. Yanji was right. If he hadn't taken Qianing and the others in, Qianing and Gao Jime might not be so safe. Beautiful women are the most dangerous in the apocalypse. Looking at the more than 200 salvage team members rescued by Yanji, MOE knew that no one in the 6 cargo ships was as smart as Yanji. These more than 200 members of the salvage team are all experts in diving. As long as they find a safe place, they will definitely not starve to death. And there are so many children here. Where there are children, there is always hope. Looking at the people who had been sent by Yanji to put out the fire and rescue the number 1 and number 2 cargo ships, MOE took a breath with relief on his face. It seems that the ultimate beneficiary of this escape battle is you. Yanji, how did you know that I would definitely take action? Yanji clasped his fists and shouted, "Because I know that you are a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. You certainly can't bear to see the children here left unattended. Don't worry, brother. No matter how many children I meet along the way, I will take them with me. Brother is not available to show up, so we will do everything for him. Brother is doing a good deed." MOE smiled and said, "You are quite good at talking. Since you saved Qianing and Teacher Gao, I can give you a few more superpower cores. But whether you can survive the sea monster tide depends on you." As MOE spoke, he threw out several levels of supernatural cores. Then he jumped into the water. Yanji kowtowed quickly. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." MOE waved to them. He released Yin, who was the fastest, and then hugged the other person and headed towards the north. Yanji reacted very quickly, put away his energy core, and shouted, "Turn around! Drop anchor! Go save ships 1 and 2. Move all the gasoline, diesel, and energy to our ship. Rescue the wounded, and bring some clothes to the women who were killed by the fishmen. Most of those murlocs won't be coming. Everyone should deal with the murloc. This body's right here. This is the treasure our benefactor left us. Get all the clothes, jewelry, and other useful items from the fishmen, especially their cell phones. They will be of great use to me. Brother Gang, take the other 2 brothers who have awakened their superpowers and go underwater to bring back all the mines." Ma Wenlong and his men left at least a few hundred torpedoes in this area. Gang swallowed subconsciously and said, I don't know how to take it apart. Damn, this might kill someone." Yanji exhaled. "I have learned before that these mines are detonated by mechanical collision. As long as you don't hit it, it won't explode. A super sea monster tide is coming. Our survival depends on these mines. There should be a safety switch on it. Go and look for it." Brother Gang exhaled nervously, and after thinking about it, he decided to take the 2 men into the water. Yanji looked at the 6-level supernatural cores given by MOE with a thoughtful expression. "The greatest value of this thing is to use it now. Just keep 2 as rewards. From today on, they can also search for energy cores underwater. That night, on the eastern coastline of Donghua Kingdom, Zhang Dongliang and Ma Wenlong's naval team had already arrived here. They looked at the water military base built by the Hunter Association and looked at each other in surprise. This is too much. How many people are here? At least 1 million soldiers, right? There must be at least 20,000 people with special abilities. Is it necessary? Why not retreat to the Western Plateau? Latest here. Chapter 125 Marine Military Base. Ma Wenlong held his pipe in one hand and looked at the huge water military base in front of him, his expression twitching. He had learned about this water military base built by the Hunter Association before. It seemed to be powered by supernatural cores and had an ice-making machine working 24 hours a day. Then use a large number of floating bridges as supports to freeze the ice on the water surface to form land. There are 10 ice-making machines powered by supernatural cores in the ice layer of the entire water base to maintain its shape. Lao Zhang, at least 10 supernatural cores must be burned in one day. The Hunter Association is really rich. What do you think they're going through so much trouble for? We all have to come. If we don't come, we're disobeying orders. There's nothing to defend in this damn place. Took a puff of his cigarette with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Dongliang smiled slightly, then hugged the beautiful lady in a super short cheongsam beside him, who was the biological mother of Huang Kursen, the starfish girl with superpowers and mysophobia. Zhang Dongliang had long known that a group of uninvited guests had come to the Weichuan shelter. He had a biological perception radar and knew exactly how many people were on the other side. When he learned that Huang Yuren had died in the office, he immediately ordered his men to bring Huang Yuren's wife, Li Hong, to the boat. Zhang Dongliang put his arm around Li Hong's slender waist and said in a domineering manner, "Old Ma, there is really nothing to defend here. But I heard that the Hunter Association seems to be researching seawater isolation technology, and they seem to be developing an underwater city somewhere. I guess most of the people sent this time are cannon fodder. I haven't seen any of the masters from the Hunter Association." Ma Wenlong narrowed his eyes. Could it be the second line of defense? I heard that the 12 Tide Hunters from the Hunter Association have already gathered at the second line of defense. Tide Hunters? Only those with abilities above level 20 who have killed the bounty hunter alone can be called Tide Hunters, and there are only 12 strongest ones. Each Tide Hunter has 20 ability team members, and the lowest level team members have abilities of level 1. Zhang Dongliang smiled thoughtfully. Of course I know, but I'm not worried about the sea monster tide. I'm worried about the guy I met last time in Weichuan shelter. My superpower is crocodile. The last time he came to our island, I actually felt afraid of fighting. I've seen a shark psychic before, but that person's smell was very different. I also smelled the smell of someone from another level, so I ran away just to be on the safe side. Although there aren't many of them, they're all psychics above level 1. I always feel that group of people are here to mess with me. Ma Wenlong smiled with disdain on his face. Don't worry, brother, my superpower is a giant octopus that specializes in eating sharks. It doesn't matter what kind of shark it is. Don't tell the guys from the Hunter Association. Let's find a way to find that bull shark mutant. If it's true as you said, all of them have supernatural powers above level 1. If we kill them, Zhang Dongliang chuckled, then all those superpower cores will be ours. Ha. When Zhang Dongliang said this, he looked at the reluctant Li Hong in his arms and exerted force suddenly. Li Hong fell into his arms with tears on her face and a face full of grief and anger. Why are you crying? Damn it. If you keep crying, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Dongliang pushed Li Hong against the guardrail, scaring her so much that she begged for mercy. Mercy, mercy! Ma Wenlong was immediately happy. Be gentle. Mrs. Zhang Huang is a well-known good woman. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Zhang Dongliang's mouth was visibly stretched to his ears, and he looked at the female secretary behind Ma Wenlong and smiled subconsciously. Ma Wenlong understood immediately and hugged the woman behind him. Brothers are like limbs. Women are like clothes. Zhang Dongliang followed up with a sentence. Since it's clothes, it's reasonable for brothers to wear them together. Ha. Ma Wenlong pulled Li Hong over and laughed. Ha, brother is also a wonderful person. It makes sense. It makes sense. Zhang Dongliang pulled the other party's secretary over and laughed. Ha, brother, you are welcome. Let me make it clear first. Don't kill her. When I was in the Weichuan shelter, I liked Mrs. Huang to death. Zhou Mimi, who was lurking in their team, was also shocked by the water military base in front of them. Artificial glaciers. Those people are burning mutant creatures? There are also strange light towers around the military base. They look like some kind of charging devices. Countless psychics were hunting mutant creatures all around, bringing them back and throwing them into the incinerator. The air was filled with black smoke. Zhou Mimi swallowed subconsciously. There were too many armed forces here. Destroyers, cruisers. She even saw aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. Countless soldiers are conducting military exercises wearing underwater equipment. Many new types of equipment that she had never seen before seemed to be powered by supernatural cores. No, it seems that there are some people with special powers providing energy. In the distance, for people with special abilities who could release lightning were charging the light towers with their upper bodies naked. It's like Zhang Fana's electric eel ability, probably some other species of electric eel. What's more, there are large water cages in the water base, which contain several powerful sea monsters trapped inside. I don't know what it's used for. Zhou Mimi kept recording the video and sent it all to Mo Yi. Mo Yi, who had already caught up with the number 5 freighter, was also stunned for a long time after seeing the video of the water military base. Fuck, is that a light prism defense tower? Energy nuclear power? Which genius invented it? A person with superpowers charges the equipment? Does this make sense? Looking at the 4 guys who could discharge electricity, Mo Yi looked thoughtful. Although he had obtained a lot of supplies before the disaster, he did not have this newly developed thing. How did those people create the glacier? NB1? Mo Yi, who was still looking at the hunter communicator, and whispered, Husband, shall we take action? Everyone on the number 5 freighter is going to die. Aren't those girls from your class? Mo Yi looked up at the freighter in front of him and smiled nonchalantly. If they are all dead, they are all dead. They didn't call us when they ran away. Yi Yanran hugged his neck with a delicate face and said, Hubby, don't regret it. If they die, you will never meet them again. It's easy to find beautiful girls, but there are only a few of them. Anyway, I warned you. Don't worry. I'm here. I can swim to Changbai Mountain in one day. That's enough time, dear. Mo Yi chuckled. People who used to be celebrities are different. They are good at talking and pleasing others. Looking at the classmates who were forced to the stern of freighter number 5, Mo Yi hugged Yi Yanran and rushed into the sky with a shark slingshot. Before he even reached the stern, his eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the huge black shadow that suddenly emerged from the water, he smelled something similar. Oh my! Shark over 30 meters long rushed straight towards Mo Yi in the sky, and the waves were surging. Chapter 126 Bull Shark Queen. The sudden change frightened everyone on freighter number 5 and the strange fish. Mo Yi was pushed to a higher position by the huge bull shark. He was stunned. Fuck. Bounty hunter? A leader-level monster with a bounty of 5,000 gold. The fishmen and mutant fish on the freighter saw the bull shark queen fall into the water. They turned around and ran away in fear. Mo Yi quickly adjusted his body shape and dived down to land on the deck of freighter number 5 in an instant. Shark Queen circling the freighter underwater. Mo Yi smelled something strange. That smell was neither murderous nor bloody. Although he didn't understand the situation, and although he thought he seemed to have guessed something, he was still worried, so he released Diana. Diana only took one look and concluded, It seems that the bull shark queen is courting you, husband. Eyes twitched suddenly. Are you sure? Diana nodded vigorously. Before normal sharks court, male sharks will dance for female sharks to attract their attention. And in rare cases, female sharks will dance for the object of their affection. Its behavior of circling the freighter is a sign of courtship. I guess it's because you're the only bull shark around. It just fell in love with you at first sight. Mo Yi swallowed subconsciously. Then can I run? Diana took out the telescope and looked underwater again, still recording with her phone. This behavior is really rare. A mutant creature actually has a crush on a superpower. Honey, its pelvic fins are already in a ring shape, which means it's ready. It's just waiting for you to get down. Mo Yi, don't tease me. I asked you to solve the problem, not to laugh at me. See if the opponent has any weaknesses. This is a level 15 bounty monster. Killing it will definitely give you a lot of experience. Diana touched her chin with a smirk on her face. Wait. Let me observe first. Don't be impatient. As the two were talking, the survivors of the stern also breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Yi's classmates also came over. When they saw that it was Mo Yi, they were immediately shocked. Oh my god. Mo Yi, weren't you on boat number 6? Why are you? That person swimming underwater just now was you, right? You were a superpower. Several boys were talking about it, looking like they had survived a disaster. The class beauty Xiang recognized the national goddess Yi Yanran, who was hugging Mo Yi at a glance. and her eyes suddenly tightened. Mo didn't care about the friendship between classmates anymore. He looked at the day's girls and shouted, "Yes, I am a superpower. Girls, come over here. I will take you to find your class teacher." The class beauty Zhao Xiangxiang was the first to walk over, her eyes always fixed on Yi Yinran behind her. She dared to conclude that Mo Yi must be a person with superpowers. Otherwise, why would a woman of Yi Yinran's status be with him? The other women followed suit, and now the ship was beyond saving. When the boys saw that the girls had gone over, they followed them. Mo Yi waved his hand. "I only save girls. Sorry, old classmates." The monitor Wang, he shouted angrily. "What do you mean? We are all classmates, but you only save the girls?" Mo Yi smiled coldly. "It's up to me who I save. Didn't you call me when you were running for your life? Just now. Are we familiar with each other?" Wang was immediately amused when he heard this. "Haha, girls, don't believe him. He definitely has bad intentions. Look at him." Before he could finish his words, Yi Yanran came forward and said, "Oh my, you are not very capable, but you are very arrogant. Does my husband have bad intentions? Is his vision so low? We are in a hurry. If you women want to live, stand up consciously, otherwise just wait to die here." When those people saw that it was the national goddess Yi Yanran, their eyes widened immediately. Smart people have already noticed that Yi Yanran's skin and complexion are very good, and it is obvious that she has never been hungry. "You have recognized me. I am the woman who Yi Yanran wants to live and sign the contract. It's that simple. We are in a hurry." Mo Yi took out the employee contract. The women came over one after another. Zhao Xiangxiang was the first to sign the contract, but was unsuccessful. Not only did she fail, but the rest of the girls also failed. Mo Yi smiled crookedly. He thought there would be a few successful people among this group. Now his standards have become higher, and he no longer wants just any rubbish. And he already smelled that the class beauty Zhao Xiangxiang smelled wrong. The smell was different from that of Qianing, Bai Qing, and the others. It was a foul odor. To someone with a keen sense of smell like Mo Yi, the smell was no different from canned herrings. He originally came here because, in his impression, the girls in the class were pretty, especially the class beauty. But after taking a closer look and smelling it, he instantly lost interest. He immediately took the contract and said, "Forget it. You can sign it or not. It's a waste of my time. Let's go, Yinran. Let's go and see how Diana's research is going." After saying this, Mo Yi turned and left. Zhao Xiangxiang panicked immediately and hurried forward and said, "Brother Mo, don't leave. We are all classmates." Mo Yi didn't care at all. They were just classmates. When Su Xiao ran away just now, only Su Xiao came back to find Qianing. Now she told him that they were just classmates. Mo Yi just walked up to Diana, not wanting to deal with those people anymore. "What's wrong, Diana? Does it have a weakness?" Diana saw Mo Yi coming back. Her expression suddenly became playful. "Husband, give me a copy of your contract." Mo Yi didn't think much about it and raised his hand to take it from the other party. After reading the contents of the contract, Diana's eyes suddenly lit up. "It doesn't say that we can't sign biological contracts." Mo Yi. Sumino. Shark Queen, who was still circling the freighter, her eyes extremely excited. "Hubby, do you want to go down and try? This bull shark is probably a girl, and she's just grown up, so she can't tell whether you're a human or a shark. You have a strong smell, probably because you're also level 15, so this level 15 bull shark recognizes you. It's your turn. Go down and try. This situation is extremely rare. I can say that even if you encounter a bull shark again in the future, this special situation will never happen. If this kind of battle pet could be stored in the space." When Diana said this, Mo Yi had already shrank his neck. Looking at the 30-meter-long giant bull shark that jumped out of the sea again and slapped the seawater, Mo Yi swallowed subconsciously as he looked at the behemoth that had been showing goodwill to him. "I warn you not to mess around." Then he jumped down with 2 contracts in his hand, looking sad. Chapter 127. From now on, I will call you Little Shark. Mo Yi jumped into the sea alone. Yi and ran on the deck, felt like laughing for a moment, and went to the railing to look down. Mo Yi in the sea was being chased by a giant bull shark and was so scared that he dropped his contract. Mo Yi was still screaming, "Fuck!" The man and the shark swam from the left side of the freighter to the right side, and then from the right side to the north. When Mo Yi took out the contract again, the shark accelerated and rushed over. Its huge tail created huge waves and knocked Mo Yi into the sky with one blow. This time, Mo Yi saw clearly that there seemed to be a lot of debris in the mouth of the bull shark king. Fishmen, humans, mutants. It was stuck between its teeth. An extremely foul smell spread out. Mo Ye's expression twitched. He turned around and jumped up, stepped on the other person's forehead, and came to the sky. Shark Queen sinking into the sea again. Diana said it was easy for the mutant to sign the contract, but the other party didn't even have a hand. The long fish fin is too big. How can I sign it? The other party doesn't understand what people say. Mo fell into the water again with a gloomy expression, taking out 2 contracts again, looking at the big guy that made a big circle and swam back again. Mo slowly turned his gaze towards the other shark fin. How to sign? And successfully sign on it before. Do you want to break the opponent's shark fin? I guess we can't make too much noise. Otherwise, if the other party becomes hateful, we won't be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Mo stretched out his shark fin with one hand and dived down suddenly the moment the huge monster rushed towards him, successfully cut a small cut on the other person. But the bull shark queen was not angry, but became even more excited. Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at the bull shark that turned around and swam towards him again. He took out a contract. This feeling is similar to bullfighting. When the other shark swam up to him again, Mo dodged sideways and hugged him with his injured shark fin. The next second, the contract flashed a golden light. Mo stopped instantly. Looking at the bull shark queen who had surrendered to him, he could not believe his eyes. Successful? Oh my god, did I capture a Pokemon? Shark Queen that had settled down and quietly stopped in front of him. Mo felt like he was dreaming. Really conquered. After thinking about it, he expanded a large sea area next to the creation town. He just raised his hand and sucked the huge bull shark queen into the space. The women who were still working in the creation town saw, from afar, a giant beast falling from the sky, which scared the women who were farming on the shore and made them flee in panic. Mo followed in immediately afterwards. Shark Queen, who was in great joy after falling into the water. His mouth was visibly grinning from ear to ear. Ha! Awesome. This is really awesome. I will call you Little Shark from now on. You just stay here and see if you can meet some mutant creatures willing to follow me. I will get them for you to keep as companions then. At this moment, Little Shark flipped over and created a large wave. Mo chuckled. What's wrong? Are you still in a bad mood? Then there was another wave from the other side, a 6-meter-high wave that directly soaked the women who were peeking at the shore. Mo touched his chin subconsciously. Are you hungry? As he was thinking about it, he took out a large number of corpses of mutant creatures from the warehouse. These were all the corpses he had stored before. There was no need to worry about them rotting in the warehouse of the Ark of Creation, as the time in the warehouse was relatively static. When the little shark saw the food, it became even more excited, like a huge blue whale constantly splashing waves on the water. At the same time, Diana and Yi Yinran, who were still on cargo ship number 5, were also harassed by Wang Yi's students. Wang Yi was still pleading. Yi Yinran, you're a well-known star in the country. I am your fan. I have even watched the TV series you acted in. Many of our classmates here admire you very much. Can you please take us away? Yi Yinran frowned slightly and looked at the group of students coldly. Thinking back to when she rescued those people in the Weichuan shelter, they all said they admired her at first, but after she saved those people, those guys actually had bad intentions towards her. Looking at Wang Yi opposite her, Yi Yinran turned around with a disgusted look on her face. I warn you not to get so close to me. I hate people who smell the most. If you dare to touch me, you will bear the consequences. Wang Yi clenched his fists unwillingly and was about to give up. Zhao Xiangxiang hurried forward and hinted to the students around him. Everyone rushed forward, and before Yi Yinran could react, she was blocked by the group of students. Zhao Xiangxiang smiled like an Annie. Big Star Yi is so arrogant. If we were to hold you hostage, do you think, Mo, you would let us live? We can't save the ship now. We have no other options. Please don't blame us, Mr. Yi. After Zhao Xiangxiang finished speaking, several men came up with fruit knives. Yi Yinran looked at this group of smart aleck guys in silence. In the past, she always felt that it was fake when she saw some people doing stupid things. But today, when she faced this scene herself, a sense of ridiculousness came over her. When people are desperate, they will really do stupid things. Wang Yi and those boys' eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. The woman in front of him was a national goddess. Wang Yi saw that the boys around him didn't dare to move, so he quickly raised his knife and shouted, Mo, he was just lucky to have the superpower core. He was the worst student in our class back then. Why can he live better than us and have such a beautiful woman as his companion? Let's hold this girl hostage. I guess, Mo, you won't want her to die. She's the national goddess. The bespectacled guy beside him was also swallowing his saliva. If I can spend a good night with Miss Ran, it would be worth dying for. Brothers, the squad leader is right. Why is Mo Yi so happy? When he and I were in the same dormitory, I used his shampoo and toothpaste, but he didn't even dare to fart. Let me see. Today we... As the bespectacled guy spoke, he looked at Yi Ran with a sick look on his face. Sudden, her eyes seemed to feel a little uncomfortable, as if he could hardly breathe, and his stomach was aching. When I looked up, why did Yi Ran suddenly disappear? When he looked again, the classmates around him fell to the ground one after another, and Wang Yi had been chopped into 2 pieces. Her eyes could no longer feel his lower body. When he came to his senses, his body was dislocated in the middle. You are also a mutant? Yi Ran wiped her ichthyosaur fins with a handkerchief with a disgusted look on her face. How disgusting. Killing you really dirty my hands. Chapter 128. Transforming the Creation Town. Yi Ran cut all these people in half with one move. She was already level 15, and her speed became even faster. Other people on the boat also noticed the situation here. When those people saw that it was a person with superpowers, they immediately became excited and wanted to run over in order to save their lives. However, the large amount of human blood flowing from the bodies of Wang Yi and others on the deck made the mutant fish nearby go crazy again. Those on the boat suffered again. Yi Ran was still rubbing her fins disgustingly. Why hasn't my husband come up yet? Hasn't he already conquered me? Diana shrugged her shoulders and said, Who knows? I think he's expanding the fish pond. I proposed this to him last time. If he upgrades, the creation space may also be upgraded. And I also studied his creation system. If there is only one ship, it may not be called creation. I estimate that the higher his level, the more perfect the creation space will be. It's even possible that the ship of creation will be able to fly in the future. Yi Ran was immediately delighted. Able to roam the land, sea, and air? Is he that strong? Well, but right now we are not strong enough to do whatever we want. If the Hunter Association targets us now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mo Yi in the Creation Town suddenly discovered something new at this time. When he reached level 15, he only noticed the changes in the creation ship and did not notice the Creation Town. Before he created this place, he just found some 1- or 2-story houses on the bottom of the sea and moved them in. The ground was only covered with a layer of soil about 2 meters thick. The space in the distance is black, and the sky is black too, just like a dark space. In order to allow those hundreds of beautiful women to survive here and create labor value, he tinkered with the creation of the town for half an hour. There are only 2 roads, and the houses are arranged randomly. 6 major sections of the Genesis ship. After it reached level 15, he began to think. The ship of creation has 6 plates, level 15, and is 100 meters long. Drive allows all the crew members of the Genesis ship to board the ship from a certain distance at the same time. Weapons: Gatling gun, torpedo launcher. Tools: optical camouflage, submarine deformation mode. Warehouse: unlimited. Staffing: captain, deputy captain, scout officer, combat captain, gunner, navigator, sailor. New unlocks: chef, technician, sailor. Transformation: change the color of the Genesis ship, change the position of weapons, and unlock the new spatial layout. Moe looked at the newly unlocked space layout and subconsciously looked towards the messy creation town. The houses are piled together in a haphazard manner, and there is only 1 dirt road and 1 concrete road on the street. The street lamps he placed were all crooked. At least 6 out of 8 street lamps on 1 road were not placed neatly. The little shark's fish pond is a bit small. The guy went crazy in the fish pond after eating the food, and it was obvious that he was not satisfied with this kind of living environment. And the women in the creation town also began to learn how to farm for a living after obtaining seeds and fertilizers. Thinking of this, Moe simply started to transform himself in the creation space. When you open the space layout option, what comes into view are various creation blueprints. Please select city style, pastoral style, with water wheel, medium-sized farm, logging site, septic tank, and flower fields. Ancient style, with buildings such as lumberyard, quarry, large farm, private school, market, moat, tower, etc. Modern style, with buildings such as supermarkets, commercial buildings, ring roads, power plants, mining plants, etc. Western castle, unlocked. Future wind, unlocked. Castle in the sky, unlocked. Note, after selecting the blueprint, you need to provide materials. If the materials are insufficient, the creation space cannot be transformed. Moe subconsciously looked at the pastoral style, on which it was clearly written, the required quantity of materials such as wood, stone, metal, and soil. After looking through it, it seemed that only the materials for the pastoral style were sufficient. The modern style required too much metal, and he was reluctant to use it. Before, he only stockpiled food for himself and his wife's offspring, but never thought about building a city in the small world. It seems that I should go to the underwater city to recycle some metals when I have time. After much consideration, Yi simply chose the pastoral style blueprint. The next second, a brand new town appeared in the open space in the distance. Yi raised his eyes and said, "Oh my God! The sun? An artificial little sun? There are actually ready-made wheat fields? The sun shines on the rolling rice fields, and the golden waves sway gently in the breeze. Neat rows of wooden houses line the streets of the town. Under some eaves, there are strings of peppers and corn hanging, exuding a strong rural flavor. There is an ancient stone bridge in the center of the town, with clear stream flowing under the bridge. There is also a large sea of flowers on the southern plains, and a slowly flowing water wheel by the river, constantly drawing water from the river into the farm." Yi stood there with a look of curiosity on his face. 2 earthen hills had been built around the town. Then he sent all the women from the chicken coop creation town that he had randomly picked to the new town. He reclaimed the former town and stored a lot of stones and wood in the warehouse. Next is the fish pond. We simply stretched out our hands and turned the town into a coastal town. Those women hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds above their heads and feeling the breeze in the fields, everyone's face was filled with vicissitudes and stories. Several women looked at Yi, who was still transforming the town, and walked over nervously. Master, we have been very obedient. Can you please not let that shark get so close to us? It is a man-eating monster after all. Master, please." Yi subconsciously turned around and looked at the woman's expression. He seemed to have forgotten who she was. The woman said quickly, "Master, we were in a female dance troupe before. We are all Han people. The master asked us to dance for you before, and asked us to wear pink hip skirts and gradient stockings. My name is Mian." When he heard the pink hip skirt, Yi suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember, it's you guys." Mian was immediately delighted and quickly called out to the women behind her to kneel down. "Master, we know that we are just some pretty girls who can dance and sing, unlike Zhou Mimi and the others who have such a big background. Master, please let us stay. We are willing to serve the master forever. We will learn whatever dance the master wants to see. It's okay for us to stay here for the rest of our lives. Please don't chase us away. Since we came here, we have been learning Chinese, doing body-shaping yoga, aerobics, and learning new dances every day to keep in shape. We will do our best to satisfy the owner." Chapter 1: 29 Women in the Town. Mei Yin and others were overjoyed and quickly took out the speakers and started playing them. A group of women then started dancing to the powerful and seductive music. Yi swallowed his saliva immediately, turned around, and continued to transform the fish pond. It would be better to just create an arc-shaped mountain range in the sea to block the little shark outside the coastal town. You're done. This creation town is perfect. The only drawback is that there are no animals. Let's see if we can get poultry and other animals into the Genesis ship after it's upgraded, etc. Poultry. Yi seemed to have thought of some card operation. Eggs can enter the space, and so can fish roe and other things. Didn't Diana also raise a few non-mutated goldfish? If they laid roe, he could get it in, but there were so many eggs in his space, and he didn't know which one could hatch chicks. There are so many. There must be at least a few that can hatch, right? There seem to be free-range eggs. Let's just give this task to Diana and let her find a way to get some creatures in. He seemed to remember that he had collected a lot of merman eggs at the bottom of the sea before, and had originally intended to give them to Diana for research, but the other party only chose 2 and left the others. Yi then collected dozens of murloc eggs and sent them to a separate sea area, not caring what they ate, as long as they could hatch. After thinking about it, it was still a bit ridiculous, so he simply transplanted some aquatic plants into the fish people SC area and planted some green plants on the shore, and then let them eat vegetarian food. Mi Yin and others were still dancing and twisting their hips, performing all kinds of sexy moves. They slowly stopped only after Yi left the creation town. Mei Yin and the others collapsed on the ground with some effort. They had been dancing for nearly an hour, and it was too tiring to dance in stiletto high heels. Moreover, they do yoga and aerobics every day, which makes them very tired. Looking at the sisters who were panting, Mei Yin said firmly, "Remember, sisters, the sooner you recognize your own identity, the sooner you can enjoy life. Here the master is God. As long as we serve him well, We will definitely not starve to death. Remember, don't think about becoming the mistress's wife, and don't try to please the mistress by getting pregnant. Even if you have the mistress's child, the mistress will never let you go. The woman at the side sighed helplessly. If we had known earlier, we would have signed the contract honestly. Sigh. Even if we are sincere in following the master now, we still sigh. When will it end? Mei Yin exhaled. Even if you were the mistress, why would you tolerate us? If we were like Tang Tian and Lu Xianxian, who had decided from the beginning to follow the master, maybe we would also be superpowers now. This is fate. It's our own choice. Everything has two sides. We must face it positively. At least we can live without worries about food and clothing. We don't have to worry about the end of the world here. We just need to serve the master well. After all, the master is a man, so let's dress sexier from today. From today on, you are only allowed to wear skirts, short skirts, hip skirts, etc. How can you be so sure that the master won't secretly watch us in the town? So we have to make ourselves as beautiful and charming as possible, so that the master won't send us out. Another girl named Nang sighed helplessly. I really envy Zhou Mimi and Zhao Qinglian. They are both enjoying a good life and have awakened their special powers. Mei Yin snorted coldly. Everything has two sides. Although they have gone out, they are just the master's intelligence agents and spies. If they encounter any danger, they can only pray for good luck. The master will definitely not save them. It won't be long before the master sends out more women with high status and backgrounds. For those of us who don't have any connections, we can only please him if we want to survive. This is our only way to survive. Nang shook her head slightly. I don't think that's right. Since the master has moved the creation town, it means he wants to keep this place. That means he wants to keep us here. Mian, don't be too happy too soon. Let's go back to our respective posts. Mou returned to freighter number 5 and scratched his head in confusion. Looking at the messy cargo ship number 5, his eyes narrowed into slits. He only stayed in the creation space for more than an hour, right? Why are all the people outside dead? Class Monitor Wang Yi and Class Beauty Zhao Xiangxiang were chopped in half. The deaths of the other students were also quite tragic. Almost everyone on the ship was killed, and the strange fish and the fishmen even started a fight on the deck for food. Yi Yanran and Diana were discussing something in front of a container with sly looks on their faces, and they were looking around at something. Look left and right. When they saw Mo Yi, they both smiled meaningfully at the same time. Husband, we have prepared a gift for you. Yi Yanran even ran over with a coquettish look on her face, holding Mo Ye's arm and saying, Hubby, just now your classmates wanted to hold me hostage, and I accidentally killed them all. Don't be angry. The class beauty is gone, and I found you a better one. Yi Yanran said as she pulled Mo Yi to the container. Mo Yi looked at the dim container. Although he couldn't see the person inside clearly, he could already smell the odor. 3 scents, 1 subtle fragrance. When he saw the 4 women in the container, he swallowed. Yi Yanran said excitedly, Husband, this sister is Lu Jun. She is 46 years old this year. The youngest daughter is 18 years old. The second daughter is 22 years old. And the eldest daughter is 25 years old. Just now I saw the deep love between the mother and son in this family, and I didn't want them to be eaten by fish, so I saved them. Yi Yanran suddenly leaned over to Mo Ye's ear and whispered, I guess he's not a good person. I just saw her family push an injured woman out to feed the fish. Let her husband do whatever he wants with her. Mo Yi instinctively looked at the oldest one with a look of respect. Aunt Lu Jun, ladies, sign this contract and I will take you away. Been fooled by Yi Yanran and signed a contract on the spot. Yi Yanran was immediately delighted. Hubby, don't put it in the creation boat, otherwise Sister Bai Qing will be angry with me. You know? Mo Yi chuckled. He must understand. After putting all those women into the creation space, he hugged Yi Yanran and headed north. Let's go. Don't stop no matter what you encounter on the road. Go straight to Changbai Mountain. Yi Yanran understood immediately, and she conjured up a fish dragon fin, put on a diving goggles, took Mo Yi into the sea, and rode away in a cloud of dust. A long white wave was left on the sea. Lu Jun's family, who had already arrived at the creation town, looked at the town in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. Where is this? What's going on? Who was standing at the door, saw that there were new people coming, and immediately smiled. Women over there, if you want to go into the city, change these clothes. You can't wear such tight clothes in the city. Lu Jun was furious when she saw those shameful clothes. Who are you? Why should we listen to you? Nang smiled slightly. You don't have to listen to me, but these clothes are specially left for us by the master. Only after you change into these clothes, I will take you to choose a residence. Of course, you don't have to wear it. You only have one chance. Chapter 130 Daily Workflow of Genesis Town. Lu Jun looked at the woman with displeasure, obviously not wanting to wear that kind of clothes. Her daughter recognized the woman opposite her. Are you Li Na Young, a member of the most famous girl group in Han Country? Is it really you? After being recognized, Li Nang was not afraid at all and put her hands on her hips. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the town. This is the world created by the master, and we must not confuse the superior and the inferior. Lu Jun couldn't resist for a moment and was shaking with anger. I had no choice but to pick up those clothes and change them. The black stockings are all over the body and directly connected to the fingers. The shiny pink low-cut skirt wrapped around her body was as low as possible on the top and as short as possible on the bottom. When Lu Jun put on the 15-inch high stiletto-pointed nightclub queen-style high heels, she couldn't stand steadily. He fell after a few steps. Li Nang sneered. The master is probably traveling outside all day and won't come in here. If you can't even wear high heels, I think you'd better die. Stretch your legs straight. Hold your head high, chest out, and stomach in. What are you shaking like that? Like a country woman? Why are you pulling up your skirt? We're all women here. What are you afraid of? Let's see who dares to bend down and help others again. Are you looking for death? Lu Jun clenched her fists with a look of grief and anger and shouted. You guys, don't go too far. We are already dressed, and we haven't eaten for several days. Captain Mo didn't say anything, you guys, don't be so. Before he could finish his words, Li Nang slapped him. You think you are qualified to mention the master's name? Everyone who was sent here survived because of the master's rescue. How dare you mention the master's name? If you dare to do it again, I will cut off your tongue. Frightened, Lu Jun quickly lowered her head. Please don't blame me, master. Please don't blame me, master. Li Nang snorted coldly. The master asked us to manage the town, which means he is very dissatisfied with the atmosphere in the town and needs management. Don't think you can become the master's woman or something. If the mistress finds out, be careful to cook you in the pot. Remember this, you cannot address the master or mistress by their names here. They provide us with food and clothing. They are the gods here. When you see the town administrator, you have to bow and address him as a respectful title. When you see the master, you have to kneel down. Anyone who dares to disregard the distinction between superiors and inferiors will bear the consequences at his own risk. Lu Jun's family looked at each other and dared not say anything. Since Mo Yi arranged these women to manage the town, it is better not to mess with them. Lu Jun brought her 3 daughters into the city, keeping her head down all the way. Yu Guangzhong and the others saw that almost all the women here were dressed very sexy. Super short tight cheongsams, slim semi-transparent leggings, hip skirts and black stockings, suspender stockings, and all kinds of high heels. And everywhere on the street, you can see women practicing yoga and doing aerobics in groups. The street is full of beauty salons, hair salons, cosmetics, and clothing stores. Lu Jun instinctively looked towards the clothing store, and the clothes inside were even more shabby. They were actually belly bands. Li Na Young brought her family to the Mayor Miyan. Miyan was still practicing hip-twisting dance with dozens of women at this moment. When she saw new people coming, she asked the women to practice by themselves according to the choreographed tutorial. Lu Jun instinctively lowered her head. Although she was already in her 40s, she didn't dare to look at the woman in front of her. Mei Yin looked the other person up and down, her eyebrows raised. Well, your figure is quite sexy, and you are also good-looking. No wonder the master took you in. If you train and take good care of yourself, you should be able to please the master. Remember, from now on, get up at 5 o'clock every morning. You have 1 hour to dress up and try to be charming. Gather at the square at 6 o'clock. If I think your dress and makeup are not up to standard, you will be punished. At 6:30, everyone will have a healthy breakfast and then start learning about appearance. We will arrange for someone to teach you how to put on makeup and dress up. Also, standing posture and catwalk, smiling without showing teeth, and walking gracefully are the most basic. You need to learn how to be a perfect woman. The perfect woman here refers only to appearance. Only appearance. In the afternoon, we have yoga, bodybuilding, and so on. After get off work at 6 p.m., you can choose to learn professional courses such as musical instruments, dance, massage, singing, tea making, cooking, and so on. Don't think you can just pick a professional class at night and get by. Have you seen those 20 people working in the wheat field? Lu Jun and a few others instinctively looked up and saw a group of women in miniskirts and high heels busy spreading manure and fertilizer in the wheat field. One of the women started crying. "Isn't it difficult to farm in high heels?" Before he could even cry a few words, the female supervisor whipped him, leaving him covered in blood. Mei Yin smiled coldly. "This is the result of being lazy. Don't be shameless. I will check your learning results every 3 days. If you are not smart, go learn massage and dance. The master prefers to watch us dance. Although making tea and cooking seem freer, our standards here are very high. Which woman here doesn't come from a famous family? If you can't even satisfy our tastes, don't even think about making tea and cooking for the master. Okay, go pick a house over there and come have dinner with us in an hour. Don't think you can sit back and relax just because you're here. You can do whatever you want. If the mistress ever thinks we're living too comfortably and she's not happy with us, we'll all die. Pleasing the master is our first goal, and the second is to create value. Even here we can grow crops and create food. Okay, go ahead." Lu Jun quickly lowered her head and said, "Yes." Lu Jun took her daughters to find an empty 2-story wooden house with a yard. The room is equipped with cosmetics, a double bed, a yoga mat, clothes, high heels, a full-length mirror, and a wardrobe. There's also a well, a small farmland, vegetable jars, and so on in the yard. And there are 2 bicycles. Lu Jun exhaled helplessly. "My daughters, you have to be more careful in the future. Although it is safe here without mutant creatures, it is not peaceful." Lu Jun's little daughter wanted to take off her high heels with a look of grievance. She had never worn such things in her life, but this time she couldn't stand it after walking for a while. "Mom, I'm so hungry. Didn't you say there was food?" "Don't worry, there will be food soon." At this moment, a man suddenly appeared behind them. It was Mo Yi, who had been swimming outside with Yi Yanran for half a day. The 4 Lu Jun girls were so frightened that they quickly knelt on the ground. "Mo, Master, Master, Lu Jun has met the Master." Chapter 131, The Natural Ecology of Changbai Mountain. Mo Yi kept waving his hands. He held Yi Yanran in his arms and swam all the way until it was dark. His hands are already sore. Yi Yanran was also stretching her muscles. "Oh, I'm so tired. Last time I swam in Diana's swimming pool for 2 days, and I wasn't tired. Why is it so tiring to swim with my husband?" Mo Yi slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Upon seeing this, Lu Jun quickly winked at her daughters. The eldest daughter Chun Mingyue quickly stood up and massaged Mo Yi's shoulders. The second daughter Chun Xianyue also carefully massaged Yi Yanran's shoulders. Only the youngest daughter, Chun Xiaomin, was pouting and looking at Mo Yi, who was smoking with an aggrieved look on her face. Frightened, Lu Jun quickly blocked her face. "Master, Master, my little girl is ignorant. Please don't argue with her." Mo Yi waved his hand and glanced at Yi Yanran with a playful expression. Yi Yanran pretended to be confused and looked at the ceiling. "This house is really nice." "Well, the floor is made of solid wood." Mo Yi chuckled. "What do you want to say?" Yi Yanran's eyes rolled around, and she looked at Lu Jun's big legs with a suggestive look. "Honey, it's dark outside. I am timid. Do you know how scary it is to swim in the ocean when it's dark? Depressing, dark, cold, unknown. My God, it's pitch dark. You don't even know what's under the water. That feeling was so scary. If you hadn't been with me, I would have been scared to death. You've worked hard, so relax for a while." Mo Yi raised his eyebrows and said, all right. Let's go back to the ship of creation and take a nap. Diana is right. We are human beings, and we still need to sleep every day. Otherwise, we will really turn into fish later." Yi Yanran was delighted. "Thank you, husband. I promise to swim to Changbai Mountain tomorrow during the day." After saying that, Mo Yi sent her to the ship of creation. Looking at Lu Jun and the others in front of him, Mo Yi was also a little tired. "Is there any music that's more exciting? Let's play it and listen to it." Lu Jun hurried to search on the computer next to her. Looking at the explosive movies that had already been downloaded in the player, she had already guessed what she would face next. Mo Yi looked around and said, "Well, open all the windows and turn on all the lights in the house." Chun Mingyue and Chun Xianyue, both with blushing faces, opened all the windows. Outside was the street, and many women were still walking on the street. It was almost time for dinner. When Lu Jun thought of what Mei Yin said, she lowered her head and said, Master, they asked us to have dinner with them." Mo Yi raised his hand and conjured up a bunch of food. "Eat here, some of you are tired at night. Eat more." When Chun Xiaomin saw the food, his eyes widened and he rushed over. As Lu Jun clicked on a powerful piece of music, the atmosphere in the whole room changed. The women who had gathered outside to eat had jealous looks on their faces. Li Ning rolled her eyes at Lu Jun in front of the window with disdain. "How old woman? The master is just interested in something new for a while. Don't be so proud." When Mei Yin heard this, she quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Every woman here belongs to the master. We are only responsible for supervising them and punishing those who are disobedient. We should recognize someone like her who can please the master. Otherwise, if the master knew that we were playing tricks against his favored woman, guess how you would die? Give them some supplements and rations tomorrow. Beautiful women are cultivated." Li Ning pouted reluctantly. Yes. Sister is right. I am narrow-minded. Changbai Mountain is located on the northeastern edge of Donghua State. The strongly folded belt near the Pacific Ocean has a large number of rock layers and extremely frequent crustal movements. The average altitude of the mountain is between 1,000 and 1,800 meters. The highest peak of Changbai Mountain is 2,691 meters high. In addition, the area is affected by the monsoon and highland climate, so the temperature around Changbai Mountain is very low, the winter is unusually long, and the autumn is foggy. Even in the hottest month of July, the temperature at the foot of the mountain does not exceed 10 degrees, and the temperature in many areas on the mountain is below zero. And precisely because of the low temperature here, there are not many mutant fish populations here. Many tropical fish and saltwater fish in the ocean do not like cold waters. There are neither mutated blackfish from Jianglu City nor lobsters from Jiangchuan City. There are no tropical fish coming from the sea. Instead, some local unique aquatic creatures have taken the initiative in the wild. Because it is in the northeast region, it has almost become a paradise for cold-resistant creatures. Creatures that can crawl on land include mutant grass tortoises, mutant snow clams, etc. The most numerous mutant creatures are the specialties of northeast China, manhwa, wallua. The three kinds of fish are the arowana, bream, and crucian carp. The five fishes referred to, taimen, pharaoh, airwurs, smelt, and toadfish. This is also the most common fish in the Shangbeian waters. After the disaster, because the number of the three-flowered five-tailed catfish was too large, the mutant carp and mutant catfish in the southern region who wanted to go north were almost all eaten by the mutated three-flowered five-tailed catfish. Unlike other places, most of the mutated fish here are cold water fish, and they love staying in cold water. The only exception is the taimen. It is a cold water fish that is extremely ferocious by nature. It is rumored that before the disaster, some people had seen giant taimen eating people. Not to mention the mutated taimen at this moment. On the isolated Changbai Mountain, a group of people who spontaneously set up a survivor camp on the mountain are volunteering to form a guard team with local armed police, fire brigades, forest rangers, and other teams. At this moment, a group of people were digging a pit on the mountainside. From time to time, you can see some mutant snow clams and mutant grass turtles that are 1 or 2 meters long coming to bite people. It wasn't long before he was killed by the guards. Hurry up, autumn is coming soon. By then, there will be a lot of fog, and it will be difficult for us to come out and dig pits. The monster isolation zone at an altitude of 1,600 must be dug out within a week. Everyone was wearing thick coats, and some were wearing cotton-padded jackets, and hot air was constantly coming out of their mouths and noses when they breathed. However, their living conditions are the best that Mo Yi has ever seen. After swimming on the sea for a whole day with Yi Yin Ran in his arms, Mo Yi finally arrived at this place. For a moment, he thought he had come to the wrong place. There were almost no mermen in the sea, and those mutated three-flowered and five-legged creatures retreated when they saw him. And mutated grass turtle on land are no different from silly. The snow frog mutates. It is only about 1 meter long. Mo Yi stepped on his head and flattened it. Everything is good. It's just a little cold. Mo Yi was so cold that he took out his bozzeting down jacket. Chu. Chapter 132 The Master on Changbai Mountain. In Mo Ye's life that he came to the northeast, so naturally he felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at the coniferous forests and shrubs on the mountain, it feels like you have come to a different world. The plants here are also different from those in the south. Mo Yi looks curiously at the towering coniferous forests. The coniferous forest on the shore is still lush and green, and you can see some white snow a few hundred meters above sea level. The higher you go, the wider the coniferous forests become, contrasting with the gray rocks of the mountain. Mo Yi looked at the height. The water level at this moment should be 1,150 meters above sea level. Changbaishan should not be flooded for the time being. Why not find a place to live on the top of the mountain, gather some information, and then go to the east to set up a sea monster trap? The way up the mountain was quite boring, so he simply called Bai Qing, Diana, and Chinning out. Shuddered when they saw this place. Moyi had already prepared an extra long down jacket and gave one to each person. Just think of this as accompanying my husband on a trip. I haven't been to the northeast yet. Don't say that this cold wind has blown me awake. Why did Bai Qing put his hands into a white long down jacket and then put on a big hat with rabbit ears? After blowing out a breath, he helped Qianing put on her clothes. Diana looked at the mutant tortoise in the distance with a curious look on her face. This place is a little too comfortable. Those fish probably don't like to come ashore because they're afraid of the cold? Emoyi exhaled. It's probably because of the high altitude. It's so cold in autumn. I just took a look at the survivors' camp up there. It's almost all wooden houses and dug cellars. I guess there are at least 2 million people. At least 1.5 million. This mountain is so big. I hope we don't get wiped out this time. Wherever I go, the place will be destroyed. I am convinced. It makes me feel like a disaster. Bai Qing excitedly picked a small purple flower called alpine carnation and looked at Emoyi behind him with sparkling eyes. Are we here for a honeymoon? This is my first time in Changbai Mountain too. Diana exhaled excitedly. Hubby, didn't you transform the creation town? You should bring some of the plants here in. Let's look for any unmutated land creatures and protect them. Siberian tigers, otters, cicadere. I remember there seemed to be goshawks here. Let's see if we can take them away. Emoyi lit a cigarette with a nonchalant look on his face. Why not see if there are any beauties from the northeast here? I heard that women from the northeast are very tall, and some of them can drink a lot. 2 kilograms of liquor is like drinking water. And I heard that women in northeast China have great bodies. It would be fun to meet one with a hot body and a hot temper. TSK, 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 TSK. Diana frowned speechlessly. I don't care. I'm so busy every day. I'm either developing superpowers or developing superpowers. I've only developed 30 doses of the Fishman vaccine. There are some new drugs that I don't have time to make. If you don't help me collect those unmutated creatures, how can I get them? I'm not a god. I'm working so hard for all of us, right? You guys are so easy. Moyi smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, my dear. I will find you 10 smart people to help you with your research. The few of them went up the mountain playfully. Along the way, Bai Qing took out her cell phone and took photos with Qianing, looking as close as sisters. The two of them also put 2 flowers on Mo Ye's head, smiling from ear to ear. In a hidden cave somewhere at an altitude of about 1,800 meters in Changbai Mountain, an extremely abrupt wooden house was stuck right in the cave. The entrance to the cave is very small, only half a meter wide, and you need to lean sideways to enter. The fireplace in the cabin was still burning with firewood, crackling. There is an air conditioner next to it, and the decoration in the room is very modern. There are tiled computer desks, mahogany tables, iron beds, laptops, diesel generators, refrigerators, and induction cookers. A short-haired girl in a pink cotton-padded jacket was playing computer games with excitement on her face. There was absolutely no panic or anxiety after the disaster. Bai Qing and others at the entrance of the cave didn't believe it at first. Emoyi just said that there was a cave here, and it seemed that someone was making barbecue. It's the end of the world, and we're still barbecuing. When they arrived at the cave, the 4 of them were stunned. Emoyi looked at the snowmobile and slid at the door with a melancholy look on his face. There were also 4 huskies circling at the entrance of the cave. I told you I smelled dog, and you didn't believe me. Bai Qing narrowed her eyes subconsciously and looked at the girl who was still playing games in the house. She thought to herself, isn't she too brave? It's the end of the world, and she's just staying here alone? If she was discovered, she wouldn't even know how she died. Qianing was already feeling a little cold. Looking at the fireplace and air conditioner in the room, she knocked on the door and said, Hello, is anyone there? The girl in the room instinctively looked back. When she saw that someone could find her, her eyes lit up. She stumbled to her feet and tried to open the door, but she fell on her face. Ouch! Qianing smiled awkwardly, looked at the girl who came to open the door with her face covered, and whispered, Hello. Hello, can we come in and sit for a while? It's a bit cold outside. The girl was immediately delighted. Come on, come on. I've lived here for a month, and you're the first to find this place. You can even find a place like this. You're really amazing. It looks like you were here for tourism, not local. My name is Chong Fei, he. Several people followed each other into the wooden house. Bai Qing looked at the room with a puzzled look on his face and said, It could be considered a trip. Why do you live alone? Aren't you afraid? This is an extraordinary time. Isn't it a bit too risky for a girl like you to be here? Moe has already started playing with the 4 huskies outside. I didn't listen to what the people in the room were talking about at all. Suddenly, Qianing in the room shouted, "Why don't you believe it? It's true. It's the end of the world. Oh my God. Why would I lie to you? Can't you see outside? The whole world is flooded." Qianing said this and pulled Changfei out. As soon as Qianing came outside, she realized that this was the inside of a mountain 1,800 meters high, and she couldn't see the bottom of the mountain. She walked with him for 10 minutes before they saw the stunning view at the foot of the mountain. Changfei immediately shrank his neck. "Oh my God, is there a flood? Where does all the water come from?" Qianing was speechless. "I really admire you. It's been a month since the disaster, and you didn't even know about it? What do you do every day? You are so lucky. You didn't see any mutant creatures." I play games every day." "You have internet?" "No, I just play standalone games. I won 5 million in the lottery and plan to live in the mountains. I sleep most of the day, play when I wake up, and sleep when I'm tired. I bought half a year's worth of food and diesel at one time. Wait for me. I forgot to save the game." Changfei said this and ran in again. Qianing rolled her eyes and said, "6. There is actually such a master. He is still playing games in the cave after a month of disaster." Moe was immediately shocked when he heard this. "What game is so fun? Take me with you." Chapter 133 Poultry. Changfei's strange behavior aroused strong curiosity among Moe and others. This short-haired woman seemed a little weird. Bai Qing and Qianing looked on in confusion as they watched Changfei save the computer game. They then saw him carefully take out the game disc and put it away. After finishing all this, Changfei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the game progress is still there. Then she turned to look at Bai Qing and the others and narrowed her eyes with disdain. "If I'm right, you must be refugees, right? Your house was demolished by the monsters of the apocalypse, and you have nowhere else to go, so you came to me? You guys are not going to steal my things." "Hey, Changfei chopped the table beside her with her hand, scaring everyone so much that they thought she had a cramp. Changfei shouted calmly, "I know karate. Don't mess around." "Qianing, your hand seems swollen." "Shut up. That's an illusion. You can imagine that for a woman like me to live alone in this remote place, I must have some means." Changfei threatened word by word, enduring the severe pain in her hand. Several people looked funny. When Changfei saw that this group of people were not afraid, she swallowed her saliva. After looking around, she shouted loudly, "Since it's the end of the world, I can recruit a few teammates. We can be honest with each other and overcome the difficulties together. It's not impossible. Don't mess around. I'm awesome. As long as you follow me, I can keep you alive, and keep you alive until the end." Changfei said this seriously, and Moe outside the door had already started playing with those silly dogs. He had already set up a lot of mines and bombs on the East Coast, waiting for the sea monster tide to come. As soon as he heard the funny girl in the cave say that she would save their lives, he wanted to shout. Qianing suddenly shouted at this time, "Wow, sister, are you really going to take us in? Don't worry, we don't have much to eat. What do you think we should do next?" Changfei swallowed subconsciously and looked at them in confusion. "What should I do? What should I do? Of course I should store food first, then make weapons and traps to resist monsters. We still need to make fresh water. As she spoke, she began to gesture violently. "I'm going to fight. Are you sure you want to come with me? We don't lie. What's the deal?" Qianing chuckled. "Well, it's a deal. We will never stab you in the back. Please lead us to a safe place. If someone tries to steal your things, we will help you." Changfei swallowed in panic, looking left and right. He always felt something was wrong. "That's not right. This place is so high. The mountains are flooded, and the roads are gone. How do they get up here?" Looking at Moe, who was still walking his dog outside, Changfei hurriedly shouted, "Big Ha, second Ha, third Ha, fourth Ha, come here quickly." Several huskies followed her in and ran out of the back door of the cabin into the cave behind. The moment the other party opened the door, Moe seemed to smell something, and he walked over immediately. "Hey, what's behind you?" Changfei shook his hands repeatedly, sweating profusely. Nothing, just a doghouse." "Doghouse? Why do I smell poultry? You must be raising something behind this, right?" Moe looked overexcitedly. Diana's eyes widened immediately. "Poultry?" Several people walked into the cave with excitement on their faces. Chang Fei was afraid that those people would kill her pets, so she took a shovel and shouted, I have raised them for a long time, and I have feelings for them. Don't touch my chickens. I can get you some bacon. Diana was dumbfounded at this moment, looking at those living chickens, ducks, pigeons, rabbits, and domestic pigs. It's like a dream. Diana, who had recovered from her shock, stared with wide eyes. Husband, oh my God, a living animal, a living livestock. Moe also clapped his hands and laughed. Yeah, I saw it. Looking at the male and female chickens, ducks, and pigeons. Moe's mouth curled up slightly. These birds can lay eggs. The eggs in his space were all from the supermarket. Even if they were sent to the creation town, chicks could not be hatched. It's really the right time to come. If Genesis Town has poultry, it can truly be self-sufficient. Sustainable development. By then, we can get some ant eggs and cockroach eggs and send them in, and then we will have an ecological chain. At this time, Qianing discovered something interesting again. There was actually a sewer in this cave. She just walked out along the sewage outlet next to the pig pen. After looking at the septic tank on the side of the cave, she became excited. Oh my God, Miss Chang, you are such a genius. You even planted crops on top of the septic tank. What kind of crops are not afraid of freezing? Chang Fei felt a little aggrieved for a moment. Looking at these uninvited men and women who were looking around in her cave, she suddenly burst into tears. Don't kill my pigs. I can take you to take refuge here together. Just don't touch my things. Bai Qing smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't touch your things. Husband, don't you want to go to the shelter below to gather information? Otherwise, you go first. It will be boring for us to stay here in the creation ship. Diana nodded repeatedly. Yes, husband, I will collect some plant samples here first. By the way, let's see if those hens and roosters can lay some eggs. Moe wanted to say something, but the three wives were already busy with their own things. It should be fine. They are both level 15. According to official announcements, the sea monster tide will arrive at the eastern coastline around 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. No matter how fierce the soldiers on the first line of defense are, they will not be able to stop it. When he came here, just now, he noticed that the guards on the mountain were digging a pit. If the people here could possibly defend against the sea monster tide, he wouldn't mind helping them. After all, the ecological environment here is indeed quite safe. It may not be so comfortable if you go somewhere else. Well, okay, I'll go down and ask. You guys be careful. Qianing saw Moe was about to leave. She hurriedly chased after him. Husband, remember to take the chi-retaining granules to hide your aura. Don't let anyone find out. The effect of your medicine should be over. By the way, let's get something for Miss Chang too. After all, we scared her. Moe smiled, ate a chi-gathering particle with his backhand, then took out a bunch of snacks from the space and also took out a game console. Don't run around, I'll be there soon, Moe said, and went down the mountain. Looking at the survivor camp built by the people below, Moe took a deep breath. He jumped up with all his strength and disappeared on the stone platform with a whoosh. Chapter 134. Everyone is trying to survive, so who is nobler than who? Moe jumped a few times and landed at the foot of the mountain near the sea. Looking at the guards and civilians digging pits on the mountainside, Moe instinctively stretched out his nose and sniffed. The superpower. There are quite a few of them, probably dozens of them. The highest rank is level 5, and they taste a bit like some kind of ancient fish. But the levels are not very high. It seems that the average is only about level 5. Moe turned around and touched the survivors' camp built by those people. A camp consisting of countless wooden and stone houses, surrounded by fences made of huge logs 5 or 6 meters high. Moreover, this place is still several hundred meters away from the sea surface, so it should be safe for the time being. He was a little far away, just now, and didn't smell the smell here clearly. When he came closer this time, he frowned immediately. Superpowers, more than 100. Although their qualifications are uneven, most of them are low level, but this is too many. This place. Could it be that there is an expert in charge? Moe thought of this. He took out a set of slightly shabby clothes and a backpack and put them on. Before he even reached the gate, the sentry on the opposite side raised his gun. Over there. Where are you from? Tell me your name. Moe raised his hand quickly and pretended to be panicked and shouted. I came here by boat. Don't shoot. My name is Luha. The guard raised his gun and shouted. Throw the bag over here. Turn out all the pockets. Moe hurriedly did as he was told. The security check in this place was surprisingly strict. When the guards saw that there were only 2 pieces of bread and some survival tools in his bag, they threw the things back to him. Moe was a little surprised for a moment. They saw the bread, but didn't leave any behind. Luha, right? Come with me to the health room for a checkup. Make sure you haven't been bitten by mutant creatures. Only those who pass the physical examination can stay in our camp. Moe nodded repeatedly. Big brother, may I ask what your name is? The man didn't want to pay attention to him until Moe took out a piece of bread from his bag. Then he swallowed, looked around to see that there was no one around, and quickly put the bread away. My name is Xiaoda. You are very smart. When they check you out later, you'd better take off all your clothes and cooperate with them. If you have any external injuries, no matter what the cause is, they will kick you out. Moe nodded. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Xiaoda continued walking in front, looking left and right. When he saw several women standing on the street opposite, his Adam's apple suddenly moved. Moe also saw those women who were dressed up in fancy clothes. It was obviously cold, but they were wearing tight pants and leather pants, and it smells terrible. Just then, a man holding half a bag of instant noodles pointed at the fashionable woman in leather pants opposite him. The woman's eyes lit up and she hugged the man with a flattering face and went to the alley behind. Moe pursed his lips subconsciously. They were just like this in broad daylight. Xiaoda chuckled. This kind of thing is very common in our place. Strength is everything. Some women would kick out their childhood sweethearts just for a bite of food. Some even killed them. There are many streetwalkers like this. We call them instant noodle girls because you can stay with them for 3 days and 3 nights with just a bag of instant noodles. Half a bag of instant noodles can keep you going for a whole day, and if you're a regular customer, you can stay for a few more hours. It would be more interesting if you had ham. Moe swallowed and said, Are the supplies so scarce? Can't we go outside to collect them? Xiaoda smiled with an impatient look on his face. We have more than 2 million survivors here. How can we not be short of supplies? The government doesn't care anymore, so they sent a manager from the Hunter Association here to lead us to set up a camp. 2 weeks ago, the situation here was even more chaotic. There was something happening in broad daylight. When Xiaoda said this, he suddenly looked to both sides with a vigilant look on his face. After making sure that no one was around, he said carefully, There were vegetable vendors in broad daylight. In order to survive, a family of 4 dragged their fattest daughter to the square of the camp and hung her up to sell. They can't eat it themselves, so they exchange it for food from others. That's really cruel. I was on duty that day. This kind of thing was very common before. There was really nothing to eat. Everyone only thought about one thing every day, and that was eating. For sustainable development, the new leader, Chao, does not allow people to go to the mountains to collect materials. Every day, he sends a collection team to collect materials in a planned manner. If you want to get food, you have to work, such as digging pits and building new camps on higher ground. If women can't do those jobs, they can either find a man to live with or do laundry and cooking. Most women are like the instant noodle girl. They just need to stand on the street, and men who have finished their work and have stored food will come to them. Moe was listening seriously, and before he knew it, he had arrived at a wooden house. Xiaoda chuckled. Okay, brother, I'm off work too. Thank you for the bread. I'm also blessed tonight. Ha! Walked towards the instant noodle girls. Moe swallowed and scratched his head thoughtfully. Before, he might have looked down on those women, thinking they were too despicable. But after experiencing so many things along the way, he also understood a lot. We are all trying to survive, so who is nobler than who? Moe was just lucky. In his previous life, he lived a life worse than these instant noodle girls. Why don't you come in and get checked? What are you waiting for? A low roar suddenly came from the health room, and Moe quickly nodded and walked in. As I stepped into the house, the wooden floor beneath me creaked. The house is not big, about 20 square meters. The inspectors were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. Moe wasted no time and quickly took off his shirt and pants. The man also took a magnifying glass and began to check his whole body, and the middle-aged woman also shone a flashlight on his scalp, fearing that there might be a wound hidden in his hair. Don't check too carefully. Even his mouth was checked. A tube of blood was drawn and tested on the spot. Okay, no problem. Take the inspection report to the registry office to claim your residence. Moe was immediately delighted. Can I still get a house? The man snorted coldly. Go quickly. Then he continued to look at the documents. Moe looked at the medical report in his hand and walked out of the clinic. He imitated the man and snorted with some contempt. Why are you so tough? After thinking about it, he walked towards the registration office. He hadn't taken a few steps when he was attracted by shouting from the alley across the street. A group of people were gathered there talking about it. I saw a disheveled woman with a face full of grief and anger, holding her chest and walking onto the street. She chased a man and started beating him up. Where are my things? You're eating for free without paying? I'll fuck your mother. I advise you to take it out quickly. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Fuck, the woman said and hit the man on the head with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. The men around were laughing as if they were watching a joke. Some people even made sarcastic remarks. There are still people getting stuff for free. How dare they cheat the instant noodle girls? You probably don't know how fierce they are when they get crazy. Chapter 135 Women in the Camp. Mo didn't want to look at first, but the man ran in front of him with his hand covering his bleeding forehead. The woman followed closely behind him, covering her chest as she ran after him, with murderous intent on her face and tears in her eyes. She raised the high-heeled shoes and threw them again, but the man dodged it directly, and the high-heeled shoes fell into Mo's hands. He instinctively wanted to throw away the high heels, but before he let go, he smelled the scent of a child in the shoes. The woman chased after him again and started biting the man. That was a real bite. She pulled hard at the man's Adam's apple, and the man immediately became timid and couldn't even breathe. I'll give. Then he took a half-open can from his clothes and gave it to the woman. The woman weighed the weight and climbed up from the man with a look of disdain on her face. She turned around and came to Mo. Mo smiled awkwardly and handed over the other person's high heels. Looking at this woman up close, she should be in her 20s. After the woman took the high-heeled shoes, she saw the medical report in Mo's hand at a glance, and her eyes lit up immediately. Brother? New here? Mo smiled slightly, did not answer, turned and left. The woman quickly put on her shoes and said, Hey, don't go, brother, let's talk. My name is Jiang Chun, and I'm a famous instant noodle lady here. Mo continued walking forward without saying anything. No need to thank me. Jiang Chun's eyes were excited, and she smiled flatteringly. Then she walked to Mo's side in a few big strides in her high heels. Brother, do you want to gather intelligence or find a way to survive? You just need to get me half a steamed bun, half a sausage, or half a pack of instant noodles, and I will accompany you for a day. You can do whatever you want, and I will tell you everything I know. I'm a local. I've been around since this camp was built. Brother, wait a minute. Jiang Chun chased after him with an excited look on her face. She only took one look, and she was sure that there was something in Mo's bag, because Mo's complexion was different from those half-dead men. He was full of energy and definitely had never been hungry. This is a big fish. Wait a minute, little brother. Let's discuss this. How about I give you a discount, and you take out 2 bags of food, and I'll stay with you for a week. Any food is fine. Mo ignored her and walked into the registration office. The staff at the registration office was also a woman. Her eyes lit up when she saw the strong Mo. Brother, are you new here? Here is the key to your house. The house is in the worst place in the district. Mo didn't say anything more and turned to leave. The girl at the registration office shouted, Young man, don't leave yet. Are you looking for a job? The guard team is hiring a lot of people now. Every day, you will be given a piece of dry food and 10 wild fruits from Chombai Mountain. If you work overtime at night, you can have a free meal there. It's definitely your best choice. Mo waved his hand and turned to leave. Not for now. Thank you. The little sister panicked. Brother, wait a minute. Then she walked out from the workbench and handed a small piece of paper to Mo. Brother, my name is Xiao Yan. I'm 19 years old. If you want to find someone to accompany you, I'm willing to serve you. Mo narrowed his eyes subconsciously. What's wrong with the women here? Have you never seen a man? Or is there something about him that attracts them? Isn't it just that he has a bag on his back? Seeing that Mo didn't say anything, Xiao Tian continued to lower his head and said, Brother, just think of it as a good deed. I can be your slave. I kneel down for you. The woman knelt down as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks, crying, If we women who can't do manual labor can't find a man to follow us, we'll have to become instant noodle girls. The camp doesn't want to support idle women like us. Brother, just think of it as a good deed. I am willing to follow you. Little sister, please, brother. Mo shook his head instinctively. Looking at the woman who was crying and screaming, he would not interfere. He just pushed the door open and walked out, pretending not to see anything. As soon as he walked out of the door and took 2 steps, he saw Jiang Chun again. Jiang Chun saw that Mo had completed the formalities. His eyebrows immediately raised. Brother, did the woman inside kneel down with you? Mo glanced at her, turned around, and went to the district to find his house. Jiang Chun chuckled. Brother, I can assure you that if you do business with me, I will at least save you from being cheated 10 times. Don't look at Xiao Tian as pitiful. She is much more vicious than us. Last time, the new man came because he felt sorry for her, and in the end, not even a bone was left. If a woman here can live well without doing our business, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Brother, I'm absolutely trustworthy. You can ask around first. Everyone on the street knows me. I never overcharge or cheat. Brother, you're new here, so there must be a lot you don't understand. Why not go sit with me? I will tell you everything I know, and I will definitely save you a lot of trouble. Emoji just listened to her and smelled her all the way. Jiang Chun smelled very bad, kind of disgusting. But that smell was also mixed with the smell of children. And not just one child, but at least two. He just kept walking like that, and Jiang Chun seemed to have recognized him and followed him all the way. Just like that, he and Mo Yi came to the most dilapidated area of the camp. Mo Yi looked at the shitty place and frowned subconsciously. His house is not really a house at all. It's just a tin roof supported by a few wooden sticks and covered with a pile of rotten plastic sheets. Not even a tent. There were also a whole row of poop from some people nearby, all frozen into icy lumps. It's like a refugee camp. He thought it was a wooden house, but it turned out to be such a crappy place. No wonder the man in the clinic laughed at him. Jiang Chun said hurriedly, "Don't worry, brother. All the newcomers live here. If you want to live in the district, you only need to join the guard team and work for 5 days, and they will transfer you. If you want to go to the district, you need to be an outstanding contributor or a person with special abilities. If you ask others, they may not know so much. Brother, just treat it as making a friend. Can you agree to this business deal?" Moyi looked back at the other person with a calm expression and pulled down the zipper of his bag with his backhand. "Okay, come in and chat." When Jiang Chun saw what was in the bag, his eyes widened. A whole loaf of Russian bread. Huge portion. If you soak it in hot water and let it expand before eating, it will definitely be enough for her and the baby to eat for 10 days. She didn't care whether the tent was soundproof or not. She followed Mo Yi inside and took off her shirt as soon as she entered. Mo Yi chuckled. "I want to ask you something. As long as you answer to my satisfaction, this cheese bread will be yours." Chapter 136. Pillar of Hope and Pillar of the Future. Jiang Chun looked surprised. Just asking questions and doing nothing else? You can get food for 10 days. If this good news gets out, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Moyi took out a cigarette from the pocket of his wrinkled-down jacket with one hand and lit it. Jiang Chun swallowed instinctively. This person has a problem. Mermaid that appeared on Changbai Mountain is rumored? It shouldn't be. She has seen the other party's examination report with her own eyes. Is he a wanted criminal with a bounty? Those who have awakened their superpowers and are committing crimes, killing, and looting everywhere. Wanted by the Hunter Association, they have nowhere to run, so they come here to seek refuge? Or is there some trap? Could it be the remnants of the cannibal tribe that were wiped out by Chief Chow 2 weeks ago? This bread is a trap. There is absolutely no such good thing in the world. If this big piece of bread were left outside, it would be enough to turn brothers against each other. Jiang Chun was able to survive until now because she was cautious enough. At this moment, she felt like a hunter becoming the prey. Her lips trembled slightly, and she suppressed her inner panic and looked outside the tent. Then he took a deep breath nervously. "Brother, I'm just a marginal person. Brother, is there anything I can do for you?" Moyi took a puff of cigarette expressionlessly and looked at the woman in front of him with a slight smile on his face. A few questions: the origin and history of Changbaishan Camp, the military strength here, and the policy to deal with the sea monster tide. Who are the strongest psychics here? Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, looking at Mo Yi, who was still smoking opposite him, with an expression of panic that he could not suppress. The origin of the camp can be traced back to before the disaster. This is an area of frequent crustal activity, with small earthquakes or landslides happening from time to time. So when there is a major flood or disaster, the managers of nearby cities will organize residents to take refuge in the mountains. Although this is not a flood-prone area, evacuation drills are common. On the first day of the disaster, someone organized residents to take refuge in the mountains. It's just that our camp was at an altitude of 200 meters at the beginning, and it was 800 meters 2 weeks ago. The altitude of the camp now has been moved 3 times. Mo Yi continued smoking, his eyes thinking. Why not build the camp on the top of the mountain from the beginning? Wouldn't it be troublesome to go up and down? Jiang Chun shook his head absent-mindedly. Chief Chow doesn't allow us to do that. His business model is sustainable development. If we go to the top of the mountain at the beginning, the wood, stone, and food originally at an altitude of 1,000 meters will be wasted. Climbing down from the top of the mountain to collect them will waste too much time, and we will encounter mutant creatures. We still have to stay behind to appreciate the natural ecology on the top of the mountain. Although we haven't moved up yet, the construction team has already set up a camp on the top of the mountain. and it's a camp that can be sustainably raised. Moyi was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean by sustainable height increase? Jiang Chun looked at the top of the mountain with some anticipation and pulled up his collar to hide the red mark on his neck. It's just stacking blocks. Chief Chow is a genius in construction. He always plans ahead. 2 huge columns, over 100 meters high, have been built on the top of the mountain. One is the Pillar of Hope, and the other is the Pillar of the Future. When the top of the mountain is also submerged, we who survive will go to live on the Pillar of Hope and then build the Pillar of the Future higher. When the Pillar of Hope is submerged, we will go to the Pillar of the Future and build the Pillar of Hope in reverse. We have already collected a lot of wood and stone. If there is nothing left, we can always go underwater to collect. Moyi picked up another cigarette and started smoking. Jiang Chun swallowed again and looked at the cigarette, but that Moyi had just thrown away with a look of shock. There was actually a length of 1 centimeter below the cigarette butt, and Jiang Chun picked it up immediately. How could this thing save lives? How many old smokers are so frustrated that they even give up food for a cigarette butt? Moyi smiled and said, "Go on." Jiang Chun nodded. When the disaster came, the men and women here thought it would soon pass, and no one took it seriously. It was not until the flood submerged the city that those people panicked. Some people haven't eaten for several days. They won't let go of anything edible. Some people ate the meat of the strange fish without knowing it. And then they mutated and became fishmen. When the fish people arrived, our police, armed police, and firefighters were all here to protect us, but many people ate the meat of the strange fish. They always had a lucky mentality, thinking that if they cooked the meat of the strange fish and ate it, it would not mutate. Then there was an even bigger wave of fishmen. At first, at least 5 or 6 million people came to this mountain to seek refuge, all of them drifting from nearby cities. Half of them died after that wave of murlocs. If it weren't for Chief Chow leading the team here, I'm afraid we would still be running away. When Jiang Chun said this, his expression became more and more unbearable, as if he had thought of something bad. Moyi took out a cigarette box with one hand and smiled. "You should smoke too, right?" Jiang Chun groaned, his eyes blank. When she saw Moyi handing her a cigarette, her eyes immediately raised. She took a puff of the cigarette, and all her worries were thrown behind her. Chief Chow has set the rules since he came here. Everyone must go out to work. Everyone must learn how to hunt mutant creatures, regardless of whether they are men or women. In the beginning, many women did not obey him. There were constant quarrels and arguments. Many women were used to commanding men before the disaster and felt that they did not need to work as women. They only needed to wash clothes and take care of children. Even if they did work before the disaster, it was light work. Why would they need to go out to dig stones and chop trees? Not to mention killing mutant creatures. But it's already a disaster. Which man still wants to get married? Or get married and have children? Everyone is trying to survive. The men can't stand those women living off their savings. Everyone suggested kicking the women out. Moyi didn't feel too surprised. At least these men wanted to do it themselves, unlike the rich men in Weichuan shelter. Jiang Chun took another puff of his cigarette, his expression showing that he was enjoying it so much. Hiss. Under the intimidation of Chief Chow's superpowered guards, all the women who didn't work were driven out, at least more than 1 million of them. Most of the women who stayed behind have husbands or fathers. Their families will support them, but they can't hold out for long. Even if the men join the guards or construction teams, they can only get one person's ration a day. Their wives and daughters who don't dare to go out to work will blame them if they don't have food to eat. If they share it with their wives and daughters, they won't have the strength to work the next day. It's destined not to last long. Moyi suddenly thought of something. Didn't they say that if you work overtime at night, you can have an extra meal for free? Wouldn't it be okay to starve to death if you only have 1 meal a day? Jiang Chun's eyes suddenly became tense. He took a deep puff of cigarette and said solemnly, "There is no such thing as a free lunch, let alone dinner. Although you can eat more when you work overtime at night, a monster called a mermaid will appear at night. That's a humanoid creature that evolved from a mutant fish." Chapter 137 Mermaid. Moyi instantly thought of the salamander man he had killed on Jianglu Mountain. He was deeply impressed. Unlike those mutant carps with hands and feet, that thing looked like a living person. It can also walk upright and recognize people. Thinking of this, Moyi suddenly thought of something. Did the mermaid go to look for those women who were driven out? Jiang Chun nodded. Many of those women are arrogant and proud. They would rather die of hunger than farm, and die of thirst than dig a well. It's easy to understand. At that time, Only beautiful women with outstanding looks would be taken in by men. If a woman was ugly, fat, old, or had a bad temper, no one would bother her. What can they do if they stay? Apart from eating more, there is nothing they can do. By the next day, the women had collapsed. They didn't dare to go up the mountain to look for food, nor did they dare to go down the water to salvage supplies. There were all kinds of complaints, like if we got lost we would die in the mountains. What would we do if we encountered mutant creatures? Are we really destined to die? Are those men so cruel? Their complaints did not win the men's understanding. Instead, they attracted 3 strange-looking mermaids. There were only 3 low-level mermaids, and they killed millions of women without leaving a single one alive. The blood flowed like a river. Later I heard that the mermaids took some women away. They seemed to have wisdom and took those women back to breed. Emoyi narrowed his eyes. He seemed to remember seeing a wanted poster for a nearby bounty hunter on the advanced hunter communicator when he first came here. It seems that there is a thing called mermaid, a humanoid creature evolved from a fish, capture women, and take them back to continue the family line. The offspring should also be a mermaid. Jiang Chun continued. Since the incident of the conflict between men and women, the women who stayed behind have all learned their lesson. Some women have also joined the guard team. The total number of soldiers here should be more than 1 million. Although they are not elite, but everyone can still kill the fishmen and the mutant snow frog. After all, who can't kill monsters in the end times? How can we talk about survival? It can be said that everyone is a soldier. As for the superpowers, there are about 1 or 200, or 3 or 400. I really don't know. There are 3 types of troops: escort team, construction team, and exploration team. Many people in the escort team are former police officers and armed police officers. They are responsible for patrolling, standing guard, and training the combat capabilities of the rest of the team. The construction team is responsible for digging holes everywhere, building the camp walls, and building the Pillar of Hope. They also have to mine wood, stone, and other building materials. The exploration team is easy to understand. They are responsible for collecting food and supplies and bringing them back to the camp. Everyone in the team is a good fighter. Even a female search team member can easily deal with 2 or 3 mutant snow frogs. When Jiang Chun said this, the cigarette in her hand was only the butt. There was nothing left. After she put the cigarette on the ground and extinguished it, she looked at Mo Yi with excitement. After she finished smoking, she was no longer afraid and said in a familiar manner, "Brother, you still want to know how they resist the sea monster tide, right? You asked the right person. The guest I just received yesterday was the captain of the guard team. He told me that Chief Chow will issue a migration order tonight, and everyone needs to move their own houses to the camp on the top of the mountain. You should have seen the pits that the guards dug at the foot of the mountain, right? They are actually a backup plan. If we can't defeat those sea monsters, we will all hide in the caves on the top of the mountain and then send people out through those pits to collect supplies or fight guerrilla warfare. As long as those monsters are not super sea monsters that are several hundred meters long, we will be fine. We can still save our lives." Mo Yi smiled slightly. He already understood the basic information. After unzipping his tent and taking out the bread, he tore down a piece of black plastic sheet from the wall of his tent, wrapped the bread in it, and gave it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun swallowed excitedly. She thought she was dreaming. Looking at the wrapped bread, Jiang Chun's lips trembled. Brother is such a warm man. You even helped me wrap it." Mo Yi had already planned to leave here. He had gathered almost all the information. After looking around and finding no problems, he went to the mountain to find Bai Qing and the others. When Jiang Chun saw Mo Yi was about to leave, he quickly stood up and said, Brother, you gave me too much. You just arrived and don't know how precious food is. I'll give you half of it back. You must still need to find a way to make a living." Jiang Chun was about to break the bread as he spoke. Russian bread is not like Chinese bread. Some Russian breads are very hard and need to be cut with a knife. Mo Yi waved his hand. "It's okay, take it. You are a smart person. You know what to say and what not to say." Jiang Chun nodded quickly. "I know. Of course I know. Don't worry, brother. As long as you come to see me, no matter what time it is, my door will be open for you at any time. I'm at number 136. Mo Yi just walked away with his bag on his back. Jiang Chun couldn't hold back her tears for a moment. She felt sad and started wiping her tears. Mo Yi came to the main road of the district and sniffed again. He smelled a lot of smells when he came here just now. A lot of stinky smells. Of course, some extremely hard to find scents are also included. Now that he's here, it's not his character to go back empty-handed. He had only taken 2 steps when he smelled a pungent stench coming from the black tent opposite. Someone had died inside. Mo walked away instinctively, and the next second he smelled an indescribable smell again. Meaty? There was a smell of meat coming from a white tent in front. Mo naturally knew what kind of meat it was, and it was bacon hanging. It's more like a refugee camp than a district. The smell here is really indescribable. Mo just kept sniffing along the way and finally found the source of the fragrance by locking and tracking the scent. It came from the plastic tent in front. Before he got there, Mo saw a young man with a panicked look on his face, shouting hysterically at the entrance of the tent. Good people. Good neighbors. Can you give us something to eat? Anything is fine. Chung Chung is dying. Please. Anything is fine. As the young man spoke, he knelt down in front of the neighbors, and no one paid any attention to him. Mo had already smelled it. The fragrance came from the girl in the tent. That's not right. Why does the smell of the other person make it seem like he's starving to death? On the contrary, the aura is even stronger than that of the young man outside. Could it be that the woman in this tent is acting? Mo was happy at that time. What did I say? I'm here now. Chapter 138, Vicious Woman. The young man at the door was still shouting, his face full of grief and anger. His name is Zhang Xiaolong, and he and Chu Chengqing behind him are childhood sweethearts. Because he broke his left arm while moving wood outside a week ago, he couldn't work and could only heal his injury first. Within this week, his health condition plummeted and the food reserves were simply not enough. Chu Chengqing is also pregnant and eats a little too much. If he went out to collect supplies without permission, he would be killed by the guards. He had no choice but to borrow food from others. At this moment, Chu Chengqing in the tent suddenly started coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Xiaolong ran in distress and said, Chengqing, Chengqing, are you okay? Are you okay? Chu Chengqing opened his eyes with great effort and lovingly stretched out his dirty hand to touch Zhang Xiaolong's cheek. Forget it, dear. I will be very satisfied to be able to stay with you before I die. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaolong was so anxious that tears came out. It's okay. I will definitely find food for you. I promise. Chu Chengqing looked at Zhang Xiaolong's broken arm with great distress, and then tears flowed out. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's because of me that your hand. Zhang Xiaolong quickly put his arm behind him. No, it's okay. Chengqing, wait for me. I'll think of a solution. Then Zhang Xiaolong walked out with a resolute look on his face. He picked up a machete outside the tent and walked towards Mo. Mo's eyes twitched. Fuck, is this guy going to cut off his arm for love? At that time, he thought of Oda at the registry office. His crying and kneeling acting almost fooled him. All the women here, so cunning? Then there is obviously something wrong with Chu Chengqing. Just as Mo was standing there in a daze, Zhang Xiaolong came up with a knife in hand. One cut, and it shipped. He fell to the ground with a grim expression, afraid that if he shouted, his childhood sweetheart in the room would hear him. Mo's eyes were narrowed into slits. He was thinking that if Chief Chow hadn't driven out the more than 1 million women who didn't work, this camp would have been ruined long ago. What do women do when they are not working in the camp? I guess most people have to do what this woman who pretends to be dead does, and try every possible way to get food. Jiang Chengqing never lied to me. Mo had never seen such an explosive scene before. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. But Chu Chengqing's acting is so poor. Can't he see it? The next scene completely rubbed Mo's 3 views into magma. He just watched Zhang Xiaolong bring in the big bowl of food, and the woman ate it. I burped afterwards. As soon as he finished eating, Zhang Xiaolong showed a happy expression, but he also fell down weakly. He hadn't eaten for several days, and coupled with excessive blood loss, he finally fell down. Seeing this, Chu Chengqing hurriedly pulled down the curtain of the tent, fearing that someone would see them. Then they dragged Zhang Xiaolong in. Mo hadn't blinked for 5 minutes. In just these 5 minutes, he would spend his whole life to forget. Mo was curious for a moment and just walked over. He wanted to see what Chu Chengqing was going to do next. As soon as he opened the curtain, he saw Zhang Xiaolong being killed by Chu Chengqing. Movie. Chu Chengqing. Chu Chengqing reacted and started crying. Xiaolong. My Xiaolong. Woo. Don't leave me. Movie. Chu Chengqing cried louder and louder, as if her father had died. Woo. Why can't you let it go? Why? Didn't we agree to grow old together and never be separated for the rest of our lives? Why? Mo couldn't hold back his laughter for a moment. Sister, you are awesome. Chu Chengqing cried with grief and anger on her face, completely ignoring Mo. It It was not until Mo Yi took out a whole roast chicken that Chu Chengqing suddenly wiped away her tears. Mo Yi took out the contract and said, "Sign it, and this roast chicken is yours." Chu Chengqing was stunned when she saw the contents of the contract. She dared to conclude that Mo Yi was a person with superpowers. She had to sign this contract. She was going to become rich, and she could see at a glance that there was a problem with the contract, probably due to some psychological limitations. At that time, she forced herself to really want to follow Mo Yi. Signed successfully in an instant, and Mo Yi's eyes became different sizes. Success. Hiss. How could it be possible to succeed? Could it be that you can even deceive yourself? I'm curious. How did you do it? Tell me. Facing Mo Yi's questioning, Chu Chengqing still wanted to find an excuse to deceive him, but when she opened her mouth, she suddenly said what was in her mind. I majored in psychology. I can make my thoughts go in the direction I imagine. Chu Chengqing was stunned when he said this. How can I? Chu Chengqing wanted to get angry, but she froze as soon as she opened her mouth. Wait, what? What did you do to me? The next second, she was taken to the creation town by Mo Yi. Chu Chengqing suddenly panicked. I want to go out. Why can't I refute you? What did you do to me? Chapter 139 Evacuation Order. Mo Yi didn't care what the other party said. Bai Qing and the others had already agreed to let him have fun. As long as he didn't release the evil woman from the creation town to discuss them, anything was fine. After Mo Yi came back outside, Mei Yin called 8 women over and took Chu Chengqing to the bathhouse together. Flushing and washing, it was like washing a dead pig. Chu Chengqing screamed and cried, but it was of no use. The women also used aromatherapy shower gel and perfume on her, and then turned around and dressed her in an extremely sexy bunny girl outfit. Chu Chengqing wanted to run away, but Mei Yin shouted, "Didn't you listen to what the master said? He asked you to be prettier." As soon as the other party brought up Mo Yi, Chu Chengqing immediately sat back on the dressing table. His mind was filled with Mo Yi's orders, and he couldn't refute them at all. Mei Yin smiled slightly. Someone come and put makeup on her, and then teach her how to stand to please the master. If she dares to disobey, beat her to death. Just don't hit her face. Chu Chengqing swallowed nervously and didn't dare to run away. Mo Yi's orders in her heart and regarded him as the master. Outside, Mo Yi was just wandering around the refugee camp in the district. Whenever he sees some good-looking women who haven't yet become instant noodle girls, he will bring food over and ask them to sign a contract. He was planning to take away all the pretty women here. Those women who were so hungry that they had lost their minds would not hesitate to sign a contract, let alone a contract to sell their bodies after seeing the food. Mo Yi just kept recruiting people along the way. I was lucky enough to meet someone with a nice fragrance, and she was an art student. Mo Yi looked at the painting in the other party's tent and touched his chin thoughtfully. The other party saw Mo Yi taking out a bag of food. He remained calm and ignored him completely. But when Mo Yi took out a box of high-grade paint worth more than 1,300 yuan, the woman's expression suddenly changed. You just let me paint? I'll do anything. Do you have any more paint? I also need drawing paper and brushes. Then she signed. Mo Yi chuckled, raised his hand, and sent the other person into the creation town. The woman looked at the beautiful town and scenery with excitement in her eyes. My name is Li Ting. Brother Mo, I will follow you from now on. Thank you for bringing me here. Mo Yino Ditor. In his town, all the women he had ever dated were only based on their looks and not their character. As long as they were good-looking, that was enough. But looking at this art student who was 1.7 meters tall and thin, Mo Yi suddenly had a new idea. It seems that some new rules need to be formulated in the future. In addition to finding ways to make themselves beautiful every day, those women also have to have their own lives. Mo Yi collected more than 100 good-looking ones. They're all from northeast China. They're all very tall and have long legs. Let me take them to take a shower and put on some makeup, and they will definitely all beauties. Just as Mo Yi walked through the entire area, an alarm suddenly sounded in the camp. Emergency evacuation order. Emergency evacuation order. Everyone in the camp must dismantle their homes and move to the new camp on higher ground. Start now and make sure you finish moving before 12 p.m. Tomorrow at 12 noon, the sea monster tide in the east will engage in a firefight with the Eastern Defense Forces. It is expected that the sea monster tide will reach us around 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Everyone, get ready for battle. Whether men or women, everyone must join the battle. Everyone is a soldier. I repeat again, whether you are a man or a woman, no matter what your profession is, you must participate in the battle. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the camp. As the broadcast sounded, everyone around started to get busy. Moe touched his chin, dismantled, and carried the empty tent next to him, then went up the mountain to find Bai Qing and the others. After Moe carried his things and followed the advanced troops away, the people in the camp quickly fell into a panic. Some people's houses had to be demolished at least 2 or 3 times before they could take away their food, and some people who had stored food were now being targeted by some people who were lazy and didn't work. There was an endless stream of robbing and stealing. After Jiang Chun returned to her residence, she quickly pulled out the wooden boards and ropes that she had prepared in advance, hid the bread in the wood, and started working with the 2 little girls she adopted. Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, take all your daily necessities with you. Don't leave the furniture or anything else. Help my sister take down the biggest wooden boards on the wall. We can go there and find some wood to repair the house. Xiao Mei, who is only 8 years old, said with a worried look on her face. Sister, can't we just come back and get it later? Jiang Chun knelt down with a kind face, touched their heads and said, remember, in the end times, once we leave our homes and belongings, they can be taken away by others at any time. We can come back to get it, but the people in the new camp will take our things. Xiao Bao scratched his head and said with a frightened look on his face, will anyone protect us when we go up the mountain this time? Don't be afraid, Xiao Bao. I will protect you. The guards are busy digging the isolation belt. You must follow me closely. Don't get caught, or you will be eaten. When Jiang Chun said this, the 2 little girls shrank their necks, and their faces turned pale as they recalled the time when Jiang Chun rescued them from that man. For children like them who have no self-care and self-protection abilities, once they are targeted by someone, the consequences will be disastrous. Jiang Chun was still a little worried, so he found a rope and tied it around their waists, one on the left and one on the right. Then, after tying up all the building materials on the wooden board with ropes, the 3 of them worked together to pull the pile of things out. As soon as he got outside, Jiang Chun saw his neighbor across the street snatching other people's food. The 2 of them started fighting with each other, with blood all over their heads. Xiao Bao glanced nervously at the bread and their building materials and swallowed. Xiao Mei looked at the adults fighting around her with a frightened face and murmured, Sister, Leader Chao doesn't care. These people are so unreasonable. Jiang Chun walked while pulling his things, his expression unbearable. The camps up there are definitely not as big as here. Every time we move, some people will die. The weak will eventually be eliminated. This is the law of doomsday. The pillar of hope and the pillar of the future can only accommodate 200,000 people. Xiao Mei suddenly stopped when she heard this, her voice trembling. Sister, the person in front. Jiang Chun looked up and saw that it was Jameng, the man whose ear she had bitten off last time. He was also the man who wanted to cook Xiao Mei in the pot last time. Jiang Chun instinctively picked up the knife and shouted coldly, Let's go. Don't worry about him. When Jameng saw that it was Jiang Chun who had bitten off his ear, his eyes widened immediately. He looked around, picked up a wooden stick, and ran over. Jiang Chun quickly loosened the rope, picked up the knife, and pointed it at him. I'm not afraid of you. Fuck, come on. Jameng raised his stick and swung it over. How could Jiang Chun, a woman, resist? Her left arm was broken instantly. But the next second, Jiang Chun faced the opponent's attack and stabbed forward with the knife. His move was extremely fast and fierce, and the tip of the knife instantly pierced the opponent's eyeball. The man fell to the ground screaming. Jiang Chun raised his knife and wanted to kill him, but the other party punched him in the face, leaving him with a bruised face. Jameng just ran away, covering his blind eyes, not daring to fight with the crazy woman anymore. Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei looked at Jiang Chun, whose arm was broken and whose right eye was swollen, with tears on their faces. Just crying there, crying continuously. Jiang Chun quickly found something to cover his face. Don't cry, don't let anyone know that I'm injured. Be obedient. Let's take a detour later. Let's go. The 3 of them set off again. Jiang Chun could no longer feel his left arm, and could only watch his elbow slowly swell. At this moment, Jameng brought out 2 more men. When the 3 men saw Jiang Chun and the other 2, their eyes turned red. And there seems to be something weird in their eyes. It's like I'm not looking at the same kind of person. Jiang Chun suddenly felt something was wrong. She knew that these 3 guys had crossed the line. Anyone who has eaten their own kind would have expressions that were different from normal people. Some of the guys who ate too much would even have red eyes. These 3 guys are not good people. Hurry up. Don't let the things anymore run. Jiang Chun pulled the rope around his waist, dragged the 2 of them, and ran. But how can women and children outrun men? After a few encounters, the three men rushed up. The punch hit Jiang Chun right in the heart. Then he started punching and kicking, pushing the opponent to the ground and hitting him hard. Were kicked unconscious by those people. Jiang Chun could no longer feel his body. She couldn't imagine that she would die like this. Was she going to be eaten by these three beasts? Looking at Xiao Bao, who was knocked unconscious, Jiang Chun shed tears in despair. Son, Jamung stopped moving, and then the other two men stopped moving too. The three of them fell down slowly. A fully armed man looked at Jiang Chun on the ground and said, "Can you still move, sister?" Jiang Chun tried to get up with a weak look on his face, and the man hurried over to support him. The young man at the side looked at the three Jamungs on the ground with an angry face and said, "Boss, these three guys are so shameless. They beat women and children. Why don't we make them into fertilizer? We can't waste them." "Gun, what are you talking about here? This stuff can be used as fertilizer? Can you eat the vegetables grown with it?" Zhao Song punched him. Huan Nitian touched his chin thoughtfully, looked at the clothes on the man, and directly pulled them off. When Hua Xiong saw that Huan Nitian had left shoes for the three people, he immediately frowned. "Are you stupid? They are all dead. Why did you leave shoes for them? Let them go on the road. Those are leather shoes. Cowhide is edible, and the shoelaces are all usable." Gooden smiled awkwardly, and his wife Hong Hong also said, "Oh, I've told you many times. Why are you still forgetful?" Zhao Tsong shrugged, put Jiang Chun and the other two on the large trailer behind them, and drove away. With the supernatural power of the dog-toothed tuna, he is extremely strong. Things weighing half a ton can be lifted easily. Looking up at the new camp high up, Zhao Tsong let out a breath with an unbearable look on his face. "It has been a long time since I left Jianglu Mountain. I don't know how Fana is doing. I guess she's doing well with the Moe." Looking back at Jiang Chun behind him, Zhao Tsong's cheeks blushed slightly. Gooden could tell at a glance that Zhao Tsong was probably attracted to her. It was obvious at first glance that the two little girls were not the woman's biological children. She was only in her early 20s, and the two kids were almost 10 years old. It was probably the scene just now that reminded Zhao Tsong of the woman who once saved him. Then he brought her along. It's the end of the world now, and I can still meet good people. It's really weird. I feel that the probability of meeting good people is lower than the probability of meeting superpower cores. Gooden said with an impatient look on his face, showing the fish scales on his arm. Along the way, they had only met Jiang Chun, who was neither a good person nor a bad person. They had seen too many other people's faces. Some people are willing to give away their wives for free just to get on their ship. Some people even sent their own children out in exchange for food just to get a bite to eat. Zhao Tsong glanced at Jiang Chun behind him. Seeing the other party's broken arm, Zhao Tsong felt a little bit reluctant for a moment. After putting down the cart, he found two slightly thick wooden boards and went to the back to pick up Jiang Chun's broken arm. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun suddenly woke up, screamed, and bit Zhao Tsong, thinking that Jamung was holding a wooden stick to hit her. He bit Zhao Tsong's arm, and when he saw that the man was not Jamung, he was stunned. Zhao Tsong deliberately did not release the fish scales. Otherwise, the opponent's mouth might be pierced by his scales. "Girl, I don't mean to hurt you. Don't be afraid. My name is Zhao Tsong. These are my friends. We are going to the mountain too. Just now I saw those three guys trying to kill you, so I took action to take care of them." Zhao Tsong said this with an embarrassed look on his face. For some reason, he always thought of Zhang Fana when he saw Jiang Chun. Especially the way Jiang Chun stood in front of the two little girls at all costs just now, just like when Zhang Fana stood in front of the Black Dragon to protect Zhang Xingyu on Jianglu Mountain. Zhao Tsong had already accepted his fate. He knew that he would probably never see that woman again in this life, as she had followed the even stronger Moe. He also wanted to find his own love, so he went around in circles, stopping and starting just to find her shadow. At this moment, Jiang Chun shouted in panic, "Xiao Bao! Xiao Mei!" When she saw the two dolls lying beside her, she immediately felt relieved. At this moment, Hua Xiong came over with a speechless look on his face, pulled Zhao Tsong's wooden board and said, "Can you set bones? Leave this matter to me, Uncle Hua." Gooden, who was standing by, also shouted, "Yes, Brother Zhao, my father is a bone-setting specialist in our village, and he has been doing this for 16 years. When Jiang Chun saw that the old man actually came over, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Don't come over. Don't." Xiao Hong said kindly, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If we had bad intentions, we wouldn't have saved you. Come with us, sister. We'll have someone to take care of you along the way. Everyone in our team is a superpower, so don't worry." Xiao Hong said. showing the scales on her hands with a smile on her face. Chapter 141, Gooden's Ability. Zhang Chun looked at Hua Xiong nervously. Hua Xiong slowly exerted force with both hands, gently lifted up Zhang Chun's arm, and shook it slightly. It was obvious at a glance that the other person's arm was not only broken, but also dislocated. It hurts a bit. Just bear with it. You're lucky you met me. Otherwise your arm would be broken. Hua Xiong shook it clockwise 3 times again, and then counterclockwise. He suddenly looked up and shouted, "Oh my God, a plane?" Zhang Chun instinctively turned her head back, and the next second she felt a piercing pain in her arm. Before Zhang Chun could turn around, Hua Xiong had already clamped his arm with a wooden board and reset it. "Gooden, rope!" It was tied up in no time. Zhang Chun came back to his senses and looked at his arm in disbelief. It could actually move? Although it still hurts, I can move now. At this time, Xiaohong also came over with a bottle of alcohol. Looking at the other person's bulging right forehead, Xiaohong said with an unbearable look on her face, "This group of men is too cruel. Damn it. Sister, please bear with it. It may hurt a little." She just wiped it with gauze, and Zhang Chun cried because of the pain. Seeing this, Zhao Tsong continued to pull the cart and went up the mountain with the people on it. Anyway, to him, it doesn't matter whether there are 10 people or 20 people. Zhang Chun in the car suddenly thought of something. She turned around and saw that those people had taken their carts with them. She was so excited that tears rolled down her cheeks. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much." Hua Xiong knew at a glance that the girl had been wronged, and he sighed, "We have seen a lot of faces along the way, but it is rare to see someone like you. You should thank yourself. If you didn't have 2 kids with you, we probably wouldn't have bothered. You picked up these 2 dolls, right?" Zhang Chun nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Junior." "Zhang Chun, I don't have anything to repay you for saving my life, so please take half of this Russian bread." Zhang Chun went to search in the back while talking. Zhao Tsong, who was pulling the cart in front, raised her lips slightly. She was actually a grateful woman. She seemed not bad. At this moment, Gooden in the car suddenly screamed after seeing the bread. "Zhao! Zhao, 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 brother! Bread, bread, bread!" Zhao Tsong thought something was wrong, and when he turned around, he saw that he was stunned. Looking at that peculiarly shaped Russian cheese bread, my pupils dilated. This thing is exactly the same as the bread on their ship, and the outer packaging also says Jianglu City Latte Mart Shopping Supermarket. Zhang Chun shrank her neck nervously while holding the bread, thinking that they wanted to take it all. She swallowed her saliva at that time and said, We can just take 1/3. It's mainly because Xiao Bao and the others haven't eaten such nutritious food for a long time." Zhao Tsong was so excited that he forgot to breathe. "Where did you get this bread? Is it a man? He looks a bit handsome and about 1.8 meters tall, and he likes smoking very much. He should have cigarettes on him. He likes to look people in the face when he speaks, and he likes to speak directly. He is extremely generous, especially to his friends." Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment. She seemed not to know the man's name. But what Zhao Tsong said is indeed quite consistent. "I saw him at the registry office during the day. He seemed to live in District 8910. Zhao Tsong was delighted when he heard this. "Gooden, go find him. We'll be waiting for you." Gooden raised his eyes, jumped to the ground, and stretched his legs left and right. After 2 half-meter-long spike-like fins appeared on his hands, the muscles on his feet suddenly swelled. His superpower core was taken out from the corpses of a group of water bandits and superpowers after Zhao Tsung killed them. As a result, he also awakened the special abilities of the pike, which is also known as the sea wolf fish. A ferocious fish that loves jumping on the sea surface and has amazing jumping ability. It is also one of the fastest marine fish in modern times, reaching an astonishing speed of 75 kilometers per hour. Although it lacks lethality, its speed and jumping ability are among the best among fish. Gooden suddenly exerted force with his legs, then burst out, jumped more than 20 meters, and jumped back to the camp. Zhang Chun was stunned for a long time. Mo Yi, who had already returned to the cave, looked at the pile of chicken eggs, duck eggs, and pigeon eggs that Diana had successfully hatched, and his expression was extremely excited. He just raised his hand and received it, and sure enough, it was received into the space. Diana raised her eyes and excitedly pulled Mo Yi to an open space in the cave. "Husband, I haven't been idle for half a day. I found another goshawk egg. Look." Mo Yi shrank his neck in disbelief. "Oh my God! 6 pieces? Where did you get them from?" "Hey, of course it's on the mountain. I also got a lot of insect eggs. There are a lot of them. They're all in my bag. Let me show you, Diana said as she opened the zipper a little. Moyi felt his scalp tingling after just one look. All right, don't open it. Ouch. I feel itchy all over. Diana had obviously found a job. Although she was a marine biologist, the non-mutated Earth creatures also attracted her. Maybe these are the only ones left on Earth. Who can say for sure? Thinking of this, Diana glanced at Bai Qing and Qianing, who were playing games with Chong Fei in the wooden house, and then looked at Moyi. Hubby, didn't you build a creation town? I'm so bored in the creation ship. I want to move there. Moyi was stunned at that time. Move? Where to move? Genesis Town? What's going on? Moye's eyes were one big and one small, and he looked reluctant. That was his private space. If he was taken over by his wife, how could he? Diana suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. Hubby, I'm worried about those women hatching these birds and insects. As long as you let me go, I will prepare some fun things for you, and I guarantee you will like them. Moyi, what's fun? Diana chuckled. Didn't you use iron wireworm granules before? That is a drug that makes people live a life worse than death. Last time, I extracted the genes of some mutant fish and tried to make a charm worm granule. Diana whispered in Moyi's ear about the effects of the medicine, and Moyi was suddenly shocked. Diana looked at the perverted Diana with disbelief and said, Wait for me for a while. I will build a new town. I don't trust those women. If they do anything bad to you, it will be troublesome. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Moyi's heart was aroused. What kind of pellets are those? Give me one first. Chapter 142, Crying Gao Jime. Moyi built a new pastoral farm town. He thought that if Bai Qing's wives knew that Diana was going to live there, they would probably move in too. And the most important thing is that they are all level 15 now, and the functions of the Ark of Genesis are becoming more and more complete. If they are released in a battle later, his wife's things, clothes, etc. will have to be moved out. It would be better if everyone moved to the nearby town now and just separate the two farm towns for safety reasons. This would prevent those vicious women from harming his wife, and also prevent Bai Qing and Qianing from getting upset when they see those women. For some reason, Moyi became more and more worried about the relationship between Qianing and Bai Qing. Ever since Bai Qing had a fight with Qianing last time, the two have become as close as sisters. Moyi was afraid that the two of them would join forces to deal with him. He would be really helpless by then, with one wife and one first love, his white moonlight. After thinking about it, he separated the two towns so that no one could see each other. The town where Bai Qing and her friends live is called the living area, and the place where Mei Yin and her friends live is called the scenic area. After the new town was completed, Moyi asked Zhang Fana, Sun Huijun, and others from the creation ship to help Diana move there first. Then he called Bai Qing and Qianing in. The group of women became excited when they heard that Moyi had built a small town for them. Chong Fei was still shouting, Hey, where are the people? Where did they go? Fight immediately. How can we fight with one less person? Moyi looked at Chong Fei, who was only wearing pajamas in the wooden house, with a funny look on his face and said, They are all out collecting supplies. They can't eat your food for free. I'll fight with you for a while. Chong Fei instinctively shrank his neck. Is this how you act as a brother? You let your sister go outside to collect supplies while you were playing games here. Moyi looked outside in confusion, then turned to look at the game on the computer. Whose brother am I? Isn't that Bai Qing your cousin? And Sakura? Moyi. Yes, cousin. Chong Fei saw the soldier spawn again and quickly took a handle for him. Quick, another monster has appeared. Help me kill it. Moyi just played the game, and from time to time, he looked at the wives in the living area of Creation Town. They had already started choosing their residents. Bai Qing, Qianing, and Yi Yinran, the three most difficult ones, planned to live in the same house. Sun Huijun and her daughter Li Cai lived in a sea view house on the coast, while Wu Lian, Zhang Fana, and Zhang Xinyu lived next to the farm, obviously planning to farm. Ning He, Zhang Yi, Tang Tian, and Su Xiao all lived in the research institute with Dr. Diana, and they probably planned to do research with her in the future. Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian lived near the orchard. Just then, Moyi saw a lone woman walking to the corner of the residential area. At that time, Moyi touched his chin. Who was that woman? I have so many wives that I can hardly remember them all. My legs seem a little long, too long. When he saw the woman's face, he immediately shrank his neck. Teacher Gao. Gao Jime took her things and looked for a place to live in the corner of the town. After looking around, she chose the smallest wooden house. Anyway, she didn't need such a big place living alone. When Mo Yi saw this, he quickly put down the game controller, turned to Chang Fei and said, "I'm going to take a shit. You play first." Then he ran out and turned into the space. When Gao Jimei saw Mo Yi, her cheeks suddenly turned red and she instinctively pulled her collar. His body leaned to one side, looking nervous and uneasy. Thinking back to what happened between Mo Yi and her that night, Gao Jimei instinctively wanted to hide away. But the contract for the creation ship forced her to stop in front of Mo Yi. She panicked at the time. Mo Yi, don't." When Gao Jimei said this, she stopped talking for some reason, and an inexplicable thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Then she changed her tone and walked over. "Husband, why are you here?" When Gao Jimei said this, her cheeks suddenly turned red to purple. Mo Yi smiled slightly. It's okay. You will get used to it slowly, don't worry. You have done me a favor and helped me a lot in the past. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I was the one who brought you here. Many of them didn't know you and were worried. I told them it was okay. Teacher Gao really cared about me back then. Don't choose a small house, choose a big villa." Gao Jimei quickly lowered her head and said, "Husband is talking about." Mo Yi hugged the other person and went to the small villa nearby. After helping the other party move his things and settle the furniture, he left. When Gao Jimei saw that he was about to leave, she hurried forward and shouted, "Wait a minute." Mo Yi looked back in a daze. Gao Jimei had tears in her eyes without her knowing. She lowered her head and looked around with a wronged look on her face. "My nose feels sore. Can I call you Sumino-san? It's really too weird. I still can't accept it. I'm so scared. You definitely don't love me. You can't hide it from me?" Gao Jimei knelt down as she spoke, sobbing and crying with tears running down her face. "I know you only really like a few girls, and you don't like most women. You have that kind of thought about me. I can't accept it, but every time I want to refute my own thoughts, I'm always forced to think about your good side. How strange. Your contract is so unreasonable. Mo Yi looked at the other person with some surprise. He couldn't imagine that Gao Jimei had never contacted other people because she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She was actually able to resist the oppression of the master-servant contract and say these words to him. "Mr. Momo, it's already happened. I know there's no going back. I'm very grateful to you for awakening the power of the dusk bird for me. But I'm really scared. It's really strange that so many women have fallen in love with you. I can see that they all really love you. Even if you didn't love her before, you'll fall in love with her after you get on the boat. Don't you find it scary?" Mo Yi squatted down with an impatient look on his face, looked at Gao Jimei, who was crying with her face covered, and slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a puff of cigarette, Mo Yi slowly hugged the other person. "You said that I only like a few of them? That's actually not quite right. If you say that I favor a few, I can accept it, as long as I approve of them. They're both my wife and my teammates. What's so scary about that? I've seen women fighting with people on the street just to survive or for a pack of instant noodles. They were all fighting to survive, whether it's Sun Hui Jun or Zhang Xinyu's sister Zhang Fana. What's shameful about falling in love with me just to save your life? Will you be satisfied only if you are eaten by a strange fish?" Chapter 143, I Don't Want to Die. I haven't finished the game yet. Saying a few words, Mo Yi carried the other person to the sofa, sat on the other person, and said with an unbearable look on his face, "It's all for survival. No one knows how long this disaster will last. I admit that my love is unfair. I definitely love Bai Qing, Qining, and the others more. Moreover, I have a different opinion of Hui Jun, who saved me with her life. In order to save me, she used her body to feed the mutant lobster. Do you know how sad I felt when I saw that only half of her body was left after being bitten? She was afraid that I would abandon her and her daughter, so she gave me everything without hesitation. Even though she is already 36 years old, I will definitely not abandon her just because I love someone new. I am also a human being, Mr. Gao. I'm not a saint. I am not familiar with Su Xiao, so it is easy to understand that she loves Qianing more than I do, right?" As Mo Yi spoke, he hugged Gao Jimei's soft waist. Gao Jimei was still crying there with a sad look on her face. Mo Yi lit another cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. "After all, Xiaoying and I have a foundation of love, but that doesn't mean I will abandon Su Xiao. After all, she has such a good relationship with Qianing, and I think about her everywhere. I will definitely take care of the feelings of most of you. I will also take care of your thoughts. Just like that Tang Tian, I have never talked so much with her alone. You have done me a favor. I am really happy to see you survive, but you have already boarded the ship. For the safety of the others, I cannot let you go. I hope you understand. If other people knew that I have a small world, what the consequences would be, you can guess. Gao Jime quickly shook her head. I'm not leaving. That's not what I meant. Mo Yi continued to smoke, looking impatient. Gao Jime exhaled with a sad face, and looking at Mo Yi beside her, she finally spoke. Send me to the town next door. I don't like it here very much. I want to be the mayor there and teach those women to be kind. I won't go out into the world anymore. Mo Yi pursed his lips, seeming to want to say something, but stopped himself. Gao Jime looked at the artificial sun outside with tears in her eyes and took a deep breath. You also said, that is the town of creation. If we are the only ones who can survive in the end, then these vicious women are the last flames of humanity. I don't know what you're thinking. If I had your ability, I would definitely save many, many people. I've seen too many families torn apart and wives and children separated along the way. When Gao Jime said this, Mo Yi slammed the table and said angrily, Why? They came to save me when I was starving and cold. Why should I save them? Gao Jime was frightened by Mo Yi's roar and quickly lowered her head. I'm going to do my best. Don't be so angry. Can't I just stop saying anything? Gao Jime grabbed Mo Yi's arm with a look of grievance, fearing that the other party would lose his temper again. Mo Yi was smoking a cigarette and drinking tea, his mind full of his experiences in his previous life. He was locked up in a cabin by Zhou Haiyang and his group for so long. He had saved Zhao Siege before. He had saved Zhou Haiyang's father, and he had also saved Si Kiki. What's next? He finally got a second chance to live his life, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be a saint and save those who have nothing to do with him. You could do whatever he wants, either become his wife or become his servant. It's that simple. Gao Jime no longer dared to speak. She just held Mo Yi's arm and pouted with a look of grievance. Mo Yi didn't want to talk anymore. Looking at the aggrieved Gao Jime, he directly carried her into the house. Chang Fei had been waiting outside for an hour, but Mo Yi still hadn't come back. She started cursing. Did this guy fall into the toilet? This is too slow. Just when she wanted to shout at the back, she felt a little embarrassed because the other person was a man after all. What was she shouting? After thinking about it, she started looking in the wooden house. When she saw the mechanical horn she had assembled before, the corners of her mouth suddenly raised. He held the loudspeaker and shouted, Hey, big cousin who's taking a shit. You're not going to fall into the pit, are you? Hello, please reply. The entire cave echoed with the sound of Chang Fei's trumpet. The four huskies at the entrance of the cave also started to cry out in surprise, as if they had seen something strange. Chang Fei was still there shouting with his homemade trumpet, and he didn't notice at all that a giant 3-meter-long snow clam appeared outside the cave. The four huskies had already bitten it, but they were unable to do anything to it. As a husky was pinned under the opponent's body by a jump, a shrill scream instantly resounded through the top of the mountain. Chang Fei heard the sound and hurriedly ran out with a hoe. Looking at the big toad that was about to eat Sia, he was furious. Let go of my dog. I will fight you. The snow frog immediately raised its head after seeing the living person. Looking at the woman who was coming towards it with a hoe, the mutant snow frog suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a 6-meter-long tongue. Chang Fei's body was sucked by the other person's tongue. She was so scared at that time. No. The next second, she was pulled over by the snow frog's tongue and swallowed alive. Chang Fei shouted in despair and kept hitting the esophagus of the mutant snow frog with his fist. But it was of no use. Then she was slowly swallowed into the stomach. Feeling the burning gastric juice on her face, Chang Fei screamed in fear. Mom? Dad? Whoa. Fei can't go back. Save me. Help. No. I don't want to die. I haven't finished the game yet. Help. Sudden. The originally dim vision suddenly became bright, and the belly of the mutant snow frog was torn open from the outside. Chang Fei, who was covered in gastric juice, looked stupidly at Mo Yi, who was tearing open the belly of the snow clam with his bare hands. At that moment, her tears of grievance burst out. He hugged Mo Yi and howled like a wolf. Big cousin. Whoa. I was scared to death. I was really scared to death. You are such a good person. I was so scared. I thought I was dead. Mo Yi kicked her stomach with a disgusted look on his face. Oh my God, you are full of gastric juice. Don't get close to me. Chang Fei was still shouting. Big cousin, I am blind and don't know a great man. Please accept me as your little brother. All the pigs in my pig pen are yours. Please take me in as your little brother. I haven't even finished playing the game yet, and I'm dying like this. I won't be able to rest in peace. Moe looked at this funny girl speechlessly. She was still playing games. Just then the huskies started barking again. Moe looked up suddenly, and his eyes widened. Looking at the mutated toads all over the mountains, my stomach churned. Chang Fei was so scared that she was riding on Moe's neck. Cousin, save me. Chapter 144, I found a treasure. Moe looked at the snow clams all over the mountains with a gloomy face. What was going on? Why does it look different from the previous tides of fishmen and monster fish? Those mutated snow clams were carried together, one big and one small, and were scattered everywhere. It seemed very messy. From time to time, you can hear frogs croaking. The four huskies seemed to have seen it as well and started barking again. Moe hurried over. Chang Fei was so scared that she didn't dare to land on the ground. The petite girl just sat on Moe's head. What is this? Frog eggs? So many. Moe didn't understand either, so he called out Diana, who was still cleaning the laboratory. Diana could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Chang Fei. Quickly asked Moe to get a dose of fishman vaccine and gave the other party an injection. When Chang Fei heard that she was infected, she shrank her neck and was so scared that she held Moe with her left hand and Diana with her right hand. Diana turned to look at the mutant snow frogs, her expression thoughtful. Strange, don't most frogs breed in summer? How come it's already autumn? Could it be caused by mutation? Why didn't I see them when I came here? Where did all these snow clams come from? Diana looked at the surrounding mountains with some confusion. Moe has already started collecting frog eggs that are as big as basketballs. Since they are so fertile, he might as well put them in the shallow water next to the little shark. When these toads grow up, the little sharks will have food to eat. It can be found in insects and birds, so the mutated snow frog probably won't starve to death, right? At this moment, Diana discovered something again. She looked up at the cloudy sky and then looked towards the west side of Changbai Mountain with a high-powered telescope. Mutated snow clams on the west side, and many of them gather near the western coast and dare not go into the water. I see. Honey, I know what's going on. They sensed the scent of a predator and had a stressful escape response. Originally, many of them hibernate in the soil. I guess because of the mutation, they hibernate earlier. After sensing the sea monster tide on the eastern coast, they all came out and migrated as a tribe. However, due to the low-temperature stress reaction, some mutant snow clams began to reproduce, but most of these eggs did not survive for long. The temperature was too low. Moe also looked down at the west coast with a telescope, his expression full of surprise. The mutated snow clams below were piled up in dense clusters. Some people who wanted to go into the water did not dare to do so, as the fish in the sea were jumping around below with a keen eye. Moe saw two taimen that were 5 or 6 meters long at a glance. Those mutated fish also had human hands and feet, but they were obviously much shorter and smaller than those in the south, and not as scary. Some mutated snow clams that accidentally fell into the water were swallowed by the taimen. Moe pursed his lips out of curiosity. There are too many snow clams. What do they eat? There doesn't seem to be anything on this mountain. Diana sneered softly. Of course it's cannibalism. This kind of snow frog was a delicacy on human tables before the disaster. It is called the northeast forest frog. It likes to eat insects and small animals, and its meat is delicious. Even though they are mutated now, their meat is still loved by mutant creatures. Don't think that they have no lethality to us, but they are a nightmare to ordinary people. It can be said that every mutant amphibian or fish that can survive on land is a nightmare for humans. You just saw that Xiao Fei was sucked by the opponent's suction cup and couldn't run away. She was directly pulled in her mouth and swallowed alive. Moe nodded. Looking at the dense snow clams below, he instinctively looked towards the east. Is the sea monster tide coming soon? To be on the safe side, he decided to check the trap he had set. If it was triggered by those mutant fish, he would cry to death. Diana also nodded. Well, husband, just to be safe, you should go to the sea and wait now. Don't trust everything the Hunter Association says. Some mutant fish are even faster. For example, sailfish and swordfish. They will definitely come here first. If there are not too many of them, we can kill them first and upgrade. There's still a fighting force behind us. Moe nodded, turned around, and put Diana into the space. Chang Fei looked at the scene in bewilderment. I go to the sea? What should I do with my computer? What should I do? Cousin, please don't ignore me. There are so many toads. I'm scared. Moe raised his hand and took out a contract. Sign it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Chang Fei nodded repeatedly and signed a contract in a hurry. Moe looked at the 4 huskies and the poultry in the cave again. He frowned at that time. He took a stack of contracts and gave them to Chang Fei. See if you can get your dog and pig to sign this contract. Cut their claws and sign with blood. If they can't sign, they can only die here. Chang Fei shuddered immediately. Can you sign it? I'll try. Big ha, 2 ha, 3 ha, 4 ha. Come here quickly. Moe glanced at Chang Fei twice, then walked towards the wooden house. He had never collected game discs or anything like that before. Since Chang Fei has quite a lot of stock, take them to the space and let them play with them. Just as Moe raised his hand to confiscate Chang Fei's belongings, he seemed to see something strange. It was a specially made hand-cranked rechargeable speaker. There seems to be a weird tablet next to it. Huh? She assembled it herself? No, this CD? Could it be that this is a hard drive she made herself? Moe looked up again and examined the structure of the wooden house seriously. Circuits, plug boards, homemade transformers, and solar charging panels. There are actually welding guns and various precision mechanical equipment in the cabinet next to it. Looking at Chang Fei, who had successfully got a husky to sign a contract outside, Moe took a deep breath. Could it be that in addition to being a game fan, she is also a science and engineering genius? When Moe saw the graduation certificate on Chang Fei's bookshelf, he immediately said, "Fuck, a mechanical engineer degree from MIT?" Chang Fei had already made the 4 huskies sign the contract, and then she turned around and went to the chicken coop. Looking at those silly chickens and ducks, she got anxious. Oh my, can you guys do this? If you don't sign, you'll die here. Then she went to look for the pigs again. Shawa, Doa, can you understand what I'm saying? We've known each other for so long. Moe in the room looked at the certificate. The more shocked he became. It was obvious that he had found a treasure. He just checked online using the Advanced Hunter Communicator and found that foreign engineering degrees are different from doctoral degrees. Most of the PhDs and masters are theoretical talents who have unique insights into their academic fields and are responsible for advanced teaching and guiding research. However, engineers degree holders abroad are all practical mentors who focus more on engineering implementation, project practice, and technical application. These include many fields such as machinery, construction, electrical engineering, and environmental engineering. And Chang Fei's certificate is that of a mechanical engineer. Moe thought of the new equipment and weapons made by the Hunter Association using the energy core. He laughed crookedly. It doesn't matter if that pig can't sign the contract. I can still take him away after killing him. Come here, I have something to ask you. Chapter 145, Underwater Secrets. Chang Fei obviously didn't hear it. He was cutting the calves of the pigs with a knife with an excited look on his face. Shawa, please don't kick me. It will only take a little while. It will only take a little while? When Moe saw that she had been fiddling with it for a long time and still hadn't finished it, he wanted to go over and take a look. But before he could move, several huskies ran over and started calling out to the pigs with excited looks on their faces. No idea what they were saying. The next second, a spotted pig in the lead stretched out its trotters and stomped. It succeeded immediately. Moe suddenly looked at him with wide eyes. Fuck. Now that we have dogs and pigs, the only poultry left are chickens and ducks. However, Diana has already put eggs in there. As long as she is not extremely unlucky and gives birth to a litter of only puppies of the same sex, there will be no problem. Chang Fei was still crying. Looking at the chickens and ducks, she really couldn't bear to let them go. Those were the chicks she bought from the foot of the mountain and raised since they were young. Obviously, there is affection. As soon as I saw Moe was going to kill them, I wanted to cry. Should we give them to someone else to take care of? Or just release them? Okay. Cousin. Moe looked at the densely packed mutant snow frogs below and narrowed his eyes with a melancholy look on his face. Let those toads eat them? Instead of letting them eat them, why don't we eat them? If you give them to others, they will be on the table tonight. Do you think those guys can resist the urge to eat them? Chang Fei wanted to say something, but was reluctant to leave. Moe went up to her, patted her shoulder and shouted, Don't worry, I will definitely let you try the fried duck tonight. And the boiled chicken. My wife is an expert at cooking. Chang Fei nodded absent-mindedly and even swallowed her saliva. Seeing this, Moe raised his hand and took her in. After dealing with the poultry, he put the corpses into the space. The temperature was even lower at this time. After Moe took away everything he could from the cave, he came to the cliff. Looking at the survivors who were queuing up the mountain in the distance and being attacked by mutant snow clams, he did not choose to take action. If we really do, as Gao Jime said, we should save people to the best of our ability. Then he definitely won't be able to save everyone. The life and death of other people have to do with him? He himself doesn't even know how to live. After releasing Li Cai, the other party held him and flew towards the eastern shore. The further east they went, the fewer mutated snow clams there were. Li Cai wanted to stay with Mo Yi for a while longer, but Mo Yi kissed her and sent her back to the space. Looking at the boundless sea in front of him, Mo Yi jumped and dived into the water. The seawater here is obviously colder and more icy than that in the south, and it feels icy. The mutated 3 flowers and 5 luos around turned around and left after sensing Mo Yi's presence. Mo Yi just swam quickly downstream along the mountain covered with plants. It was already nighttime, and the bright moonlight shone into the dim sea, making this pitch-dark place slightly brighter. But as Mo Yi swam deeper and deeper, his vision became dimmer. Only after he could no longer see anything did he take out a bloodthirsty pellet and swallow it. His originally dim vision suddenly turned dark red after he entered the pseudo-bloodthirsty state, as if he had turned on night vision goggles. Speed and various attributes have also been greatly improved. Mo Yi just kept swimming downstream until he reached Changbai City below. Looking at the city that was flooded, Mo Yi once again released his smell perception. Murloc. Just like before, these fishmen still like to live in the city, and some of them have already laid eggs. The fishmen here are different from those in some places in the south. Their eyes are unusually large. The 2 eyes almost took up half of the face, and they were so big that it was scary. Is your skin a little green? But the number seems not as many as that of Shanghai City's water base. Mo Yi looked around, then raised his hand and put a bunch of merman eggs into the space. The fishmen in the distance who were only level 1 or 2 no longer dared to move forward after sensing Mo Yi's terrifying level. They just watched Mo Yi collect their eggs. Mo Yi obviously also noticed their actions. This is what Diana said before. Absolute crushing strength can make the opponent dare not even resist. But this just proves that the fishmen are intelligent. If it was a brainless mutant Sanhua Wua, Mo Yi would definitely be attacked if he did this. Mo Yi swam slowly in the dark world under the water. Before heading to the trap in the east, he had to inspect the surroundings. Whenever he walked to a certain place, he would stretch out the shark fin on his arm and rub it against the buildings to leave a scent. This kind of predator's territorial behavior will deter other creatures that are not as strong as it, thus saving unnecessary trouble. After making sure that there were no living creatures within a few miles that could pose a threat to him, Mo Yi planned to head east. But at this moment, he seemed to see 2 strange fishmen. He was hiding at the entrance of a city sewer in the distance, with a look of fear on his face. It seems like they are still communicating something there. Last time Mo Yi came, it was daytime, and he didn't eat the blood-sucking particles, so his observation and sense of smell were not as sharp as they are now. When he turned around and looked at the 2 strange-looking fishmen, he immediately thought of the mermaids that Jiang Chun mentioned to him. Unlike murlocs are inferior creatures that were mutated from humans infected with a virus. Mermaids are humanoid creatures that evolved from mutated fish. Although his IQ is not as good as that of the merman, his underwater strength and speed are much stronger than that of the merman. In order to verify his previous guess, Mo Yi swam towards the sewer. He didn't want anything that was risky, and Chang Baishan had a bounty monster on his head, 6 level 10 mermaids. Mermaids come out to cause trouble when we kill the sea monster tomorrow. Often the unknown things are the most difficult. No one knows what abilities those mermaids have. Mo Yi just swam down like that, and the 2 mermaids instinctively swam into the sewer after seeing Mo Yi. Mo Yi followed in, but the opponent's speed was far beyond Mo Yi's imagination. They're clearly just 2 level 2 ants, but their speed is astonishingly fast. This place is more than 1,000 meters underwater. Especially after entering the sewer, their behavior is like monkeys climbing a mountain. They're familiar with the route and remember every corner and every fork in the road clearly. Mo Yi swam for a long time, but was led back to the same place by them. He narrowed his eyes and simply stopped moving. Directly released the scent to track and lock the whereabouts of those 2 things. He kept waiting there for more than half an hour, and the 2 guys finally decided to return to their nest. Mo Yi just kept sniffing, and as he smelled the scent of a human. His eyes widened at that time. Where did this living person come from in the deep sea? And there are quite a lot of them. Chapter 146, Mermaid's Lair. Mo Yi looked around dejectedly. The fishmen and mutant fish here seem to be indeed scarce. But how can this be humane? Could it be that someone is engaging in mermaid breeding down there? With a hint of doubt, Mo Yi swam into the sewer. To be on the safe side, he released Bai Qing, and then released Wu Lian and Zhang Fana. Bai Qing looked at such a disgusting environment and raised his hand to create a big bubble. The four of them felt a lot more relaxed instantly. Without buoyancy, Mo Yi was able to stand on the ground. Something is wrong with this place. I can actually smell human scent. Before checking the traps in the east, let's get rid of the things here first, and don't leave any risks behind. Bai Qing nodded, raised his hand again, and pushed the water in the sewer to both sides to give them more space to move around. Wu Lian raised her hand and transformed into a scorpion armor, holding up two pincers and shouting, "Hey, it's finally time for me to take action. This kind of terrain is specially prepared for me." Mo Yi repeatedly warned, "Be careful. There are more than 100 superpowered people on the mountain, and they didn't find them, which means these guys are not simple. If they hadn't eaten bloodthirsty particles, I wouldn't be able to detect their existence. Everyone be careful." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fana raised her hand and gathered two balls of electricity in her palm, which patrolled left and right. A corner like this, and the further they went into the sewer, the more uncomfortable Mo Yi felt. Why does that human smell feel a bit weird? It's like being sick, and the number is quite large, at least 7 or 8,000. Why are they all women? He even smelled several scents. What's going on? Why can I smell a fragrance? Is there an underwater city underneath? Bai Qing rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. You only care about the smell. Can you think of anything else? Mo Yi, I really smelled it several scents. It's really a ghost. You all should be careful. This place feels a bit spooky to me. After saying this, Mo Yi continued walking forward. The group of people got along peacefully along the way and didn't even encounter any strange fish or mermaids. However, Mo Yi knew that something was gathering ahead, and the smell of fish was slowly gathering at the corner ahead. Be careful. We're almost there. Mo Yi raised his hand and released the Genesis Ark's Gatling machine gun with the muzzle located in the palm of his palm. Anyone who dared to show his head would die on the spot. Before she reached the front, Zhang Fana saw an iron fence. The place in front seemed familiar. Are we at the subway station? The exit in front of my husband is the subway station. Look, there are railroad tracks below. Mo Yi had already seen it, so he raised his foot and kicked it hard, and the iron fence was kicked into the water on the opposite side. Bai Qing quickly raised his hands and crossed them in front of him to strengthen the toughness and range of the bubble. The seawater in the subway tunnel ahead was instantly isolated by Bai Qing. The entire tunnel was wet. The next second, an extremely strong stench hit, and everyone covered their mouths and noses. Wu Lian covered her nose with a disgusted look on her face and shouted, "Oh my God, this smell is like the smell of all the fish dying in someone's fish pond." Mo Yi looked at the dark and smelly space, and after thinking about it, he decided to release the two sisters Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian, turn on the light." At Mo Yi's command, Lu Qianqian blushed and stretched out the tail on her butt. Power core she used to awaken was the power core of the anglerfish lobster monster that almost killed Mo Yi. At the end of a freely retractable tail is a luminous object that can change its shape. Lu Qianqian just lifted her tail and let it go, and the entire subway station tunnel suddenly became clear. Only then did they see the things in the tunnel. Lu Qianqian stood behind her sister with a frightened look on her face. Looking at the living dead squirming in the air bags on the ground, his face turned pale. Mo Yi looked at the women squirming in the fleshy air bags on the ground, his eyes twitching, his face filled with disgust, the smell of humans. This is human taste, and many of those people are not dead yet. Wailing in despair in the airbag. Save me. I don't want to die. Help me. Kill me. Kill me quickly. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. No. Kill the thing in my stomach. I don't want to give birth to a monster. I don't want to be a monster's mother. Someone come and kill me. Perhaps because of the sea water just now, the women's voices did not come out. Wu Lian walked over with a disgusted look on his face, raised his hand, and used pliers to tear open the airbag. She's already level 15. How can she not pull it open with just a casual pull? She was stunned for a moment. What a tough airbag. No wonder they can't get out. As she raised her hand and pulled hard, a dozen women in the airbag scattered all over the ground, as if they were flowing out of the stomach of some creature. Every woman was wriggling and wailing in despair on the ground. Some of the women had lost their arms and legs, and some were lying on the ground, screaming and laughing crazily. Mermaid, mermaid, mermaid loves me. This situation was obviously no longer something that the poor student could handle. So Mo, Yi invited Diana out again. Diana looked at the strange women squirming on the ground and felt a chill all over her body. It took her a long time to recover. At this moment, a legless woman with a big belly stretched out her only remaining arm and pounded her belly with despair on her face. Damn it. I don't want it. I don't want to give birth. I want to go home. Chief Chow, I will never be lazy again. I will work hard. I don't want to be a monster's mother. I don't want it. The next second, the woman suddenly screamed strangely. Her whole body twitched, and she spasmed on the ground in a weird posture. Suddenly, a strange hand stretched out directly from her abdomen, and the woman died on the spot with her eyes open. A strange creature, half a meter tall, crawled out of the other's stomach. Everyone saw the disgusting scene. Mo-Yi grabbed the thing's neck, and it immediately began to struggle, making an extremely shrill cry. Mo-Yi exerted force with his palm and strangled the thing to death. He shook his hand with a disgusted look on his face. It seems that this is the lair of the mermaids. What a disgusting bunch of creatures, Diana. Do you understand? Diana was still there testing with the equipment, looking at the women on the ground with a somewhat reluctant expression. After all, we are all the same kind. If we are caught by those monsters and taken to the bottom of the abyss and sealed with airbags, we can neither die nor live. This airbag should be the secretion of some kind of organism. It can effectively prevent the invasion of seawater and also provide some oxygen. These women should be their food and companions. Mo-Yi lit a cigarette with some disgust. Partner? What do you mean? Chapter 147, The Six Mermaid Brothers. 7. Diana slowly walked to Mo-Yi's side, looked at the monster cub that Mo-Yi had strangled to death on the ground, and explained. Its eyes are as big as a cow, its mouth is like a bird's beak, its body is green, its head is covered with hair, its hands and feet are webbed. It is short and ugly. This creature should be similar to the kappa in Japan. It is a disgusting creature that specializes in robbing women for a living. It is regarded as a water god by the Japanese. The way this creature reproduces is to rob human women, especially girls. It is extremely strong underwater, and it is difficult for adult men to break free. The dead mermaid on the ground with a disgusted look on his face and said, How disgusting, Japan. Such an ugly thing is their god. Diana exhaled. Kappa also has the ability to carry women to deep water and keep them in captivity, but the mermaids here should be different from Kappa. Look at the bodies of those women. Emily had noticed a long time ago that many of those women had damaged bodies, with either broken hands or broken feet. Some women even had their ears bitten off. Diana walked up to a woman. Her expression was full of pity, her voice trembling a little. Those creatures probably have some ability to suppress wound infection. They eat these women when they are hungry. If they don't kill them, let them suffer here. There are holes at the tail of those airbags. Whenever the mermaids are hungry, they will crawl into them. They will probably be force-fed something to maintain their physiological characteristics. At this moment, a woman with half of her face bitten off grabbed Wu Lian's feet with a look of despair. Please, kill me. Please kill me. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Kill me. Please kill me. Wu Lian was so scared that her face turned pale, and she looked at Mo-Yi in panic. Mo-Yi scratched his head instinctively. Should he kill or not? He remembered what Gao Jimei said, to save as many people as possible. If he wanted to save the woman here, he could just do it. Really just casually? The entire journey takes a maximum of 1 hour. Let Diana help them heal their bodies and take out the monsters in their stomachs. It is not impossible to save them. Looking at the woman who was still begging for death, Mo-Yi waved his hand impatiently. What do you say we should do? Diana couldn't bear it. After all, they were the same kind. As a woman, she could certainly imagine the despair of wanting to die, but being unable to. In the bottomless abyss under the sea, he was sealed with an airbag by a monster. Not only do they not see the sun, they also have to be food for monsters, and they have to go through that kind of thing. Life is worse than death. Some women have gone completely crazy, neither looking like human nor ghost. Before Diana could speak, Bai Qing spoke up. I deeply sympathize with their plight, but we don't accept just anyone. It would be a waste of time to save those who have gone crazy or lost their minds. It would be better to kill them quickly. If there are still rational people, just take them to the town. It's okay. We are going to expand various industries such as breeding, agriculture, and machinery. We don't have enough women with just these few women. If Diana builds a large breeding factory, the hundreds of women in the town will definitely not be able to handle it. Mo-Yi nodded. As expected, she was his first wife. It was the same as he thought. Thinking of this, Mo Yi raised his hand and shouted, "Women who want to live, crawl over here and sign this contract. I will take you away." As soon as he finished speaking, several women crawled over, and a woman with legs walked over. Wu Lian tore open the remaining mermaid airbags and released more people. Some of the air sacs had already produced mermaid cubs, which were eating the women's bodies. Wu Lian killed them one by one. The women who successfully signed the contracts and received the regeneration pellets cried with joy as they watched their own regrown hands and feet. He knelt on the ground and thanked her. "Thank you, benefactors. Thank you, benefactors. I will work like a slave to repay your kindness." Whoa, 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 Mum, I am saved. I am saved. Moyi was smoking a cigarette nearby, his expression becoming increasingly irritable. For some reason, his mind was filled with the image of his homeroom teacher, Gao Jime. In the time it took him to smoke 2 cigarettes, Diana and her team had rescued more than 90 sane women. Just casually, but he always felt a little unhappy. I don't know why. There were probably 7 or 8,000 people captured in the entire subway station tunnel, and at least 1,000 could be rescued. Moreover, Moyi had already smelled that there were at least a dozen new airbags on the subway platform in front, which meant that the women there were newly captured. Those scents also wafted from there. Thinking of this, he simply released all his wives. "Go ahead, bring everyone who can breathe and is willing to go with us. We are all the same kind, and those who don't want to live will be sent on their way, so that they won't suffer here. I'm a little upset. You guys go and get busy." The girls looked at each other. Moyi seemed a little strange today. The Yanderali CAI obviously couldn't understand. Moyi had never been like this before. What does it have to do with them, whether these women live or die? Moyi raised his hand and explained, "Our Genesis town needs manpower. Farming, breeding, machinery development, biological research, all require people. What we have is not enough. We need to develop the town. Okay, get busy. I'll take a break." Moyi spoke. He lit another cigarette and closed his eyes to look at Gao Jime, who had become the mayor of Chuansha town. She was obviously different now than before. He took Miyun, Na Young, and those women to start planting in the fields. After all, they were teaching them agricultural planting techniques, so the women behind them all started to learn them. They didn't dare say anything else, because they all knew that Gao Jime was Moyi's wife. If they get angry, Moyi might use them as a scapegoat. Gao Jime was still talking. "Don't be nervous. This is the first time for all of us to be human. If you have done anything wrong or bad in the past, I won't care about you. From today on, we must unite and help each other. You must learn to care for others. I will teach you how to farm so that you can be self-reliant. Follow closely. See this piece of land? If you want to plant potatoes, you need to dig holes one by one, otherwise they won't grow underneath. The spacing doesn't need to be too large, just dig like I did." The women were listening in the back with timid faces, and some of them were still asking in a low voice, Sister, the master will not kill us all later? Are you selecting people? Please have mercy on us. We really know we are wrong. We promise to stay here well. Please forgive us." Gao Jime smiled slightly. "Don't worry. He won't. He often tells me how good you are, saying that you are all beautiful women who know how to work and farm. That's why he can't bear to kill you." Even the vicious woman Chu Chengqing said from behind. "Really? Did the master really say that? Including me?" Gao Jime nodded. "Of course. Which man doesn't like hard-working and beautiful women? As long as we increase the grain production here, he will definitely reward you when the harvest comes." Chu Chengqing was overjoyed. Last time, Moyi fed her a charm insect granule, which almost killed her on the spot. She felt scared when she thought about it now. Moyi was just smoking outside and watching them, and he suddenly thought of Jiangshan. He could smell it the first time he saw the woman who adopted 2 children and was willing to work as a ramen girl. There is no doubt that Jiangshan is a good woman. In this apocalyptic world where people eat each other, it is difficult for others to protect themselves, and she still raises 2 children. All for survival. Zhang Chun's character is no less than Moyi's. He just smoked and watched Bai Qing and the others rescue those women who still had some humanity. In half an hour, they rescued more than 800 people. Every woman signed a contract on the spot without any hesitation. Mermaids suddenly walked out near the subway platform. Bai Qing quickly told everyone to stop. "Husband, they're coming." Moyi walked over with cold eyes. As soon as he got there, he was stunned. The 6 merman brothers opposite him were actually wearing human clothes. The other party also knew how powerful Moyi was, so they never dared to attack. Looking at the women who were let go by the other party, the mermaid leader actually walked to the front with a respectful look on his face. He even started to speak in human tones. Friends, please leave some for us. This is our food reserve. Winter is coming soon. Otherwise, our cubs will starve to death. The rest are all given to you. Please let us live. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. The monster spoke, mermaids wearing human clothes, and shook her head with a dull expression, as if she was still worrying about something. Mo Ye's expression was cold. Let you live? Okay, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Chapter 148, Shark Pearl. The 6 merman brothers saw that Mo Ye actually negotiated with them. They were overjoyed. The expression is written all over his face. Mo Ye also realized at this time that although these guys could speak human language, their IQ was definitely not as good as that of the fishmen. Mermen who were drooling as they peeped at his wife. Mo Ye smiled sarcastically. Call all the tribesmen here. I want to take a picture with you. You are so outstanding that you can even learn human language. I want to take a picture of you and save it. I think you are really amazing. I love you very much. As long as you let me take a few family photos, I won't touch your food. How about it? The 6 merman brothers looked at each other and talked a lot. Bai Qing had already seen the disgusting gazes of those mermaids and was filled with murderous intent. She had never seen such disgusting creatures before. Why were they all male? And their physical signs were as disgusting as they could be. A mouth full of jagged fangs, a body covered with fish scales and barbs. The sticky substance on their skin could be seen from a long distance away, as well as the extremely disgusting smell. Just after 2 sniffs, Bai Qing felt his stomach churning. At this moment, the 6 mermaid leaders hurriedly raised their hands and ordered their men to call everyone over. Then the 6 mermaids walked up to Mo Ye with excitement and said like humans, Friends, we are willing to exchange her for 10 newly captured women. As they spoke, the mermaids all looked at Bai Qing. Bai Qing wanted to kill them at that moment. Mo Ye quickly hugged her and smiled playfully. What a fool! How dare you tell him such a thing? Mo Ye just hugged Bai Qing and smiled wickedly. This is my beloved wife, my childhood sweetheart. I've been in love with her since we were young. You want to exchange her for 10 women? Do you think I need it? Ha! Bai Qing glared at Mo Ye angrily. She really couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to kill those guys right now. Mo Ye gently held her in his arms and patted her arm. The mermaids saw that Mo Ye was reluctant to exchange them. They quickly took out a bunch of things and said, This is our mermaid treasure, the mermaid pearl. It is our most precious thing. We are willing to exchange this mermaid pearl for all your beloved wives. Mo Ye looked at the giant shark bead that was almost as big as a basketball with a sarcastic expression. At this moment, more mermaids swam over, passed through the water wall, and came behind the mermaid brothers. There are more than 300 of them. The merman brother was still there shouting, Are you all here? Our friend wants to trade with us for his beloved wife, and he wants to take some pictures of us, so hurry up and stand still. Before they could line up, Bai Qing raised his hand and thickened the bubbles in the water wall. Then he raised his hand and released the mermaid temptation at full power, and all the mermaids were stunned in an instant. Zhang Fana followed closely and raised her hand to release a bolt of lightning. The controlled mermaids were instantly burned on the outside and tender on the inside, and they screamed in agony. Mo Ye raised his hand and waved, and all the women came on, including the women who had just been rescued by them. They all rushed over to the mermaids lying on the ground and bit and gnawed them. His ferocious expression vented his inner hatred. At this moment, the eyes of the mermaid leader seemed to move. Looking at Bai Qing, who could control their people, the mermaid leader looked at his brother beside him with anger on his face. After the 6 brothers felt the boss's anger, they all screamed. A ball of blue light instantly flashed all over the mermaid boss body. Mo Ye looked at the fishman boss with an unbelievable look on his face, as his level suddenly increased from level 10 to level 15, and hurried forward. Diana seemed to have thought of something and shouted in shock, Hubby! Chief, this should be some kind of leader-enhancing ability. It's similar to the previous fishman chief. The rest of the people had already killed all the mermaids, and everyone looked at the 6 mermaids with strange physical signs at the same time, intending to concentrate their fire on them. Mo Ye couldn't bear it anymore, so he raised his hand, put the mouth of the torpedo launcher of the creation ship on his palm, and fired at the mermaids. A 6-meter-long torpedo exploded. The waves were so strong that the roof of the subway station collapsed directly. Wu Yin quickly stood up and picked up the fallen boulder. fearing that the woman in the airbag below would be crushed to death. After a torpedo was fired, the mermaid boss is still alive? Moe raised his hand and conjured up the muzzle of a Gatling machine gun and started firing at the mermaid's head. You still want to change my wife? I'm very angry. I won't be satisfied even if I kill you. Whole merman babies out of those women's bellies. I want to tame the mermans and turn them into human dogs. Go and do some research on biological transformation for me. Change all the mermaids into slaves who only listen to humans. This race really disgusts me. Diana didn't listen to Moe at this time. She looked at the mermaid pearl that was still intact after being bombed by a torpedo. She was stunned at the time. Husband, this thing? Moe took a look at the mermaid pearl, but didn't take it seriously. He raised his hand and asked Bai Qing and the others to tear open all the remaining airbags. Some of the women who had just been captured were talking about the situation after being rescued. Different expressions. Unlike those women who have been tortured for a long time, some of these women look as if nothing has happened. Looking at Bai Qing's superpowers, a woman in a green Cheongsam suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction. How do you run your guard team? Why do you let mutant creatures come to the mountain to capture people? When I return, I will make Chief Chow punish you. As soon as the words fell, the woman felt a chill in her head, and the next second she seemed to see her own body. Moe hugged her head with a cold face and laughed. Honey, you talk too much. The woman's body fell down and blood spurted out. Moe looked at the woman's body coldly and lit a cigarette. Then he roared in a low voice. If you want to live, sign the contract. If you have any objections, come and tell me. I'm in a hurry. Most of the women who had just been captured signed. Moe took those people in one by one, including the mermaid pearl. Only Bai Qing was left to isolate the water flow. Looking at the last dozen or so women who failed to sign the contract, he didn't want to waste time anymore. He was too lazy to explain anything to this group of brainless people. After finishing a cigarette, he immediately unleashed his Gatling gun and started shooting at the women, including those women on the ground who are unconscious and can no longer function as human beings. He sent them all to heaven. Chapter 149, The Early Arrival of the Sea Monster Tide. On the eastern coastline of Donghua Kingdom, a huge artificial glacier running through the north and south was built at some point in time. There is a military fortress almost every 20 miles. Teams of soldiers carrying a variety of weapons lined up on the glacier ready for battle can also be seen on the east side of the glacier. Even the underwater areas were filled with various remote-controlled mines. Around each military fortress, there are some erected light towers, with dazzling electric light flashing on the top of the towers. A mutant jellyfish emerged from the water, but before it could sink, an arc of lightning shot through the air and instantly electrocuted the jellyfish into charcoal. From time to time, you can see some people with special abilities doing combat training underwater. Unlike the joint operations of the Moe psychic team, the training method of this group of psychic soldiers is very rigorous and efficient. The number of level psychics is the largest, reaching an astonishing 30,000 people. Their movements underwater are in unison, just like a school of fish on the seabed. Everyone is equipped with underwater weapons, both melee and long range. The better equipped ones are the level 1 psychic team. Their team is right behind the level 1 psychic team. Everyone's combat uniform is of different levels, not only having the ability to buffer impact and water pressure, but also hindering the bite of mutant fish. Only the number is small. Psychics of level 1 and above are responsible for guarding the military fortresses of each node, because the military fortress is the key to this battle. Ma Wenlong, who were assigned to a fortress, were looking at the various equipment in the fortress with thoughtful expressions. Shooting holes, missile launchers, anti-aircraft guns, toxin delivery devices, biological radars, sonar jamming devices, etc. Ma Wenlong touched the back of his head uneasily. Tomorrow is going to be a sea monster tide. It would be a lie to say he is not panicking. Any smart person can see that this kind of paper-made protection probably won't last even a day. The quality of those psychics was also mixed. Excluding the 50,000 official psychics, many of the other tens of thousands of psychics who came to support could not even shoot a gun. They could only kill monsters in the water. Their strengths vary, and some of them are undisciplined. Although there are some with good qualifications among the individual psychics, they cannot become great. Lao Zhang, what do you think the Hunter Association is thinking? They insist on sending us here to defend it. Isn't this just courting death? Jang Dong hugged Li Hong with one hand again. The other party didn't dare to resist at this time. The revealing ultra-short tight Chong Sam with 2 black fishnet stockings was extremely hot. I think the Hunter Association is planning to recycle the energy cores. They're deliberately sending us here to die. Think about it. The previous superpower cores were scattered everywhere. Some soldiers got them when they were on missions, and some were obtained by the survivors by chance. A lot of these power cores are actually wasted. A kid who has awakened superpowers may not even be able to beat a retired veteran. This is no joke. And I heard that the authorities are already training new combat forces. The 12 Tide Hunters are definitely not their final trump card. As Jang Dong said this, he let Li Hong sit on his lap. The other party was a little embarrassed for a moment, so Jang Dong slapped her on the spot. Li Hong's face turned red and purple, but she still walked over obediently. Ma Wenlong was also thinking while hugging a new woman. The Hunter Association's practice of blood transfusion will definitely greatly enhance the strength of those with special abilities. It would be a sheer waste if the special ability cores were picked up by ordinary people. They had no combat experience and no courage. Some people with special abilities are afraid to even go into the water after they have awakened their special abilities. They would be so scared that they would pee their pants if they were thrown into the sea. Recycling the energy core. Thinking of this, Ma Wenlong's eyes lit up. Do you think the Hunter Association is also selecting personnel? If we can defend this fortress, can we get promoted? Zhang Dongliang smiled crookedly and looked at the new woman that Ma Wenlong had found. He knew that she was the wife of the Han country tycoon. Although she was 38 years old, her face was definitely great. Old Ma, you woman. At this moment, a series of alarms suddenly sounded outside. A soldier pushed the door open with a panicked look on his face and ran in, shouting, "Report! A fish tide has been spotted. Lots of mutant sailfish, mutant swordfish, and mutant black marlin, all of which are the fastest fish in the sea. So many, they will arrive in 10 minutes at most." Zhang Dongliang quickly sat up and shouted to the man excitedly. "Use the poison quickly. Block all the sea areas here." The soldier was shocked. But didn't the higher-ups say that we should release it tomorrow when the sea monster tide comes? Zhang Dongliang raised his hand and picked up the gun. Are you with me or someone else? You can't survive today. How can you survive tomorrow? The man hurriedly lowered his head and went out in panic. Zhang Dongliang glanced at Ma Wenlong, then picked up the intercom and shouted, "Everyone put on your combat uniforms, take up your weapons, and take your positions. You must defend this place. For the sake of our homeland. We are just the vanguard of the sea monster tide. Don't be afraid." Then he turned to look at Ma Wenlong. Ma Wenlong was prepared. He took out the intercom and gave an order. All the superpowers above level 100 should get on the submarine and take all the Chable women who came from Han country with them. When Zhang Dongliang saw that Ma Wenlong was planning to run away, he also took out his intercom and shouted, "All those with superpowers above level 100 should gather here immediately." The two looked at each other, and the next second they saw the surrounding sea began to turn black, as if it was polluted. This radioactive poison developed by the Hunter Association can effectively resist most mutant fish attacks on military fortresses. Ma Wenlong and Zhang Dongliang were in the submarine in a blink of an eye. They both looked panicked as they had seen some extremely fast black marlin swimming around. That speed is definitely the fastest in the ocean, reaching an astonishing 110 kilometers per hour before the mutation. At this moment, the mutated black marlin has mutated to 10 meters in length, and its speed is even more terrifying. A mutant black marlin rushed towards the glacier without hesitation. The spiked spear above his head pierced into the ice at the first sight. The light prism tower launched a counterattack instantly, and the team of psychics and soldiers holding thermal weapons attacked the giant monster in panic. The attributes of size, speed, and destructive power are all top-notch, and the most fatal thing is that the levels of those black marlins are almost all around level 6. More and more black marlin rushed up, not afraid of those venoms at all. Zhang Dongliang only took a look and immediately made a decision. "Hurry up, Lao Ma. We're still fighting against the sea monster tide. This damn place can't even stop the first wave of Vanguard troops." Chapter 150 Abandoned. Ma Wenlong rushed to the submarine command cabin as quickly as possible and asked the pilot to speed up and dive to escape. Looking at the dilapidated military fortress behind him, Ma Wenlong cursed angrily. "Damn Hunter Association, what do you think of us? Didn't we say tomorrow? Damn it. Luckily we still have the submarine. Otherwise we would be in danger today." Zhang Dongliang chuckled. If they said the vanguard of the sea monster tide arrived today, then some people escaped yesterday. I guess they didn't intend to let these people survive. Wouldn't it be easy for them to recover the energy cores after they were all killed? Cigarette. Judging from the strength of the leading troops of the sea monster tide, even if they can stop the attack of these fast fish today, they will definitely be wiped out in tomorrow's super sea monster tide. Ma Wenlong looked at the soldiers in the submarine, his expression becoming more and more annoyed. Damn it, if they hadn't forbidden us to go out to sea without permission, I would have run away long ago. Damn Hunter Association. Guys, they treat us as abandoned pawns, and I don't plan to fight them anymore. Let's set up our own business today. As long as I, Ma Wenlong, have my brothers. Did you see the Han country girl in my arms? We have more than 30 of them in our submarine. All of them are hot. If you just do it with me, you will have enough women. When Ma Wenlong said this, he pushed the woman in his arms directly in front of the group of younger brothers. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and someone immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Let's just follow Brother Ma from now on. Screw the Hunter Association. Let's become our own kings from now on. Won't we live happily ever after?" Li Hong looked at those crazy men nervously and instinctively leaned towards Jang Dong. Jang Dong lit a cigarette and put it into Li Hong's mouth. "Now you know I'm fine? Ha! Don't worry. Serve me well, and I won't treat you badly." As he said this, he asked Li Hong, who couldn't smoke, to keep smoking, and she coughed so hard that tears came out. Looking at Ma Wenlong, who was still stirring up emotions, Zhang Dongliang suddenly thought of the man with the bull shark power. That man is surrounded by a group of extremely talented female psychics. Zhang Dongliang dares to conclude that those women are all top-notch. If he were that man, he would definitely choose some top-notch women to awaken top-level superpowers. I have to find an opportunity to trap that man later. With so many levels of supernatural cores and beautiful women, this is definitely a big fish. It depends on whether there will be opportunities later. Old Ma, let's go find a mountain first and see which one is higher nearby, so that we can get more manpower. We can't let our brothers who have awakened their superpowers do menial work, right? And we can't go to the west either. There's a second front there. If they know we're escaping without fighting. Ma Wenlong nodded. Let's go to Changbai Mountain. I know Chief Chow there, and I have already made arrangements in advance. It's not far from here, and we should be able to arrive there by noon tomorrow. Let's go there to replenish some supplies first, and then find some women for the brothers. Let's go to the north. As long as we leave the scope of Donghua country, the Hunter Association will have no way to deal with us. At this moment, Wu Changhong, the second-in-command standing behind Zhang Dongliang, had a small eavesdropping device attached to the inside of an inconspicuous button in the lining of his clothes. Zhou Mimi, who was in a room somewhere in the submarine, widened her eyes instantly when she heard that they were going to Changbai Shan. She took out the hunter communicator she got for her cousin and sent a message to Mo Yi. Master, Zhang Dongliang and his men are going to Changbai Mountain with dozens of elite psychics. Before she could finish her next sentence, there was a knock on the door. Cousin, it's me. Open the door quickly. I have something to tell you. Zhou Mimi quickly deleted her communication records, hid the eavesdropping device under the bed, and rushed to open the door. Coming. As soon as the door was opened, Wu Changhong eagerly hugged Zhou Mimi's soft waist and scared Zhou Mimi so much that she stepped back repeatedly. Cousin, no, don't do this. If my uncle and the others knew, they would say something about us. Wu Changhong said anxiously, Don't worry about my dad's thing. There shouldn't be anything to do tonight. Just obey your brother, cousin. I have liked you since I was a child. I really can't wait any longer. You are so beautiful that it touches your heart. Zhou Mimi instinctively shrank back and immediately burst into tears. Her crying was so loud that it could be heard in the corridor. Zhang Dongliang was passing by and was holding Li Hong and was about to go to the back room. When he saw that Wu Changhong's cousin was so hot, he smiled crookedly. Oh, old Wu. Okay, a beautiful girl in a golden house. Wu Changhong smiled awkwardly. Commander, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Zhang Dongliang smiled crookedly and looked Zhou Mimi up and down. Why does this woman look familiar? Zhou Mimi instinctively lowered her head and murmured, Commander Zhang. Zhang Dongliang patted his forehead with a puzzled look on his face. Aren't you the daughter of Director Zhou in the Weichuan shelter? I remember you. You also pushed a maid named Lu Xianxian into the stove, as if you wanted to roast the woman alive. I remember you. Zhou Mimi's mouth turned pale, and she swallowed instinctively. Well, Mimi naturally remembers the commander. Zhang Dongliang scratched his head thoughtfully. That's strange. I remember I didn't take you with me when I left. When did you get on the ship? I remember clearly how many women were on the ship. Wu Changhong said quickly. Commander, my cousin is on the boat at the Jianghai City water base. I was quite surprised at the time. I didn't expect to see my cousin. She escaped with a group of survivors. Zhou Mimi nodded nervously. Well, I'm pretty lucky. It was Captain Yan Ji of ship number 6 who helped me. As soon as I heard that my cousin was here, I came to find him. Zhang Dongliang looked at Zhou Mimi, who came uninvited, with a playful look. He obviously didn't think that she was here to see Wu Changhong. Who doesn't know that Zhang Dongliang likes women? Does she dare to come? And, judging from her appearance just now, Zhou Mimi doesn't like Wu Changhong, and she doesn't even let him touch her. The reason why Zhang Dongliang has a tough life is because he is careful enough. Old Wu, come out with me for a moment. I want to tell you something, Zhang Dongliang said as he took out a cigar from his pocket and gave it to the other party. Wu Changhong was immediately delighted, but just as he was about to take the cigar, a huge crocodile head suddenly appeared. Before he could react, his upper body was swallowed by the crocodile head. Zhou Mimi was so scared that she was about to scream. Li Hong had a vicious expression on her face. She took out a gun and pointed it at her head. If you dare to make a sound, I'll kill you. Zhang Dongliang smiled crookedly and slowly changed his crocodile right hand back to its original shape, still holding Wu Changhong's supernatural core in his hand. After closing the door, he sat next to Zhou Mimi with a wicked smile on his face. Tell me, who sent you? Zhou Mimi looked horrified. She didn't know how the other party knew about it. She had obviously been very careful. This man relies solely on intuition? At this moment, Mo's communication came. Okay, tell me the exact time they arrive. Zhang Dongliang immediately laughed. Ha! Zhou Mimi wanted to run, but the next second Zhang Dongliang grabbed her hair and pressed her whole body to the ground. Zhang Dongliang held the burning cigar head and looked her straight in the eye and asked, Tell me where this Mo Yi came from. Chapter 151 Huang Kursen's Biological Parents. Zhou Mimi's eyes were panicked, and her face turned pale as she looked at the cigar that was so close to her eyes. Trembling continuously. At this distance, she could clearly feel the heat from the cigarette, but if the other party moved a little closer, her eyes would definitely be blinded by the burning. Zhang Dongliang couldn't believe it. He was about to burn her, but the woman didn't say a word. Even if it was another man, he would be scared to death because that was an eyeball, not anything else. Zhang Dongliang was a little reluctant to mess up her face. It was the end of the world. There were few women, and even fewer beautiful women than in the bounty capital. One less person dead means one less person. After thinking about it, he placed the cigarette but on the tip of the other person's little finger, and then directly pulled the other person's finger and gently placed it on the cigarette butt. Zhou Mimi screamed hysterically, and Li Hong covered her mouth with a rag with disdain. What are you screaming for? Huh? And you're actually a level 5 superpower user. Zhang Dongliang felt a little distressed and quickly shouted, I told you to be gentle. Don't mess up her face. At this moment, Li Hong seemed like a different person. Her expression was unusually cold, and the rose tattoo on the inside of her arm seemed to come alive. She looked at Zhang Dongliang, who was holding the woman on the ground, and growled in a low voice. What? Are you heartbroken? What did you promise me in the beginning? I will be submissive and cooperate with you to conceal my tracks in front of others. And you just help me kill that bastard Mo Yi. How dare that bastard kill our daughter Ku-Exine? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to die. Zhang Dongliang looked at Zhou Mimi on the ground with an irritable look on his face, and slowly picked up the cigarette but then smoked it. What's the hurry? Aren't we going there soon? Hong, what's wrong with you today? This is not like you. Keep your voice down so no one hears. Li Hong had a grim expression, looking at Zhou Mimi on the ground with murderous intent. Even when he looked at Zhang Dongliang, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Zhang Dongliang swallowed instinctively. If we were to say who was the strongest psychic in their team, it would definitely be Li Hong's Megalodon, an ancient giant shark. Its destructive power, lethality, speed, size, defense, and sense of smell are among the best among all marine predators. Moreover, Li Hong is a martial artist, and her Li family has been practicing martial arts for generations. Li Hong has been able to practice breath-holding and energy-collecting techniques since she was a child. Ordinary people would never be able to tell that she is a person with special abilities. Looking at Li Hong, who was already level 12, Zhang Dongliang said with concern, Hey baby, don't be so anxious. Didn't we lose last time? Their level is so much higher than ours. We have known each other for 30 years. We have been in the same class since elementary school. Don't you know what my personality is like? I always take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. He dared to kill my Zhang Dongliang's daughter. He must be tired of living. Zhou Mimi on the ground looked terrified. She had been following them all the way and had long suspected that there was something wrong with these two people. But she never dreamed that they were childhood sweethearts. Huang Kersen's father is not Huang Yuan, but Zhang Dongliang. But since they are childhood sweethearts, why did Zhang Dongliang let Li Hong accompany Ma Wenlong? These two people. When Li Hong saw that Zhou Mimi dared to look at her, she got furious and stomped her foot down with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. Zhou Mimi's eyes immediately started bleeding, and she screamed in pain. Zhang Dongliang quickly covered her mouth and said, "Oh, baby, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so angry?" Li Hong sat on the bed with a face full of grievance and said angrily, "Then how many times do you want me to accompany that loser named Ma? I thought Huang Yuan was dead, so I didn't have to act so nervously anymore. During the years I was married to him, what did I not give you? You said you wanted to join the army. I'll find you a connection. You said you wanted to be the leader, and I will help you wholeheartedly. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to become the commander? There are only a few women like me in this world. I've sacrificed my entire life for you. But now your eyes light up when you see a young woman. What about me? I have sacrificed my entire life on you. Zhang, do you have any conscience? Do you still have me in your heart? Do you still have me?" Tremolo. After Li Hong finished speaking, she covered her face and burst into tears, her eyes full of tears, tears streaming down her face drop by drop. After so many years, she is really tired. It's the end of the world, and Zhang Dongliang actually asked her to go with another man. "I'll accompany her." But he saw another woman and had evil thoughts about her, and Li Hong was furious. Zhang Dongliang was a little impatient for a moment. Looking at Li Hong, who was still crying, he said coldly, "I don't even know why you are crying. Isn't it going to work soon? Wait until you poison him twice more, and once Ma Wenlong dies, all the dozens of superpowers above level here will be ours. The submarine will also be ours. When the time comes, your husband will take you far away. Be good. Come here and give your husband a hug." Li Hong looked back at him with a wronged look and some reluctance, and Zhang Dongliang's face suddenly darkened again. Li Hong then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sat down. Zhang Dongliang raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Zhou Mimi, who had fainted on the ground, and subconsciously touched his chin. "Since Mo Yi also intends to deal with me, let's take advantage of him. Let Ma Wenlong deal with him, and we'll benefit from it. Then we can take the opportunity to build a good relationship with that Chief Chow. I think Chang Baishan can hold out for at least half a year before being flooded. The water level is basically stable here, and my husband and I have some inside information. The small countries near our Donghua Kingdom, such as Han Kingdom and Hua Kingdom, also went to Changbai Mountain for refuge because that place is the highest and closest mountain in East Asia in the Northern Hemisphere. Then we can recruit all the high-tech talents from other countries. Wouldn't we be developed then?" Li Hong looked at Zhou Mimi, lying on the ground. After thinking for a while, she still felt a little worried. "What should we do with her? Kill her?" Zhang Dongliang swallowed his saliva. "Don't do that yet. We haven't asked for a lot of information yet." Li Hong nodded and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. No one should come to disturb them at this moment. Thinking of this, she tied Zhou Mimi up with an iron chain. There was also a basin filled with water next to it, and then more than 100 sheets of white paper were brought in. First, he took 2 sheets and soaked them in the basin, then covered Zhou Mimi's face with them. Zhou Mimi, who was unable to breathe, opened her eyes wide in horror and tried to break free, but her head was fixed in place, so she could only kick her legs frantically. Zhang Dongliang raised his lips slightly. "Mimi, uncle and your father have the best relationship. Your Uncle Zhang, really don't want to take this step. I hope you understand. That Mo Yi is a wanted criminal. Uncle represents the country. Tell me everything about him so that I can plead for mercy with the higher-ups. How many people are there in Mo Yi's team?" Chapter 152 Interrogation. Zhou Mimi kicked her legs frantically. She could no longer breathe. The first time, Li Hong only held her hand for 2 minutes. Looking at Zhou Mimi with tears on her face, Zhang Dongliang on the opposite side slowly pinched her chin and said, "Mimi, tell your uncle. Your uncle feels sorry for you." Zhou Mimi looked at him coldly, lowered her head, and said nothing. "My mind is filled with Mo Yi's figure." Li Hong was immediately furious. "Damn bitch. You're looking for death." Covered it with a few more pieces of paper. This time she covered it for a very long time, and Zhou Mimi's reaction became weaker and weaker, and her legs became a little weak. Jang Dong quickly pulled her away. "Don't kill her!" Zhou Mimi, who saw the light of day again, was gasping for breath with a look of fear on her face, and her eyes were red. Looking at the expressions of the two guys opposite her, she became scared and anxious. She doesn't want to die, but I don't want to betray Mo Yi. Thinking back to the night when Mo Yi carried her to bed, Zhou Mimi's tears instantly flowed out. That man was her master. She loved him and everything about him. Although she knew it was a problem with the contract, she just liked him, and she could die for him. When Jang Dong saw Zhou Mimi crying, he immediately felt that something was going to happen. "Mimi, Uncle is doing this for your own good. Tell me quickly, what powers do they have? How many soldiers do they have?" Zhou Mimi swallowed nervously. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhang Dongliang nodded and patted his chest proudly. "Of course, your Uncle Zhang is the most trustworthy." Trustworthy. Zhou Mimi exhaled slowly and recalled with an unbearable look on her face what Mo Yi had said to her that night. Tears streaming down my face. "Remember this, if you are discovered, you must act well and do your best for me. As long as you don't die, I will come to save you. If someone asks me, just tell them the information I taught you, dear." Thinking of this, Zhou Mimi glanced at Li Hong in a panic. After thinking for a while, she pretended to be nervous and said, "His ability is a bull shark, which is good, and his wife's ability is a sea snake woman, which seems to be level 1. I was also forced to do this by Uncle Zhang. His wife fed me snake venom. If I didn't work for them, I would definitely die within half a year. There are 10 of them in total, but there should be only 5 psychics above level 1. I'm not sure." Li Hong got angry when she heard this and slapped him. "Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you know?" Zhang Dongliang quickly raised his hand and put it on Zhou Mimi's shoulder with an impatient look on his face. "Think about it carefully, Mimi. This matter is very important to your uncle. Your uncle will never bully you as long as you tell the truth." Zhou Mimi frowned a little aggrieved and thought, "I only saw 10 people. I don't know anything else, and I saw a soldier tell him about Uncle Zhang's escape. Mo Yi seemed to be afraid of your troops and didn't dare to chase after you. Later, I followed Mo Yi to the water base. I didn't know you were there until we got there. That's why he sent me to find out about your situation. He said he didn't dare to act rashly. At that time, their levels should have been around level 10. There were also a few who were level 5 or 6. Zhang Dongliang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you saying that they sent you to investigate my uncle because they were afraid of me?" Zhou Mimi nodded nervously. Yes. After he saw you guys going east, he fled to the north. Alive today because of the suppression of Mo Yi's bull shark bloodline. Their fighting ability is really average. And I saw with my own eyes last time that Mo Yi was almost broken by a mutant lobster." Zhang Dongliang burst out laughing when he heard this. "Ha ha ha! Your waist was broken by a mutant lobster? Are you kidding me?" Li Hong also roared in a low voice. "Oh, a level 1 mutant is such a waste? Do you think we will easily believe your lies? Even if the level 1 is weak, it is impossible for him to be such a waste." Zhou Mimi said hurriedly, her face full of excitement. "I swear to God, he was almost caught in the waist by that lobster monster. If it wasn't for a woman who sacrificed herself to save him, he would have died. I guess he doesn't have any fighting ability. He's just a loser from the bottom of society. He definitely doesn't have as much experience as you guys. Uncle Zhang." Zhang Dongliang touched his chin with a playful look on his face. "There is an 80% chance that it is correct. Even the Hunter Association knows that they can kill those individual psychics to obtain their psychic cores. That means many ordinary people will not develop their special powers even if they awaken them. Loser in his 20s. He probably had never even seen a gun before the disaster. How capable could he be? I was just lucky enough to level up a few levels early. Now that we already know the other party's background, there is no point in keeping Zhou Mimi. It will only make Li Hong angry. Should we kill her?" Zhang Dongliang instinctively looked at Zhou Mimi's thighs, his Adam's apple throbbing. This woman can definitely be considered a rich lady. She is 168 centimeters tall, well-proportioned, and fair-skinned. It's a pity to kill him. But just as Zhang Dongliang was thinking about it, Li Hong directly stretched out the shark teeth on her nails and scratched Zhou Mimi's entire face. Zhou Mimi screamed in pain, and the next second she was punched in the heart by Li Hong, and also hit on the back of the head by the other party. Then Li Hong grabbed her forehead and moved all the way to her lower abdomen. There was blood everywhere, and the place was in a terrible state. Zhang Dongliang looked at such a beautiful girl with a look of regret, who was completely disfigured, and lit a cigarette with some dissatisfaction. Li Hong snorted coldly. I didn't kill her. Didn't you say that keeping her alive would be useful? What's that expression on your face? Jang Dong looked at the time awkwardly. All right, I'll go find Ma Wenlong to discuss tomorrow's affairs. Go to bed early. Bring this woman to our room and lock her up. Who knows? We can use her to threaten that MO guy tomorrow. Li Hong looked at Zhou Mimi, who looked completely horrified, with a nervous expression, and said, Husband, don't believe everything she said just now. You can only believe 2 sentences at most. Even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. We can't let our guard down. That person's methods were strange. He actually manipulated our daughter to kill Huang Yuan. Such behavior is definitely not good. Zhang Dongliang thought for a long time, and then he went to find Ma Wenlong. At the same time, Mo Yi, who had already set up a series of traps on the eastern coast of Changbai Mountain, was now using the optical camouflage capability of the creation ship to hide those mines and bombs. Looking at the last message sent by Zhou Mimi, Mo Ye's expression was gloomy. The other party actually didn't reply to him for a long time, which was unlike her usual style. And some parts are too coincidental. What is Zhang Dongliang doing here? Are you sure you just escaped? Mo Yi thought about it and felt that something was not right, so he hurried into the Genesis town and called all the women who were in the Weichuan shelter before. Who among you knows Zhang Dongliang? Stand up. I have something to ask you. Chapter 153 Planning. Mo Yi thought about it. The more uneasy he became. How could Zhou Mimi not reply to his message? The communicator again and saw that the other party actually replied, Received. Mo Yi looked at the 2 words with a gloomy expression. Zhou Mimi would always add the word master, which obviously meant that she was being controlled. Or maybe someone else was using her communicator to send the message. Mo Yi replied with a gloomy face. I have something else to do. Contact me again tomorrow at noon. Then he called everyone over. When Tang Tian heard that Zhang Dongliang was coming, her eyes widened and her whole body trembled. Tang Tian's father was killed by Zhang Dongliang and his gang. He was the director of Weichuan Shelter. Diana clenched her fists in annoyance. Hubby, if it weren't for this guy, I would have developed a merman vaccine long ago, and there wouldn't be so many people in our country turning into mermen. Now that Zhou Mimi has been exposed, there is no room for maneuver. Mo Yi sneered and lit a cigarette. We have to fight, and our team also needs to be supplemented with high-quality superpower cores. Zhang, didn't you say before that you like Commander Zhang? I remember you said that. Tell everyone everything about him. Mo Ye's words made everyone look at Zhang Yi at the same time. Zhang Yi instinctively pursed his lips and didn't dare to look up. Ninghe raised her hands in panic and shouted, You misunderstood. Sister Zhang just admired the commander. After all, he was the one who got the superpower core for us. Tang Tian's expression changed when she heard this. What do you mean he gave you the superpower cores? Those were all collected by my father before. He originally planned to give them to those kind-hearted soldiers. Huang Yuan and Zhang Dongliang killed my father just because they coveted the superpower core he found. Haha, is this all you can do? Zhang Yi exhaled. I didn't understand the whole story before. Xiaodian, don't be so angry. I really don't know what they did. Mo Yi waved his hands in annoyance. Stop talking about useless things. I want to know the information. Tell me everything you know, and then we can plan together how to kill them. They said they'll come tomorrow at noon, but I think they'll be here sooner. Isn't there a high fish tide tomorrow at noon? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi hurried forward and said they should have quite a few superpowers. He also took away quite a few soldiers. And I know that Zhang Dongliang has superpowers. His right hand can turn into a crocodile head, and his left hand can turn into a crocodile tail. He is good at both offense and defense. There seems to be another person with crab abilities in the team. I forgot whether it's level 1 or 2, but it seems to be some rare species of crab. It seems there are also mutant tuna, mutant seahorses, sunfish, and so on. Oh yeah, I seem to remember that there's a level 1 man who's a mutant manta ray, and he should be able to fly. Diana has already started recording. Mo Yi touched his chin. He didn't take Zhang Dongliang seriously, but the tricky one was Ma Wenlong. If Zhang Dongliang defected to the other side, it would mean that Ma Wenlong was stronger. Mo Yi became a little worried when he thought of the 3 cruisers and submarines in the Zhanghai City water base. Thinking of this, Mo Yi looked at Qianing and Su Xiao. Qianing scratched her head in confusion. I don't know. Ma Wenlong was there before Xiao Xiao, and I went to the Zhanghai Maritime Base. And he is the commander of the Navy. The soldiers and psychics under him are much stronger than ordinary people. I've only seen it once. Ma Wenlong's Navy soldiers subdued a level 1 mutant with a pistol. He's definitely stronger than the average person, both in terms of shooting skills and fighting skills. Mo Yi scratched his head instinctively. The enemy situation was unclear. Would it be a bit risky to attack directly? Or should we continue running? Don't want this place anymore? It's understandable that although his wives are strong, they are only strong in supernatural powers. In terms of combat awareness, marksmanship, fighting skills, and individual combat capabilities, they are definitely not as good as those Navy men. And he had heard from Yin Ji before that those guys seem to have Marines. If those guys awaken their superpowers, can women like Wu Lian defeat them? Even if the opponent's level is lower than Wu Lian's? Mo Yi lit a cigarette when he thought of this. Let's discuss it. I guess if they go at full speed, they will be here tomorrow morning. The most shrewd ones, such as Zhang Fana, Sun Huijun, and Yi Yanran, have already started to plan something. Mo Yi also took out the advanced hunter communicator and made plans. If he ran again, he would have to go north, and he really didn't want to miss this opportunity to upgrade. He felt uneasy when he thought about the high-ranking staff of the Hunter Association. Moreover, he already has a lot of trump cards at this time, so he may be able to play them. The leader-level mutant bull shark, queen shark, can manipulate all the low-level mutant fish around it to attack together. Moreover, the Ark of Genesis already has a submarine mode, which gives them an advantage when fighting the Navy underwater. Many of the additional capabilities of the personnel and official positions on the Ark of Genesis have not been used yet. For example, Zhang Xinyu's gunner ability allows him to master the operation of all guns and weapons on the ship, and can also increase the explosion effect. How about changing our strategy? In this cloudy period, no matter how strong those people are, without the submarine, they can only swim around and fight, and they can defeat them one by one. If the submarine exploded, maybe everyone would be killed immediately? He remembered that he had obtained several destroyers and cruisers at the Japanese naval base before the disaster, and he clearly remembered that he had obtained an anti-submarine ship from those fleets. It is a modern ship designed specifically to counter submarines. It has low noise and interference effects and cannot be detected by the opponent's sonar. The most important thing is the Sea Lance anti-submarine missile. When Mo Yi thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried to check in the space. There really is. The anti-submarine ship didn't look big, only a few dozen meters. But all their equipment is designed for shooting at submarines, and even the anti-submarine missile has a range of 60 kilometers. Mo Ye's eyes narrowed. Don't you want to fight? Bring it on. It was time to vote again. Qianing and Su Xiao said frankly that they should avoid the enemy's attack. They were all ordinary people, and the chances of failure when fighting against those well-equipped and powerful soldiers were too high. Bai Qing thought for a moment and said, I think we should wipe them out right here. I'm worried about how Zhou Mimi was discovered and what she told those people. The soldiers have mind control drugs. If they are brainwashed and tell others about our affairs, the consequences will be disastrous. Tang Tian also raised her hand to vote. I support the fight. Husband, I want to avenge my father. Sun Huijun and Yi Yanran wanted to go together. Let's just run away first and wait for the sea monster tide to come tomorrow, and then we can take advantage of the situation to kill him. I don't believe he won't die. At this moment, among the large group of women behind, Chu Chengcheng raised her hand excitedly. Master, can I make a suggestion? Mei Yin looked over with a ferocious look on her face, fearing that Chu Chengcheng was seeking death. Mo Yi waved his hand. Just say it. Chu Chengcheng looked around excitedly, then walked closer and bowed to Bai Qing and the others. Then she said carefully, My dear sisters, I think we should take the initiative now. They never dreamed that we would attack them tonight. And most of them will definitely sleep in the submarine in the second half of the night. Once they join forces with Chief Chao's troops tomorrow, it will be even more difficult to deal with them. Chapter 154, Don't Underestimate Women. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. If he really rushed over at this moment, the other party would definitely be caught off guard. The chances of winning are great. It was also the first time that Bai Qing noticed those women. Before he knew it, there were more than 1,000 women here. The women who were rescued from the mermaid brothers have now recovered from their injuries. Before, she had never thought about what use these women could be. After hearing what Chu Chengxing said, a strange look flashed in her eyes. All the women lowered their heads in thought, with different expressions on their faces. It was obvious that this battle had to be fought, and they could not guarantee whether those officers and soldiers had any special abilities to make Zhou Mimi speak. Sun Huijun thought about it and still felt a little worried. After all, they are soldiers, and that Ma Wenlong organized many military tours before the disaster. He also killed pirates several times. He should not be underestimated. Modern warfare is not as simple as we ordinary people imagine. I think we shouldn't underestimate them. We are very lacking in modern warfare intelligence, combat methods, weapon use, counter-reconnaissance, and other things. Even Zhang, he was just a clerk in the army before, and she became a superpower after the disaster. It can be said that the enemy's combat power is stronger than ours in terms of both military and individual superpowers. It is better to be cautious in everything. Mo took a slow breath, holding the cigarette in his hand, and began to think about various scenarios of the war. Underwater combat, long-range guidance, anti-reconnaissance, annihilation. It is obvious that an ordinary person like him cannot do it. Even if he uses the Arc of Creation, does he know how to arrange the battle? If he missed the opponent with one shot, would he then sneak into space in front of the opponent or run? What if the other party has a faster psychic? Sun Huijun stepped forward again and grabbed Mo Ye's arm. To everyone, it looked like a mother worried about her son. As the eldest of Mo Ye's wives, Sun Huijun had to give enough face to even Bai Qing when she spoke. Hubby, don't take risks. If we have to fight this battle, we need a careful plan. I'm also worried about Zhou Mimi. We should not send other women out in the future. We are now fully committed to developing the creation town. Sooner or later, we will become the strongest force. There is no need to cause so much trouble. No one knows if other psychics have abilities like brainwashing. Don't act on impulse, and don't be too stubborn. You have to learn to use the power of the team. There are more than 1,000 women here, and there are many well-informed rich ladies and top students. You should learn to be more humble. Don't always think of them as vases. Don't underestimate women. Be humble. Consider all the worst possible outcomes, and come up with a more reliable solution. Sun Huijun said this earnestly, and Mo Yi instinctively scratched his forehead. Looking at those women, he actually felt a little embarrassed. Unlike Bai Qing and Qianing, Sun Huijun is like an older sister and speaks softly and gently. Mo Yi understood it immediately. Well, what my sister said is, let me think about it. I didn't say that I had to act alone. I'm just discussing it with you. I've never fought a war. Sun Huijun nodded meaningfully. Well, that's it. You still need to grow, whether it's your character or your strength. Some things should be done slowly. Don't rush. When you need to be kind, you must be kind. When you need to be vicious, you must be merciful. Only then can you become a true hero. If another woman dared to talk to Mo Yi like this, he would probably have to feed her insect granules at night. Fortunately, it was Sun Huijun. Mo Yi started smoking and stopped talking. He just watched Sun Huijun say something to the group of women. The women around bowed their heads and made room for each other. Mo Yi saluted. He remembered that the real financial backer and manager of their company seemed to be Sun Huijun. Their chairman was a fool, and the company was also built up by Sun Huijun. Looking at the woman who was shouting with her hands on her hips in the crowd, Mo Yi listened seriously. Girls, you should know how we survived and got here. Broken voice. If it weren't for Captain Mo, many of you would have died long ago. Some of you would even be living a life worse than death. Living is worse than death. There is a force that is targeting us now. Once the matter of our Genesis town is known to them, you can imagine the consequences. I hope each of you is ready to sacrifice. If we need to send someone out on a mission, I hope you'll be courageous enough to do it. Mo Yi had already heard that Sun Huijun was planning to send other women to ambush Jang Dong. I guess they were sent out as a death squad. After all, we are fighting against government soldiers, so we have to plan for the worst outcome for everything. The women had gathered for a meeting, and Mo Yi was listening nearby. Zhang Yi Yanran, Sun Huijun, Bai Qing, Chu Chengcheng, Chang Fei. Even Lu Jun and her daughter came. When the youngest daughter Chen Xiamen heard about the war, her eyes widened immediately. Can I say a few words? I am a military industry fan. Sun Huijun nodded slightly. Of course it's possible. Chen Xiamen swallowed instinctively and looked up at Mo Yi cautiously. Thinking back to the first day she came here, Mo Yi didn't hug anyone in her family. He just hugged her, the youngest, and wouldn't let go. She blushed at the time. I just want to say a few words. Don't look at me because I'm a girl. I'm actually a military fan. If we want to fight against the Navy's most threatening submarines, we just need to master 3 parts. The first is detection, the second is attack, the third is anti-reconnaissance. Detection is the first step. Even if we take the lead, how can we be sure that we can find the enemy if we go east in the vast ocean? Sonar is the core of detection. Underwater, it is difficult to use radio, radar, and light wave detection. Master, Master, do we have sonar? Mo dit. There are many models. I remember there is one called Seeker, which seems to be able to detect targets within 100 kilometers. It is made in the United States. Chun Xiaoman nodded. That's easy. We only need one heavy-duty tracking anti-submarine torpedo to sanction the enemy from a distance. It's not enough to just launch ordinary torpedoes. Naval warfare is all about technology. If we want our torpedoes to strike the enemy, they must have anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Otherwise, we will be intercepted by the enemy, and we will be exposed. Normal submarines have anti-torpedo technology. Mo was stunned for a moment. He only knew about torpedoes and had no idea about their types and functions. Thinking of this, he simply took Qin Xiaoman and others to visit the Genesis military-industrial dock that he had arranged in advance. Rows of destroyers, warships, cruisers, submarines, and river stars are displayed on the side. In the middle is the ship of creation, which is 100 meters long. Qin Xiaoman saw that Mo had brought the most advanced destroyer fleet of Japan. His eyes widened. Oh my god! They have the Bahai? The Sea Snake heavy-duty tracking torpedo. Just one torpedo can sink a 10,000-ton nuclear submarine. Chapter 155 Jang Dongliang's Declaration of War. Mo was smoking on the side, watching the group of women discussing the battle plan. For the first time, he felt that he had not received a good education. What anti-fish technology, what anti-reconnaissance technology, and what guided missiles? Underwater phased array radar systems, hydrophones, and towed decoys interfere with the trajectory of enemy torpedoes by creating noise. The rich young ladies who had been in the Weichuan shelter before also joined in, and two of them were actually students at military academies and were very familiar with all kinds of modern wars. Starting from the naval battles in the Qing dynasty, they can almost tell a thing or two about them. Originally, their families had arranged for them to attend military academy and become officers. Mo laughed awkwardly for a moment. Looking at that group of women, he only remembered whether they looked better in black stockings or sexier in white stockings. He really didn't remember anything else. Soon, under the arrangement of Sun Huijun, Bai Qing, and others, 300 women without special powers took the lead in forming a death squad. Most of them were rescued from the mermaid brothers. But there is another problem. These women don't know how to drive those boats. It seems that they need to be trained systematically in the future. At this moment, Bai Qing came over with a serious face, looked at Mo who looked worried, and whispered, "Husband, you have abolished our positions. Can't you set up 2 deputy captains? You set them up. Then we can assign them combatants, sailors, gunners, and technicians. Won't they be able to sail the ship?" Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. The position system of the Genesis Arc allows for replacement of personnel. As long as the corresponding positions are set up, even a child will have the corresponding skills for each position. This kind of combat does not require them to take part in the battle themselves. But looking at the 300 or so women who had just been rescued, Mo always felt that it was a bit cruel. Sun Huijun probably gave them a death order, asking them to all commit suicide if their ambush failed, and they were caught. The leading woman saw Mo was hesitating. She hurried forward and said, "Master, you saved our lives. It's time for us to repay you. Please give us another chance to prove ourselves. We are neither trash nor pretty faces. If we are caught, we will commit suicide on the spot and never expose our master's whereabouts." Mo glanced at Sun Huijun, who smiled slightly, looking calm. Mo nodded, full of energy. "Well, good. Since everyone is willing, I won't be so hypocritical in the future. As long as we win this battle, I will change my attitude towards you. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. It's either him or me. Jang Dong must be eliminated. He has been targeting us before. If we let them join forces with Chao, we will have nowhere to escape when the sea monster tide comes tomorrow night." As Mo spoke, he began to set up official positions for those women. A total of 4 warships and 1 submarine were dispatched. Under the arrangement of the new navigator and commander, they quickly sorted out a battle line. Mo pursed his lips thoughtfully, still feeling a little complicated. He has been too petty and timid all the way, like a child who can't move freely. Looking at Sun Huijun, who was calm beside him, he felt for the first time that it was not a bad thing for a woman to be older. It is indeed time for him to change. It is the end of the world. Either he will die or someone else will die. Looking at the warships that were already heading east, Mo exhaled slowly. Bai Qing and others behind him had eyes like swords, and the boat of creation was also released by him. just as Diana was distributing regeneration particles and bloodthirsty particles to Bai Qing and others. Mo Ye's advanced hunter communicator suddenly rang. All the girls looked over there at the same time. Mo Ye's eyes were gloomy, and he looked at the video request above without making any move. When Bai Qing saw that the person who initiated the video was Zhou Mimi, he quickly asked everyone to step back. Taking a puff of cigarette, Mo Ye took out a mask and put it on his face. The moment he connected the video, what came into his sight was Zhou Mimi, whose whole body was disfigured, and a middle-aged man with an arrogant look beside her. The man held a tattoo gun in his hand and looked at Mo Ye in the video with a smirk on his face. "Boy, do you still remember me? You should remember. But I remember you too. I've remembered you, Mo Ye, since the first time you stepped into the Weichuan shelter. My family is from Jianglu City. My mother died early, and my father found a stepmother who also died. I don't understand why you want to deal with me. We have no grudges or hatred. You also killed my daughter. Do you think you can hide it from me?" Mo Yi didn't know what Jang Dong meant by sending him the video, but after listening to the other party's words, why did he feel like his family background had been figured out? Looking at the tied-up Zhou Mimi, Mo Yi said with a dull look on his face, "What do you want?" Zhang Dongliang chuckled, picked up the tattoo gun, pointed it at Zhou Mimi's arm, and started tattooing. Zhou Mimi was in unbearable pain. She struggled and screamed, but a rag was stuffed in her mouth so she couldn't scream at all. Almost her entire body had been tattooed by Zhang Dongliang using a tattoo gun. Damn bitch, Zhang Dongliang's dog, even after death, stupid woman looking for death. Not only were there tattoos, but Mo Yi seemed to have seen a few burns. It looks a bit like a cigar burn. Looking at the battered Zhou Mimi, Mo Ye's right eyelid couldn't help twitching. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. Is Zhang Dongliang provoking him? Mo Yi whispered again. "What do you want?" "Huh." Zhang Dongliang was grinning with a wicked smile on his face. His eyes were wide open, and his whole face looked very unnatural. "What do I want? What do you say I want? Of course I want to cooperate with you. Bull shark brother. Shall we work together? You should have a lot of women, right? Zhou Mimi has told me everything about you. But you don't have to be afraid. I always like making friends." Mo Yisenid it. He might lack experience in commanding a battle, but he was not afraid of intrigue and acting. "Oh, really? I like making friends too. You don't have to trick me. Zhou Mimi will never betray me." Zhang Dongliang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly grinned, and the next second he took a fruit knife and stabbed it straight into Zhou Mimi's arm. Zhou Mimi was crying in pain. Half of the skin on her face had been torn off, and the several bloody scars were shocking. Mo Yi looked disdainful. He had already guessed what the other party was going to do. "You don't have to try to provoke me. This woman is of no use to me. If you want to kill her, just kill her." Zhang Dongliang clapped his hands with a sick look on his face. "I'm just very curious. I've used so many tortures. Why doesn't this girl speak? Teach me. How did you make her follow you so wholeheartedly? Could it be possible that she has been brainwashed by you?" Chapter 156 Cooperation? Mo Yi smiled coldly and looked at Zhang Dongliang in the video with cold eyes. Zhou Mimi was about to faint, and Mo Yi didn't say a word for her. In this situation, he was actually hurting her by speaking up for the other party. At this moment, Mo Yi seemed to see Zhou Mimi making a gesture with her right hand. Heart shape? When Zhang Dongliang turned around, Zhou Mimi changed her gesture to something else. Zhang Dongliang in the video saw that Mo Yi didn't say anything. His eyes became even more sarcastic. "You are a smart man. How about we cooperate? I will be at Changbaishan at noon tomorrow. I like young people with ability the most. Let's meet and talk. You probably want to achieve some fame, right? It's already the end of the world. Don't you want to be the ruler of a region? We can cooperate. I will provide the troops and weapons. You just provide your brainwashing ability. This girl is so stubborn. She must have been bewitched by you. Her father is Director Zhou. I know him. And his whole family is spineless. Besides, this time is too short. Even if you rescued her from the Weichuan shelter, it's impossible for her to fall in love with you so quickly, right? How about we work together? As long as you ask, little brother, I will do my best to satisfy you. Woman? Territory? Or a superpower core? What do you want?" Mo Yi smiled kindly and lit a cigarette meaningfully. "I want a woman. I want the most beautiful girl in the world. Do you have one?" Zhang Dongliang tilted his neck back slightly and then patted his chest with a serious look on his face. "What a coincidence. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. We just happen to have some extremely beautiful women from Han Country who came here not long ago. They're all extremely pretty, and there are also wives of Han Country tycoons. My dear brother, you should know that women from Han country are very attractive. There are 4 or 5 girl groups kept by the chables here, as well as top-notch car models and leg models. Have you ever seen that kind of art? Let's talk about it tomorrow. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, you can choose any woman here. Moe raised his head with a look of disdain. Oh, you think I will believe it? It's the end of the world, and you still want a beautiful woman? Do you think I'm stupid? Jang Dong became excited when he saw that Moe really wanted to talk to him. Just wait. I'll call him over to show you. Moe was just smoking there, his mind full of the gesture Zhou Mimi made. She's already like that, and she's still making a heart shape with her hands? Heart. Huang Kursen? What does that mean? Did Zhang Dongliang come here for Huang Kursen? Looking at Zhou Mimi, who was no longer in human form, Moe tilted his head and let out a breath. After all, this woman was helping him. If it weren't for her, he would not have known about the sea monster tide in advance. Is there any relationship between Zhang Dongliang and Huang Kursen? Just then, Zhang Dongliang came back again with a large group of women. When those women came into the room, they were so scared that their legs went limp. Looking at Zhou Mimi, who was no longer in human form, several of them burst into tears instantly. Zhang Dongliang pulled a woman over to the camera and laughed. Little brother, how is it? This woman is called Han Meijia. She is the secretary of the Prime Minister of Han Country. She is 175 centimeters tall, and she used to be an internationally renowned supermodel. And she also knows jiu-jitsu. That girl over there is the wife of a chaebol. Although she is 40 years old, her skin is well maintained. It is no different from that of a 25-year-old. This is the best. Do you understand? There are many extremely beautiful women who are kept in captivity by the sons of wealthy families. I guarantee that you have never seen such beauties on TV. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, you can choose any woman here. I, Zhang Dongliang, have always been honest. How about that? Moe looked at the women seriously, pretended to think for a moment, and then said softly, Where shall we meet tomorrow? Zhang Dongliang's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. The sea monster tide will reach Changbai Mountain at noon tomorrow. I will rush there as soon as possible. Let's meet at Changbai Mountain Camp. How about 10 a.m.? What do you think? Then we can join forces to deal with the sea monster tide. There will be absolutely no problem. Moe nodded. Well, that's fine, let's go with 10. But let me make it clear first. I will choose at least 20 women. Zhang Dongliang was stunned for a moment, and then immediately smiled. No problem. Absolutely no problem. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Dongliang hung up the phone with a smile. Ma Wenlong and several other high-level psychics on the side recalled what Moe said with gloomy faces, feeling very unhappy. Ma Wenlong turned his head and glanced at the technician. How is it? Have you found his coordinates? The technician was operating the unknown equipment in a panic. Found it. 30 nautical miles off the eastern coast of Changbai Mountain. But now it seems to be gone again. Strange. The signal disappeared inexplicably. Ma Wenlong sneered. How dare you send a spy to us? I will make him pay. Zhang Dongliang raised his eyes and smiled excitedly. He would never have dreamed that we would arrive at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. He will definitely still be nearby by then. Lao Ma, have you told Chief Chow? Ma Wenlong picked up a cigarette with his backhand and said, I told you. We will attack from both sides tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Since that Moe has many supernatural cores above the current level, we can't waste them. Then we can discuss it with Lao Chow. If we can't stop the sea monster tide, we will go north. Zhang Dongliang raised his thumbs up. Brother Ma, so smart. Huh? Now that kid will definitely not be able to escape. Ma Wenlong smiled playfully. At this time, the adjutant behind him said with some concern, Commander, things are different now. Since that person dares to go against us, it means he has some capital. I think we should split the troops into 2 groups. Let the soldiers without superpowers drive the submarine first. All our elite troops should go directly into the water and bypass Changbaishan. Ma Wenlong narrowed his eyes and said, Well, I don't know what Moe is doing in the eastern waters of Changbai Mountain. What you said makes sense. Let's do this. Float the submarine to the surface, and turn back and find me a boat. I won't be safe underwater. Zhang Dongliang raised his eyes. He guessed that the other party was not wary of Moe, but was wary of the man named Chow. Forget it. Who cares? As long as Moe can be killed, it's fine. My fellow men, go full speed ahead. It's time to end this. If you win this battle, everyone will get a wife. Chapter 157 Naval Battle. The huge waves are like huge mountains, raging on the sea, unstoppable. Under this impact, the waves are like countless ferocious beasts, rolling and thrashing with bared fangs and claws. The waves were raging, and there was hardly any trace of human civilization. From time to time, a few strange fish leap out of the sea to compete for food, bringing a touch of brutality to this doomsday ocean. The ocean at the end of the world is no longer the cradle of life, but the abyss of death. But in this water, the 4 ships were sailing against the wind and waves in a pincer attack, while the 3 destroyers were protecting the anti-submarine ship in the middle. And 3,000 meters below the 4 ships, a 10,000-ton black submarine was advancing rapidly. There were mutated fish all around, but after smelling the scent of those steel monsters, those fish chose to flee. Those things not only smelled of the top predator bull shark, but also of other level creatures. After a mutant Taiman smelled the scent of the sea witch, its eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and it turned around and rushed forward. At 3 a.m., the assault team suddenly detected sound fluctuations coming from a source 2,000 meters underwater, and everyone was on alert. The military enthusiast young Deputy Captain Chen Xiaomin, the appointed technicians locked onto the weak signal of the enemy submarine as quickly as possible. Thanks to the anti-sonar coating, the other side did not detect the crisis from the sea. The target has been locked, and the heavy-duty homing torpedoes can be launched at any time. Captain, please give instructions. The target has now dived to 2,200 meters underwater and is still diving. Chen Xiaomin looked at the screen in front of her, where an underwater submarine model flickered in and out. Recalling the kiss MO Yi gave her before he left, she waved her hand and shouted coldly, "Keep locking the target signal and launch the Sea Snake heavy tracking torpedo in 30 seconds. Receive." The women who were appointed as gunners swallowed nervously. Although they were given the ability to drive warships by MO Yi, they were still ordinary women at heart. If they lose and are killed by the opponent's superpower users, these women without superpowers will become living targets. Last 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Launch. A black torpedo with smoking exhaust was instantly launched, like a rushing black beast, silently heading towards the target submarine. Everyone was on high alert, holding their breath as they watched the 2 people getting closer and closer on the screen. As the signal of the Sea Snake torpedo turned red, the technicians suddenly panicked. The target is built. The target is built. Decoy missile fluctuations detected. The decoy missile fired by the enemy disguised as a submarine signal. Annihilation failed. Chen Xiaomin hurriedly shouted, "Start electronic jamming." The Pohei submarine dives to 3,100 meters underwater. Chen Xiaomin's eyes were anxious. Their torpedoes clearly had anti-detection devices, so how on earth were they discovered? Could it be that the other party's anti-detection equipment is very advanced? At this moment, the technician shouted in panic, "High explosive object detected approaching. Contact expected in 60 seconds." Chen Xiaomin waved his hand again and shouted. The fleet disperses and forms a formation, launched decoy bombs towards the northern waters. A moment later, a huge wave exploded in the north of the fleet, and a drizzle began to fall from the originally clear sky. Under the cover of night, the Pohei submarine launched a second round of attack in the deep sea, and 2 wave-breaking intelligent torpedoes were fired one after another. The mutant fish detected the water fluctuations and began to hide away. Chen Xiaomin's expression was gloomy. This double attack should be able to break the decoy bomb. After watching the first smart torpedo being intercepted by a decoy bomb on the screen, another smart torpedo was shot straight towards the enemy submarine. Chen Xiaomin looked excited. "It's done!" But at the moment when the torpedo touched the enemy submarine, it suddenly stopped, and then it was sent straight to deeper waters by something, and the signal was lost. Chen Xiaomin's eyes suddenly widened. What was coming had finally come. The other party sent out a person with special abilities. They know how to operate a warship. They know very little about actual combat. Everyone be on alert. The superpower is coming. The sea breaker dives to the bottom of the sea and releases the source of interference. All the women started to panic, and some of them had expressions of extreme fear on their faces. Although this kind of modern weapon is powerful, once a person with special abilities gets close to them, they will be completely helpless against him. Quick, activate the automatic turrets, open all doors, and don't let the mutants get close. Looking at the biological signal that was only 800 meters away from them, the scout officer's lips turned pale. For mutants have been detected. They have dived into our blind spot. They are coming. Chen Xiaoman's eyes were filled with panic, and death was approaching. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She was only 18 years old and had never seen such a scene before. The surprise attack failed, and they were about to be killed by the enemy. The lives of more than 300 women here were ruined because of her improper command. When she thought of this, Chen Xiaoman instinctively hugged herself. She had the mentality of a child. Just give her 10 more minutes, just 10 more minutes. At that time, she started crying out of grievance. But at this moment, the scout seemed to detect a huge biological fluctuation, and the next second the four psychics were bitten by an extremely huge mutant bull shark. A huge shark jumped out of the water, creating a series of splashes. Chen Xiaoman was immediately delighted, and Mo also prepared guards for them. After adjusting his mood, Chen Xiaoman gave the launch order again. The last psychic's eyes widened when he saw the other party launch a torpedo again. Before he could get over, he was eaten by the bull shark. This time, her attack method was even more tricky. There were 3 smart torpedoes in total. The first one was used to deal with the decoy bomb, and the last 2 were also a cover. The real killer should have successfully reached the opponent's rear. When she saw the signal lights of the HMS Seabreaker submarine light up, she immediately showed a look of triumph. The first smart torpedo hits the decoy bomb. The second shot was intercepted by the opponent's psychic, and the third shot failed to hit. The Sea Snake torpedo of the sea-breaking submarine hit the target. The Sea Serpent torpedo hits the target. No signal fluctuations from the enemy were detected, and they were successfully annihilated. As the women below shouted loudly, all of them showed the joy of victory. It is unbelievable that this group of women actually sank the enemy submarine. But at this moment, the anti-aircraft gun suddenly raised its head. As a series of anti-aircraft bombs were fired, Chen Xiaoman's expression was dull. Fighter planes? How could there be fighter planes? The next second, all kinds of bombs were thrown down towards the fleet below. Chapter 158. Death Notice of Creation Ship Crew. The gunners quickly operated all anti-aircraft weapons and began to attack the aircraft group in the sky. The opponent was very fast and had made up his mind to die. A fighter plane was hit on the tail and actually crashed straight into their destroyer. The war is raging. Right ship damaged 15 times. Missile launcher destroyed. The left outer armor was damaged by 25 points. At this time, a woman with a panicked face shouted, "Report. A large city unit has been detected. It's a cruiser. Signals of multiple underwater creatures detected. Suspected to be superpowers." Chen Xiaoman looked panicked, and she was stunned when she saw the dense red dots on the screen. So many superpowers. At least 50 psychics. When she thought of the information that Mo Yi had told her before, she swallowed her saliva. Every single one of them has level 1 superpowers, and at least half of them are level 2. Isn't there only one submarine? Where on earth did they get a cruiser from? Could it be that they have returned to the Eastern Front? Dozens of artillery shells were fired from the opposite side, and several small missiles were shot from the sky. Chen Xiaoman shouted instinctively, "Quickly intercept!" Before she could finish, the left ship was blown up. Wisps of flaming black smoke came into everyone's sight, and the destroyer also lost its combat capability. At this moment, the Pohei submarine also launched a torpedo upwards. But not long after, the torpedo was blocked by an unknown psychic. Mo Yi, who was already 10 nautical miles behind the destroyer, was lurking on the seabed with an impatient look on his face. Today he saw something new that he had never seen before. Death Notice of the Genesis ship crew. Your scout, Officer Li Dongru, is dead. Your gunner Wang Mimi is dead. Your sailor Zhang Hera is dead. Your battle captain Dong Xianger is dead. Looking at the more than 50 red notices of death, Mo Ye's face was indifferent. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to small details. One general success is the result of thousands of sacrifices. He couldn't let down Bai Qing, Sun Huijun, and other wives. Sun Huijun wanted him to become ruthless enough and not be as childish as before. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, it is not enough to rely solely on superpowers and systems. He saved those women's lives and gave them a chance to start a new life. Mo Ye's face became increasingly gloomy, and he kept giving himself psychological hints. So that I can calm down a little. As long as the fighter plane didn't arrive, he couldn't do anything even if all those women were dead. It's not the time to go up yet, because he didn't smell Jang Dong and his men underwater. As the little shark sensed the breath of the group of psychics, all the mutant fish around it that were below level 10 instantly rushed towards those psychics. The group of psychics on the opposite side were obviously stunned. What's going on? Why did the mutant fish here suddenly go berserk? As a group of mutated Time men rushed towards the team of psychics on the left, the scene instantly became chaotic. To be on the safe side, Moyi did not let Xiaosha take the initiative to attack. Just manipulate the school of fish to attack them to death. Ma Wenlong on the cruiser was so angry that he was sweating profusely. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. If he had not listened to his adjutant, they would have been blown to death at the bottom of the sea. Damn it! Where on earth did that guy get the submarine and battleship? How is this possible? He is from the bottom of society. Even if he had a submarine, he wouldn't know how to drive it. How could he possibly command those weapons without a few marine companies? Where did he get the technicians and gunners? Damn it! Jang Dong. Jang Dong. Tell me clearly, are you hiding something from me? Jang Dong was also confused. What on earth was going on? Even if the other side has destroyers and submarines, it's the end of the world now. Where can he get the crew? How could the other navy listen to a young boy? Confused Jang Dong the most was why the mutated fish around them started attacking their people. Could it be? Could it be that this guy really has the ability to brainwash people? Oh ma, I really didn't lie to you. I suspect that there must be a person with brainwashing abilities in this guy's team. Not only can he brainwash living people, he can also brainwash mutant creatures. Just like those underwater parasites that parasitize other fish, can they manipulate other organisms? Or maybe some kind of mind control? Zhang Dongliang spoke excitedly, while Ma Wenlong looked unhappy. Looking at the densely packed mutated fish, he couldn't figure out how the other party controlled them no matter how hard he tried. Just then, their last fighter was shot down by the enemy's anti-aircraft guns. Ma Wenlong looked at the only two remaining warships on the opposite side with an angry expression. Fire at all costs. Blow them up to death. The special power team, go to the bottom of the sea and seize that submarine. I want the submarine intact. Zhang Dongliang smiled thoughtfully when he saw this, but after thinking it over again and again, he was still a little worried. Obviously, he underestimated the opponent's strength. Looking at the psychics fighting with the mutant fish on the screen, he shook his head speechlessly. The levels of their team of psychics are all around level 10, which is not as high as the levels of their leaders. That small group of level 7 psychics were wiped out first, leaving only more than 20 level 7 elites. Fortunately, they were allowed to go to the sea in advance. If they stayed in the submarine, who knows how many of them would have been killed in the explosion? Tug of war just now made Zhang Dongliang very panicked. The other side could actually pull decoy bombs and conduct counterdetection. Various signs showed that the other side must have an extremely professional commander. If they didn't have the latest anti-reconnaissance equipment in their submarine, they would have been finished with the first Sea Serpent torpedo. The MOE data backed up in the Hunter communicator with an uneasy look on her face. This person has superpowers like a bull shark. Only Ma Wenlong with superpowers like a giant octopus or Li Hong with superpowers like a megalodon can win in a one-on-one duel with him. If Zhang Dongliang, who has the Emperor Crocodile ability, were to take over, he would probably be restrained by the opponent's ability. Although crocodiles are capable of both offense and defense, this is the sea. Zhang Dongliang is best at fighting in shallows or swamps. Once his right hand turns into a crocodile head, his swimming speed will slow down. Moreover, the other side has several level psychics, and no one knows where they are hiding. Thinking of this, Li Hong pulled Zhang Dongliang's arm with an uneasy look on her face. After Zhang Dongliang glanced at Ma Wenlong, he turned around and went to the back. Li Hong looked panicked, her voice trembling. Husband, let's run. I'm afraid we can't stop this cruiser. Although you are the commander, you have never participated in a war like this. I am so worried about you. Should we run away? Zhang Dongliang was unsure. He didn't know whether the man named Chao was an enemy or a friend. The fight has just begun, and almost everyone is dead. Should I run away? At this moment, Ma Wenlong's cheers suddenly came from outside. Ha! Well done! The enemy fleet has been completely destroyed. The opponent's coach must be in that submarine. Guys, charge! Chapter 159, Fierce Fight. The moment Ma Wenlong gave the order, all the level psychic team members dived, leaving only a few level adjutants on the cruiser. Zhang Dongliang immediately gained confidence. Looking at the sunken destroyers, his mouth was grinning. Why are you still running? The enemy only has one submarine. Wife, let's go and take a look. Moe looked at the psychics who were diving with a gloomy expression. Bubbles slowly emerged from the corners of his mouth, and the shark fin behind him slowly extending straight out half a meter, like a sharp sickle. Small fins also sprouted from the heels. Looking at the cruiser right above him, Mo swam up with all his strength. The speed was extremely fast, with waves everywhere, and a very rough bubble exhaust behind it directly split the seawater in two. Because he had taken the chi-retaining granules in advance, the other party could not smell his scent. Now is the perfect time to launch a surprise attack. As Mo rushed out of the sea in an instant, he raised his hand and a torpedo launcher appeared in his palm. Explosions rang out one after another, first destroying the enemy's machine gun turrets, anti-personnel weapons, etc. Mo ran away after the fight, and 3 level psychics instantly appeared on the deck, the highest of which was level 11. Mo quickly identified the type of the opponent's abilities: Nile crocodile, giant leech, and flounder. The 3 men rushed towards Mo at a rapid speed, but the next second they stopped at the edge of the deck and could not move. An extremely magical picture seemed to appear in their minds, making them dazed and unable to control themselves. Qining and others were released the moment Mo rushed out of the sea. The sea which used a group control move, and those people's eyes began to turn red. A man looked at his right hand in horror. He couldn't control it. When he was about to attack his teammates, the man actually cut the back of his hand with his backhand. The pain instantly woke him up. Bai Qing and others who had already arrived near the cruiser looked panicked. It was their first time to fight against people with special abilities, and they were government soldiers. These people had a strong sense of combat and broke Qian Ying's control in the blink of an eye. Bai Qing also tried to seduce the other party, but before she could release the temptation, a man with extremely fast speed hit her. "You are looking for death." Bai Qing instinctively controlled the water flow, trying to trap the other person in an air bubble, but the person's nerve reflexes were far beyond her expectations. The man moved away a second before the air bubble appeared. The spell was predicted? Bai Qing looked at the man with shock on his face. This man had a strong sense of combat. Suddenly, Wu Lian accelerated and rushed over. "Sister, be careful." Bai Qing could react. The place where she was just now exploded the next second. When she looked back again, the man had already reunited with his teammates. The man muttered to himself, "Assault formation. Their abilities are strong, but they lack experience in dealing with people. Seek advantage and avoid harm. Attack their weak points." The next second, the 3 men formed a formation, and more soldiers appeared on the cruiser. Many people with special abilities, and the leader was Jang Dong. Looking at the people fighting underwater, Jang Dong grabbed Zhou Mimi's neck and screamed, "Mo Yi, if you don't come out, I will kill her. You coward! Why are you hiding behind a woman when men are fighting? Come out and practice if you have the guts." Zhou Mimi struggled frantically, but Zhang Dongliang grabbed her throat in an extremely domineering manner. If he used a little more force, the woman would definitely die. Li Hong in the dark had already changed into her equipment and was holding her breath the whole time. There is no way to escape now. The enemy has surrounded the cruiser. The only way to win is to capture Mo Yi. As long as he is caught, all women will surrender. Li Hong hid in the shadows, looking at Zhang Dongliang outside with a determined expression. At this moment, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Zhang Dongliang was startled and hurriedly led his team to dodge. The lightning attack seemed to have targeted them and kept chasing them. Zhang Dongliang's face turned green. What the hell? How can it discharge electricity? When they came to the edge of the deck and were about to go into the water, they were stunned again. Looking at the sea water below that had turned completely purple, everyone was stunned. "Oh no, it's poisonous. They have blocked this sea area. Are they planning to defeat them one by one?" Zhang Dongliang seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that those superpowered teams under the sea have been pinned down or destroyed? The 3 lieutenants were also taken to another place. Why is there so much venom around this cruiser? Zhang Dongliang's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly looked back. "Oh no, they're going to trap us here. Quickly go to the stern to protect the propeller." The next second, a loud roar made Zhang Dongliang's eyes widen. Seeing Mo Yi suddenly appearing behind him and destroying the power system, Zhang Dongliang's hatred surged instantly. His poor daughter died without even knowing who her biological father was. He was slaughtered by the guy opposite. Zhang Dongliang looked at Zhou Mimi in his hand again, his eyes trembling. Mo Yi, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come to it. I will skin you alive today. Come on, all of them." After Zhang Dongliang finished speaking, the 2-level psychics beside him rushed forward. At this time, 4 women appeared beside Mo Yi. Level Ichthyosaur Yi Yinran. Level Crocodile Turtle Lu Xianxian. Level Octopus Zhang Yi. Level Flying Fish Li Sai. The six of them immediately started fighting. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons upon seeing this. The next second, a bigger bolt of lightning struck, and all the soldiers without superpowers were instantly burned on the outside and tender on the inside. No matter how strong their combat capabilities are, a mortal body cannot withstand such a large-scale attack. Some soldiers fell into the poisonous water for fear of being electrocuted. When they fell, they never came up again. Jang Dong held Zhou Mimi hostage with anger on his face. Looking at Mo Yi opposite him, he quickly put Zhou Mimi in front of him. You can't fool my Mo Yi. You don't want this woman to die, right? A woman who can single-handedly fight for you and fall into the enemy's camp. Even if she was brainwashed by you, you will not be willing to give her up, right? Mo Yi looked cold and angry, and stood with his head held high. I'm very curious. You had so many troops in the Weichuan shelter at the beginning. Why did you give up? Just run away with such a small number of people? But now you have become someone else's lackey? Zhang Dongliang had a sick look in his eyes, and hid behind Zhou Mimi with an excited look on his face, saying, What do you know? Do you know who released those mutant lobsters in the Weichuan shelter? If I don't run away, I will become the second mutant lobster king. Do you really think the Hunter Association is a good thing? You know nothing about this disaster. We are all just pawns. Mo Yi, you are also on the chessboard. Chapter 160 Mo Yi vs. Zhang Dongliang. Mo Yi stopped arguing and swooped down to attack. Zhang Dongliang lifted Zhou Mimi to block, and at the same time, his right hand turned into a crocodile head. The next second he was pushed out by Mo Yi. Zhou Mimi, who was used as a meat shield, had half of her body smashed to pieces and fell to the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Zhang Dongliang raised his hands in front of him and looked at the man opposite him in disbelief. How could you be so cold-blooded? This woman even gave up her life for you, and you had the heart to kill her. Mo Yi didn't ask or answer. The shark fin on the back of his hand buzzed and cut towards Zhang Dongliang's crocodile head. But the opponent pushed Mo Yi away with his backhand and created some distance between them with a few handstands and sideways jumps. Mo Yi swallowed instinctively, his eyes drooping. The opponent's level was 3 levels lower than his. How did he block it? Is it just relying on the defensive power of the Deinosuchus? Why did he feel that the other party seemed to have used some clever tricks just now? Looking at Zhang Dongliang, who was holding a crocodile head in one hand and a crocodile tail in the other, with crocodile scales all over his body, people who don't know him would think he is really a Deinosuchus. Recalling the information about the Deinosuchus that Diana had told him, Mo Yi also began to examine the other party again. Sarcosuchus, also known as the Emperor Crocodile, a muscular crocodile that lived during the Cretaceous period and was one of the largest crocodilians that ever lived on Earth. It had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and could track prey in water. It fed on small dinosaurs. Paleontologists once saw the fossil of a subadult Tyrannosaurus in the belly of a Sarcosuchus. It has a head of steel and a body covered with scales. Its bite force is amazing, and its mouth has 132 deadly fangs, each of which is like a railroad spike. Some paleontologists also speculate that the death roll of crocodiles originated from the Sarcosuchus. Mo Yi naturally didn't think that Zhang Dongliang had no knowledge of the Deinosuchus. Looking at the other party's gesture, Mo Yi hurriedly retreated. The next second, an extended crocodile tail came over like a steel whip, and the deck cracked. Mo Yi rushed forward again, looking around. Zhang Dongliang swung his tail again. Mo Yi leaned forward and sprinted. Zhang Dongliang hurriedly raised the crocodile head. Fought again. Evenly matched. Mo Yi always had a sense of disharmony. He felt that the other party's ability to block his attack was definitely not a problem of supernatural powers. I always feel like his strength has been pushed away. At this moment, Zhang Dongliang smiled crookedly and fired a crocodile bite with his backhand. Mo Yi hurriedly retreated, but the next second the crocodile's tail came over. Zhang Dongliang raised his eyebrows. He could see that Mo Yi didn't know any fighting skills and hadn't received any professional training. It's just an ordinary person who accidentally gained superpowers. The level difference is only 3 levels. With his Kung Fu foundation and combat awareness, he should be able to fight against the opponent. Just hold him off and wait for his wife, Li Hong, to hit him from behind. Originally, he wanted Li Hong to deal with other women, such as taking Mo Ye's favorite woman hostage. But when he saw how viciously Mo Yi treated Zhou Mimi, he gave up the idea. The guy opposite is a desperado and cannot be judged by common sense. Pushing the opponent away, Mo Yi also noticed the opponent's attack method. This person must have learned some fighting skills or something. It just made up for the gap in strength between the two. If the other party was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to beat Mo Yi. Mo Yi rushed forward again, and a blue shark swooped down and crashed into him. The opponent raised his crocodile head and used it as a shield to protect himself. Both of them were looking for each other's weaknesses. Jang Dong looked at the women around him who were fighting with him. He didn't believe that there was no woman that Mo Yi cared about among them. Everyone has weaknesses. Mo Yi remained calm and didn't look at the battlefield around him. He only needed to smell the scent to know how the battle was going. The people led by Bai Qing have gradually gained the upper hand in the fight with the three. Their supernatural talents and the level gap have allowed them to gradually gain the upper hand. Tang Tian, Su Xiao, and others who were lurking near the submarine also killed some level psychics together with Xiao Xia. As long as nothing unexpected happens, once they finish clearing out the enemies and come here, they will be able to capture them all in one swoop. Mo Yi sniffed again. There were 4 more levels here, including Jang Dong. Those 2 adjutants should not be a match for Yi Yinran and the other 3. The last Ma Wenlong is still in the command module, so we can't be careless. As Jang Dong rushed over again with the crocodile head in his hand, Mo Yi bent over and rushed forward as well. The two were evenly matched and neither gave in at all. Jang Dong sneered and kicked out. Mo Yi hurriedly retreated, and the next second the crocodile tail suddenly hit out, and Mo Yi was directly whipped out. Seeing this, Jang Dong hurriedly followed, opened his crocodile head, and bit Mo Yi. Mo Yi supported it with both hands to prevent it from closing, then turned sideways and attacked with its tail, then quickly jumped to a high place to regroup. Jang Dong shook his head in disdain. All the superpowers who can't fight against others have a common problem. That is, they don't know how to use their own advantages. I don't know how to attack the opponent's vital points to gain an advantage. Those who have served in the military are different from those who have not. A soldier can easily defeat several ordinary people because they have all been trained in the system. You don't even know how to let go of a shoulder throw or a standard left hook, and you only rely on your supernatural powers? You were probably not even born when I was in the army. Your rank is 3 levels higher than mine. How dare you fight me? After Jang Dong finished speaking, he looked towards the water in the distance. Smelling the scent of the woman below, Jang Dongyang's expression was extremely excited. Bai Qing, who was still fighting with the 3 adjutants, had not noticed that she had been targeted by Jang Dongyang. The next second, Jang Dongyang shouted, "Take that mermaid hostage. At any cost. I'm coming right away." Seeing this, the 3 adjutants turned around and surrounded Bai Qing. The other women suddenly panicked and rushed forward to resist. Jang Dongyang sneered, "No matter how much you pretend, you can't hide the smell. That woman has your smell, and the smell is the strongest. This should be your favorite one, right?" As Jang Dongyang spoke, he exerted force with his feet and aimed at the sea in the distance. It was obvious that he intended to jump directly over the poisonous water. Mo Yi suddenly rushed over, fearing that Jang Dongyang had captured Bai Qing, but before he got there, he saw Jang Dongyang smiling wickedly. The next second, a woman with extraordinary aura appeared beside him and punched Mo Yi's right arm with great force. Mo Yi was knocked away with a look of disbelief on his face. That punch broke his arm bones so strong, stronger than Jang Dongyang. Before Mo Yi could see who was coming, Jang Dongyang rushed over and clamped Mo Yi's right shoulder with his crocodile head. "Ha! You are still too naive. Go to hell." Chapter 161 Death Tumble. Mo Yi was pinned against the wall. He felt extremely anxious as he watched the woman in maid uniform knock him down with one punch. How is the aura hidden? That woman. Jang Dongyang smiled with a crooked mouth, confident of victory. He exerted force with his hands. His whole body suddenly flew into the air, and with a death roll, he twisted Mo Yi's arm and started turning. Mo Yi panicked and cut off his shoulder as quickly as possible before falling into the poisonous water. If the other party pulls you down like this, the consequences can be imagined if your heart is pulled. Jang Dongyang looked at the poisonous water under the deck with disdain and sneered. "You run pretty fast, and your attack is ruthless. If you really grow up, I'm afraid the 12 Tide Hunters of the Hunter Association will not be your opponent. But your luck ends here. I wonder what else you can come up with. Xiao Hong, go kill those women." They can only use supernatural powers and are definitely no match for you. Li Hong let out a light breath, turned around, and was about to kill Bai Qing in the distance. Sudden, there was a sudden splash in the poisonous water. A small missile shot straight at Jang Dong. Li Hong was horrified and rushed forward. No! Jang Dongliang's expression was dull. Where the hell did this missile come from? Boom! With a loud bang, Zhang Dongliang was pushed far away by Li Hong. Half of his body was blown to pieces, and he was bleeding profusely. Looking at Li Hong lying in the smoke with wounds all over her body, Zhang Dongliang's face turned pale. Hong, damn it, who on earth did this? Li Hong raised her broken hand with great effort, as if she wanted to say something. Before Zhang Dongliang could run over, Li Hong was strangled by Mo Yi, who had revived with full blood. Zhang Dongliang had a dazed look on his face. He looked at Mo Yi, who had grown a new arm, with a frantic expression. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can a shark like you regenerate so quickly? You, what the hell are you? Mo Yi grabbed Li Hong's throat with a cold look and suddenly exerted force. Zhang Dongliang immediately panicked. No. I surrender. Li Hong's eyes were filled with grief and anger. How could this man be able to launch missiles with him? Besides, he's already seriously injured. How can he recover? How come he was fine even after jumping into the poisonous water? This is not scientific. It was clearly a sure win. Why did it suddenly? Looking at Zhang Dongliang opposite her, Li Hong burst into tears. Zhang Dongliang looked sad and angry when he saw the other person's burnt body. If Li Hong hadn't pushed him away just now, he would have been dead. But his wife was also blown into that state. How could this happen? It was clearly planned so carefully. How could the other side launch missiles out of thin air? Could it be that he just went to the back to blow up the power system out of thin air? How is this possible? Is there a shark in the world that can launch missiles? Mo Yi smiled coldly. I'll give you 10 seconds to kill yourself, or I'll kill her. 1, 2. Broken voice. Zhang Dongliang had a panicked expression. Looking at Li Hong, who had been blown into such a state, his mind went blank. With tears in her eyes, Li Hong kept hinting at Zhang Dongliang to run away. If he had listened to her at the beginning and they had run away together, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. At this moment, Mo Yi seemed to smell something. Zhang Dongliang also widened his eyes and looked at Ma Wenlong, who was driving a speedboat away in the distance. He cursed at that time. Fuck. Ma Wenlong, I fuck your ancestors. Fuck. Yi Yanran, who had already won, saw the other party trying to run away and hurriedly chased after him. Mo Yi waved his hand. Don't act alone. Kill the one in front of you first. The next second, Zhang Dongliang also jumped down. Mo Yi was stunned and quickly asked everyone to surround him. This guy doesn't even want his own wife. Didn't you want to die just now? When Li Hong saw that Zhang Dongliang had actually run away, she felt both happy and sad. The good thing was that he wasn't too badly injured and could still run, but the bad thing was that the other party actually abandoned her. She had worked like a cow and a horse for him all her life, and she was blown up like this just to protect him, and he just ran away like this. Run, so she can die peacefully? Mo Yi was not willing to let Zhang Dongliang go, so he called on a group of people to surround and attack him. Zhang Dongliang kept chasing Ma Wenlong eastward, his eyes full of hatred. Ma Wenlong actually dared to lie to him. Didn't he say that someone named Chow would send troops? Didn't he say that he would join him in dealing with Mo Yi? Just run away like that? Zhang Dongliang used all his strength and twisted his body with anger on his face. Hurry up! He can't just die like this. Yi Yanran and others who were chasing the crocodile looked at the crocodile that was breaking through the waves with disbelief on their faces. Can a crocodile swim so fast in the sea? How come he swims faster than her? At this time, Li Cai in the sky seemed to see something. Looking at the large dark mass in the east, her eyes widened instantly. Oh no, it's fast fish. Lots of swordfish and marlin. Everyone come back soon. Wu Lian was unable to dodge and was stabbed in the calf by a black marlin. What a fast creature. Oh my god. Bai Qing was also shouting. Go back quickly and stop chasing us. Mo Yi cursed with dissatisfaction on his face. Why at this time? Looking at Zhang Dongliang running into the fast fish tide, Mo Yi raised his hand and called Wu Lian and the others back. Ma Wenlong, who had run to the easternmost end alone, was also besieged at this moment. His speedboat was blown up by several black marlins on the spot. When he fell into the water, he was stunned. Although he was a giant octopus, he was not as good as Jang Dong. He bought his position, and before that he was just a nouveau riche. Looking at the dense and fast schools of fish in the sea, he panicked and turned around to run west. Jang Dong, who had rushed over, had already made plans to die together. Seeing Ma Wenlong falling into the water, he rushed up like a crocodile and said, "Fuck your ancestors. How dare you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you don't know how to fight? You fucking." Ma Wenlong was so frightened by the other party's ferocious look that he didn't dare to argue at all. He turned around and wanted to run away. The moment he turned around, Zhang Dongliang bit his head with his crocodile mouth. Another death roll. Ma Wenlong's head was turned down forcefully. Then he was overwhelmed by the fast tide of fish. Mo Yi and the others have regrouped on the cruiser, and looking at the dense and fast tide of fish, everyone is ready to fight and has no intention of escaping. Bai Qing, release air bubbles to protect this ship. Everyone come to the ship to fight. It's time to upgrade. They won't stay. Let's kill as many as we can. Diana, treat the wounded. Those in the submarine, stay underwater and don't move. The fast fish tide won't go down. CAI and Yinran, you two should chase Zhang Dongliang from the sky. He shouldn't be able to get far. Mou was about to kill Li Hong, but Sun Huijun quickly stopped him. Don't find a way to take her in. If I'm not mistaken, she should be a martial arts expert. Our team is in urgent need of such a person. Otherwise, we will still suffer the next time we fight against others. Chapter 162, Fast Fish Tide. Mo Yi recalled the punch Li Hong had thrown at him just now. If he hadn't quickly activated the shark skin, his arm would have been completely broken by that punch. And the other party will also hold back his anger? Looking at the half-dead Li Hong, Mo Yi took out the contract and said, "Sign it if you want to live." Li Hong sneered. "Kill if you want, don't say anything." Mo Yi looked at her like that, his expression a little irritable. "Wu Lien, keep an eye on her. I'll go bring Xiao Xia and Chen Xiaoman back. The rest of you, line up where you are and kill the fast-moving fish in the bubbles. Kill as many as you can. Don't be left alone." Jumped into the sea after he finished speaking. After killing those superpowered people, the little shark had reached level 16. At this moment, it was swimming around in the water, intending to fight against the fish tide on the opposite side. Mo Yi smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work." He raised his hand and sucked the other person into the creation space. Then he fell rapidly again and found the submarine at the bottom of the sea. The people inside were also taken in. After bringing everyone back, Mo Yi returned to the cruiser again. Looking at the wives who leveled up by killing fish, Mo Yi let out a breath of unbearable air. Although they were all good at fighting mutant creatures, none of them were professional when it came to fighting against humans, especially officers and soldiers. These are just some ordinary soldiers who have awakened special powers. What about the masters trained by the Hunter Association? Especially a martial arts master like Li Hong. There was no need for him to kill monsters at this moment, so he just counted the spoils collected by the women on the cruiser. There are 2 level 1 supernatural cores, 6 level 2 supernatural cores, more than 30 level 3 supernatural cores, and some level 4 supernatural cores. There were also more than 20 foreign women in this cruiser, which was exactly what I saw when I was video chatting with Zhang Dongliang before. Each one is at supermodel level. But Mo Yi was more interested in Li Hong at this moment. At this moment, Li Cai, who was responsible for chasing Zhang Dongliang, also flew back from the sky while hiding from the school of fish, holding Yi Yinran. The two of them said awkwardly, "Hubby, we only brought back Ma Wenlong's energy core." Zhang Dongliang seemed to be swallowed up by the fish tide. Mo Yi glanced at the eastern waters. If he were in the water, he might not be able to stop such a large-scale tide of fast fish. These fish seemed to dash aimlessly, regardless of what's in front of them. "Do you want to chase? You shouldn't be able to die." Seeing this, Sun Huijun hurried forward and said, "Husband, stop chasing. Right now you need to get all the spoils here as soon as possible, and then we can move on." I asked about those Han country women. They were all captured. There are also a few wives of chaebol among them. Let's bring them to the space to supplement the manpower. If Li Hong doesn't want to sign the contract, take her with you. No matter what method you use, you must make her follow you wholeheartedly. We all need to practice martial arts, and we also need her method of gathering energy. If she doesn't comply, you can use all kinds of torture to make her sign. Emily nodded. "Yeah, I understand. You guys go upgrade. Right in this bubble circle." Li Hong was tied to the iron pillar, and she could hardly feel her body. Blood flowed out in streams. Although she knew how to close the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, she no longer wanted to do it. Thinking back to how Zhang Dongliang left her, her heart had already been broken. She was the one who saved him. They have known each other for more than 30 years and grew up together. Zhang Dongliang's family is very poor and lives in the mountains. Li Hong's father did not agree with their relationship, and at that time Li Hong was determined to be with Zhang Dongliang. Her father locked her in a room and whipped her for 3 days and 3 nights. Their family is a martial arts family. Their ancestors were also martial artists, and the elders attach great importance to family rules and reputation. Moreover, unlike modern people's ideas, they believe in arranged marriages, and parents have the final say in their children's marriages. After all, if you marry a man who can't practice martial arts, the children you give birth to will most likely also be unable to practice martial arts. Li Hong cried as she thought about it. Looking at the women in front of her who were constantly killing monsters, she felt that there was really no point in living. When she was a child, her parents constantly instilled various ideas in her in order to make her marry someone from a martial arts family. Why should I marry someone I've never met? It's the 21st century. You old fogies. Can't I pursue my own happiness? Why do you treat me like an object and toss me around in the east and west just to continue the martial arts? Zhang Dongliang was also a passionate young man when he was young. Li Hong still clearly remembers what Zhang Dongliang said to her by the lotus pond. I want to be a hero when I grow up so that all the villagers in our mountains can see that I, Zhang Dongliang, am also a big shot. Ideals are beautiful. The reality is cruel. Before Zhang Dongliang graduated, Li Hong was forcibly knocked unconscious by her family and sent to someone else's house. The wedding was held that night, and they entered the bridal chamber, ate a whole box of abortion pills like crazy, killed the entire family of the groom whom she had never met before, and went to the city. She also threatened that if her father dared to come looking for her, she would kill him too. She lived with Zhang Dongliang in a rental house near the school for a while. For her, that period of time might be the only beautiful time left in her life. But who would have thought that Zhang Dongliang changed after working for 2 years? He became profit-driven and wanted to prove himself. He asked Li Hong to drink with those bosses more than once. At that time, she foolishly thought that Zhang Dongliang loved her. After all, her body was no longer clean. She felt that she had failed to protect herself at that time, and she was the one who let Zhang Dongliang down first. She also knew that Zhang Dongliang might have some psychological problems because of what happened to her. Then she went, things are out of control. For him, Li Hong would do anything, including marrying Huang Yuan, just to let Zhang Dongliang become an officer. She originally thought that she had taken too many abortion pills that time and would never be able to get pregnant again in her life. But she unexpectedly became pregnant with Zhang Dongliang's child. She was so happy that she burst into tears and thought about returning to Zhang Dongliang. But Zhang Dongliang said, just stay with Huang Yuan. He won't do anything to you even if you're pregnant. When our child grows up, won't the Huang family's assets belong to us? Besides, I'm in a critical situation right now. I've just taken on the position of company commander. Just consider it as helping me. Li Hong did as she was told and waited until the end of the world. Huang cursed killing Huang Yuan in the Weichuan shelter that day, but she did not stop it. She had long been fed up with this kind of life. Unexpectedly, the daughter also died. It was not until the day that she finally understood that Zhang Dongliang did not love her at all. When the other party ran, he didn't even turn his head. Looking at Mo Yi, who was slowly squatting in front of him, Li Hong bit her tongue on the spot, intending to die. Mo Yi grabbed her mouth and said, "You killed so many of us, and you want to die now." Chapter 163: A Woman Who Wants to Die. Li Hong wanted to die, and she no longer had the desire to live. Her revenge. But the man she had loved all her life also abandoned her. She exerted force with the corners of her mouth, but she was seriously injured and could not shake Mo Ye's hand. She just bit Mo Ye's hand and cried bitterly. Mo Ye pinched her chin coldly and stuffed a piece of cloth in it to prevent her from committing suicide. The luster in Li Hong's eyes had disappeared. Even though she had accompanied someone else for that man before, she still had hope in her heart. At this moment, she only felt endless fatigue and infinite despair. Even though her mouth was blocked, she was still able to let out unwilling cries. She tried to raise her right hand, trying to grab something, but soon she was tied up by several women. They seemed to know a lot about people with special powers and used very thick chains, making it difficult for her to break free. Maybe if those people didn't tie her up, she wouldn't be able to run away. Looking at those enemies who still had the strength to kill the strange fish tide, Li Hong's tears inadvertently flowed down her face. If they had to do it again, they might still not win. The opponent hardly used his full strength. The mermaid, who could control the water flow, never showed her true strength as she looked at the huge wave that was lifted up. Li Hong secretly blamed herself in her heart. Although this group of people did not know martial arts or fighting techniques, their use of superpowers was obviously much better than theirs. Perhaps there was someone in this group who was specifically responsible for developing superpowers. If she knew that this group of people were so perverted, she would definitely tell Jang Dong to run away. Never mind. I'm tired. This is how the world is. From the beginning to the end, no one has ever cared for her, and Jang Dong is the same. Thinking back to Huang Kursen's face, Li Hong's eyes were filled with tears, and two turbid tears streamed down her cheeks to the ground. At this moment, she actually saw Zhou Mimi, who was originally on the verge of death, slowly stand up after eating something. Her brain had already crashed at that time. What kind of monsters are these people? After Zhou Mimi recovered, the first thing she did when she stood up was to cry. He covered his face with his arms and cried bitterly. She thought she was dead. Recalling the memory of being tortured by Li Hong, Zhou Mimi cried and glared at Li Hong fiercely. You damn woman! I want you to die! I want! Before she could walk over, Mo Yi raised his hand to stop her. Don't touch her. I'll keep her alive for use. When Zhou Mimi saw that it was Mo Yi, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and she collapsed on the ground and burst into tears. Although she signed a contract, she was still a rich lady at heart. The fear and compromise she had endured these days had already caused her to collapse. Mo Yi touched her head and said, You've worked hard. Go back and have a rest. Before he could raise his hand, Zhou Mimi grabbed his trouser leg with a look of grievance on her face. She had already died once, so naturally she became bolder. And Mo Yi put his hand on the other's head again. Okay, we still have things to do. Let's go back. After saying that, he pressed the other person's head and took her in. Then he looked at Li Hong again. Seeing this, Diana hurried over and whispered, Hubby, this woman is too dangerous. I suggest you give her some anesthesia or cut her tendons in her hands and feet, and then give her regeneration pellets when she surrenders. Mo Ye's eyes were gloomy, and he recalled the scene where Li Hong broke his arm with a punch. He was a little scared when he thought about it. What if that punch hit his heart? Then he turned around and started to pick the tendons of the other person's hands and feet. Diana said hurriedly, Hubby, find someone else to do it. You didn't have any grudge against her in the first place. And it wasn't you who killed Huang Kursen. Don't let her hate you. I think she wants to die, so you have to improve her favor. This guy comes from an ancient martial arts family. If we kill him, we won't be able to find another one. Don't be stupid. Sisters all know the truth. Just coax her, and she'll be fine as long as she signs the contract. If the soft approach doesn't work, try the hard approach. Mo Yi scratched his head anxiously. At this time, he had already reached level 16, while Bai Qing, Qining, and the others were still killing monsters there. After thinking for a while, he let Zhou Mimi out again. Go and pick the tendons of her hands and feet. Just think of it as venting your anger. You've worked hard. Zhou Mimi's eyes widened with excitement when she heard this. Thank you, Master. Mo Yi added. Don't touch her. I want her alive. Zhou Mimi nodded repeatedly, took the knife from Mo Yi, turned around, and walked towards the woman who almost tortured her to death. But when she cut the woman's tendons, she didn't react at all. Zhou Mimi was stunned at the time. Hey, you. I don't believe it. Then she poked Li Hong's ankle. The bleeding started immediately. Blood gushed out, but the woman remained silent, as if she were dead. Zhou Mimi was so angry that she wanted to slap her, but Mo Yi raised his hand and held her hand. That's enough. It's none of your business. Yes, Master. Mo Yi just took off the iron chain on the opponent, slowly came to the edge of the deck, and instantly released his blood to suppress it, and the strange fish around him retreated one after another. Mo Yi released the Jiang Lu Star speedboat. He carried Li Hong on it. Bai Qing and the others took a look and continued to kill monsters. Today's battle made them realize a problem. When fighting against other psychics, they lacked practical experience and skills in dealing with people. The reason they were able to win today was because of Mo Ye's creation ship system. Without the system, they would definitely not be able to win, and no one would be able to drive a submarine. Mo Yi in the speedboat silently put Li Hong on the bed, bandaged her wound, with a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at Li Hong, who said nothing, Mo Yi exhaled slowly. You and Mimi are even. I heard her say that you accompanied Ma Wenlong for that guy, Jang Dong. I don't understand. You are so strong. Is it necessary for you to do this for a man who doesn't love you? Li Hong remained silent, tears streaming down her face. She just felt pain all over her body, including her hands and feet. Moe scratched his head. This kind of woman who would rather die than surrender was really a bit difficult to deal with. Moreover, he was eager for her to surrender. It was indeed a big problem that the women in their team could only rely on supernatural powers when fighting. Even when he was fighting with Jang Dong, he was vaguely suppressed by the opponent's fighting skills. Looking at the silent Li Hong, Moe said again, I advise you to think about it carefully. If you want to live again, I will give you this opportunity. As long as you sign the contract, I will cure you. My contract is not really a brainwash. If you sign it, you just agree to be our companion, and you cannot betray us. It is not a particularly overbearing clause. You are still the same person. How about it? Think about it. Chapter 160, For You'll Be in Trouble If You Don't Give In. Li Hong didn't say anything. Her eyes looked to the side. The corners of her mouth kept moving. If it hadn't been gagged, she might have bitten her tongue to commit suicide. Moe scratched his head impatiently. What do you want? We could talk about it. Your daughter is Huang Kursen, right? I remember she has a plum, blossom-shaped birthmark on her back. And that girl is a misopho. When Li Hong heard this, tears rolled down her cheeks again. She wanted to reach out and wipe them away, but her hands had lost all feeling and only pain remained. Moe looked at himself, who had already reached level 17, with a somewhat sad expression on his face. In fact, we were also very scared at that time, and we killed many people. You should know what your daughter is like. She chose me to fight those monsters in the pond out back. She used us as toys to vent her anger. She also killed a lot of people. To be honest, I killed her because she saw my wives treating them as servants. I couldn't tolerate her blaspheming and degrading my women. I can't give you anything else, but I can give you her relics. Moe said this. He began to search in the space. I remember she seemed to have a bracelet with her, as well as her mobile phone, and I also kept the diamond necklace on her neck. Do you want it? If you want it, just blink. Delete anything from her phone. As Moe spoke, he took out Huang Kursen's mobile phone, and the screensaver on it was still a photo of Li Hong and her. Li Hong burst into tears at that time, and Moe pulled the cloth out of her mouth when he saw this. As soon as it was pulled out, Li Hong opened her mouth and bit it. She had lost the tendons in her hands and feet, but she was able to sit up using only the strength of her waist. She bit Moe's shoulder and refused to let go. Moe scratched his head impatiently. He had already scratched his head 3 times and was really getting impatient. He even wanted to feed her a few ironworm pellets, but he was afraid of killing her. Looking at Li Hong, who was biting him, Moe said impatiently, I'm talking to you nicely, don't refuse my toast, and drink the forfeit. You should know clearly that Jang Dong is just using you as a tool. It's not too late for you to understand now. I don't think that bastard will die. Don't you want revenge? If it weren't for him, would you be like this now? Li Hong was still biting off a piece of Moe's flesh. Her eyes were bloodshot as she chewed the flesh in her mouth, with murderous intent on her face. Moe didn't say anything. Looking at the woman, he really didn't know how to persuade her. What a fuck. At this moment, he seemed to think of a woman. As for Chu Chengcheng, who said she studied psychology, although that woman had vicious intentions, her methods were very effective. No matter what method he uses, as long as Li Hong can sign the contract, it'll be fine. Thinking of this, Moe stuffed Li Hong's mouth again. Then he sent a message to Chu Chengcheng in the Creation Town. Chengcheng, think of a way. This woman is giving me a headache. Chu Chengcheng was immediately delighted. Master, please let me out, I want to see her. Moe thought about it and told her about Li Hong's situation first, and then released Chu Chengcheng. When Chu Chengcheng saw Li Hong's unrecognizable appearance, she took a deep breath and said, Oh my God. Moe shrugged, took a regeneration pellet, and crossed his legs helplessly. Think of a way, we need to move our position. Wait until Bai Qing and the others kill the monsters. Then we'll leave. There will be a sea monster tide this afternoon. What do you think we should do with this woman? Chu Chengcheng swallowed, with a melancholy look on her face. Looking at Li Hong's fearless eyes, she was sure that even if you roasted her on a volcano, she would not beg for mercy. Master, you may not know that among many women, there is such an extreme type. They are much more fierce than those men, especially those who are fierce and born for love. They can even kill their own parents for their men. I can't do this. She wants to die. Look at her. If anyone dares to get close to her again, she will probably drag that person down with her. And this woman must have some psychological problems. Think about it. Her man asked her to marry another man in order to get rich. Isn't her heart twisted? In this situation, you can't use force, you can only use soft tactics. Moe took a puff of cigarette and raised his eyes. I know for sure that she is not afraid of death. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come out? Hurry up and think of a way. We need to move. Chu Chungchung hurriedly sat on the sofa and began to think, putting his nails in his mouth and biting them, making a crackling sound. Moe smoked another cigarette. What was this? She is not afraid of death or pain. What can you do? At this moment, Chu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He came to Mo's ear and said with a smirk, since she has nothing to live for, then let her live for something to live for. Master, didn't you kill her daughter? Why don't you just give her another child? Then she will definitely have hope of surviving. Moe was confused for a moment. Hadn't he thought about making her submit by sleeping with her? But he knew as soon as he thought about it. The other party had been with other men for so many years and had never betrayed Jang Dong. No matter how long he, Moe, tortured her, could he make her surrender? He just didn't think about making the other person's life worth loving. Chu Chungchung was still talking. Master, I've got it. Since she has eloped with Jang Dong and left her family for many years, she must miss her family. Just tell her that you will take her to save her mother. Even if she is heartless, she will have to be moved. After all, she hasn't seen her family for so many years. Plus, if she has a child, she will give in sooner or later. Moe was still a little unconvinced. I killed her own daughter. Are you sure this trick will work? Chu Chungqing chuckled. We all know that Huang Kursen was killed by the mistress. The master does not need to have mercy. You do not need to care whether Li Hong is pitiful or not. Even if you deceive her feelings, you have to make her sign the contract. Her misery is her own business. It was Jang Dong who caused her misery. It has nothing to do with the master. They also killed so many of our sisters. Even if it means cheating on her feelings, you have to make her sign. People who achieve great things don't mind small details. As long as she signs, the master can show mercy to her later if he wants. After all, she will be ours then. Moe nodded without hesitation. He just walked up to Li Hong. Li Hong's face was full of hatred, and her eyes were wide open, like a wild ghost. Moe showed his shark teeth on the spot, his face cold. I admire women like you. Follow me. I will take you to find your family. Since your superpower is that of a megalodon, I won't use human methods. Chapter 165, Eastern Front. Bai Qing and the others were getting more and more excited as they killed outside, and their levels were vaguely showing a trend of reaching level 18. The women had been fighting continuously, and their physical strength was somewhat exhausted. Seeing this, Bai Qing asked the girls to return to the Jianglu Star and sent people to kill monsters on the boat in turn, while the rest of them replenished their energy and rested on the boat. Looking at the burnt destroyers and cruisers, Bai Qing thought about it and decided to let Moe take them away. After all, these things are made of metal. What if there are people who can smelt iron in the Genesis town in the future? Who knows, maybe one day the town will develop into an industrial age. It's better to have something than nothing. As soon as he arrived at the bedroom door, Bai Qing shrank his neck. Others may not know about Jiang Liashixing's bedroom, but she knows a lot about it. It was here that Si Kiki was killed by the spiciness. And Mo's stepmother Chen Lixia. Anyway, she is quite miserable. It makes me tingle just thinking about it. Listening to the noise inside, Bai Qing was a little confused for a moment. Why was there no movement at all? That's not right. Who cares? After thinking for a while, she whispered at the door. Hubby, go collect the wreckage of the destroyer and then, upon hearing this, Moe opened the door and went out. It only took him 3 minutes to store all the scrap destroyers and cruisers into the space, and then he went in again. Bai Qing let out a breath with an unbearable look on his face, and after thinking about it, he decided to go outside and lead the team to upgrade. Let's see if I can reach level 18. It's a bit slow right now. As soon as Bai Qing came to the deck, Zhang Xinyu and Li Cai, who were killing monsters nearby, started complaining. My husband had to accept that evil woman. She is 1 year older than my mother. After Li Cai finished speaking, her mother's son Huijun looked over coldly. What are you talking about? Li Cai said with an unconvinced look on her face. Just take it. Why do you have to give us special treatment? Why do we deserve it? Zhang Xinyu was also there saying, Humph, learning martial arts is so great. No matter how good you are, aren't you still being played around by that Jang Dong? You're still begging for death. I can tell she's just using torture to trick herself. Wu Lian used her pliers to break the neck of a black marlin, then turned around and said, Do you feel the same way? I also think she's a bit pretentious. If she really surrenders in the future, and she knows that sister Bai Qing cooked Huang Kursen. Do you think she will cause trouble? Sun Huijun first glanced at Bai Qing, then turned to everyone and said, "Stop talking. My husband knows the importance of this matter. He does this for our future. If we meet the 12-tide hunters of the Hunter Association that even Jang Dong is afraid of, how do you think we should fight them?" Bai Qing also said softly, "It's okay, sisters. Keep killing monsters and see if you can reach level 18 before the sea monster tide comes." At this moment, Ning He, who was in charge of reconnaissance on the top of the boat, shouted in confusion, "Strange. What's going on? Why are these fish gone?" Everyone looked over when they heard this. Sure enough, the fish school that was dense just now is now much smaller. Looking further to the east, the sea was extremely calm with barely any waves. Diana looked at the sea in a daze and murmured, "Could it be that the Eastern Front is still holding on? They have blocked most of the fast fish tide? How is this possible?" Just as Diana guessed, more reinforcements arrived behind the artificial glacier on the eastern coastline of Donghua Kingdom. Almost all forces in the eastern coastal cities have sent troops. They knew very well that if they fought alone, all those who didn't have time to escape would die. Even Yin Ji came. At this time, Yin Ji already had a team of 20 people with special abilities, and the development speed was extremely rapid. 3 cargo ships, 5 speedboats, and 5 fishing boats. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front distributed weapons to every force that came to support. Countless mutant sailfish, swordfish, and black marlin pierced the ice back and forth, and some mutant fish flew up from time to time and hit the soldiers on the glacier. Blood flowed like a river, and ordinary soldiers without special powers kept shooting with guns. All the fortresses on the glacier released deadly poison into the water, forming a purple dividing line. Sensing the crisis, the mutated fish jumped into the air, while others turned back. The people fighting in chaos now formed a series of iron barriers. Yanji looked at the scene in front of him, and his mind was filled with the images of the children who were sent to the Central Front. "Boss Yin, will you go and help your soldiers fight against the sea monster tide?" "Brother Yin is so powerful that he will definitely go. I heard that many people have gone. If the Eastern Front is lost, many people will die in the sea monster tide. Should we go?" "Brother Xiaoji, you are also a superpower now. You will go, right? When you see those soldiers, remember to take a picture with Yaya. I was saved by them before." Originally, Yanji hadn't planned to come. He had already run to the Central Front. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy if he didn't come here. "I have been smart so many times. Why did I act so stupid this time?" He doesn't know himself. He originally thought that the soldiers after the disaster would become like Zhang Dongliang and his men, but when he came to this place, he was soon infected by the people here. Looking at the charge captains who were leading the battle, Yanji also led his team to charge forward. The leading man in military uniform shouted proudly, "Brothers, it's time to defend our country. We failed to protect our people on the day of the disaster. Today is your chance to atone for your sins. Everyone cheer up. I don't care whether you use guns or knives. Everyone must fight to the death today. If you run out of bullets, just use your fist to hit me. If you run out of hands, just use your mouth to bite me." Broken voice. "If even we give up, how can we face those dead citizens in the afterlife? Even if you have no chance of survival, you must show me your courage. All troops, defend the enemy. Defend the fortress." There were bullets flying and sparks flying on the sea. There were roars and flashes of swords and blood on the glacier. Supernatural powers fluctuate in the sea water, and everyone shows their magical powers. Yanji looked at the number 81 water fortress that was about to be attacked and collapsed with a gloomy expression. "Gongzi, lead the brothers to set up a defensive formation. We've been acting as a fake rescue team for so many days. Let's act like a real one today." After Yanji finished speaking, he exerted force with both hands and instantly shot out 20 black pearls like Gundams, and the 3 mutant swordfish in front of him were shot to pieces on the spot. As he raised his hand and pointed, all the pearls flew back and floated in his hand like living things. Gang Gu looked proud, stretched his shoulders, and led the team to rush forward. "Brothers, let those kids on the boat see that we are all men who participated in the defense of Donghua. Real men. Use all your powers. Defend the fortress." Chapter 166 Black Marlin King. Yanji led the team and stood on the glacier in front of fortress number 81, with pearls dancing around them. Teammates on both sides raised their guns and fired, roaring. A mutant swordfish rushed over, and Brother Gang stood up to block it, holding the long sword bone spur on the opponent's head tightly with both hands. He was suddenly lifted up and thrown to the ground, and everyone surrounded and killed him. The next second, dozens of mutant swordfish leaped up at the same time and flew towards Fortress number 81. Pearls all around Yin Ji were dancing like a curtain. He raised his hand, and a group of pearls flew out, accurately hitting the eyeballs of each mutant swordfish, and then piercing through their brains. Group kill. When the other teammates with superpowers saw this move, their eyes trembled violently. After they came to their senses, they continued to hold the defense line. At this time, a flaming frigate slowly sailed near Fort number 81. The soldiers on top roared loudly and fought hard to kill the enemy. Seeing that the frigate was about to be burned and scrapped, Yanji submerged one hand in the water and with the other hand formed a palm and sprayed a water column more than 10 meters long towards the frigate. The commander on the frigate saw this and shouted, "Come up quickly, you superpowers over there. Something powerful is coming. We can't hold the fort anymore. Help us guard the ship." Yanji looked back at the precarious fortress and then looked at the eastern sea where demons were rampant. An extremely huge, unidentified creature only showed its giant tail that covered the sky and easily slapped away the mutant fish around it. Yanji didn't know whether it was tens of meters or hundreds of meters. The pressure that even the mutant fish were afraid of did not allow them to be careless. Looking at the burnt frigate behind him, Yanji looked at Fortress number 81 again. "You guys cover us from behind. If we can't hold the fortress, you won't be able to escape." Yanji said this as he came to the front, opened his hands wide, and more pearls shot out from his palms. The school of fish in front was killed instantly. Brother Gang looked at the overly impatient Yanji with a worried look on his face, ran to his side, and whispered, Don't try so hard. You have just learned the various abilities of the river clam, although everyone knows that you have strong micromanipulation skills, but don't force yourself. The battle has just begun. You have to hold on. Leave these little karamis to us." Yanji lowered his head and clenched his fists. Looking at the school of fish that blocked out the sun in the east, he felt powerless. Brother Gang patted his shoulder with a smile on his face. "It's okay. We have come this far. As long as we can make those mutant fish retreat, we will win. It doesn't mean we have to kill all the mutant fish. This is all experience. Brothers will be level 10 soon." At this time, more mutated black marlins came out, each with a strength of level 7. Leading the way was a giant black marlin with a body length of 20 meters, which thrust a harpoon straight towards the people on the glacier. Yanji could tell at a glance that the other party was not the giant creature just now, but this 20-meter-long black marlin king was not something they could deal with. A man was unable to dodge and was stabbed to death by the black marlin, and his energy core was scattered on the spot. Brother Gang was immediately furious. "Old Wong! Damn it! Scatter! Scatter! This is an elite mutant creature." Everyone turned around and formed a formation again. Yanji fired a rain of pearl bullets to try to break the eyes of the Black Marlin King, but this time he was unable to penetrate the opponent's defense. With only a level 1 supernatural talent, he seemed extremely powerless in the face of such a strong enemy. Teammates all around attacked him. Flames flew everywhere, and bullets of various types were fired one after another, but none of them could break the opponent's scales that were like steel plates. Class. Yanji, who was 5 levels higher than level 10, started to manipulate the pearls. Several golden pearls spun at high speed in the air, making a rustling sound. The Black Marlin King that landed on the glacier crawled slowly, using its front fins, and stabbed anyone it saw. The giant spike on its head that was several meters long looked like the god of Death's scythe. Blood and flesh flew everywhere he passed. At this moment, 3 rapidly rotating golden pearls exploded in the eyes of the Black Marlin King. Gangu shouted loudly, "Everyone, focus on its right eye. Break its defense." Everyone showed off their skills. Some shot with guns, and some used supernatural powers to blast. The Black Marlin King was in great pain, twisting its body and making strange noises. The schools of Black Marlin that were fighting each other in the water raised their heads one after another, as if they had been called upon, and came over the sea. Instantly, they leaped up, covering the sky and the sea. Yanji and the others were trembling wildly. So many? There are simply too many. Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? Before they could come to their senses, the frigates behind the fortress fired missiles and heavy artillery in succession. Right in the middle of those schools of fish, Yanji shouted anxiously, "Everyone enter the fortress!" Everyone rushed over, and the 2 who were farther away were submerged by the rushing fish before they could even take 2 steps. Yanji exerted force with both hands, and two giant clamshells as long as 2 meters appeared instantly, one on the left and one on the right to protect the team. Brother Gang had a dull expression, looking at Yanji, who could achieve this with only his supernatural power. He knew that he would probably never be able to be compared with the other party in his lifetime. It's hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he had superpowers. Looking at Yanji, who was controlling the giant shell to spin rapidly, Brother Gang felt a little admiring. He just controlled the high-speed rotating shell and killed the fish in the school like a flying knife. Brother Gang looked down at the fish scales on his body and wondered how he should develop his superpowers. Could superpowers be developed? Son, Yanji yelled, Gongzi! The next second, the blind mutant black marlin king rushed forward and rushed straight towards Brother Gang. In a flash, Yanji used the fastest speed in his life to control the giant shell and block Gang Ge. But after just one encounter, his shell was pierced by the indestructible black gun. Then he stabbed into Gang Ji's waist. The picture seemed to stop. Yanji's pupils widened and his whole body tensed up. Looking at Brother Gang, who was stabbed into 2 pieces by a gun, Yanji roared violently, and dozens of pearls shot out from behind him instantly. He shot the black marlin in the blind eye. Ah, I want you to die. Break it for me. All the pearls shot towards almost the same point. The first pearl hit the Fish King's blind eye and sank directly into it. The second pearl made a small tear in its blind eye. The fifth pearl had already touched the other's skull behind his eyeball. The Black Marlin King howled in pain and struggled and writhed all over. But no matter how it swayed its body, every pearl that followed would accurately hit its blind eyes. Same place, same angle. As it suddenly stood up and twitched, it was killed by a psychic who was 5 levels lower than it. Yanji's heart collapsed. Looking at Gang Ge, who was left with only the upper body, tears flowed wildly. Don't die. Gongzi don't. Chapter 167. My name is Shun Bai Gang. Brother Gang's face turned eerily pale. Looking at Yanji, who had single-handedly defeated the elite monster, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After sensing the death of their leader, the surrounding Black Marlin also lost their backbone and began to fight on their own. The other people in the fortress shouted at them at the door with worried faces and killed the mutant fish outside the door from time to time. Yanji pounded on the glacier with a look of grief and anger, roaring and screaming. Hateful. Damn it. I was right next to them. I was right next to them. Why? Gang's eyelids were already feeling heavy, and he knew he wasn't going to survive. Is really a brave man to be distracted on such a battlefield. Looking at the brother in front of him, Gang spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Ahem. Boss Yin, you said we are also defending our country, Will people remember what we did? Yanji's eyes trembled violently. He hugged his head tightly, which was aching profusely, tears welling up in his eyes. What was Yanji doing just now? Why didn't he notice the mutant fish king? Why didn't he notice? Looking at Gang Ji's face becoming paler and paler, Yanji's tears choked in his eyes, and he couldn't release them. It was as if he was chopped by the god of death, and the pain was unbearable. Brothers who have been with us all the way, they are the only 2 left to die. Is it possible that even the last one will leave him today? Brother Gang smiled somewhat helplessly. You are very strong. The strongest psychic I have ever seen. I think you are much stronger than those who are of a certain level. Brother, I won't hold you back. Cough, cough. One day, brother, I believe you can conquer this sea. One day. After Gang Ge finished speaking, his bloody hand drooped to the ground, his head tilted weakly to the side, and he was no longer breathing. The tears in the corners of his eyes could no longer be stopped, and Yanji knelt in front of the other person with a look of despair on his face and cried out, Hateful! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Broken voice. Looking at the face that had lost all color, Yanji pounded the ice in despair. Thinking back to the past, the scene of the first time he met the other person vaguely emerged in his mind. My name is Sun Bai Gang. I'm very good at fighting. All of you listen to me. I will lead you to a safe place. Your name is Xiaoji, right? You seem a little fat. You must be a homeboy, right? Don't worry. Just follow me, Brother Gang, and you'll have meat to eat. They came together by chance. There are left-behind teenagers, barbershop apprentices, delivery boys, street thugs, workers on construction sites, recent graduates working in factories, and a few infatuated young men who just broke up with their girlfriends. This group of people who couldn't be more ordinary just fought their way from Jianglu City to Jianglu Mountain. At first, everyone was scared. The same goes for Yanji, with only one exception, and that is Sun Bai Gang. He was so aggressive from the beginning. When he encountered those mutant fish that had just grown hands and feet, Brother Gang was the first to attack. If it weren't for him, Yanji would probably still be trapped in Jianglu City, who had been a stay-at-home for several years, had almost no combat ability, and could hardly deal with a half-meter-long strange fish. Although he is very smart, I have been smart so many times along the way, but I acted stupidly this time. Looking at his good friend who had left the world forever, Yanji turned back at the mutant fish with anger on his face. The rest of his teammates were still fighting. From time to time, someone would be stabbed into the water and then eaten up. Yanji rushed forward with all his might. The pearls behind him danced wildly, and the two shells, like flying knives, spun at high speed, cutting a bloody path in the water, killing the mutated fish below like crazy. No matter what kind of fish it was, as long as it was a fish in his eyes, none of them would survive. He reached his hand into the water again, and the poisonous water around him was instantly sucked into his body, and then sprayed out by his other hand. A circular poisonous circle was formed in the water's opposite. The mutant fish inside were trapped and dared not break out of the circle. The next second, Yanji widened his eyes, and the two shells were like cutting machine turntables, cutting at the monster in the circle. After a fierce killing and hacking, his level suddenly reached 12. The men around him instinctively came behind him. At this moment, except for Yanji, the rest were either dead or injured. However, with their tenacious defense, Fort number 81 was held. The blood dyed the sea red. Yanji was still killing there. The shell was spinning faster and faster. Looking at the mutant black marlin that was trying to escape, Yanji suddenly became furious. He stepped on several pearls and flew into the air. It flew straight towards the mutated black marlins. All the subordinates were stunned. Looking at Yanji, who was emitting a strange aura, they could not believe that he was really a supernatural being. How is this possible? Yin, what happened to Boss Yin? Did you see the light on him? I don't know. Isn't he crazy? Carry the injured brothers into the fort first, and two of you come with me to bring Boss Yin back. Everyone set off, completely unaware that there was a giant manta ray flying near the clouds above their heads. There was a man and a woman standing on the back of the manta ray, golden dragon horns like coral on his head. He looked extraordinary. His hands were shaped like dragon claws, and his eyes were full of majesty. The woman next to him had an extremely wide fish tail and a dazzling staff in her hand. Her white and delicate fish scales looked extremely beautiful. She also has a pair of fish ears on her head, which is very similar to Bai Qing's mermaid appearance. The woman looked at Yanji, who was killing everyone with his superpowers inside. Zhao Tianlong, do you think there are really people among ordinary people who can realize the awakening of superpowers with their own abilities? That guy down there is quite interesting. It's just a river clam ability. We use the ability cores of this kind of ability as batteries, but he can actually reach the awakening level. Zhao Tianlong, with dragon horns and dragon tails, looked at Yanji below with a stern expression, his eyes full of contempt. A mere ant is nothing to be concerned about. It is understandable that the lower-class people occasionally inspire some power in order to survive. But ants are always ants. No matter how strong their vitality is, they can never compare with the eagles in the sky. No more words, Shang Guanyu. Remember the order. We are here to recover the superpower core. It doesn't matter whether these ants can stop the fast fish tide. Go! Collect all the energy cores that fell into the sea. Chapter 168 Vuelta y Hunters Número 11 Zhao Tianlong sat on the back of the manta ray with a lazy look on her face. Wait a little longer. There are still a few fortresses that have not been breached. Those soldiers and individual psychics are also working very hard. Zhao Tianlong whispered. No matter how hard the ants work, it will be useless. Their awakening of superpowers is a waste of the superpower core, especially the superpower core. Ordinary people cannot achieve superpower awakening without strong will. It's useless even if we give it to them. They just absorbed the energy core and created some fish scales and fish tails, and they think they are different from ordinary people. It's ridiculous. For the continuation of Donghuan Nation, it is not a pity for these people to die. Shang Guanyu shrugged with an unbearable look on her face. Then at least make them feel that they have won. After all, they still have many ordinary people and soldiers without superpowers, and many people know that they are abandoned, just like Jiang Lianfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front. He knew that these people were abandoned, but he still wanted to hold back the fast fish tide, because the longer they hold back, the people in the eastern region will have more time to escape to the Central Front. You are too inhumane. Zhao Tianlong glanced at her coldly. Are you talking to me? Shang Guanyu immediately puffed up her cheeks. All right. You are so great because you are a high-ranking official. There are only 12 tide hunters in total, and you are so great that you are ranked above me. After Shang Guanyu finished speaking, he flew down with a magic wand in his hand. Water flowed everywhere under him, and he looked like a swimming dragon. His whole body was glowing as he looked at the battlefield below, where almost all the men were dead. He held his hands forward in a praying position, while the scepter at his side kept roaring and shining brightly. All the mutated fish below fled, as if they had seen a monster. Yanji looked dazed, looking at the woman flying in the sky, as if in a dream. Level 50. How is it possible? Level 50? At this time, Yanji seemed to feel a cool breeze, as if it was blowing from the west. What a strong wind! Before he could come to his senses, the surrounding sea was lifted up to the sky. Countless mutated fish, ships, ice cubes, and corpses were all lifted into the sky. The entire surface of the sea was lifted up, and Yanji stared at this incredible feat with a dazed look on his face, his expression filled with shock. What kind of supernatural power is this? Class? No, he had also seen level 1 abilities. There were several level 1 people in Mo Ye's group. That Bai Qing could also control water, but she was not on the same level as the fishmen in the sky. So strong. It's a bit too strong. Looking at the mutant fish struggling in the water flow in the sky, Yanji has lost the ability to think. Just one move. Just that one move. Tens of thousands of mutant fish were sent into the sky. At this time, a mutant killer whale with a body length of 100 meters in the water flow above seemed to sense the crisis and madly hit the water wall, trying to get out. Yanji had never seen such a huge creature. 100 meters. That's a real monster. The level has reached an astonishing 30. But no matter how strong the mutant killer whale was, it was useless against the woman's water control. The corner of the woman's mouth slightly raised, and a mysterious line flashed on her forehead. Suddenly, the scales all over her body became extremely bright, and it seemed as if a layer of energy field appeared around her. At this moment, the woman's eyes suddenly widened, and she held the staff at her side with both hands and swung it towards the water in front of her. He uttered an unknown spell. Ganghai, please present your most magical music to me. Explosive qui information. The next second, all living and dead things in the water flow in the sky exploded and died instantly. Some of the superpower cores that were eaten by the strange fish were revealed one after another, and those superpower cores that fell into the water all flew towards the direction of the woman. Even the level 30, 100-meter-long beast was killed on the spot by the woman's special skill. Its flesh and blood exploded into drizzle, and blood-red rain dripped from the sky. Yanji's eyes were dull, and he felt the blood rain dripping onto his face, and his heart collapsed. Looking at the woman who took away all the superpower cores, looking at the man with the dragon tail and dragon horns above the clouds, Yanji seemed to understand one thing. The real purpose of the Hunter Association forming the Eastern Front is not to resist the sea monster tide, but to recover those people's supernatural cores. All of them are abandoned, and those people want the supernatural cores in their bodies. After the woman in the sky collected all the energy cores in this area, she planned to go to the vicinity of Fortress number 82 to collect more. Zhao Tianlong said in a low voice, "There are still a few living superpowers down there. Why don't you kill them?" Shang Guanyu narrowed her eyes speechlessly. Come on, there are 4 levels at the same level, and their energy cores are not even enough to charge one grid of the generator in our base. I'm too lazy to do it. If you want to do it, go ahead. I'm going to Fortress number 82. Xiao Bai, let's go. After Shang Guanyu finished speaking, the giant mana ray under their feet flew towards the south. Zhao Tianlong glanced at Yanji with a disdainful expression, as if he was looking at a bug. Then he turned around and looked at the battlefield of Fortress number 82. Looking at the captured fortress, Zhao Tianlong said coldly, "What a waste. It can be breached without even an elite monster. The guys in Fortress number 82 are not even as good as bugs." Shang Guanyu scratched his face in confusion. Isn't that right? Why do I feel like there's no one here to take care of this place? Could it be that the people responsible for guarding this place have already led the team away? Zhao Tianlong raised his sword finger with cold eyes and suddenly exerted force with his right palm, and a golden light burst out from his palm. Sweep from north to south. The mutated creatures touched by the golden light instantly caught fire, and even the creatures under the water began to burn. Zhao Tianlong just raised his hand and swept for 2 minutes, and all the creatures below floated up, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, deader than dead. Let's go to number 83. We should go back and report. Shang Wanyu touched the man's skin and looked excited. Come on, Xiao Bai. We'll be off work soon. Victory is in sight. After they left, Yanji had returned to the fortress. Looking at the brothers who died here, Yanji almost collapsed. Originally, they thought they came here to defend their country. Unexpectedly, this is actually a designed slaughterhouse. The Hunter Association clearly has super strong people, but they don't send them out. Let these low-level people come here to die? Nice to say. What they said sounded good. Even the dolls on their ship were brainwashed. At this time, the commander of the frigate behind the fortress came over with several team members. Great. You are still alive. It's great to be able to defend this place so that the organization will not blame me. You really helped me a lot. Yanji looked coldly at the commander who was trying to steal the credit with his words and shot a pearl, killing those people instantly on the spot. Hunter Association, are the lives of the lower-class people really lives? In your eyes, are we not even as good as the Superpower Corps? You don't be too happy too soon. If I, Yanji, don't kill you all, I will not be a human being in this life. Chapter 169. Chang Baishan Leader Chao Yuni. Mo Yi and his group continued to drive on the Jianglu Star towards the trap they had set up earlier. I was thinking that when the sea monster tide comes, I would use those bombs and mines to gain some experience. If you can beat them, fight. If you can't, run away. At this moment, Bai Qing suddenly shouted outside, Husband, husband, come out quickly. As soon as he got outside, he saw two warships. He frowned and quickly put his wives into the space. Only Bai Qing and Sun Huijun were left. The men on the warship were dressed in mink fur, white gloves on their hands, and had a pair of shiny leather shoes. Looking at the Jianglu Star on the opposite side, the assistant beside the man quickly took out the loudspeaker and shouted. The Superpower team on the opposite side, we are the guards of the Chang Baishan survivor camp. This is Chief Chow. Please come on board and have a chat. The assistant saw that Mo Yi was unmoved. He raised the megaphone again and shouted, We have no ill intentions. The sea monster tide is coming soon. Chief Chow wants to discuss the response policy with you all. Sun Huijun's face was gloomy. Dear, they came prepared and ambushed us at our trap point in advance. Mo Yi naturally knew about it, and he guessed that the other party should know that he had wiped out Ma Wenlong's forces, so he had been waiting here. If Ma Wenlong wins, he will receive Ma Wenlong. If he wins, then receive him. I'm going to meet them. Don't move on the boat. Mo Yi was about to leave. Bai Qing looked at Sun Huijun and said, Take Sister Huijun with you. Husband, you have never dealt with these old foxes, so be careful. Mo Yi thought about it and decided to take Sun Huijun with him. Chief Chow saw Mo Yi coming. His eyes suddenly became excited and the corners of his mouth rose. He couldn't even smell the other person. He took out the advanced hunter communicator and scanned Mo Yi and was immediately shocked. Level 17? Level bull shark. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were stunned and started talking. Oh my God, he's actually level 17? That's 5 levels higher than the captain of our guard team. No wonder he was able to beat Ma Wenlong, the deserter, to death. Isn't this courting death? We are saved now. With such a powerful psychic, we can probably stop the sea monster tide. Mo Yi remained silent, looking at the man opposite him, and chuckled. Chief Chow quickly took out a cigarette and said with a smile, Heroes are born young. My name is Chao Yuni, and I am the leader of Chang Baishan. Nice to meet you. May I ask the little brother, and this? When Chao Yuni looked at Sun Huijun, he was stunned. This woman should be in her 30s, but she was in very good shape. Is she this young man's wife? Or his mother? Chao Yuni was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, May I ask your names? Sun Huijun showed a professional smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. My name is Sun Huijun, and this is my husband Mo Yi. May I ask what can I do for you, Chief Chow? If it's just to resist the sea monster tide, we are not interested. And you just occupied the trap we set up in advance for no reason. Don't you deserve an explanation? Chao Yuni grinned with an impatient look on his face. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were from the Hunter Association. But cooperation is all negotiated. Do you want to be a hero who protects the people? Or do you want to be a criminal who assassinates officers? It's all up to you. Chapter 170, This is not the way to seek death. Right? Sun Huijun had a cold expression and looked at Chao Yuni with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Chief Chow, according to you, if we don't cooperate with you, you will not only occupy our traps, but also expose us to the Hunter Association? Come on, We didn't kill any officers. Chow Yuni chuckled. It doesn't matter whether you killed him or not, you just need to understand one thing. If I say you killed him, you killed him. My good friend Ma Wenlong was originally here to help us defend Chang Bai Shan. You haven't arrived yet, but you all came uninvited. Do I need to make this clearer? And do you still have the energy to fight again? We just killed Ma Wenlong and his men. A lot of your men must have died, right? Either you cooperate with us and stay here to resist the sea monster tide, or you can do whatever you want. After Chow Yuni finished speaking, the people on his boat all picked up their weapons. Some of them had ferocious looks on their faces, while others had their Adam's apples bulging when they looked at Sun Huijun. Several men in down jackets had ferocious expressions on their faces, and their weapons creaked in their hands. You better cooperate quickly. When the sea monster tide comes, we should help each other. You are superpowers. Isn't it your responsibility to protect us? If you don't want to fight, then hand over the energy cores in your bodies. We still have so many elderly people and children in Shangbation. You can't just sit there and do nothing. That's right. Since you killed Commander Ma who came to rescue us, you must help us. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Sun Huijun had a bad expression on his face. Looking at those bastards who were using moral blackmail on the opposite side, he already had the intention to kill them. According to Chow Yuni, he has been waiting here for a long time. Mo Yi and the others don't help them kill the sea monster, then they will go to war. But if they help them kill the sea monster, even if they win, will these guys let them go? Why are there so many old people and children in Shangbation? None of his business. Didn't want to go to war with Chang Bai Shan at the beginning. Since this group of people were looking for death, it was not his fault. Sun Huijun was still talking, but Mo Yi raised his hand and held her back. Wait a minute, I didn't say I won't help you kill the sea monster. We came to Changbai Mountain to settle down. When Mo Yi said this, Chow Yuni immediately grinned. Haha, smart. He who knows the current situation is a hero. I admire you. At this time, Mo Yi took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed them to the people one by one. Everyone, have a cigarette, but you can't just leave us here to guard. You have to send more people. Chow Yuni took the cigarette with one hand and only lit it up after seeing Mo Yi start smoking. Of course. When Bai Qing and Zhang Liashixing saw Mo Yi giving smoke to those people, he instantly fell into the water from the stern of the boat. She had already guessed that Mo Yi was going to take action. To be on the safe side, she had to control the water flow around the two warships. We also have to prevent people with special abilities from escaping. Everyone here must die, and they must be killed on the spot. We must not let them pass the news back. Chow Yuni and others were still there smoking with Mo Yi. A group of people looked up and down at Mo Yi, who was at level 17, and at the same time, they all looked at the fair and beautiful Sun Huijun. Chow Yuni had never seen such an elegant and mature woman in the apocalypse, and he fell in love with her at first sight. Don't worry, little brother. For the sake of docking, let's just let Ms. Sun dock on our warship, and then I'll send a few people to your yacht. By the way, I'll give you some weapons. You guys are planning on blowing up those sea monsters, right? Then our people will watch from a distance first to avoid being hurt by mistake. Chow Yuni said this with a smirk on his face, and as he spoke he felt a little dizzy. What happened? At this moment, a man who smoked quickly fell down first. Chow Yuni was shocked. The smoke is poisonous. Mo Yi sneered. Idiot. You're even more stupid than that Ma Wenlong. The group of people suddenly panicked. Chow Yuni fainted before he could react, and the others who couldn't smoke turned around and ran away. The next second, Mo Yi released Qianing and used the Sea Witch's soul song, and the ordinary people on the two warships started killing each other on the spot. A dozen low-level psychics wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but were trapped in bubbles by Bai Qing, who was on duty there. Bai Qing looked at those useless people who were only level 3 or 4, and he actually dared to threaten them? Are they looking for death? This is not the way to seek death, right? Mo Yi raised his hand and released the other wife, and then everyone started to kill and finish off the enemy. More than 100 people from the two warships fell into the water. Ordinary people were still fighting there, and those who fell into the water were still tearing each other apart, as if they were possessed. The dozen or so psychics wanted to beg for mercy, but were all suffocated to death by Bai Qing's bubbles. Based on the principle of no waste and no tail, Mo Yi first put all the corpses of those psychics into the space, leaving them to feed the mermaid cubs, baby sharks, and mutant snow clams. Then he collected those superpower cores. There were only a dozen of them at level 2, which was really not enough. Then he killed all those ordinary people who were possessed by demons without any hesitation. No matter what their purpose was, As long as they dared to mess with him, they would only die. Just when Mo Yi was about to kill everyone, Sun Huijun hurriedly shouted from behind, "Wait a minute! Husband, wait a minute! Don't kill Chao Yuni!" Mo Ye's hand was almost on Chao Yuni's forehead. "What do you mean?" Sun Huijun had a cold expression. Her eyes were filled with viciousness, and her face was gloomy. "Husband, you let him sign the contract, and then let his lieutenants sign it. These cowards, if you put a gun to their heads, they will sign the contract in a few minutes. Let Chao Yuni sign the contract and call out all the superpowers in Changbaishan. They want us to be their shield. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Kill all those people. They let us die just to protect the elderly and children? Why?" Mo Yi raised the corner of his mouth. "No problem, let's do it." At that time, he asked the rest of the people to tie up all of Chao Yuni's men. Then he took the electric saw and started sawing the man in the lead. Qianing also stopped the magic sound, and some people woke up instantly. Mo Ye's mentality has changed, and he is no longer obsessed with only letting women sign contracts. If he wants to become a hero, he must be ruthless and ruthless enough. In some cases, he has to get some men to sign contracts to maximize benefits. Since the supernatural people in Changbaishan are hiding in the mountains and not coming out, let them be shields and then they will all die. It was just right for them to be cannon fodder, while Mo Yi and the others watched the upgrade from behind. As long as we don't take those men to the creation town, they will be sent to hell once the sea monster tide passes. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Yuni slowly woke up. Seeing Mo Yi chopping his men with an electric saw, he was scared. Good man. Let's talk nicely. Impulsiveness is the devil." Chapter 171. Changbaishan Deputy Leader Mo Yi. Mo Yi raised the chainsaw and swung it at Chao Yuni's shoulder, blood splattering. "Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Spare me! Spare my life! Hero, spare my life! I won't dare to do it again! I won't dare to do it again!" Mo Yisinit. If it wasn't for scaring them, he really didn't want to do such a disgusting thing and get his clothes dirty. Looking at those frightened guys, Mo directly took out the contract. "Sign this thing, or I will saw off your flesh piece by piece." Chao Yuni, who had been sawed, was so scared that he wanted to sign it right away. But when he signed, his name disappeared. Chao Yuni was stunned. What happened? Mo Yi immediately pursed his lips, picked up the electric saw, and started sawing his arm again. "Ah, I sign. I'll sign it. Don't kill me. I'll really sign it." Mo Yi sawed off his arm on the spot and kicked it into the sea. Then he looked at another man who failed to sign, took out a pistol, and started shooting at the man's head. Bang! Bang! The man died on the spot, and Chao Yuni and others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They dared not think about anything else, and everyone signed. Chao Yuni signed successfully on the spot, and most of the others also signed successfully, except for a few exceptions. Mo Yi killed them with a backhand move. Looking at Chao Yuni in front of him, Mo Yi threw a regeneration particle over and said, "Let's go. Go back to Changbaishan camp. Let all the psychics come to the trap site, and send out all the guards. I want to see them intercept the sea monster tide. Then tell everyone that I, Mo Yi, am the deputy leader. Let all women under the age of 42 come to my office to sign a contract. Lie to them and tell them that if they sign the contract, they can get a power core and become a power user. You can't defend it anyway, so my method can still save some people. That's it. Do you understand?" Chao Yuni, who had grown back, lowered his head and said, "Yes, my master." Mo Yi felt a little awkward for a moment and kicked him. Chao Yuni quickly lay on the ground like a dog. He wanted to resist, but something was wrong with his body and his heart. Everyone else discovered this. They clearly wanted to resist, but they couldn't even raise their heads. They returned to their respective posts and drove the warship back. Even though Chao Yuni was reluctant, he still took out the hunter communicator with a dull look on his face and issued an order to Changbaishan's men. All the superpowers in the escort team, lead the escort team to gather on the east coast by boat. Everyone, arm yourself. The sea monster wave will come in 2 hours. We have invited 2 level 17 masters. As long as everyone works together, we will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. After Chao Yuni finished speaking, he hung up the communicator. At this time, Mo Yi also noticed the woman on the wallpaper of Chao Yuni's communicator. One is about 38 years old, and the other is about 20 years old. At that time, Mo Yi chuckled and asked, "Who are these 2 people?" Chao Yuni's face was horrified. He closed his lips tightly and clenched his fists tightly. Even though he didn't want to say it anymore, he still spoke. "This is my wife and daughter, The one next to them is my son, Chao Dong Kai. Mo Yi touched his chin with a playful look on his face. He was furious because he couldn't handle Li Hong. He was very angry. Looking at Chao Yuni, who had come to him to die, Mo Yi said coldly, "How many women do you have? I mean the ones in your family." Chao Yuni quickly knelt down and said, reporting to the master, "There is also my younger sister. She is 28 years old this year. Her name is Chao Yunying. This is a photo." Chao Yuni started looking for it in the communicator. Mo Yi smiled coldly. "Well, call them all to Jianglu Star. Are you willing?" Chao Yuni's expression collapsed and his eyes turned red. Even though he didn't want to do it anymore, he still nodded in agreement. Then he called his wife and daughter. "Hello, dear. Dress up nicely. And our daughter. Ask Yuni to dress up nicely too. I will take you to meet an important guest later." After hanging up the phone, Chao Yuni knelt on the ground and broke down crying. The voice was shrill, like that of a wild ghost. "Master, I was wrong. I will never dare to deal with you again. I was wrong. Please forgive us." The battle with Jang Dong Mo Ye's heart became even darker. There are no good people in this world. It's just a different stance. Looking at Chao Yuni crying on the ground, Mo Yi smiled sarcastically. "Tell me how you wanted to deal with me just now? And what do the people on Changbai Mountain think of me? Tell me." Chao Yuni didn't dare to say it, but he still said with a look of despair, "We planned to wait for Ma Wenlong, but Ma Wenlong asked us to help beat the master. I just wonder if someone who can't even beat Ma Wenlong must be very strong. I might as well sit back and watch the fight. I'll join whoever wins." After we met the master, we planned to have him fight off the sea monsters, and I wanted his supernatural core. And Mistress Sun, she's so beautiful. I plan to capture her and kill her to get her supernatural core after I've had enough fun with her. And the woman on the master's ship. We also want her power core. Although we have many power users in Changbaishan, we really don't have any top-level ones. When Chao Yuni said this, tears were already flowing. It's not that he knew he was wrong, but that he was afraid. He was well aware that his body no longer belonged to him after signing the contract. He just wanted to have a good time. Several subordinates at the side also collapsed and shouted, "Master, we really have no other choice. The sea monster tide is coming, and we can only use you. Now we know that we are wrong. Master, please don't hurt our family. We are willing to follow our master till death." Mo Ye's expression was gloomy, and the corners of his mouth were visibly rising. "What's the point of you guys following me? Except for eating my food. Since you are all planning to treat me this way, why can't I treat you this way?" Mo Yi looked at Chang Baishan, who was so close to him, and his expression became even more abnormal. "Everyone cheer up. If anyone shows me a look of despair, as if his father has died, you will be punished. Chao Yuni, call your wife and the others over here. Smile for me. Understand?" Chao Yuni grinned instinctively and couldn't stop crying. Mo Yi went up and slapped him. "Don't cry for me. You know how to cry now." Chao Yuni quickly wiped away his tears, adjusted his mood, and turned to look at the psychics on the shore, where his wife and daughter were standing. He was being protected by a group of people, looking admired by everyone. Mo Yi looked at the time and thought that he should be able to make it in time. There were still 2 hours left, and the traps were all intact anyway. It's not too late to go back after I've arranged the work here. These people with special abilities will stay here to provide support, and when he escapes back, he can use this group of people as shields. When Chao Yuni saw that all the managers were there, he quickly stood in front and shouted, "This is the new deputy leader we invited, the 17th level supernatural person Mo Yi. From now on, you will see him as you see me. Do you hear me?" Chapter 172, A Pie in the Sky. Everyone bowed in admiration, as no one had ever seen a psychic of such a high level. Some young men looked at Mo Yi, who was wearing a gray suit, with nervous expressions. The other party's eyes were a little too cold, completely different from those of young people like them. Some less qualified psychics looked at Mo Yi. They instinctively felt a sense of submission. As Mo Yi's level increased, his bloodline pressure gradually became stronger, and he became intimidating without even getting angry. Those who watched were terrified. Mo Yi looked left and right, clenched his fist, and shouted loudly, "My compatriots, my name is Mo Yi. Maybe some of you haven't heard of me. It doesn't matter. From today on, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. I will work with Chief Chao to lead everyone to defeat the sea monster tide. Lead all of us to survive. I believe we can win. I remember when I killed so many elite monsters and boss monsters alone. Now I have soldiers and generals, and you all are helping me. It's just a sea monster tide. What's there to be afraid of? Mo Ye's shout instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Some people were talking about it, and some couldn't believe that this person could actually defeat a leader-level monster. You have to know that it is a monster that can control the mutated creatures around it, and it is extremely powerful. Chief Chow also said, Chief Mo not only killed the mutant lobster king and the mutant fishman leader, he also killed the 6 mermaid brothers. The mermaid that scares us the most was killed by Chief Mo, and his strength has impressed many mutant creatures. You just need to remember one thing. Chief Mo is very strong. You must remember what he said. Just then, waves slowly began to roll up on the riverside, and some psychics began to take fighting stances. The guards also took out their weapons, and everyone started to panic when they saw the mutated 3 flowers and 5 luos suddenly gathering in the sea. Mo Ye waved his hand. Don't panic, these guys are all my men. They will help us resist the sea monster tide. Those people didn't believe it at first, but when they saw a huge, leader-level bull shark, someone recognized it immediately. Shark Queen with a bounty of 5,000? It's already level 17. Oh my god! Mo. Chief Mo is invincible. We are invincible. With Chief Mo here, the sea monster tide will be no problem. The group of people smiled happily and believed it. Chow Yuni clenched his fist and shouted to all his men, All right, Chief Mo is going to select people to awaken their special powers. Hurry up and get everyone in the camp to line up. Call out all the high-tech personnel and young women and line them up. When Chow Yuni said this, those people looked puzzled. Mo Yi hurriedly shouted, I have some superpower cores obtained from the deep sea Jedi. We have done research and found that if young women are allowed to awaken superpowers, there is a high probability that they can awaken superpowers above the next level. Mo Yi said this and stood aside, while Bai Qing and Sun Huijun behind him slowly walked to the front. Bai Qing convinced all those people with just 2 moves. Mo Yi also took out a dozen energy cores from his pocket, exuding an extraordinary aura. Those who watched looked expectant. Not everyone can awaken high-level superpowers. In order to resist the sea monster tide, please go back and let those young girls line up to awaken according to the requirements. If the ability core is given to some people with poor qualifications, they could have awakened to a higher level, but only 1 level appeared later. This is too uneconomical for us. After Mo Yi finished speaking, Chow Yuni also shouted at the side, Hurry up! Chief Mo will be at the camp in a few minutes. He will go to the sea to resist the first wave of sea monsters soon. Upon hearing this, everyone set off. If they could really have a large number of people with special abilities, their chances of winning would be even greater. Soon the news spread that the camp was going to arrange for women to awaken their superpowers. Before Mo Yi could go up, almost all the people under the age of 42 came out, including some scientific researchers, technicians, carpenters, chemists, engineers, etc. Mo Yi sat in the temporary office, sharpening his nails and smoking with a look of contempt on his face. He examined the women one by one. When 10 women came in, he took a look and selected the 2 best ones, then let the other 8 go. The 2 men looked at each other. One of them hadn't eaten for 2 days, and even looked a little pitiful when he looked at Mo Yi. Mo Yi took out 2 superpower cores and 2 contracts and said, Sign it. Signing the contract means you are joining our joint guard team. Only by becoming a member of us can you awaken your superpowers. The 2 women looked at the superpower core in front of them without blinking. This kind of pie-in-the-sky good thing is just like a dream. The 2 of them signed very quickly. As soon as they signed, Mo Yi asked them to wait in the back and not talk nonsense, and they would awaken together later. Then he let in the second wave. He just kept the woman in his arms, no longer having the reserved attitude he once had. Sun Huijun is right. If you don't take them in, they will die sooner or later. A disaster of this scale is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Even if it is a lie, they have to let them on board. If we can't even do this, how can we fight against other forces? Next batch. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't dawdle. Chapter 173 Professor of Genetics. Mo Yi shouted with an unhappy look on his face that some women still wanted to fight for it again after being eliminated and were unwilling to leave. Chief Mo, please look at me again. I have learned Taekwondo. I can definitely awaken to a higher level. Chief Mo, please. Give me a chance. I really beg you. Mo Yi looked at the woman with some displeasure. The smell on her body was like canned herring, which made him feel sick. And she also knew Taekwondo? As long as he can subdue Li Hong, and then all the members will practice ancient martial arts. Wouldn't that be much better than this? Seeing this, Chow Yun's adjutant hurriedly drove the women out. Just when the next group of women came in, Mo Yi was stunned. Looking at the familiar woman opposite him, he was stunned at that moment. Instant noodle girl Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was also stunned. She looked at the man who had given her a large piece of Russian bread, her eyes trembling. Well, benefactor? Jiang Chun took a look and thought the other person was a staff member, but he didn't expect that the other person was the new deputy leader. Instinctively wanting to sign the contract, Mo Yi quickly stopped her. Wait a minute. Jiang Chun looked at the superpower core on the table with a confused look on her face. She really wanted it. With this thing, she could protect Xiaobao and Xiaomei. Mo Yi's eyebrows were gloomy. He actually smelled the scent of Zhao Tsong and Gooden on this woman. Zhao Tsong has many flavors, and the taste is extremely strong, as if it has the taste of some kind of fish. Could it be that Zhao Tsong has awakened his special powers? What is your relationship with Zhao Tsong? Jiang Chun swallowed nervously, as if he had thought of something. It seemed that her man Zhao Tsong had been shouting about an old colleague who was very powerful. Looking at Mo Yi opposite her, she said uncertainly, Are you friends with my boyfriend, Kong? Mo Yi laughed excitedly for a moment. He didn't have many friends to begin with, because all his friends from the previous life were killed by him. It's also a disappointment to myself. Chu Feng scratched his chin when he thought of Huan Nitian, the brave guy, and Ho Xiong, who was looking for wild vegetables to eat everywhere. He has met so many people, but there are not many who are kinder than these few. Only a guy like Zhao Tsong wouldn't mind a ramen girl like Jiang Chun. Now that you've seen it, you might as well give it a hand. After looking at Jiang Chun for a few seconds, he took out a supernatural power core and said, Come on, awaken. Jiang Chun was immediately delighted. I don't have to sign a contract. Mo Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The rest of the women go wait outside first. Jiang Chun burst into tears of joy. Looking at the superpower core in her hand, she knew that her life might change from today. As she cut her palm and the blood stained the energy core, a cool energy instantly enveloped her whole body. Superpower awakening. Level 1 killer crab. Jiang Chun looked at Mo Yi with a look of recollection and was about to kneel down to him. Thank you, benefactor. Mo Yi grabbed her arm and said, Give the other two to those kids. Tell Zhao Tsong that we can't save this place anymore. The rest of you should leave now. By the way, remember to say hello to Gooden and the others. I won't catch up with them this time. The road is long and the mountains are high. We'll see each other again, if we're lucky enough. Mo Yi finished speaking. He gestured for the other party to leave. Jiang Chun looked left and right, bowed his head repeatedly to thank him, then turned and left. Mo Yi's eyes were filled with unbearable anger, and he once again asked the woman behind him to line up and come in to sign the contract. His thoughts were all over the place. He was indeed a little naive when he first met Jiang Chun. At that time, he instinctively felt that he was superior to women like Instant Noodle Girl. Although Jiang Chun was very beautiful and kind-hearted, he didn't have any thoughts about her at that time, and even felt that she was a little dirty. Now his thinking has changed. He was too naive before, acting in a reserved and arrogant manner. Stand up to others for two little kids she has never met deserves respect. Maybe this is fate? He took Zhang Fan away, and Zhao Tsong found another good woman. If he hadn't smelled Zhao Tsong's scent, he would probably have taken Jiang Chun in this time. He just continued to recruit people. Gradually, he recruited more than 2,000 women, all of whom were outstanding in appearance. And there are many of them with fragrance on their bodies. There are so many people here that he is almost overwhelmed. Only more than 100,000 people have been screened, and there are still many who have not been selected. But the time was almost up, so Mo Yi could only call in all the high-tech talents first. The women who came in this time looked rather ordinary, and 2 of them were in their 40s. The others seemed to be assistants. Wearing a white protective suit, his expression was a little arrogant. Especially the 2 female professors in their 40s, who had an aura of majesty without even getting angry. When looking at Mo Yi, it was like looking at a child. Mo Yi remained calm, and his eyes were dignified. A woman in a white coat beside him said hurriedly, Chief Mo, these 2 are Professor Li Dongju and Professor Wang Haichun. They are both leaders in genetics in China. Mo Yi had heard from Chow Yun before that there were many scientific researchers here. There are all kinds of academic things. Chemists, physicists, biologists, doctors, carpenters, technicians, etc. There seem to be 2 veteran figures in their 70s. There are more male researchers, including one who is in his 80s, who seems to be studying atomic energy. However, Chow Yuni only called the women and did not call any male researchers. Everything else is easy to explain, except for that atomic energy professor. Mo Yi lit a cigarette with a twitching motion. Do you want to take it? He has so many wives, and once those men come in, they will definitely not be able to help but look at his wives. That's atomic energy. I guess we can develop a lot of awesome things. Chang Fei has already started researching the supernatural core in the creation town. But she is alone and weak after all. Li Dongju, who was standing opposite, saw that Mo Yi didn't say anything and turned away with an unhappy look on her face. Nothing. I'll go back to study. Mo Yi raised his hand quickly. He had never seen a woman who disdained awakening superpowers. Wait a minute. Please sign the contract. You are all elites in the country. Awakening superpowers will also provide a way to save your lives. The two women in their 40s looked at each other, then looked at the contract on the table, and without saying anything, they signed it. The rest of the assistants also signed. Then Mo Yi recruited all the female technicians, and before going to the trap site, he had to recruit the 80-year-old man. At worst, you can create a separate small space for him. That's atomic energy. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. But before Mo Yi could call the old man over, his subordinate said in panic, Mo, Chief Mo, it's bad. Half an hour ago, when the old professor heard that the sea monster tide was coming, he couldn't breathe for a while and passed away. Mauvais. Chapter 174 Regret? There is no use regretting. Mo Yi didn't believe it at all. How could he die just like that? But when he followed his men to the other party's research institute, the old man did roll his eyes. Mo Yi touched the other person's hand and found it was still warm. Imini had just died not long ago. He lit a cigarette with a nervous look on his face. I just hesitated for a moment. I should have come to him first. Mo Yi was smoking with an unhappy look on his face. He had wanted to make a nuclear bomb or something before. There's no use regretting now. Looking at the other people in the laboratory, Mo Yi swallowed instinctively. 3 women and 3 men. It seemed that they were all students of the second brother. Never mind, it was better to have them than not. He just took the 3 women away. Now he is really leaving. He has collected more than 2,000 and added those into space, so 3,000 is not too much for his harem. Mo Yi headed towards the eastern trap and asked Chow Yuni to stay on the eastern coast to stop the defense, saying that they would have a feast here later. Chow Yuni felt complicated. Looking at Mo Yi riding on Jiang Lu's star to the east, he clenched his fists in grief and anger. His wife and daughter had signed the contract, and he could guess what they would face next. Even if he wanted to resist, he had no chance. It's strange, I don't know why, but he felt that it was a good thing for his wife, daughter, and sister to be with the other person. Is it because of the contract? Why does he have a strange feeling? He even thought that if he called all the women in his family, his master would be very happy and would definitely say that he had done a great job. Yes, my master is so strong. Won't my daughter be happy if she follows him? Safety is guaranteed. Then the owner should be my son-in-law? No, I can't think like that. The master will kill me. He is my wife's man now, so he should be my real brother? Well, the master is my brother. Chow Yuni didn't know what was going on. His train of thought was completely distorted by the contract. Mo Yi on the Jiang Lu star suddenly sneezed. Achoo. When Bai Qing saw him sneezing, he thought he had caught a cold and quickly touched his forehead. After all, this was the northeast. After returning to the boat, Mo Yi now has a headache. If I can't win and have to run away, what should I do if Li Hong can't collect the space? It's not realistic for him to carry her. Moreover, no matter how fast Zhang Liuxing is, he is not as fast as Li Sifei. If Li Hong wanted to die, it would give him a headache. Could it be possible to let the little shark take them swimming? Seeing that they were about to reach the trap, Mo Yi glanced at the time with an impatient look on his face. The ocean currents are surging, and the river stars ride the wind and waves. From time to time, I saw some scattered mutant fish, mutant sunfish, and mutant jellyfish with a diameter of up to 3 meters. The sea monster tide is just around the corner. Mo Yi's eyes were gloomy. After he came to the deck, he stretched out his nose and started to smell. At this time, Diana in the boat walked out of the bedroom where Li Hong was imprisoned with a cautious look on her face. Bai Qing's eyes rolled around, and he looked over there expectantly. The two of them exchanged glances. Diana glanced at Mo Yi outside, then quickly looked at Bai Qing, and carefully stretched out her right hand and gestured. Bai Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and gave a thumbs up with admiration. Taking a look at Mo Yi, who was investigating the enemy, Bai Qing ran out in 2 steps. Husband, Let Sister Ning he investigate the smell. Do you want to go in and talk to Sister Li Hong again? We also talked a lot with Sister Li Hong when you went to the island to recruit technicians. She seemed to be somewhat moved. After all, she's a woman. We talked to her a lot, and she agreed. Mo Yi held the cigarette with a look of disbelief. Do you think he believes it? Looking at Bai Qing, who was grinning with his head down, Mo Yi instinctively looked at Diana in the cabin. At that time, he thought of the big box of charm insect granules. Oh my God, what are you doing? Mo Yi ran in with a panicked look on his face. Looking at Li Hong, who was no longer in human form in the bedroom, Mo Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That expression has lost its humanity. He was stretching his head and staring like a madman. When Li Hong saw Mo Yi coming in, his expression became even more morbid. It was as if he wanted to eat Mo Yi. Mo Yi glanced at Diana with a gloomy face. Diana pretended not to know and continued looking at her notes. Bai Qing was also there, smiling. Hubby, Sister Li Hong will definitely sign the contract now. Hurry up and take it out. You're going to be the master. You are just a woman. Are you going to put all of us in danger just for her safety? Mo Yi shook his head. When did I put you in danger? I've already thought of a way to escape. What did you do to her? Aren't you afraid of driving her crazy? I went through so much trouble to finally find someone who knows martial arts. What are you doing? Bai Qing pouted. Oh, it's all my fault. How should I know that you found a way to escape? You didn't even tell me. Anyway, it's already happened. Just do that to her and let her sign the contract. Mo Yi looked at Li Hong, who was hysterical and on the verge of collapse in the bedroom, and looked at Diana with a reproachful look. Diana looked embarrassed. After looking at Mo Yi cautiously, she quickly shook her head and said, I just extracted the essence from 20 insect granules. Not to mention her, even a big bear can't stand the effect of this medicine. Fortunately, she's a martial artist. Her physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people, and her endurance is much stronger. Hubby, we just want to help you. Isn't she crazy? You should go quickly. If you are any later, she will definitely go crazy. Her brain nerves will be fatally damaged because she cannot vent her emotions. You should go in quickly. We are outside. Mo Yi didn't say anything else and hurried in with the contract. Li Hong could no longer tell who the person coming was, and she kept screaming and roaring. His face looked extremely ferocious, with two extremely creepy blood vessels bulging out on his temple. The whole neck was bleeding and veins were bulging. Although her hands and feet were disabled, she was still squirming, no different from a monster. Mo Yi came out not long after, and the other party successfully signed the contract. But after she woke up, she cried in anger in the cabin. You are not human. Whoa, I'm leaving. Whoa, I don't want to sign the contract. I don't want to be with you. I want to leave here. Mo Yi immediately hugged her to prevent her from going crazy. At that time, Li Hong was stunned on the spot, and with a ruddy face, she hugged Mo Yi's neck. Dear, Diana said awkwardly. Hubby, I injected that thing directly into her artery. It will take a few years for the effect to wear off. She is unconscious and probably doesn't know who you are. At this time, Bai Qing had already seen the waves on the opposite side and turned around and shouted, Sea monster! The sea monster is coming! Stop talking and activate the trap. Chapter 175, Battle with Killer Whales. A school of fish roared in like a black tide. Mo Yi took a deep breath and identified the grades and types of those fish. The average level is between 20 and 30. Moreover, most of them are elite mutant fish. At a glance, there may be thousands or tens of thousands of them. To be on the safe side, Mo Yi gathered the rest of the people and stood alone on the sea, and then started flying the kite. It is rare to see so many elite mutant fish. After eating a bloodthirsty particle, Mo Yi's aura became more prominent. His skin turned vaguely shark white, and his two shark fins became more ferocious than before. Looking at the group of mutant sunfish leading the group, Mo Yi smiled. He raised his hand and produced the torpedo launcher of the creation ship and blasted it at the school of fish. Explosions sounded one after another. Mo Yi had already smelled the blood, and some mutant fish were injured by the explosion. Before he could fire the second wave of torpedoes, huge streams of water spurted out from the school of fish, and Mo Yi hurriedly dodged. A group of flying fish suddenly rushed out of the sea with flapping wings. They were huge in size and extremely fast. Those mutated flying fish flew towards Mo Yi one by one as if they saw food. Mo Yi fired with all his strength and left. He knew that even torpedoes could not kill those high-level creatures. If he released Bai Qing and the others, it would probably not have any effect. The safest way is to lure a large group of mutant fish into the trap, blow them up, and gain experience. If it reaches level 20, the Arc of Creation should be upgraded. When he reaches level 20, he will be able to fight. We can't take risks. There are so many people in the creation space, it's not advisable to act rashly. Thinking of this, Moe turned around and ran away. The school of fish behind him turned into waves and almost drowned him, and there were vague signs that they were catching up. Moe put another bloodthirsty particle into his mouth, and the blue light around him instantly turned green. The speed suddenly increased, and the waves surged. He instantly opened a white curtain on the sea surface. Bai Qing and others in the creation space wanted to go out to help, but they didn't dare to speak for fear of distracting Moe. Diana tried to comfort everyone. It should be fine. The bull shark's combat ability is extremely strong, and its explosive power is amazing. If it enters the bloodthirsty state, it will be no problem for it to kill a level 20 mutant creature. He didn't let us out because he was afraid we would hold him back. Diana exhaled slowly, her mind filled with images of Moe developing his powers in her lab. A long time ago, his supernatural powers had undergone some amazing changes, especially after the fight with the anglerfish and lobster monster. Diana didn't know what that energy substance was. In order to figure out that thing, she asked Moe to look for scientific researchers everywhere. It was a strange energy that could leave the body and attach itself to his skin. Overall, it looked a bit like the afterimage of a shark, especially after he eats the third bloodthirsty particle. That afterimage will become concrete. Bai Qing looked worried. After thinking for a while, she finally shouted, "Husband, let us out if you can't stand it anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qing's eyes suddenly widened, looking at herself who was already level 18. She clenched her fists excitedly. Here we go. At this moment, Moe in the outside world was wrapped in the shadow of a blood-red shark, with a proud look on his face as he stepped on a small shark that was already level 18. He pressed the switch in his hand again, and the underwater bomb instantly stirred up a huge water column as high as 100 meters, and the nearest mutant creature was instantly blown into a grilled fish. There were still many people who were not dead or seriously injured. Moe bit his thumb with one hand and sucked his own blood. It has been so long, and the practice of slowly controlling the bloodthirsty state by periodically swallowing bloodthirsty particles has begun to show results. As the leader, the little shark looked at the mutant creatures that were injured by the explosion, raised his head, and roared. A man and a shark rushed in. The shark's shadow danced wildly and instantly killed several creatures with low health. Then he moved quickly, and in his bloodthirsty state, the shark tail behind Moe slowly faded away, and the shark fins on his body also disappeared, leaving his whole body frighteningly white. His eyes were red, and the corners of his mouth were raised. The shark's afterimage on his body showed signs of coming back to life. He just kept flying the kite, pulling the monsters in, killing them, exploding them, and running. Speed all the way. The sea is dyed with blood. The little shark had unknowingly reached level 20, and its size suddenly increased. The skin on his upper body also turned blue-black. The surrounding level 20 mutant creatures no longer dared to come forward and retreated to the sides. Between the leader level and the elite level, when the levels are the same, no one dares to fight. The rest of the higher-level creatures continued to surge forward, including a dozen level 25 mutant squids with ferocious looks, showing no fear at all. After Moe killed a mutant sunfish, a series of prompt sounds rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. The ship of creation has been upgraded. The length becomes 200 meters, and the technology tree is unlocked. The Gatling gun turns into a fire snake armor-piercing machine gun. Unlock new weapon. High explosive torpedo. Looking at the dozen mutant squids rushing towards him, Moe put his hands forward, and two 10-meter-long high-explosive torpedoes flew out from in front of him with flames. Below seemed to sense the crisis and instinctively shrank its body, turning around and running away with Moe on its back. The next second, two loud noises came from behind. Although Moe didn't look back, his level was already 21. Looking at those mutated fish again, Moe sneered. Is this the sea monster tide? Are you sure this isn't for giving away experience? Mutated fish with lower levels than him dare not approach him, and mutant fish with higher levels than him cannot catch up with him in his bloodthirsty state. Just as he turned around and was about to drag the monster to the last trap point again, a group of level 30 giant killer whales raised their heads and wagged their tails and rushed towards Moe. Moe then noticed that 2 mutant killer whales died in the place where he had just exploded. He narrowed his eyes at that time, but the little shark reacted faster than him and turned around and ran away. That's a group of killer whales? The most invincible group of guys in the modern ocean have sharks on their menu, including the dreaded great white shark. And they hunt like a pack of lions, attacking in a group. They are extremely fast and will trap their prey in the middle, use ultrasound to locate each other, and then exchange information with their companions to work together to kill the prey. Each of the mutated killer whales is 70 or 80 meters long, bigger than a small shark. Moe looked back with an unhappy look on his face. He naturally didn't want to miss such a great opportunity to upgrade. He raised his hand and released another high-explosive torpedo. The sea surface behind him was instantly blown up to the sky, and the rising splashes of water even created a rainbow. The leading killer whale was blown to pieces on the spot. What shocked Moe was that after 2 high-explosive torpedoes, the opponent was not killed. So tenacious. At this moment, the surrounding killer whales suddenly attacked the injured killer whale. The killer whale did not move and allowed his companions to bite him to death. Moe swallowed instinctively. They know that I'm upgrading? Chapter 176. Never fought. Moe had never seen such a smart mutant creature, much smarter than those mermaids that evolved into humans. They actually knew that Moe was upgrading. Moe cried out that it was a ghost. In order to prevent him from gaining experience and killing other low-level mutant fish, the group of killer whales actually killed the injured killer whale. They also drove him to a remote sea area like a group of hunting lions. Moe sensed the crisis and turned around to flee. But the next second, more than a dozen mutant killer whales suddenly emerged from behind him and surrounded the little shark in an instant. In the distance, several killer whales drove away the low-level mutant fish around them, and more than a dozen killer whales swam out from underwater and surrounded the little shark and Moe. In the distance, there were 10 mutant killer whales protecting 7 or 8 mutant baby killer whales. It's like being at war. Boo boo. TSK, TSK, TSK. After surrounding Moe, the killer whales actually opened their mouths and made some strange sounds, somewhat like the cries of dolphins. The intelligence and combat capabilities displayed by dozens of mutated killer whales far exceeded all the mutated creatures Moe had ever seen. No wonder the fish in the sea monster tide dare not approach here. The IQ of these guys is off the charts. He actually knew how to hinder his upgrade. At this moment, he had to take it seriously and kept thinking about the information Diana had told him before. Killer whale, also known as orca. The smartest aquatic mammals on Earth have a type of spindle-shaped nerve cells in their brains. These cells only appear in the brains of highly intelligent creatures such as humans and apes. They are different from other animals. Most animals will mistake the animals in the mirror for other individuals when looking in the mirror, but killer whales know at first sight that the creature in the mirror is itself. The IQ of this creature reaches that of a 15-year-old human teenager, which means it has an IQ of 90, which is off the charts. This is just the IQ level. His EQ is even more amazing. The average emotional intelligence of humans is 7 points, while that of killer whales is 2. The vast majority of creatures in the world have no emotional intelligence, which represents emotions. Killer whales are an exception. Stories with killer whales as the protagonists can be seen in many film and television works. In real life, when they see humans, they will also make communication requests. If humans are going to hunt their favorite food, whales, the surrounding killer whales will even actively cooperate with humans just to share the whale's internal organs. This creature also has a social class, just like humans. Female killer whales are responsible for educating and restraining their young, and will shake their heads and slap them, and teach them how to hunt. Each group of killer whales is led by a very powerful female killer whale. Once the other party is angered, the entire group of killer whales will retaliate, and this revenge is permanent. The killer whale will remember who its enemy is until it dies. There have been precedents of killer whales taking revenge in history, mostly in oceanariums. Some killer whales that have been held in captivity for decades in oceanariums will deliberately murder the keepers who once abused them. Even if more than a decade has passed, once the other party recognizes that the person has abused them, they will be dragged into the water and killed in revenge. Moe's expression was solemn. Each of these killer whales was level 30, and the little killer whales were also level 20. The most terrible thing is their size. Each one is about 70 to 80 meters long. That head is 10 meters long. Moyi looked at the sea monsters heading towards Changbaishan in the distance, and then looked at the school of fish in the east. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would probably die. As a female mutant killer whale dived into the water, a dozen killer whales in the inner circle dived down one after another, and 10 whale tails began to slap the water. Moyi knew that they were about to start a siege. After releasing Li Cai and putting away the little shark as quickly as possible, he got up and fled the battlefield. Li Cai's face turned pale as she looked at the dense schools of strange fish all around her. Stop looking. Run. We've been targeted. Those killer whales will definitely chase us. Let's go to Changbai Mountain. We'll upgrade once we get there. Li Sai hugged Moyi and fled left and right, and the flying fish in the sky swarmed up to attack her. Moyi raised his hand and released the fire snake armor-piercing machine gun to bombard the school of fish behind him. The school of flying fish fell to the ground, and the group of killer whales below howled angrily. Some even stuck their heads out and spit water at Li Sai in the sky, trying to shoot her down. Moyi stretched out his nose and sniffed, and always felt that something was wrong. The next second, he saw a huge mouth suddenly emerge from underwater. It bit straight towards him in the sky. Li Sai's face turned pale. It was more than 100 meters high. How could it reach them so fast? It's too late. Li Cai's face was pale. As the light around her gradually dimmed, she could already see the throat of the killer whale leader. A foul smell swept over, and as the killer whale leader suddenly closed his mouth, his entire body fell into the water again. Li Cai was so frightened that she couldn't open her eyes. She thought those guys were just hitting her with water jets, but they were actually making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Deliberately use the water jet to divert her attention, and then sneak attack her. It's over, it's over. Eden, it's okay, don't be so panicked. Moyi patted her shoulder gently. Li Cai finally reacted and looked at the Genesis town in front of her with trembling eyes. Not Eden, not Eden. Her eyes widened with excitement, and she almost cried. He hugged Sun Hui Jun and started crying. Moyi scratched his head thoughtfully. It was obvious that he had also underestimated the horror of the sea. This kind of mistake should not have been made. I was treated as prey by the killer whales from beginning to end. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and took Li Cai to hide in the space. Next, he has to wait for the group of killer whales to run away before he can go out. It will be really troublesome to be chased and beaten by those creatures. Don't wait until he reaches level 30. Then we will see who is the boss. I haven't fought it yet. Wait a minute. I guess the power of the Genesis ship's weapons is linked to my level. Otherwise, according to common sense, that high-explosive torpedo will definitely kill one. Moyi started smoking there, planning how he would fight and kill the enemy. He had also noticed a few problems just now. It seemed that most of the mutant creatures from the sea had no hands or feet, unlike those shallow water fish that have strange shapes. At the same time, Chao Yuni, who was on the eastern coastline of Changbai Mountain, was shouting loudly. The reconnaissance team has seen it. Our leader Mo is fighting against the sea monster tide now. We have killed quite a few monsters. Let's all cheer up. We must not let those mutant fish destroy our camp. The monsters are coming. For tomorrow. For survival. Meet the enemy. Chapter 177. Attack and Defense of Changbai Mountain. The guards and psychics on the shore took up various weapons and started fighting against the sea monster tide. The mutant fish that were attacked went berserk, and some creatures that could go ashore did not slow down at all and reach the land in one sudden rush. A series of monsters that can come ashore, including mutant turtles, mutant crabs, mutant octopuses, and mutant fish, cover the sky and the sun. The number was far beyond their expectations, and there was only one layer on the sea surface. Much more under the sea were completely different from the fish tides they had seen before. After just one encounter, those people realized the seriousness of the problem. This isn't a fish tide. This is a sea monster tide. Any level of a monster is enough to kill everyone. There is actually a group of killer whales surrounding the shore. It's like a series of fortresses surrounding the coastline tightly. Of mutated snow clams that had originally fled to the western coast of Changbai Mountain had already felt the catastrophe. Some that could not withstand the pressure could only fall into the water and wait for an opportunity to escape. But the mutant creatures in the sea seemed to be extremely greedy for these mutant creatures on land. When a mutated fish ate the delicious snow clam, they immediately added this creature to their diet. Chao Yuni had already sensed something was wrong. Before he could even blink, a large number of mutant creatures came ashore. Looking at those sea monsters, he knew that if Moe did not take action, it would be a pipe dream for them to defend the place. So many monsters, countless giant king crabs, 7 or 8 meters tall, came sweeping in like army ants. The 10-meter-long strange sea turtle covered with mutated barnacles is like an armored vehicle, with an iron wall of defense that even bullets can't penetrate. Rows of sea turtles slowly moved forward, leaving no one alive wherever they passed. All living people were sucked dry by the barnacles on their backs. Some people have already wanted to escape. Despair spread in their hearts. What tomorrow? What future? How could Chiang Bai-shan possibly withstand this horrific disaster? Come to think of it, there are so many people on the Eastern Front, and they can't withstand this kind of attack. How can the ordinary people here withstand it? There are more than 100 people with special abilities, and most of them are not even at level 5. They haven't even figured out their own special abilities, and they have to face this group of monsters. As a terrified man ran away with his head in his hands, more and more people began to flee to the mountains. The situation on the mountain is not peaceful either. The flying manta rays and flying fish have reached the mountainside. They seem not to be afraid of this kind of land. They can fly back to the sea at any time if they run out of water. What they want is the delicious food here. After traveling for so many days, most mutants have forgotten the taste of meat, especially the delicious meat of two-legged sheep. There is no such delicacy in the sea. Moe, who had finally flown back after hiding for a long time, also bypassed the group of killer whales and continued to attack from the southern coast. Torpedoes and shells appear endlessly. He is already level 21, and he is having a great time killing monsters. He was unable to break through the defenses of those monsters just now, but now he is enjoying the killing. After releasing Bai Qing and the others, he waved his hands toward the coast and said, "Let's get started. Don't go too far. Watch out for those killer whales." All the women came together and showed their magical powers. Zhang Fana opened her hands wide and placed them on both sides. The lightning all over his body gathered into a ball and blasted towards the mutant crabs in front of him. The originally brown crabs were blasted by the electric ball and turned red one after another, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A few not-so-intelligent mutant fish nearby smelled the aroma of meat and crawled towards the roasted crabs. Bai Qing took control of the coastal currents and rolled up 2 small water tornadoes. The tornadoes were like blades, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Those with low levels were directly rolled to death. The blue-ringed sea snake and Tang Tian, the venomous sea urchin, who were responsible for releasing the poison, blocked the south coast. Everyone's level had visibly reached level 23. Mo's mouth curled up. He didn't know why, but he always felt his skin itchy after killing some sea monsters just now. The afterimages of the sharks around him seemed to be coming to life. Smelling the blood all around, Moe became more and more excited and planned to go down and kill again. Anyway, those killer whales can't come up, so he has nothing to be afraid of. If there are no other high-level monsters, this wave will be a sure win. Before Moe could finish his attack, Su Xiao and Qianing started to shout in panic from behind. "Teacher Gao, what are you doing over there? Come back soon." Moe glanced sideways and found that Gao Jime was almost running to the eastern front, so he narrowed his eyes at that moment. Looking at the women who were still killing monsters around him, Moe ran over with an unhappy look on his face. "Xiaoying, take Su Xiao to Bai Qing. I'll bring her back." After saying this, Moe rushed towards Gao Jime. Gao Jime came to the eastern front and looked at the people who died there. Her eyes turned red and her whole body trembled. Looking at those people who were killed by the monsters, she turned back and glanced in the direction of Bai Qing with an unwilling look on her face. When she saw Moe running towards her, she didn't look back. He turned around and headed towards the eastern front. Had the super dusk bird ability. She opened her hands wide, and the bones in her hands slowly pierced her palms. Then 2 transparent bird beaks more than 1 meter long extended out, like 2 sharp blades. Before Moe could get to her, she killed him. As the bird's beak popped out, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The pile of mutant jellyfish in the front were cut and exploded by her, and various unknown liquids scattered all over the ground. Looking at the people who died here, Gao Jime started fighting with a ferocious face. Moe raised his hand and fired the armor-piercing machine gun, firing at Gao Jime. He took 2 steps forward and pulled her away. Gao Jime slapped him in the face and shouted angrily, "Don't touch me." Moe touched his right cheek with a wooden expression, wanted to take the other person back to the creation town. Gao Jimei's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was trembling. If you dare to stop me, I will die in front of you. Are you still human? What grudge do the people here have against you? Chao Yunyi plotted against you. So what's wrong with these ordinary people? Why did you let them die? Moe looked extremely unhappy and grabbed her hand. I asked them to come and die? What bullshit are you talking about? Without us, can they stop the sea monster tide? I can wait until they are all dead before I upgrade. I have no grudge against them, but what does their life or death have to do with me? Without us, they would have died more people. It's possible that they would all die. Gao Jimei cried out with grievance on her face. But you are not like this. You are not like this. She knew she couldn't convince Mo Yi, so she could only cry there. He has been living like this all the way here. If Mo Yi had lived differently, they might not have gotten here, and it is possible that all of them would have been wiped out. She just rushed towards the armless boy in front of her, who was being chased by a mutant crab. Anyway, she just didn't want to see those people sacrifice in vain. Many of the guards here are just teenagers. As a teacher, she will definitely not stand by and watch them die. Mo Yi lit a cigarette with an irritable look on his face. He couldn't just ignore Gao Jimei and let her go crazy. At this moment, Bai Qing and others on the southern coast suddenly saw a giant tentacle. Ninghe from the reconnaissance department smelled it on the spot. Oh no, a level 38 North Sea octopus. Leader, come back soon. Chapter 178 Team Purpose. The women all retreated far away, not daring to fight. This level 38 creature was beyond their ability to deal with. Mo Yi no longer indulges Gao Jimei. Saving people in this situation, even if he wants to save them, will those people really follow him? He got those women to sign the contract by tricking them. Without him here, Chang Baishan and no one else would survive. Wouldn't he be considered a non-human if he didn't save most people? Gao Jimei is kind, but her behavior will kill them. Is it because of this that Bai Qing and the others are forced to fight to the death here in order to save those people on the Eastern Front? With that level 38 leader, Mo Ye's face was cold. From the perspective of an outsider, he was a coward, but most of those people could not put themselves in his shoes. Mo Yi raised his hand and received everyone into the space, including Gao Jimei, who was crying and screaming. As soon as Gao Jimei entered the space, she threatened Mo Yi that she wanted to commit suicide. Mo Yi said nothing, obviously tacitly approving her behavior. He just wants to be a selfish egoist. Even his woman could not shake him. He didn't want to care about the lives of others. Just like Yin Ji, the last time he saw them, they were the only two left of the group of young people pretending to be a rescue team. That group of people would definitely not live long because they had too many ties. In a fit of excitement, he rushed forward as soon as his brothers called him. Not as smart as Zhao Tsong and the others. Among Zhao Tsong's group, Mo Yi is most optimistic about Gooden's father and Gooden's wife Hong Hong. The smartest person in that group should be the one called Hong Hong. She knew how to run and never persuaded Gooden and others to do anything risky. Mo Yi ran while killing mutant creatures along the way and just had to wait for the level 38 North Sea octopus to leave. Once it leaves here, they can continue their killing spree. Mo Yi instinctively looked up at the Chang Baishan camp high up, where there were still many people. But his Genesis town was almost full, and he couldn't accommodate many people. And he didn't want to recruit random people. He was struggling with his thoughts along the way, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became of his approach. If Gao Jimei wants to commit suicide, then let her die. He would not take Bai Qing and the others to take risks. There were already several thousand people in his creation town. Who was responsible for Mo Yi? Gao Jimei's pitiful and powerless kindness? Mo Yi fled all the way, trying to stay as far away from the killer whales and the level 38 leader as possible. We killed a lot of monsters along the way, and there were vague signs of upgrading. At this time, Gao Jimei in the creation town was crying sadly. She took out the bone spur and was about to stab her throat. Seeing this, Su Xiao and Qian Ying rushed forward to dissuade him, fearing that the other party would seek death. Get out of my way! I want to see who dares to pull her. Bai Qing roared. Even Mo Ye's first love Qian Ying was yelled back. Qian Ying looked around in panic, fearing that Gao Jimei had committed suicide. Bai Qing strode forward, raised her hand and looked up Gao Jimei, took out an empty bottle of regeneration granules, and asked loudly, Did you give the regeneration granules that your husband gave you to those refugees? Who gave you the courage? I'm telling you solemnly today, Gao Jimei, don't refuse my toast. This is not the first time you've disobeyed him. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead. Are you bored? Or are you just bored? Do you want all of us to go rescue those people and fight with that level 38 leader? Which of the women sitting here hasn't been through the gates of hell before the disaster? Save them? Go and save them. What are you yelling about? He has already made you the mayor of Genesis Town. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Find out who you are? Bai Qing said this and slapped her hard, turning Gao Jiamei's face red. Su Xiao wanted to go over to help, but Bai Qing looked her back. Qianing also had her hands held down by Sun Huijun, Li Cai, and Zhang Fana. Those who followed Mo Yi the earliest. All had cold expressions on their faces, without any sympathy at all. Instead, I feel that Gao Jiamei deserves it. Yi Yanran chuckled. Here, even Sister Huijun has to give our eldest sister some face when she sees her. Who do you think you are? You're going to take all of our lives to satisfy your worthless kindness? My husband feeds you, gives you drink, awakens the most advanced supernatural power for you, makes you the mayor, and tolerates you many times. What have you done for our team again? Huh? You just think about all sorts of things every day. Why are you being so pretentious? Do you think you are popular? You'd better die. If you have the guts, die now. Who dares to give her another particle? Yi Yanran stood beside Bai Qing after she finished speaking. Sun Huijun also came over with Qianing, saying in a cold voice, Don't forget who gave you the meal, just because you're full. My husband is trying his best to lead us to survive. No one wants to die. Who can be as happy as us? Whose team doesn't have a few deaths? Aren't there a lot of people in the wiped-out team? He always took us away when we were in the most dangerous moments. What are you doing now? Not only do you not care about or understand him, you also think he is not a human being. Why don't you save those people outside as well? You are a teacher. What do you think your behavior is? Gao Jiamei was scolded so badly that she was speechless, and she didn't dare to commit suicide. It seems that inner persistence and kindness are synonymous with ungratefulness in the eyes of these people. It seems that Gao Jiamei is the only one who is different here. She just cried there, crying with a look of grievance on her face. The voice sounded very aggrieved. Bai Qing walked in front of the crowd again, put one hand on his waist, and stood with his head held high. He looked around at everyone and then looked at the women in the creation town. Since we are now on the same page, I will tell you again today, the purpose of our team is self-interest. Put away meaningless kindness and think about the team wholeheartedly. It's been so long since the apocalypse. Who doesn't have blood on their hands? Wu Lian, Li Sai, Sister Huijun. Do you still remember the time when you were coerced by all the men in your company on the company's ship at the beginning? If it weren't for our husband, what would have happened to you? I'm sure you know better than anyone else. Zhang Fana, Zhang Xinyu. Do you two still remember Black Dragon? If it weren't for our husbands, you would have died on Jianglu Mountain. Zhang Xinyu instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. And Lu Xianxian, Lu Qianqian, and Tang Tian. Do you three remember the days when you were treated like dogs in the Weichuan shelter? Who saved you back then? And you too, you women who were caught by the mermaids and are living a life worse than death. Bai Qing said this and looked at the people in the creation town. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not comment. Our team doesn't need a saint. If I see anyone instigating or tempting him to take risks to save some insignificant people again, I will definitely make her pay the price. Chapter 179, Kindness and Strength. Everyone lowered their heads and kept silent. No one dared to run into the muzzle of the gun. At this moment, Yi Yanran suddenly saw that her level had risen again. She blinked her eyes, lowered her head slightly, walked to Bai Qing and said, Sister, don't be angry. I think she knows she is wrong. Peace is the most important thing for us. Our husband has killed a lot of monsters outside again. When he comes back later, we can't let him see us like this. Bai Qing glanced at Yi Yanran, who came out to smooth things over, then lowered his head and looked at Gao Jiamei again. Gao Jiamei was still crying, feeling aggrieved. Bai Qing looked at Mei Yin, Chen Xiaomin, and the group of women in the creation town again. It was obvious that Gao Jiamei was more popular in the creation town than Bai Qing. Because before Gao Jiamei became the mayor, all the women here had no human rights, and Mo Yi almost treated them as servants. It's not like today where everyone can have their own life. You don't have to learn those torturous hot dances all day, and you don't have to walk on the street in high heels and skimpy clothes all day. Gao Jiamei fought for too many rights for them. So much so that the women here are grateful to her. Even the vicious woman, Chu Chengqing, looked at Gao Jiamei with some concern. If Gao Jiamei hadn't taken care of her and found her the antidote for the insect granules at the beginning, Chu Chengqing would probably have been driven crazy by Mo Yi. Because Chu Chengcheng had killed her boyfriend in front of Mo Yi before. Mo Yi had no intention of letting her live and planned to torture her to death. How many charm insect granules I gave her in one night, or whether she mixed them with wireworm granules. Chu Chengcheng didn't dare to tell anyone. It was Gao Jimei who discovered that something was wrong with her. If Gao Jimei hadn't gone to Mo Yi to ask for the antidote and plead for her, Chu Chengcheng would have probably lost his mind long ago. Mo Yi would occasionally ask for advice. Although they were all vicious schemes, Mo Yi adopted many of them. Bai Qing has already realized that if Gao Jimei died, these women would probably rebel. She couldn't let the situation go on like this. For some reason, Bai Qing suddenly felt that a woman like Gao Jimei was very dangerous. The position of mayor of this creation town cannot be given to her. Bai Qing must take the real power into her own hands. I have to think of a way later, learn how to control people. Yi Yanran and Sun Huijun were also smart people. After looking at each other, they slowly helped Gao Jimei up. Yi Yanran said with a distressed look on her face, "Oh, Mr. Gao, please don't cry. Sister Bai Qing is just referring to the matter, not the person. I was a little anxious just now. Please don't take it to heart. We are all family. Sister Bai Qing often tells us about your hard work and contributions in managing the town." Sun Huijun also glanced at Bai Qing, her lips slightly lowered. Bai Qing knew that the two of them were helping her, and smiled softly. "Well, what's past is past." As she said that, she held Gao Jimei's arm with both hands, acting like a sister. "Let's work together in the future. We could just communicate about some things. If our team is able to protect itself next time, and Sister Gao tells me who she wants to save, I can take you to talk to her husband, right? Isn't this forced by the situation? All right, stop crying. Sister Gao, you are our elder. You have done a great favor to my husband, so naturally you are respected by us. Let's just talk about the facts." Sun Huijun saw the opportunity and walked over. "Well, I suggest that Teacher Gao take a break. After the holiday, let's temporarily change the management of the town. After all, there are so many new faces coming here, the town will probably have to expand, and there won't be enough room for them." Yi Yanran nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's Sister Bai Qing. Let's help Sister Bai Qing manage it together. I remember that, Sister Huijun. Aren't you a manager?" Sun Huijun smiled slightly and looked sideways at all the women in the creation town. "The management position is for the capable. Many sisters here are probably very outstanding. We should also give the sisters a chance, right?" Bai Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that old Ginger is still spicy. She was originally worried that replacing Gao Jimei would cause trouble. This problem would be solved if all other women were given the opportunity to participate in politics. There are many rich ladies and wives in the Weichuan shelter here, and they naturally have vision and means. Some of them have studied abroad. Let's let Gao Jimei be an adjutant. No, the adjutant position cannot be given to her. Just let her teach people how to farm and give her a planning job. Thinking of this, Bai Qing slowly walked to the front of the town and said, "Well, that's right. Many sisters here are smart and capable people. There are no other men here. Everyone serves the team. Once the sea monster tide is over, we will rearrange everyone's positions according to their characteristics and expertise. We will also come up with a reasonable promotion system. Everyone will have the opportunity to become a manager, and we will set up additional rewards every month. For example, the top 3 people with the highest political achievements can awaken their special powers. If you perform well and advance through study, it is not impossible for you to become our husband's concubine." When Bai Qing said this, all the women present were shocked. A group of people were talking nonstop. Chu Chengcheng swallowed instinctively and had completely forgotten about Gao Jimei. Although she had a vicious heart, she gave her virginity to Mo Yi. She's just a follower now. Maybe he's not even a follower, just a servant. When she sees mistresses like Bai Qing and Qianing, she has to bow her head and salute. Become the master's concubine? Not only was she moved, but even Lu Zhen's family of 4 were moved. Chun Xiaoman, who had commanded submarine operations before, shouted excitedly, Sister Bai Qing, can I do it too?" Bai Qing recognized her at a glance, a girl who was a military enthusiast and understood the combat of warships and submarines. "She made great achievements in commanding last time. Of course you can. We all remember your meritorious command last time. From today on, you are her concubine. I will personally take you to see him later." Chun Xiaoman's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pulled her sisters Chun Xianyue and Chun Mingyue, shouting something excitedly. Lu Zhen, who is already in her 40s, is both happy and jealous. She was actually a little jealous of Chun Xiaoman, which was really wrong. Among her three daughters, the eldest daughter Chen Xianyue should be considered the most beautiful in terms of appearance. Chen Xiaomin is a little petite and not as tall as her sister. Lu Zhen remembered very clearly last time. The four of them stayed with Mo Yi for a whole night, and Chen Xiaomin was the worst off. Mo Yi put a lot of effort into her. At this moment, Mo Yi suddenly returned to the creation town with blood on his arm. Bai Qing and the others panicked instantly. What's going on? Are you okay, husband? Chapter 180 The Five Immortals of the Northeast. Although Mo Yi was injured, his expression was extremely excited, as if he had picked up money. Bai Qing looked worried and handed over a regeneration particle. What's wrong? What happened? Mo Yi chuckled, his eyes trembling. Fight! Fight! Is fighting with a level 36 mutant snow clam king. This Chang Baishan has a big secret. I saw a lot of mutant creatures from the land rushing out and fighting with those monsters. What a huge mutant Siberian tiger, a full 30 meters long. It can kill an elite monster with one claw. There are also mutated ghosts. I saw a huge blind bear, and there seemed to be a giant monkey too. That blind bear smashed the mutant king crab's head with one bite. Mo Yi became more and more excited as he spoke. He had never believed in ghosts before, but just now when he was killing a monster, a huge monkey suddenly jumped out from behind him. Stories about the monkey, the blind bear, and the yellow fox that his grandfather told him when he was a child. Just now he saw a large group of yellow-skinned fish of level 30, each of which was 3 meters long. They are all so smart. Bai Qing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen mutated creatures on land. Isn't this right? Diana was also stunned. As a modern marine biologist, she never believed in superstition. What yellow-skinned guy, blind bear? Diana obviously didn't believe it and wanted to go out and take a look. Mo Yi stared with excitement and held Diana down. Haha, I don't believe it either, but I saw it all just now. That yellow-skinned guy even made eye contact with me and handed me a gold ingot. He meant to ask me for help. Mo Yi took out a gold ingot as he spoke. Diana looked at the gold ingot in Mo Yi's hand with a dull face. It didn't look like a modern product at all. No one was clueless. Obviously, these ghosts and gods said that it was too illusory. Mo Yi was so excited. He was originally unable to win, but now it was different. They could wait for those guys to kill each other and then go out to collect the heads. Bai Qing was still a little worried. The more he looked at the gold ingot, the more itchy he felt all over. Called genetics professor Li Dongju over, as if her hometown was here. Li Dongju forced a smile with an embarrassed look on her face and said, There are many strange things in our northeast. Leopards, donkeys, blind bears, old crows, ungrateful wolves, shrunken calves, and big monkeys. These are what the common people call monsters. To put it bluntly, they're just some smart animals. But compared to the fox, willow, white, yellow, and gray 5 immortals in our northeast, they are nothing compared to the giants. When I was a kid in the mountains, I saw with my own eyes a woman who came to my grandfather's house in the rain to ask for a baby. Maybe it was fake. That night, after my grandfather helped the woman deliver a baby, she unexpectedly gave birth to a bunch of yellow-skinned puppies. I was really scared. The woman behind me said that I could take the imperial examination and have a bright future in my studies. That's why my grandfather sent me to school in the city. Otherwise, according to the conditions at that time, a girl from the mountains like us would not be able to go to school. Mo Yi didn't believe it before, and he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But today he saw the group of spirits coming out with his own eyes, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Do you think these spirits and immortals were also forced to Changbai Mountain by the flood? I think they came out to protect their territory. Should we cooperate with them? Or should we just observe?